This life is unbearable. I will divorce him, sob. Sob. Sister-in-law, Xiao Fan's just upset because his parents passed away recently. You have to understand. He's a grown man, yet all he does is drink, gamble, and play around. When he's drunk, he smashes things and beats his wife. Can he even be called a man? Sob. Sob. Half conscious, Lu Fan vaguely heard the conversation between two women. One was weeping hysterically, her voice filled with grievance and despair. Lu Fan's head throbbed painfully, his throat parched as if on fire. The hangover made him feel like vomiting. Ugh, cough, cough. But his stomach was already empty. Lu Fan retched nothing. Xiao Fan's awake. I'll go check on him. A sweet, clear female voice floated over, ethereal and distant. Then, a delicate, floral fragrance wafted into Lu Fan's nostrils. The scent was strangely familiar. His mind momentarily cleared. He forced open his heavy eyelids and saw a delicate, beautiful face. Lu Fan's eyes widened in shock, and he blurted out, "Godmother." The stunning young woman before him looked about 20, with shoulder-length hair. Her face was as smooth as jade, with almond-shaped eyes and peach-blossom cheeks, her beauty rivaling any top-tier movie star. Yet, compared to the mature allure of his godmother, this girl possessed a purer, more vibrant charm, closely resembling the young photos in his godmother's album. Xiao Fan, what are you saying? Don't you recognize me? I'm Chunko. The girl flushed slightly, wrinkled her delicate brows, and asked with her cherry lips parting, "Are you still drunk? Did the alcohol fry your brain?" Chunko. That's my godmother's name. How did she get so young? Suddenly, Lu Fan's head exploded with pain. A ringing filled his ears as unfamiliar memories surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Lu Fan, 21 years old, from Jiangbei County, Jiangcheng City. High school education. Unemployed. Likes drinking, gambling, and beating his wife. Wife, Gu Xiaoro. Holy shit, did I just get reincarnated? And into a total scumbag. In his past life, he was also named Lu Fan, a 30-year-old orphan. He held a master's degree in economics from Jiangxi University and worked as an editor at the Jiangcheng Daily. Just before his reincarnation, he'd been promoted to news department director and was preparing to propose to his girlfriend. Lu Fan rubbed his throbbing temples and looked around. He was in a tiny, nearly bare room, only a wooden plank bed and a chipped, paint-peeled cabinet. The wall beside the bed was patched with old newspapers. Above the newspapers hung 3 posters. In the center was Wong Kar-wai's Days of Being Wild, with Leslie Chung holding a cigarette, his expression aloof. On the right, Michael Jackson in black, one hand over his crotch, the other pressing his hat, his backside thrust toward Leslie Chung's face. On the left was Li Lingyu, the queen of sweet songs, elegant and radiant. In the mirror on the broken cabinet by the bed, Lu Fan saw a young face, clean, handsome, bearing an uncanny 80 resemblance to his younger self. Staring at his hairstyle in the popular 90s Aaron Kwok middle part, Lu Fan almost wanted to thrust out his arm, twist his hips, and sing "My Love for You Never Ends." Finally, his gaze fell on the calendar beside the mirror. The green numbers in the center made his expression turn strange. April 1st, 1991. April Fool's Day. Lu Fan looked up at Chun Ko, bewildered. Is this a new calendar? This year is 1991. His voice trembled. This is 30 years ago. Xiao Fan, what's wrong with you? Chun Ko's beautiful eyes reddened as she took Lu Fan's hand. Don't be too sad. Uncle and aunt passed away 3 days ago. You need to accept it and move on. Lu Fan froze. The memories of this life flooded in. Half a year ago, the canned food factory founded by his parents had gone bankrupt. The family's 200-square-meter mansion had been seized by the bank to settle debts. Their 300,000 yuan Toyota Crown had been taken by suppliers. Additionally, the Lu family owed over 200,000 yuan in massive debt. 3 days ago, unable to bear the pressure, Lu Fan's parents had taken their own lives with poison. Last night, devastated from going from rich second generation to pauper, Lu Fan sold the family's last 21-inch color TV and got utterly drunk with his shady friends. When he came home, he beat his wife Gu Xiaoro for opening the door too slowly, then passed out on the bed. He didn't know how, but he'd ended up dead. After absorbing these memories, Lu Fan felt like dying all over again. The man he'd been reincarnated into wasn't just a scumbag, was a super-rich second generation. This was 1991. At this time, being a 10th Saniyuan household was an extremely honorable title. As a graduate student in economics who had worked at a newspaper for 5 years, Lu Fan clearly remembered that Jiangxing City's average monthly salary was still under 200 yuan, and in the county, it was probably just over 100. In terms of purchasing power, 200,000 yuan now would equal a staggering 10 million yuan in 2021. No, I have to find a way to go back immediately. Lu Fan frowned deeply. In his previous life, despite struggling, he was at least an intellectual. He'd worked hard for 5 years to buy a home and was about to marry the woman he loved. But in this life, he was uneducated, morally bankrupt, infamous, and drowning in debt. Naturally, he felt profoundly unwilling. "Chunku, do you have any alcohol?" Lu Fan asked Chunku. Since he'd crossed over after passing out drunk, maybe getting drunk again could send him back. "Still drinking? Just drink yourself to death." Before Chunku could respond, an angry voice came from outside. A beautiful woman walked in, cradling a 3-year-old girl. The woman had delicate, otherworldly features, red lips, white teeth, a tall, graceful figure. Beneath her blue gingham skirt, slender, pale legs led to dainty white high heels. Especially her waist-length jet black hair, which made her look incredibly, purely outshining the artificial internet celebrities of later generations. Yet, the bruise on her left pale cheek and her red, swollen eyes ruined all that beauty. This was Gu Xiaoro, Lu Fan's wife in this life. Married to him for over a year, the chubby little girl in her arms was an orphan, the child of her deceased sister. Seeing Gu Xiaoro's bruised face, Lu Fan felt awkward. He Min Cheng managed to smile and waved at the little girl in her arms. "Hello, Xiao Xiao." Xiao Xiao was filled with fear, turning her head to bury herself in Gu Xiaoro's chest, clearly terrified of Lu Fan. Lu Fan sighed inwardly. In Xiao Xiao's eyes, he was probably a demon. The original Lu Fan deserved to die. At least Gu Xiaoro and Xiao Xiao were now free. Gu Xiaoro was stunned. This was the first time Lu Fan had ever spoken kindly to Xiao Xiao. A year ago, when Gu Xiaoro married Lu Fan, he was still the famous rich second generation of Zhongbei County. He had zero sense of family responsibility and wouldn't even glance at Xiao Xiao, the adopted daughter. Could you buy me a bottle of alcohol?" "Thanks," Lu Fan asked. Hearing he wanted to drink again, the faint flicker of goodwill Gu Xiaoro had just felt vanished instantly. Her voice turned cold. "What? Wasn't beating me last night enough? Do you want to get drunk again today to beat me some more?" "I didn't. Actually, Lu Fan tried to explain the one who beat her last night wasn't him. He just wanted to get drunk and leave this place. But then he thought no one would believe that, not even a ghost. So he shut his mouth. Shunke quickly stepped in to mediate. "Sister-in-law, I've grown up with Xiao Fan since childhood. Actually, Xiao Fan has always been a good person. It's just that in the past half year, the Lu family has gone through so much. Xiao Fan's been upset and unintentionally hurt you. Xiao Fan, no matter what, hitting someone is wrong. You should apologize to your sister-in-law right now." Gu Xiaoro snorted inwardly. For this rich brat to apologize to me? Only if the sun rises in the west. In Lu Fan's mind, Chun Ku had always been the kind godmother from his past life. He'd always listened to her. Lu Fan struggled to get up from the bed and walked toward Gu Xiaoro. Gu Xiaoro, filled with fear, took a step back, thinking Lu Fan was about to hit her again. Lu Fan stood straight in front of Gu Xiaoro, then bowed his head, speaking sincerely. "Xiaoro, Xiao Xiao, I'm sorry. Please forgive me." "Huh?" Gu Xiaoro's face showed shock, disbelief written all over it. She never expected this man to apologize to her. Even less did she expect him to apologize to Xiao Xiao, and so sincerely. In that instant, Gu Xiaoro's beautiful eyes reddened, and tears instantly streamed down her face. Chapter 0002. Less than an animal. Lu Fan, I was a college graduate who defied my family's opposition to marry you. I thought you'd cherish and love me, but instead you've beaten me time and again, breaking my heart over and over. Do you owe me anything? Every time, I comforted myself, thinking you were just drunk and out of control, that you'd change for the better. But you've only gotten worse. You've disappointed me so much. Do you know how much I've sacrificed for you? Sob. Sob. Gu Xiaoro poured out all her weight, crying like a willow in the rain, tears sliding down her pale, delicate cheeks, her fragile body trembling. Chun Ku shot Lu Fan a fierce glare, then quickly stepped forward to support Gu Xiaoro, soothing her and helping her sit down. "Mama, don't cry, don't cry." Xiao Xiao pouted, "Don't sure ly," comforting Gu Xiaoro, using her chubby little hand to wipe away her tears. Hearing Gu Xiaoro's heart-wrenching sobs, Lu Fan felt deep shame. This Lu Fan, blessed with such a beautiful wife, didn't know how to cherish her. He was less than an animal. After Gu Xiaoro's sobs subsided, Chun Ku said, "Xiao Fan, you two haven't had breakfast yet, right? I'll go buy you some hot dry noodles." Chun Ku hurried out with quick, small steps. Her tight, white turtleneck sweater accentuated her alluring curves, extremely tempting. Though still a green apple, Chun Ku naturally exuded a seductive charm. Her bright, sparkling eyes seemed to hold a soul-capturing magic. Little did he know, his godmother, later hailed as the Jiangxing political world's beauty, had such astonishing charm in her youth. Lu Fan shook his head hard. What am I thinking about at a time like this? No wonder my godmother always scolds me for being aimless and hopelessly foolish. Lu Fan poured a glass of water for Gu Xiaoro and placed it on the table beside her. You and Xiao Xiao drink some water first. I'll clean up the house. He said this, picked up the broom and dustpan from the corner, and cleaned up the vomit and broken beer bottles on the floor, dumping them into the trash can by the door. Then he fetched half a bucket of water from the shared water room outside and carefully mopped the floor. Lu Fan moved efficiently and orderly, as if he'd done this countless times. You. Gu Xiaoro stood by, stunned, unable to speak, staring at Lu Fan in utter disbelief, feeling her entire worldview had been shattered. Lu Fan, the spoiled rich kid, wouldn't even pick up a fallen oil bottle. In their year of marriage, he'd never done a single household chore. What's going on with this man? Has he changed? Could he have gambling debts again and is trying to trick me out of money? Gu Xiaoro stared at Lu Fan with suspicious and wary eyes, her mind racing with wild guesses. Soon, Chun Ke returned with 3 bowls of hot dry noodles, placing them on the dining table outside. Xiao Fan, sister-in-law, there are only 2 tea eggs left. You two share them. I have some matters to handle at the county party committee, so I'll leave first. Without waiting for Lu Fan and Gu Xiaoro to thank her, Chun Ke turned and left, riding her large 28-inch bicycle away. Hot dry noodles were one of Jiangxing's most famous snacks, golden, oily, and delicious, ranked among China's 5 great noodles alongside knife-cut noodles, noodles, dandan noodles, and stewed noodles. But Gu Xiaoro couldn't usually afford hot dry noodles. One bowl cost 20 finino to buy noodles to feed her family for a whole day. Lu Fan found some vinegar, poured some into Gu Xiaoro's and Xiao Xiao's bowls, then personally mixed them evenly. Quick, eat up. It won't taste good when it's cold. After saying this, he peeled the 2 tea eggs and placed one in Gu Xiaoro's bowl and one in Xiao Xiao's. Smelling the aroma of sesame paste from the hot dry noodles, Xiao Xiao had been drooling. Her big, bright eyes looked at the egg in her bowl, then at Lu Fan, too afraid to pick up her chopsticks. Gu Xiaoro found Lu Fan extremely strange, completely different from his former self. She concluded Lu Fan must be broke and was trying some trick to get money from her. But regardless, she should eat first. If she got beaten later, she'd have the strength to run with Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, eat quickly. Gu Xiaoro gently urged Xiao Xiao, then began eating daintily herself. Lu Fan was starving. He wolfed down his bowl in a flash, devouring every last carrot cube and sour green bean at the bottom. The familiar taste. Lu Fan smacked his lips, thoroughly satisfied. Chun Ke had left in a hurry. Lu Fan regretted not having time to borrow some money from her to buy a bottle of alcohol, get drunk, and see if he could return. This wasn't his home anyway. Fortunately, the original Lu Fan was dead. Even if he left, Gu Xiaoro and her daughter's lives would be better. Everyone has their own fate. They must walk their own path. Lu Fan sat there, lost in thought. Daddy, here's some noodles for you. Seeing Lu Fan had finished, Xiao Xiao picked up a chopstickful of noodles from her bowl and offered it to Lu Fan. Though still afraid of Lu Fan, Xiao Xiao felt closer to him because he'd given her a tea egg and peeled it for her. A child's heart is simple and pure. Whoever is kind to them, they are kind in return. Lu Fan froze for a few seconds. In his past 30 years of life, no one had ever called him daddy. That childish voice touched a soft spot in his heart. A gentle warmth flickered in his eyes. He smiled slightly. Thank you, Xiao Xiao. Daddy's full. You eat. He put the chopstickful of noodles back into Xiao Xiao's bowl, then casually wiped the sesame paste off her cheek. The little girl's chubby face instantly lit up with a radiant smile. She could feel Lu Fan's affection for her. Gu Xiaoro looked at Lu Fan, biting her lip, hesitating for a long while before saying, Lu Fan, don't waste your efforts. I really don't have any money. The 10,000 yuan bride price your family gave was almost all lost to your gambling, leaving only 500. It was all used up 3 days ago for your parents' funeral. I'll even have to borrow money later for tomorrow's groceries. I'm not lying to you. Gu Xiaoro pursed her lips, looking pitiful. She finished speaking cautiously, then closed her eyes tightly, her beautiful face contorted, bracing herself for the furious Lu Fan's inevitable beating. But the expected blow never came. Lu Fan sat there calmly and said to Gu Xiaoro, Xiaoro, I really don't want money. Last night, after getting so drunk, I suddenly saw the light. I was such a bastard before. I've wronged you too. This is what I'm thinking. Today I'll try to get some more money for you too. Tomorrow, we'll go get the divorce papers. The 200,000 yuan debt will have nothing to do with you. You take Xiao Xiao and leave Jiangbei County. Go as far away as possible, then find a good man to marry. Lu Fan's words stunned Gu Xiaoro. Every time she'd mentioned divorce before, she'd been beaten black and blue. Now he was voluntarily suggesting divorce, wanting to give her money, and urging her to remarry. Gu Xiaoro looked at Lu Fan, her eyes suddenly moistening, wanting to say something, but before she could speak, tears began to fall. Why are you crying? Are you unhappy with my arrangement? Lu Fan asked, puzzled. If you have any other conditions, just say them. I'll try my best to meet them if I can. No, it's nothing. I'm just happy. Gu Xiaoro shook her head slightly, wiping her tears and choking up. Lu Fan, as long as you can change, stop hanging out with those shady friends, find a job, and live a peaceful life, I won't divorce you. I'm not afraid of the 200,000 yuan debt. I can work 2 jobs. As long as we're united, we'll pay it off someday. Okay? I'm begging you. All right. I won't hang out with them. Lu Fan nodded. I'll get some money for Gu Xiaoro and the little one today, then figure out how to get the divorce. Tomorrow, I really need to go back. Lu Fan worried that if he delayed too long, the hospital might rule him dead from alcohol poisoning and send his body straight to the crematorium. Then he'd truly be trapped here forever. Lu Fan looked at Gu Xiaoro and Xiao Xiao, silently wishing this pitiful mother and daughter a happy future. Chapter 0003. Oh heavens, you have triumphed. How on earth am I to procure some funds? Lu Fan sat there, furrowed brow deep in contemplation. In his recollections, it was the year 1991. Ma Huateng, the founder of the Penguin Empire, was a sophomore at Shenzhen University. While Lei Jun of Xiaomi Technology was on the verge of graduation from Jiangxing University's Computer Science Department, having just established the now-defunct Sans company. Jack Ma, who would later regret not founding Alibaba sooner, was still imparting knowledge within the walls of academia, embarking on his first entrepreneurial venture 4 years hence. In the latter half of that year, the Soviet Union would dissolve, fragmenting into 15 nations. This information proved invaluable for his future endeavors, yet at present, it failed to generate any monetary gain. If all else faltered, he could rely on memories from his past life to recount popular novels such as The Legend of the Condor Heroes, Zhu Xian, Dou, and The Journey of the Floating Cloud, submitting them for publication and undoubtedly reaping a modest fortune. Alternatively, he could pen a song for Brother Huan titled The Curved Moon, compose the sound of waves for Mao Ning, create you, my desk mate for Lao Lang, or craft The Breeze Carries Emotion and the Water Holds a Smile for the fresh-faced star Yang Yueying. While these pursuits could indeed yield profit, they would not provide immediate returns. It was imperative to discover a method of earning that would yield swift results, bear minimal risk, and promise substantial rewards. Bang, bang, bang. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden flurry of urgent knocking echoed through the air. Open the door. Open the door. Lu Fan. I know you're hiding in there like a zebra. Come out. The voice outside bellowed. Lu Fan. Debts incurred by a father must be repaid by the son. It's only right. Do you think you can hide here, and I won't find you? Upon hearing the vitriolic shouts, Gu Xiaoro and Xiao Xiao were instantly engulfed in panic, rendered helpless. In an attempt to evade their creditors, they had quietly relocated to this rental unit after laying Lu Fan's parents to rest. Little did they expect that merely a day had passed before the creditors tracked them down. Daddy, I'm scared. Mommy, wah? The thunderous banging frightened Xiao Xiao, her small frame curling into Gu Xiaoro's embrace as she wept inconsolably. Gu Xiaoro, being a woman, had never encountered such a tumultuous scene. In haste, she scooped Xiao Xiao up and sought refuge beside Lu Fan. Lu Fan, what should we do? Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan comforted the mother and daughter. Do not fear, I am here. You two go hide in the back room for now. But you must be careful. Gu Xiaoro was taken aback by Lu Fan's unexpected assertiveness. He had always cowered behind his parents in times of trouble, or shoved her, a woman, into harm's way, displaying extreme cowardice and irresponsibility. Observing Lu Fan stride towards the door, she felt an overwhelming sense of security from his towering presence, akin to a solid wall shielding one from the tempest. Outside, a group of 10 or so individuals stood, some wielding clubs. Upon seeing Lu Fan, they all clamored. Lu Fan, your father still owes me 5,000 yuan. The canned goods from your family are utterly unsellable. I demand a refund. You still haven't paid for last year's yellow peach harvest. Lu Fan ushered the crowd into the room, retrieved a box of yellow Crane Tower cigarettes from his pocket, and, turning it in circles, offered a wry smile. Dear uncles and aunts, I assure you that the Lu family will never default on our debts, so please rest assured. Very well, the IOU is here. You must repay it promptly. And don't forget my payment for the goods. Bring the money. The crowd continued to shout. As Lu Fan flicked his lighter to ignite cigarettes for the gathering, he thumped his chest and declared loudly, "I hereby issue a military order. Grant me 6 months. And I assure you that I will repay the debt in full, with interest at double the agreed rate. If I fail to do so, I shall forfeit my life." The term military order held a profound resonance in this era. Lu Fan understood that such proclamations were far more persuasive than mere oaths or curses. A stout man clad in a gray Zhongshan suit scoffed, "What use is your life to me? I only desire the money. Indeed, we only seek the money." Lu Fan energetically waved his arms, exclaiming, "Listen to me. Do not be agitated. If you trust me, I will repay you, principal and interest, in 6 months. If you doubt me, feel free to take my life now. I promise I will not resist. But you shall never see a single penny again, and you will find yourselves imprisoned. Is my worthless life worth that to you? Furthermore, I personally consulted Professor Liang from the law school at Jiangxing University yesterday. The Lu family can file for bankruptcy in court, auctioning the factory's fixed assets to repay debts. However, according to legal stipulations, the first debts to be settled are bank loans and employee wages, with your debts coming last. By that time, the Lu family will have legally evaded debts, and anyone who attempts to collect will be acting unlawfully. If you continue to press me, we shall meet in court." Hearing Lu Fan's words, the crowd was momentarily dumbfounded. They had not anticipated such a turn of events. Professors of that era held a status of authority, quite distinct from the so-called experts of later generations. Witnessing the effect of his intimidation and persuasion, Lu Fan felt a surge of satisfaction. Although the bankruptcy law had been established in the 1980s, local governments were still resistant to the bankruptcy of private enterprises. Lu Fan was merely attempting to frighten them. However, Lu Fan was truthful in one aspect. In the event of a company's bankruptcy, bank loans would be prioritized, followed by employee wages. And only thereafter would social debts be addressed. Then, you must find someone to act as a guarantor. Otherwise, if you abscond, whom shall we pursue? Yes, we must secure a trustworthy guarantor. Otherwise, we shall not leave today. Lu Fan, if you do not repay the money today and fail to find a guarantor, we shall take your wife and child. We can sell them for some profit. Haha. The mere thought of Gu Xiaoro's attractive visage elicited malicious grins, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Lu Fan felt a wave of distress. Those so-called friends of his were merely companions for revelry, yet in times of crisis, they would scatter like rabbits. Who would be willing to guarantee his debts, knowing the responsibility it entailed? Moreover, Lu Fan merely intended to placate these individuals, deceiving them into departure. Once Gu Xiaoro and their daughter were gone after the divorce, he would be free to walk away without a care for repayment. "I shall be the guarantor." At that moment, a voice from outside interrupted, belonging to Chen Ku. Lu Fan was taken aback as Chen Ku strode in, accompanied by a rotund man whose beady eyes darted around his round face, clutching a bottle of liquor and winking at Lu Fan. Lu Fan quickly recognized the stout man as Chun Dazhuang, a childhood companion from his hometown of Milan Town, Qingshui Bay, just like Chen Ku. However, in the past 2 years since the Lu family had moved to the county seat, Lu Fan had seen less of Chen Dazhuang. A few individuals from Qingshui Bay came seeking debts from Lu Fan. Chen Dazhuang, having received prior information, hurriedly rode his bicycle to the county committee to inform Chen Ku, fearing that Lu Fan might be assaulted. Although Chen Ku had only been in the secretary department of the county committee for less than a year, he was notably the first university graduate from Mulan Town to work there, garnering considerable recognition. Upon seeing Chen Ku, everyone greeted him with smiles. Chen Ku addressed the assembly, saying, "Dear uncles and aunts, I am here to vouch for Xiao Fan. Should any issues arise, I shall take responsibility. Please, everyone, return home." The crowd began to whisper among themselves, aware that even if they were to drive Lu Fan to despair today, they would not recover their money. Observing the dilapidated state of Lu Fan's residence, they surmised that he could hardly muster 200 yuan. Given that Lu Fan had promised to repay the debt in 6 months, with interest doubled, and now with Chen Ku as a guarantor, they felt entirely reassured. "Very well. Director Chen, we trust you. We shall grant Lu Fan 6 months. If he fails to repay, we will seek you out," they concluded before dispersing in a flurry. Gu Xiaoro emerged, cradling her child, still trembling with anxiety, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears. "Chen Ku, thank you," she expressed gratefully. Chen Ku smiled, assuring her, "It's all right, sister-in-law. Xiao Fan has always been clever. If he claims he can settle the debt in 6 months, he will certainly find a way." Have faith. Lu Fan was taken aback, not expecting Chun Ku to possess such confidence in him. He had initially planned to indulge in drunken escapism the following day, but now found himself in a quandary. Suddenly, Lu Fan recalled that in his previous life, Chun Ku had been deceived by her boyfriend, losing 200,000 yuan, which had left her disillusioned with men and vowing never to marry. This had led her to adopt him from an orphanage. If he were to abscond now, the burden of that substantial debt would fall upon Chun Ku, undoubtedly jeopardizing her promising future. Thus, he would be the one to harm this potential maternal figure. In his past existence, Lu Fan had sworn to care for and protect his adoptive mother for life, ensuring she would never face harm. Was he now to break that vow? He glanced at Chun Ku and Gu Xiaoro, silently sighing. Heaven, you have prevailed. Resolutely, Lu Fan seized the bottle of white liquor from Chun Dazhuang's hand and cast it into the trash. From this moment forth, I shall abstain from alcohol. If I cannot ensure these two women live well, I shall not bear the surname Lu. Chapter 0004. The scheme unfolds. Xiao Fan. Why don't I help you find a temporary job at the county committee? Things will improve, Chun Ku gently suggested, noticing Lu Fan's furrowed brow. Lu Fan shook his head. He had no desire to work. With the foresight of someone who had lived through the last 30 years, he recognized that this era was rife with opportunities and potential to amass wealth with relative ease. The crux of the issue, however, was the lack of initial capital. Chun Ku, earning money through employment is far too slow. Even if I were to work for 10 years, I could not repay 200,000 yuan. He smiled as he declined her offer, adding, I plan to take over the Jiangbei canning factory. If I can revive the business, repaying the debt within 6 months will be entirely feasible. Chun Ku furrowed her delicate brows. But, Xiao Fan, the government has already sealed the Jiangbei canning factory. A deposit of 10,000 yuan must be paid to allow operations to resume. Gu Xiaoro, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, spoke with a heavy heart. Do not mention 10,000. We do not even have money for tomorrow's meals. Even if we could borrow such a sum, the canning factory requires workers to be hired, fruits to be procured, jars to be purchased, along with packaging materials and utility expenses. Each of these necessitates funds. Lu Fan felt overwhelmed, realizing that a single coin could indeed thwart even the mightiest of heroes. After a moment of contemplation, a spark ignited in his eyes as he turned to Chun Ku. Chun Ku, how much money do you have left? Could you lend me some? Chun Ku retrieved her wallet from her pocket, emptied its contents, and handed it to Lu Fan. Brother Xiao Fan, I have given most of my salary to my father. I only have a little over 30 yuan on me. Please take it for now. I will ask my father for more tomorrow and return it to you then. That won't be necessary. This is more than sufficient. Lu Fan kept 30 yuan for himself, returning the excess 5 yuan to Chun Ku as he said, I will take Zhuang to the provincial capital to earn some money and will repay you in a couple of days. With that, Lu Fan handed 5 yuan to Gu Xiaoro. I will be in the provincial city for a couple of days. Here is some money for your expenses until I return. He then searched through the cupboard for the suit he wore on his wedding day, changing out of his soiled, alcohol-scented clothing before leading Chun Dazhuang out the door. Chun Ku and Gu Xiaoro followed, their concern evident as they called out to Lu Fan in the corridor. You have no relatives in the provincial capital. Where will you borrow money? Lu Fan, confidence radiating from him, smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Do not worry. I have my methods. I assure you that I will secure the deposit within 2 days, and the canning factory will resume operations in 3 days. With that, he turned on his heel and descended the stairs without looking back. Chun Dazhuang eagerly trailed behind Lu Fan, unable to contain his curiosity. Brother Xiao Fan, are we really going to the provincial city? Lu Fan replied affirmatively. I will take you to make a fortune. Are you in? Chun Dazhuang nodded vigorously. Yes. I will go. From now on, I will follow your lead. All right, Brother Xiao Fan, Chun Dazhuang exclaimed, still like a child, trailing behind Lu Fan as his devoted sidekick. As they stepped onto the street, they encountered a man in his 20s, dressed in a flashy manner. Lu Fan recognized him as Zhou Jianjun, a member of his circle of dubious friends, whose family owned a photo studio and had some wealth. Lu Fan, did we not agree to play cards today after drinking last night? Why are you only just now heading out? Zhou Jianjun asked, a cigarette hanging from his lips, displaying some discontent. Lu Fan understood that his so-called friends were likely seeking to exploit him for his money once again. In the past, during their meals and drinks together, he had often footed the bill, making himself a fool. Brother, I'm afraid I cannot today. I have relatives arriving from Hong Kong. and I must meet them in the provincial capital, Lu Fan replied, feigning delight. Zhou Jianjun was taken aback. In that era, having a relative from Hong Kong or Taiwan was considered quite prestigious. Lu Fan, what does your relative do in Hong Kong? Zhou Jianjun inquired eagerly. My cousin's family is engaged in substantial enterprises, including real estate, hotels, automobile manufacturing, and food processing, with each business worth billions. Lu Fan was overwhelmed with excitement. It had been over a decade since he last had contact with his cousin, and today he suddenly received a call from him. How wonderful! He chuckled lightly. Zhou Jianjun thought to himself that this kid was indeed extraordinarily fortunate. His own family was on the verge of bankruptcy. Yet here was a wealthy relative from Hong Kong reaching out to him. Congratulations, Lu Fan. With a relative like your uncle, your family's debts will surely be settled. Zhou Jianjun remarked. Absolutely. I'll secure some funds first and reopen the canned goods factory. Then I'll treat the brothers to a grand feast, Lu Fan confidently replied. Then turned to Zhou Jianjun. By the way, brother, I need your assistance with something. Zhou Jianjun patted his chest and said, Lu Gu, whatever you need. Just let me know. Lu Fan continued, my uncle is visiting from Hong Kong, and I want to show him around Jiangxing for a couple of days and take some photos. Do you think I could borrow a camera from your photography studio for 2 days? Zhou Jianjun pondered for a moment before responding, no problem, take it as you wish. But once you strike it rich, do remember your brother. Lu Fan smiled in agreement and accompanied Zhou Jianjun to the Zhou family photography studio to pick up a Nikon camera. Although it wasn't the best camera in the studio, Lu Fan was quite content. He purchased a roll of film and left the studio. At the county bus station, Chen Dazhuang could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, Xiao Fangu, why did you lie about having relatives coming from Hong Kong? What do we need the camera for? As Lu Fan and Chen Dazhuang queued for the bus, he quietly instructed, Dazhuang, remember, we're going to meet my relatives from Hong Kong. From now on, if anyone asks, that's what you need to say. Do you understand? Chen Dazhuang, somewhat puzzled, nodded in agreement. Jiangbei County is approximately 30 kilometers from Jiangxing, with only 6 white buses adorned with red stripes operating, averaging a departure every hour. After waiting for over 40 minutes, a bus finally approached, and the two squeezed aboard, purchasing 2 tickets for 1 yuan each from the ticket seller at the entrance. Soon, the bus was filled to capacity, many of the passengers being local farmers transporting vegetables and poultry to the provincial capital for small-scale commerce. As the bus rumbled out of the station, the cabin was suffused with the odors of gasoline, sweat, and the unmistakable stench of chicken and duck droppings. Lu Fan quickly covered his nose, nearly retching. However, despite the unpleasant conditions, he had no choice but to endure the ride. There were no taxis available from the county to the provincial capital at this time. The bus jostled along the bumpy road, and Lu Fan felt as though the vehicle could break apart at any moment, with the passengers swaying as if on a roller coaster. An hour and a half later, feeling nauseous, Lu Fan finally arrived at the Hangzhou Jindun Street bus station. He hurriedly disembarked, inhaling deeply the fresh air, which alleviated the discomfort in his stomach significantly. Across from the bus station was the Hangzhou railway station, where travelers from all directions mingled in the bustling square, their voices a chorus of various accents. By the square, the drivers of the little yellow vans, insensate in their pursuit, vied to attract passengers. A few middle-aged women approached Lu Fan, inquiring about accommodations with sly glances, whispering about the enticing young ladies within, including female students. Stalls selling various snacks such as millet pancakes, stinky tofu, marinated eggs, and glutinous rice chicken wafted a delicate aroma. A cacophony of sounds filled the air, with a diverse array of people bustling about, some clad in neat Zhongshan suits, employed in government offices, while others donned fashionable jackets and flared jeans, sporting permed hair. The environment here was a stark contrast to that of the county, resembling 2 disparate worlds. For Lu Fan, this was his first glimpse of Jiangxing in the early 1990s, and everything felt refreshingly novel. Chen Dazhuang, on the other hand, appeared like a country bumpkin in the city, wide-eyed at the sight of several girls in blue flared jeans and white short-sleeved shirts, their bare arms glistening. The women of the city truly exuded vitality. He thought with a chuckle. Chapter 0005. All goods here. Chen Dazhuang was lost in his foolish laughter when Lu Fan tugged at him to move forward. Dazhuang, once you follow your brother and make a fortune, you can bring a city girl home. At these words, Chen Dazhuang's face lit up with joy. He firmly believed Lu Fan's words, as Lu Fan had indeed married the renowned beauty Gu Xiaoro from Jiangxia due to his family's wealth. Xiao Fan, where are we going? First, we need to find a place to obtain some documents, and then we will head towards the commercial building on Jianghan Road. Our fortune in the coming days hinges on acquiring those documents. As he explained, Lu Fan led Chen Dazhuang towards a nearby rickshaw driver. But where can we get those documents? Chen Dazhuang was baffled, unsure of the purpose behind Lu Fan's quest for paperwork. I don't know, but these rickshaw drivers surely do. Lu Fan replied, approaching one of the drivers. Master, can you take us to the place for obtaining documents? How much will it cost? 3 yuan for both of you. A rickshaw driver in his 50s raised 3 fingers. Last time, Master Zhao took us there for just 1 yuan. Why are you charging 3? Lu Fan lied without flinching. 1 yuan per person is reasonable, but for 2, the minimum is 2. If you don't want to ride, that's your choice. The rickshaw driver stood firm. 150, or I will find Master Zhao, Lu Fan declared, feigning to walk away with Chen Dazhuang. All right, 150 it is. Get in. The driver relented, opening the door for Lu Fan and Chen Dazhuang. After a brief ride, the rickshaw veered into a narrow alley, twisting and turning until Lu Fan felt dizzy, finally stopping before an inconspicuous 2-story building. Go to the back door, knock twice, wait a second, then knock 3 times. The driver instructed before taking the fare and driving off. Upon knocking, a young man in his mid-20s opened the door, his curly hair framing his face. Who are you looking for? To obtain documents, Lu Fan stated directly. The curly-haired man scrutinized Lu Fan and Chen Dazhuang for a moment before allowing them inside. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, one is greeted by a hall cluttered with counterfeit materials and a number of lost identification cards. In this era, the first-generation ID cards, with their rudimentary anti-counterfeiting technology, could easily be altered by simply replacing the photograph beneath the plastic seal, rendering them indistinguishable from the genuine articles, even to the trained eye of law enforcement. Lu Fan wandered around the room, assessing the capabilities of the proprietor, ultimately directing his gaze towards a computer and a typewriter. The equipment is rather comprehensive, Lu Fan remarked with satisfaction. Of course, if I didn't have adequate equipment, how could I claim to be the foremost document forger in Jiangxing? The curly-haired man retorted impatiently. What exactly do you intend to do? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Fan replied, I require a journalist's credential from the Jiangxing Daily, a business license for a company in Hong Kong, and a customs seal. The curly-haired man nodded in acknowledgement. I can procure the journalist's credential and the business license, but I cannot create the seal myself. However, I can arrange for someone else to carve it. Very well, how much will it cost in total? Lu Fan inquired. The credentials and license are 10 yuan each, while the seal is 5 yuan apiece, the man calculated, arriving at a total of 25 yuan. What? That's exorbitant, Chen Dazhuang exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Isn't that extortion? The curly-haired man bristled at this, glaring at Chen Dazhuang. How can you speak like that? If you find it too expensive, you need not proceed. Out. I want you all to leave. Lu Fan quickly interjected with a smile. Brother, as long as you can produce something convincing, money is no object. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, the man's expression softened slightly. Lu Fan continued. Let us do this. I 1T haggle. For 25 yuan. Would you also help me merge 2 photographs? The curly-haired man tilted his head and asked, which one do you wish to merge? Lu Fan pointed to a wall where an elderly gentleman, aged 50 or 60 and wearing glasses, was depicted. Let us start with this old man, and I will find another one later. Li Kaxing, the man regarded Lu Fan with a knowing glance before nodding. All right. 2 hours later, Lu Fan and Chen Dazhuang emerged from the document creation site, holding the Jiangxing Daily Journalist's credential, 2 merged photographs, as well as the business license and seal from the Hong Kong Yenda Group. These trinkets are far too pricey. Earlier, Chen Dazhuang had reluctantly emptied his pockets of the scant 4 yuan he had, barely scraping together the 25 required, feeling an acute sense of loss. Lu Fan chuckled, patting Chen Dazhuang on the shoulder. Brother, one must spend to gain. Although we've spent 25 yuan now, I assure you that by tomorrow, this amount will yield profits of 2,500 or even 10,000 yuan. Chen Dazhuang's eyes sparkled with excitement at Lu Fan's words. Really, Brother Xiaofan? What exactly do you intend to do? I'm all ears. Lu Fan inquired about the direction of Jianghan Road as they walked forward together. Dazhuang, with such trust in me, are you not concerned I might sell you out? Chen Dazhuang chuckled, scratching his head. You're my brother. You're not a bad person. What is there to fear? Lu Fan replied with a grin, "You are mistaken. I am indeed a villain. Come, let me show you how a bad person conducts their misdeeds." Jiangxing Mall. After a brisk walk of several minutes, Lu Fan and Chun Dazhuang arrived at the Jiangxing Mall, located at the heart of Jianghan Road, which, alongside the Zhongnan Commercial Building and Hanyang Mall, is renowned as one of the 3 premier commercial centers in Jiangxing. Particularly in Jiangxing Mall, which houses numerous esteemed domestic and international brands, it is highly favored by the elite. Lu Fan instructed Chun Dazhuang to retrieve the camera before heading directly to the upscale clothing section on the 3rd floor. The decor, reminiscent of 30 years ago, seemed utterly mundane to Lu Fan, while Chun Dazhuang found it splendid and opulent, his senses overwhelmed by the rows of branded apparel. After all, Chun Dazhuang's perspective was rather limited. The mere existence of a small mall left him in awe. With a smile, Lu Fan patted Chun Dazhuang and whispered, "Dazhuang, the moment to earn has arrived. Just follow my lead." After speaking, Lu Fan chose a store featuring imported brands and led Chun Dazhuang inside. At the entrance, a female attendant clad in a blue professional suit greeted them with a warm smile. "Good day, gentlemen. Welcome. Our store specializes in imported clothing, featuring Pierre Cardin and Gucci from Italy, as well as Hermes from France. May I inquire what you are looking to purchase? We have much to select. Please summon your manager," Lu Fan commanded directly. Upon realizing they had a significant client, the female attendant immediately nodded with a smile. "Of course, sir. Please hold on while I fetch the manager." At this moment, Chun Dazhuang was still in a daze, staring at a price tag of a suit, silently gasping. "Goodness. Over 2,000. That's more than I earn in a year." He turned to Lu Fan and whispered, "Brother Xiao Fan, this place is a rip-off. It's exorbitantly priced. How can we afford this?" Lu Fan chuckled. "Who said we intend to buy? Soon enough, someone will be gifting us these garments. Haha." Before long, Lu Fan selected 2 outfits and chose another 2 for Chun Dazhuang, who tried them on and found them to fit perfectly. Lu Fan, already tall and handsome, appeared even more striking in an exquisite Hermes suit, exuding an air of sophistication that rendered the female attendant speechless. "Sir, this outfit fits you impeccably. As if it were tailored just for you," the female manager complimented with a smile. "With your physique and demeanor, you resemble a star from a Hong Kong film." Lu Fan admired his reflection in the mirror before suddenly pointing to the price tag and asking the manager, "Are the foreign brands in your store sourced from Hong Kong?" Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, the manager's smile abruptly faltered, her expression turning frantic. Chapter 6. The professional counterfeiter. The female manager paused momentarily, then awkwardly replied, "Sir, you certainly have a sense of humor. We are a legitimate mall. Whether it's a jest or not, you know the truth," Lu Fan instructed. "Reporter Chun, commence." At Lu Fan's command, Chun Dazhuang opened the camera and began snapping pictures within the store, the flash nearly blinding the manager. However, the camera contained no film. Lu Fan would never waste a penny. Who are you? Photography is not permitted here." The female manager appeared flustered, attempting to reach out to stop Chun Dazhuang. Lu Fan's expression suddenly turned grave as he produced his newly acquired press card, intimidatingly declaring, "I am Lu Huadeng, a reporter from the Jiangxing Daily, and we are conducting a series of investigative reports on counterfeit goods." In this day and age, journalists are often referred to as the unofficial kings, and both officials and reporters dread interactions, as a single unfavorable report could cause a significant uproar. The female manager, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly bent down and extended her hand to Lu Fan, saying, "Hello, Reporter Lu. I am He Fong, the manager of this establishment. Let us discuss this matter amicably." "Hello, Manager He. We are reporters from the economic section of Jiangxing Daily, and this is our photographer, Chen Xiangdong." Lu Fan briefly introduced them, then abruptly adopted a stern demeanor, stating, "Recently, through our covert visits, we have discovered that the so-called international brands in this mall are primarily sourced from Zhongying Street in Hong Kong. Our editor-in-chief is taking this matter very seriously and has requested a series of reports to be submitted to the city. Manager He, may I conduct an interview with you?" Manager He contemplated offering counterarguments, but upon hearing Lu Fan mention their source of goods, she realized they must possess substantial evidence. If news of counterfeit sales from their store were to leak, it would spell disaster. "This is a misunderstanding. You must have made an error, Reporter Lu. We only sell genuine products," she insisted with a forced smile, discreetly slipping 200 yuan into Lu Fan's hand as a bribe. "What is this? Your actions may lead us to breach the newspaper's ethical standards," Lu Fan admonished sternly, causing Chun Dazhuang to stifle a laugh. Manager, he felt a pang of anxiety and pleaded softly, "Reporter Lu, we appreciate your hard work in this heat. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Perhaps for some water. Business is challenging these days, and everyone is struggling to make a living. Let's resolve this matter privately, away from the newspapers, shall we?" Chun Dazhuang attempted to mediate, saying, "Brother Lu, while the clothes here may be counterfeit, they do appear to be of decent quality. Indeed, the quality is undoubtedly satisfactory. They are high replicas, made with materials identical to those of the genuine European products." Manager, he quickly concurred. Lu Fan's expression softened slightly, but he retorted, "We can only ascertain quality through trial." Manager, he immediately grasped Lu Fan's implication. He was not interested in money, but rather looking to extort clothing. Internally cursing her luck while maintaining a facade of cheerfulness, she enthusiastically responded, "Reporter Lu, Reporter Chun. You may take the clothes you are wearing and try them at your leisure. I assure you will be satisfied with the quality. One set is insufficient for a proper assessment," Lu Fan countered. "Then, let it be 2 sets each." Manager, he felt a pang in her heart. "Well then, we shall not be polite." Lu Fan finally smiled with satisfaction. "Please, do not stand on ceremony." Manager, he replied with forced cheer. 10 minutes later, after successfully extorting the clothing store, Lu Fan and Chun Dazhuang departed, vanishing from sight in an instant. Since Lu Fan had circulated the news through Zhou Jianjun about his connection to a wealthy relative in Hong Kong, he realized he must maintain a credible facade. First, he needed to acquire 2 sets of brand-name attire to enhance his appearance and find a way to secure funds to resume operations at the canning factory, ensuring that everyone would have unwavering faith in his words. Lu Fan's suit was prepared for his wedding, yet it could hardly deceive the people of Jiangbei County. Chun Dazhuang's attire was even more dismal, and lacking the funds for new garments, they enacted the earlier farce. Of course, Lu Fan had pondered deeply before his arrival. As the editor-in-chief of the news department at the Jiangxing Daily in a later era, he was well acquainted with the economic developments in Jiangxing. Since the mid-1980s, not only Jiangxing but the entire nation had succumbed to rampant counterfeiting and fraud, with virtually all major department stores offering a plethora of fake goods, particularly in Wenzhou. During the late 1980s and 1990s, it became synonymous with counterfeit products. Despite 3 grand anti-counterfeiting campaigns, during which fake goods were publicly burned, the tide of imitation products could not be stemmed. The proliferation of counterfeit items caused considerable distress among the populace. And it wasn't until the enactment of the Consumer Rights Protection Law in 1994 that the situation began to improve. During this time, a hero of anti-counterfeiting emerged, Wang Hai, who sought double compensation for the purchase of counterfeit goods in various department stores. Consequently, wherever Wang Hai appeared, local markets were engulfed in panic, as if facing a formidable adversary. Even department stores across the country adopted slogans to guard against fire, theft, and the threat posed by Wang Hai. Lu Fan was well aware of this historical context and understood that the major department stores in Jiangxing primarily sourced their goods from Zhongying Street on Hong Kong Island, where high-quality counterfeit brands could be acquired for a mere 200 to 300 yuan and resold at tenfold the price. Within a few hours, Lu Fan managed to procure a set of identification documents and, through somewhat unrefined acting, effortlessly acquired 4 outfits valued at over 8,000 yuan. This venture was undeniably lucrative, leaving Chun Dazhuang both exhilarated and apprehensive, his conscience slightly pricked, while Lu Fan bore no psychological burden whatsoever. "We are serving justice, punishing the unscrupulous merchants. Do you understand?" Lu Fan reassured Chun Dazhuang. "Indeed, we are doing good deeds." Chun Dazhuang quickly grasped the situation, excitedly carrying several bags of clothing, reveling in the fact that they had obtained such fine garments without spending a dime. "Brother Xiao Fan, there are still so many stores selling clothes here. If we acquire a few more sets, we could strike it rich," he exclaimed, laughing heartily. Lu Fan shook his head with a smile. "We must not be greedy. In this mall, we can at most seek out 2 more shops, then make our swift exit, and we must never return." Lu Fan understood well that those who frequently tread near the river are bound to get their feet wet. If they were to indulge in avarice and attempt to extort continuously, they would inevitably suffer dire consequences. "All right, I will heed your advice, Brother Xiao Fan." Lu Fan secured the bags of clothing in a locker and then targeted a potential mark in the shoe section on the 2nd floor. After about 20 minutes, Lu Fan and Chun Dazhuang emerged once more, their arms laden with rewards, Not only had they acquired a pair of genuine leather shoes, a belt, and a bag, but they also found an additional 1,000 yuan in their pockets as a hush money. As dusk settled, Lu Fan decisively abandoned any further schemes, leading Chen Dazhuang to slip out through a side entrance. Chen Dazhuang, however, felt somewhat reluctant, believing they should seize the opportunity to act again before the mall closed for the night, aiming for another bountiful haul. Lu Fan constantly admonished himself not to succumb to greed. He had already lingered in the mall for an hour, and if he continued, the two merchants he had extorted might discover his true identity as an imposter journalist, leaving him with no escape. Carrying 6 or 7 bags of spoils, Lu Fan hailed a taxi with a grand gesture and directed the driver to the Zhongnan Commercial Building in Wuchang. Tomorrow, it would be yet another battlefield for him. Chapter 0007. Almost exposed the following morning, in the brand clothing section of the Zhongnan Commercial Building, 2 reporters from the Jiangxing Daily were once again capturing photographs. The managers of the stores they visited were alarmed and hurriedly invited them to the lounge to negotiate a private resolution. After spending less than 2 hours in the mall and visiting 3 imported brand stores, Lu Fan and Chen Dazhuang swiftly departed, pocketing a total of 4,200 yuan in hush money. The progress of their scheme was remarkably smooth, filling them with exhilaration. They decided to treat themselves to a meal at Hebu Alley at noon. In his previous life, Lu Fan frequently accompanied his girlfriend to wander through Hebu Alley, indulging in various local delicacies, making him quite familiar with the area. With countless culinary delights in Jiangxing, Hebu Alley accounted for half of them. Lu Fan and Chen Dazhuang explored several eateries, ordering 2 servings of Jiangxing hot dry noodles, 3-flavor tofu skin, 2 bowls of mixed tofu pudding, and a large plate of fragrant pig trotters, finding a spot to feast. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a melodious voice interrupted them. "Hello, comrade. You are a reporter from Jiangxing Daily. How wonderful. I am He Shuang, an intern reporter from Jiangxing Television. It is a pleasure to meet you." Lu Fan was taken aback and, through his sunglasses, beheld a charming young woman with long hair, elegantly shaped brows, and captivating eyes, her beauty accentuated by her exquisite attire. She wore a simple yet elegant white cotton shirt with ruffled 3/4 sleeves. The pink skirt accentuated her curvaceous figure, and her long, flawless legs, bare of stockings, revealed slender calves beneath the hem, complemented by a pair of white sneakers that radiated youthful vigor. Realizing he still wore his press badge around his neck, Lu Fan quickly stood to greet He Shuang, saying hello. I'm sorry, but we have to leave now." With that, he pulled Chen Dazhuang along, eager to avoid lingering any longer lest they reveal their ruse. "Oh, you too." He Shuang had hoped to get acquainted with them, but watched as they distanced themselves. "How rude of that, Lu." "Humph." A girl with curly brown hair next to He Shuang was incensed. "Is he visually impaired? He didn't even acknowledge our university's beauty." "Forget it. Don't let such people affect your mood," He Shuang remarked, glancing at Lu Fan's retreating figure before turning to enjoy her meal with her companion. As He Shuang did not pursue them, Lu Fan and Chen Dazhuang finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she was a colleague. If she wished to inquire about their true identities, it would be as simple as making a phone call. Lu Fan grasped Chen Dazhuang's hand, and they dashed to the banks of the Yangtze River Bridge, neglecting even to admire the famed Yellow Crane Tower, and swiftly hailed a taxi to make their escape. Upon crossing the Yangtze River Bridge, they arrived in Hanyang District, heading straight for their final destination of the day, Hanyang Mall. The first establishment Lu Fan chose was a clothing store of a Singaporean brand, where they were already quite adept at navigating the process and worked in perfect harmony. After trying on an outfit, Lu Fan questioned the authenticity of the merchandise, successfully attracting the attention of the store manager. Meanwhile, Chen Dazhuang busily snapped photos, claiming he needed evidence. After establishing their authority, Lu Fan revealed his press credentials, thoroughly intimidating the manager. The manager invited Lu Fan and Chen Dazhuang into the lounge, desperately pleading with them not to expose the store, offering any conditions they desired. They left with a tidy sum of 2,000 yuan as hush money. The second visit proceeded equally smoothly. Within 20 minutes, they had completed all necessary procedures and secured 1,800 yuan in hush money. Lu Fan calculated their earnings thus far, totaling over 9,000 yuan. If they could manage one more visit, they would reach their goal of 10,000 and promptly return to Jiangbei. Lu Fan soon identified another target, an upscale women's fashion boutique. However, just as he took a few steps forward, Chen Dazhuang abruptly seized him by the arm. "Xiao Fan Gu, this is not good. Chen Dazhuang stammered. What is it? Lu Fan inquired, noticing Chen Dazhuang discreetly pointing to his left. Turning swiftly, he was momentarily taken aback. He Shuang and the girl with the voluminous hair were strolling hand in hand, approaching them. Ah, Mr. Lu, what a coincidence. We meet again. He Shuang beamed, waving her delicate hand in greeting. Chen Dazhuang's legs quivered, and he seemed ready to flee, but Lu Fan held him back. Dazhuang, stay calm. Do not panic. Lu Fan whispered this reassurance before turning to He Shuang, his face breaking into a radiant smile. Hello, Miss He. Mr. Lu, what brings you here? Is it for an assignment from the newspaper? He Shuang inquired. Our newspaper is currently working on a series of reports regarding counterfeit goods, and I came to conduct an undercover investigation, Lu Fan explained succinctly. How fortuitous. Our Jiangxing TV station is also planning a similar report. Our two organizations could collaborate on the investigation, He Shuang exclaimed with enthusiasm, extending her fair hand towards Lu Fan. It's a pleasure to meet you, Brother Lu. I have just begun my internship at Jiangxing TV station, and I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Lu Fan felt a tightening in his chest, yet maintained a facade of composure as he shook her hand and released it. Guidance is not something I can claim. We shall learn from one another. By the way, we have matters to attend to at the newspaper, so let us continue this conversation another time. With that, Lu Fan signaled to Chen Dazhuang, offering a polite smile and nodding at He Shuang and her voluminous-haired companion before taking his leave. Brother Lu, I have a day off tomorrow. May I come to the newspaper to see you? He Shuang called out to Lu Fan. Without turning his head, Lu Fan raised his right hand in a gesture and swiftly descended the stairs. Upon exiting the mall, Chen Dazhuang wiped the sweat from his forehead and exclaimed, Goodness! That nearly scared me to death. It was too close. Lu Fan stood by the roadside, waiting for a taxi, and quietly said, Dazhuang, we must leave Jiangxing immediately. Chen Dazhuang, reluctant, replied, Brother Xiaofan, we can't just leave like this. We're still short nearly 1,000 yuan to make it to 10,000. Lu Fan patted Chen Dazhuang on the shoulder. Brother, it's wise to leave while the going is good. I'll figure out the remaining funds later. Lu Fan dared not linger in Jiangxing, aware that fortune does not favor one indefinitely. Should He Shuang decide to call the newspaper to inquire about him, his identity would be at risk of exposure, and the police could soon be searching the malls for him. Fortuitously, both he and Chen Dazhuang had been wearing oversized sunglasses that concealed half of their faces, and in this era, major malls lacked surveillance cameras. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have been apprehended by the authorities. After waiting for a considerable time without a taxi in sight, Lu Fan pulled Chen Dazhuang into a minibus, heading to the inn where they had stayed the previous night, collecting several bags filled with clothes and shoes before proceeding to the long-distance bus station on Jindun Street. By evening, Lu Fan and Chen Dazhuang returned to Zhongbei County. Lu Fan booked a room for Chen Dazhuang at the inn, then carried several bags back to his home in the tenement building. Although this trip to Jiangxing did not yield the full deposit of 10,000 yuan, Lu Fan felt incredibly content, as it was a vast improvement from his previous state of destitution just 2 days prior. Tomorrow, Lu Fan resolved to press on, determined to see the scheme through to its conclusion, ready to embark on a grand venture. Chapter 0008. Women Made of Water. As Lu Fan descended the stairs, burdened with bags, he encountered his landlord, Li Xiaoyan. She scrutinized Lu Fan, adorned in designer brands, and glanced at the items he carried, exclaiming, Oh, Lu Fan, it seems you've struck it rich. As she spoke, Li Xiaoyan leaned in closely, her rounded figure almost touching Lu Fan, prompting him to step back hurriedly and offer a polite remark before heading upstairs. Lu Fan, I heard from Zhou Jianjun that you have a wealthy relative from Hong Kong. Don't forget about your sister when you come into money, Li Xiaoyan called after him. Lu Fan was acutely aware that Li Xiaoyan was a woman who thrived on petty gains. Whenever she sensed an opportunity, she would readily attach herself to it. The tenement building comprised 3 floors, each housing 5 or 6 families, with doors facing one another. A sneeze from one unit resonated throughout the entire floor. Zhou Jianjun had visited Lu Fan in the afternoon and shared the news of Lu Fan's meeting with a wealthy uncle from Hong Kong, which quickly spread throughout the building. Some were envious, while others remained skeptical. Look, that kid Lu Fan has struck it rich. He dresses better than the hosts on television and has bought so many things. It seems he really does have a wealthy relative from Hong Kong. Not necessarily. Lu Fan is a gambler. Who knows if he went to the provincial capital to gamble and returned with some winnings. I bet he just went to gamble and is pretending to be wealthy with the little money he won. Lu Fan opened the door and discovered that Gu Xiaoro had returned from the food factory, sitting there with a furrowed brow. Xiao Xiao was playing with marbles on the floor. Upon seeing Lu Fan enter with some items, she immediately scrambled up and dashed to his side, wrapping her arms around his leg. Xiao Xiao, can you guess what I bought for you? Lu Fan crouched down to meet her gaze. The little one's sparkling eyes widened with excitement as she looked at the bags on the floor, her face glowing with anticipation. Lu Fan pulled out a pink Barbie doll and handed it to Xiao Xiao. Overjoyed, she leaped into the air, snatched the doll, and planted a kiss on Lu Fan's cheek, exclaiming, "Thank you, Daddy." Lu Fan touched his face, feeling the softness of her lips, a surge of indescribable happiness swelling within him. Noticing the mess around them, Gu Xiaoro stood up in surprise, her brow furrowing as she questioned, "Why did you buy so many things? Where did you get the money?" That's Xiaoro. I went to the provincial city to meet a relative from Hong Kong," Lu Fan began, but before he could finish, Gu Xiaoro's eyes reddened, tears streaming down her face as she looked at him with disappointment. "Please don't lie to me anymore. You have no relatives in Hong Kong. You must have gone to the provincial city to gamble." Lu Fan, unable to bear the sight of a woman in tears, panicked slightly. "Please don't cry. I truly didn't go gambling." Seeing the beautiful woman before him, her face tear-streaked, he instinctively reached out to comfort her, but hesitated mid-motion, still grappling with the reality of their relationship. Gu Xiaoro, mistaking his gesture for impatience, stepped back in fear, as if expecting him to strike her again. Understanding the awkwardness of the moment, Lu Fan hurriedly retrieved a lavender dress from one of the bags and offered it to Gu Xiaoro. "I bought you a dress and a pair of sandals. Try them on and see if you like them." Gu Xiaoro was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time Lu Fan had ever bought her a gift, and he had also thought of Xiao Xiao. A wave of emotion washed over her. "Then promise me, from now on, you won't associate with those dubious friends of yours, all right?" she pleaded through her tears. Lu Fan nodded, contemplating how this woman seemed to cry so easily. As Baoyu from Dream of the Red Chamber once said, "Women are indeed made of water." He reached out to gently wipe the tears from Gu Xiaoro's delicate cheeks and said, "I'm sorry, Xiaoro. I was wrong before, and I hurt you." Gu Xiaoro was taken aback, not expecting such tenderness and patience from Lu Fan. She instinctively asked, "What exactly did you do wrong?" As she spoke, a laugh escaped her lips. She realized she had shown a bit of temper in front of Lu Fan. "Have you eaten yet?" she inquired. Lu Fan shook his head, his stomach growling with hunger. He had been famished since he and Chun Dazhuang slipped out of Hanyang Plaza, not daring to linger in the provincial city. It had taken them 3.5 hours, navigating 2 taxis, 2 buses, and 1 long-distance coach to finally return to Jiangbei County. Gu Xiaoro hurriedly placed her dress and shoes into a bag, lamenting, "You waste money on frivolities. This must cost 200 or 300 yuan, right?" Lu Fan chuckled inwardly, thinking that if she were aware that these 5 or 6 bags of goods would retail for 7,000 or 8,000 yuan in the provincial city's mall, she would likely be unable to sleep from the heartache tonight. "Xiaoro, from now on, let me handle the finances. You need only to spend and enjoy life," Lu Fan declared with bravado. A wave of sweetness washed over Gu Xiaoro's heart, and she soon brought a bowl of egg noodles to Lu Fan. The simple bowl of noodles, fragrant and inviting, filled the air as Lu Fan ate, glancing at Gu Xiaoro, who lovingly played with Xiao Xiao and her doll. The scene was imbued with warmth, and Lu Fan found himself enveloped in happiness and sweetness. After dinner, Gu Xiaoro finished tidying up and took Xiao Xiao to wash up before tucking her into bed. Lu Fan pulled out a 1.20 m wide steel bed from beneath the bed, laid down a quilt, and reclined. After their marriage, Gu Xiaoro had refrained from sharing a bed with him due to his drinking and gambling, hoping to steer him toward redemption. Later, following a quarrel regarding their adoption of Xiao Xiao, they had completely separated their sleeping arrangements. Xiao Xiao, clutching her doll, curled up in Gu Xiaoro's embrace, suddenly lifted her head and asked, "Mama, why don't you sleep with Daddy?" Gu Xiaoro was momentarily taken aback. "You little one, close your eyes and go to sleep." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she stole a glance at Lu Fan, relieved to see he seemed not to have heard. "Mama, Brother Xiaoqiang next door says his mama sleeps with his daddy every night in the same bed, and he feels very lonely sleeping alone." Upon hearing Xiao Xiao's words, Gu Xiaoro's face turned crimson, akin to a monkey's rear. "You two children, why do you speak such nonsense?" she gently scolded, playfully swatting Xiao Xiao's bottom. "If you don't sleep, Mama will be upset. Xiao Xiao immediately fell silent, obediently closing her eyes in Gu Xiao's embrace. Haha. Lu Fan couldn't contain his laughter any longer, chuckling from the bed. Ah, Gu Xiao exclaimed, realizing that Lu Fan had been listening to her conversation with Xiao Xiao all along. You mustn't eavesdrop or mock us. She shot a glare at Lu Fan, her face flushed with an indescribable shyness, embodying a delicate femininity. In his past life, Lu Fan had encountered numerous beautiful women, delicate and cultured ladies, film stars of all shapes and sizes. However, he had never seen someone as naturally stunning and elegantly charming as Gu Xiao, whose beauty was unadorned yet captivating. He found himself momentarily entranced by her. Why do you stare so intently? Gu Xiao cast a playful glance at Lu Fan before turning away, presenting him with a wonderfully graceful silhouette. After admiring Gu Xiao's alluring figure for a moment, Lu Fan returned to contemplating matters regarding the canned goods factory. He still needed nearly 1,000 yuan for the startup deposit, and he resolved to devise a plan to secure it the following day. The Lu family still owes a considerable sum to the fruit farmers from the previous season, and this time, without cash on hand for the fruit purchase, no one would extend credit to them again. They also need to negotiate with the canning factory, although the Lu family does not owe them any payment. Reordering will necessitate funds, and the factory will certainly not allow them to settle accounts monthly as before. Even if these issues are resolved, the sales channels for the canned goods pose a significant challenge. Currently, nearly every city and county has 1 or 2 canning factories, leading to fierce competition. The Lu family, whose reputation has been tarnished, faces the daunting pressure of re-entering the market. Achieving all this without resources is indeed a formidable task. Chapter 0009. Who else to exploit but you? The following day, Lu Fan awoke early, filled with renewed determination. Today marks a new beginning. Let us go, Lu Fan. He silently encouraged himself, quickly dressed, and after freshening up, purchased 3 bowls of hot dry noodles and several fried dough sticks. Seeing Lu Fan up so early and buying breakfast surprised Gu Xiao. It seemed Lu Fan had genuinely turned over a new leaf, she thought joyfully. Lu Fan, why are you wasting money again? Buying breakfast outside is so expensive. I could have made you some. Gu Xiao chided him. Lu Fan chuckled as he pinched the chubby cheeks of their little one, saying, Xiao Xiao, would you like Daddy to buy you hot dry noodles and fried dough sticks every day? Yes, thank you, Daddy. The aroma of the hot, dry noodles roused the still sleepy Xiao Xiao, who clapped her tiny hands and replied in her sweet voice. Despite her complaints about Lu Fan's spending, Gu Xiao felt a wave of happiness seeing how doting he was toward Xiao Xiao. After breakfast, Gu Xiao tidied up and took Xiao Xiao to the food factory where she worked. Before leaving, she anxiously reminded Lu Fan not to associate with his dubious friends and urged him to find a job. She concluded with, in the second half of the year, Xiao Xiao will start kindergarten. We need to save money for her tuition. You must stop squandering money. Observing Gu Xiao's incessant chatter, Lu Fan smiled and promised, all right, I won't hang out with those people anymore. I'll go out shortly and figure out a way to earn some money, okay? Just as Lu Fan donned the suit he had acquired the previous day, Chen Dazhuang burst in, exuberant, dressed sharply in a suit and tie. His hair styled and slicked back with gel, gleaming. Lu Fan nodded in appreciation. Not bad. You look like a big boss. Pleased by Lu Fan's compliment, Chen Dazhuang grinned sheepishly and scratched his head, asking, Brother Fan, who are we going to con today? Lu Fan smacked his forehead and, with a stern gaze, replied, What nonsense are you talking? From now on, we're going to conduct legitimate business. How can we deceive anyone? Right? We will run a lawful business and uphold righteousness. Chen Dazhuang affirmed with a chuckle. Just then, Chun Ku rushed in, panting, and upon seeing Lu Fan and Chen Dazhuang in their formal attire, he paused in surprise. Chen Ku, why haven't you gone to work at the county committee yet? Lu Fan inquired. Brother Fan, this is the money I managed to gather at home. It's only 1,500 yuan, but take it for now. We'll think of a way together to gather the deposit, Chen Ku said, handing Lu Fan a wallet before turning to leave. Brother Fan, I'm off to work now. Chen Ku departed in haste, leaving behind a familiar fragrance reminiscent of orchids. Lu Fan felt a surge of emotion and silently vowed, Chen Ku, in this lifetime, I shall not let you down again. The deposit was resolved, and an additional 500 or 600 yuan remained. The next challenges included addressing the procurement of fruits, placing orders for canned goods, recruiting workers, and establishing sales channels. Each task was fraught with difficulty, Yet Lu Fan brimmed with confidence as he placed over 10,000 yuan into his leather bag and, accompanied by Chen Dazhuang, made his way to Zhou Jianjun's photography studio. At that moment, Zhou Jianjun, Hu Weidong, and a few other local ruffians were engaged in discussions about Lu Fan when he and Chen Dazhuang entered. Upon seeing the duo adorned in designer attire, ties, and carrying leather bags, the crowd's eyes lit up, recognizing that Lu Fan had indeed struck it rich. They gathered around, admiring Lu Fan's suit and murmuring in awe. "It feels exquisite. It's undoubtedly an imported brand. Did your relative from Hong Kong purchase this for you? It must have cost a fortune." Seizing the opportunity, Chen Dazhuang interjected, boasting, "Of course. My cousin Lu Fan not only bought several outfits for himself, but also gifted me too. This suit is from Pierre Cardin, an Italian brand, and it costs 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. The shirt I'm wearing is from Armani, a French label, priced over 900. As he spoke, he revealed the price tag tucked inside his suit, eliciting gasps of disbelief from Zhou Jianjun and the others. They initially thought Chen Dazhuang was exaggerating, questioning how such expensive clothing could exist, equating the cost of a suit to the annual salary of an average worker. However, upon seeing the uncut price tag, they collectively inhaled sharply in astonishment. Good heavens, it really is that expensive. It appears Lu Fan's relative is indeed wealthy. Lu Fan is destined for success. Observing their reactions, Lu Fan sensed their belief had swelled significantly and decided to stoke their enthusiasm further. "My friends, I have always said that we share blessings and bear hardships together. Today, I shall treat you all. Feel free to order whatever you desire." He returned the camera to Zhou Jianjun and waved his hand generously. The group cheered, showering Lu Fan with compliments. They proceeded to the state-run restaurant in the town center and found a table to settle down. From the late 1970s to the early 1990s, the finest dining establishments in the country were predominantly state-run, with private restaurants not yet having gained prominence in the county. During that era, dining out required not only money but also the presentation of food stamps. Without them, one might not even be able to enjoy a bowl of soup. By the late 1980s, food stamps had become largely obsolete, and those with money could dine freely. However, the average citizen could only afford to visit state-run restaurants a few times a year, typically during holidays or when invited by others. Lu Fan opened his bag, extracted a 100 yuan note, and placed it on the table with authority. "Bring forth the finest dishes and the best wine." This display utterly astonished the onlookers. During that period, the monthly salary of a state employee in the provincial capital was merely around 150 to 160 yuan, and in the county, 120 was considered fortunate. Seeing a 100 yuan bill was a rarity. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Zhou Jianjun grasped Lu Fan's hand and said, "Brother Lu, now that you have found fortune, do not forget about me." Hu Weidong and several others gazed eagerly at Lu Fan. "Indeed, Brother Lu, if there are any opportunities for wealth, you must consider your brothers." Lu Fan smiled, thinking that he had been waiting for them to say this. What are brothers for? Brothers are meant to be taken advantage of. After surveying the crowd, Lu Fan inquired, "Brothers, do you truly wish to follow me to prosperity?" They all nodded fervently. Lu Fan continued, "Very well. I plan to resume operations at the canning factory. If you come to help, I assure you that you will not be left wanting." Zhou Jianjun asked, "But, Brother Lu, wasn't your canning factory shut down by the government?" "It's merely a one-time deposit of 10,000 yuan, which is a trivial sum for my uncle." Lu Fan mimicked a Hong Kong accent, then pulled out a thick bundle of 100 yuan bills from his bag. "Look, this is the money my uncle entrusted to me. I will go to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to pay the deposit, and we can resume operations by tomorrow." The sight of that substantial sum of cash left Zhou Jianjun and Hu Weidong momentarily speechless. This was precisely the effect Lu Fan desired. He called out to the group, "So, tell me, do you wish to amass wealth together?" "Absolutely." They all nodded vigorously. "Excellent. Now, let us divide the tasks. You four will be responsible for purchasing fruits. Collect as much as you can, but we will settle accounts once a month. Dezhuang and I will handle recruitment. Order the canning jars and open up market avenues." Zhou Jianjun and the others agreed, but hesitated. However, the Jiangbei canning factory still owes some farmers for their goods. They are likely unwilling to extend credit again. Lu Fan thought to himself, "Of course, I know they want to extend credit. Otherwise, why would I need you?" "Wait on. Your father is the village party secretary, correct?" "Yes, that's perfect. In your mountainous area, there are many varieties of fruits. You can purchase the fruits in the name of the village committee to supply the canning factory. I will sign a contract with the village committee, and we will settle accounts monthly. Seeing Ho Weidong hesitate, Lu Fan pulled out several documents to present to the group. Brothers, you need not worry. This is a food company owned by my uncle in Hong Kong, which has already signed a cooperation agreement with the Jiangbei canning factory, fully entrusting me with the mainland operations. Lu Fan displayed the forged cooperation agreement and the business license of the Yuan Group to the crowd. Upon seeing these documents, the group finally felt at ease. Ho Weidong patted his chest in assurance. Brother Lu, I will return home immediately and tell my father to reserve the best fruits in the village for you. Lu Fan patted Ho Weidong's shoulder with satisfaction. Excellent, my brother. I will not neglect you. If you help me secure the fruits, I shall pay you a monthly service fee of 300 yuan. How does that sound? Ho Weidong rejoiced. 300 yuan was equivalent to 2 or 3 months' wages for others. He was on the path to wealth. Zhou Jianjun felt a tinge of envy, thinking he could not let Ho Weidong outshine him before Lu Fan, and hastily assured him, Brother Lu, although my father is not the village head, I will guarantee the villagers through the Zhou family photography studio that they will extend credit for the fruits to the canning factory. Observing the crowd bustling with enthusiasm, Lu Fan felt an immense joy. The fruit matter had finally been resolved. We are one step closer to success. Chapter 0010. What has been missed after dinner? Zhou Jianjun and Ho Weidong, along with others, bid farewell to Lu Fan, eagerly rushing back to the village to arrange for the fruit procurement. Lu Fan, meanwhile, accompanied Chen Dezhuang to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, where he submitted a deposit of 10,000 yuan and successfully completed the reopening formalities. Upon exiting the bureau, Lu Fan summoned a taxi and headed straight to the glass factory in the eastern part of the city, not far from the city limits. A sprawling array of factory buildings came into view, with towering chimneys exhaling thick plumes of black smoke. Lu Fan knew he had arrived at the glass factory. The process of glass manufacturing lacked technological sophistication and was heavily polluting, yet during this era, environmental concerns were scarcely acknowledged. Lu Fan alighted from the vehicle ahead of time and cautioned Chen Dezhuang, from this moment on, address me as General Manager Lu, understood? Ah, understood, Chen Dezhuang responded. Though somewhat perplexed, yet he nodded obediently. Over the past few days, Chen had developed an immense admiration for Lu Fan, idolizing him more than any television star, and was eager to comply with his every request. Additionally, I will leave this document on the factory manager's desk and pretend to forget it when I leave. Be sure not to remind me, Lu Fan instructed. Chen Dezhuang nodded earnestly in agreement. At the entrance of the glass factory, Lu Fan discreetly slipped a Huangalu cigarette to the elderly guard, securing his entry into the factory. Entering the factory manager's office, Lu Fan was greeted by a man in his 50s, clad in a gray Zhongshan suit, leisurely sipping tea while reading the newspaper. Greetings. I am the general manager of Jiangbei Canned Foods. My name is Lu Fan. Standing tall and exuding an air of confidence and composure, Lu Fan made his introduction. Noticing Lu Fan and Chen Dezhuang's attire, the manager, not wanting to appear dismissive, quickly set down his teacup and rose to shake Lu Fan's hand. May I ask what brings you here? Our company is interested in ordering some canned bottles, and we specifically came to assess your esteemed factory, Lu Fan replied. Upon hearing this, Manager Liao promptly offered a seat and instructed his secretary to prepare tea for Lu Fan and Chen Dezhuang. Manager Liao inquired, Manager Lu, which company did you say you represent? Jiangbei Canned Foods, Lu Fan replied. Manager Liao furrowed his brow. Isn't that factory already sealed? Manager Liao's assertion was indeed accurate. However, Lu Fan clarified, today, I have already completed the reopening procedures at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. After stating this, he turned to Chen Dezhuang and instructed, Driver Chen, please show Manager Liao the reopening permit. Yes, General Manager Lu, Chen Dezhuang replied, slightly taken aback yet promptly complied. Retrieving the permit from his bag and presenting it to Manager Liao, amused by his current role as Lu Fan's driver, without even owning a bicycle. Nonetheless, Chen Dezhuang noticed that regardless of the identity Lu Fan claimed, his innate demeanor and confidence invariably instilled belief in others. Manager Liao, after reviewing the permit, questioned, however, Manager Lu, even if your can factory is permitted to reopen, it has long been insolvent. Where do you expect to acquire the funds for resuming production? Lu Fan had long been prepared. He took out the cooperation agreement and a thick document from his bag, placing them on the table. He introduced Director Liao. Rest assured that our canning factory has already signed a comprehensive cooperation agreement with the Hong Kong Yunda Group. Funding will not be a concern. After glancing at the agreement and the official seal of Yunda Group, Director Liao was immediately convinced of its authenticity. Lu Fan continued, Director Liao, I kindly ask for your continued support in the development of our canning factory and to offer us favorable pricing. Director Liao nodded. Since it is a Hong Kong investment, we shall certainly lend our support. However, pricing will depend on the volume. Larger quantities will naturally yield better rates. I understand that, Lu Fan replied, but initially, Yunda Group simply wishes to gauge market reactions and explore suppliers. The volume will undoubtedly increase significantly later on. Director Liao chuckled, noting that every potential partner made similar claims. He directly inquired, Manager Lu, what is the quantity of your first order? About 5,000 units daily, Lu Fan responded. At 2 cents and 6 mils each. With larger volumes, we can reduce it to 2 cents. Lu Fan immediately shook his head. Director Liao, that price is unacceptable to Yunda Group. Unless your initial daily order exceeds 10,000 units, I can offer you 1 cent and 8 mils, which is my greatest concession, considering the Hong Kong investment. Qin Lang still found the price too steep. His ideal price was around 1 cent per bottle. He pondered for a moment and said, Director Liao, we request monthly settlements for the payment. Upon hearing monthly settlement, Director Liao's expression darkened. Such terms were reserved for long-standing, reputable partners, and he could hardly agree to Lu Fan's request. Manager Lu, while we are eager to collaborate with a Hong Kong enterprise, your conditions are excessively stringent. I believe we should reconsider. Director Liao poured tea, signaling the end of the meeting. Very well, I shall discuss matters with factories in the neighboring counties. I apologize for the intrusion, Director Liao. Lu Fan smiled, stood up, and instructed Chun Dazhuang, please bring my vehicle around. Chun Dazhuang was taken aback, recognizing that Lu Fan was once again putting on airs, and he suppressed a laugh as he stepped outside. Lu Fan shook hands with Director Liao, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then departed the office. Watching Lu Fan's retreating figure, Director Liao sneered to himself, thinking that Lu Fan, relying on his association with a Hong Kong enterprise, underestimated him by attempting to deceive him. Just as he settled into his office chair, he suddenly noticed the thick document on the table. Startled, Director Liao picked it up and took a glance, his expression changing dramatically. It read, Hong Kong Yunda Group Investment in Mainland Food Industry Market Assessment Report. The initial investment targets the Jiangbei Canning Factory in Jiang City for pilot production, conducting market risk assessments, integrating local supply chains, and gradually extending coverage to Central, South, and North China. In the next 5 years, Yunda Group plans to invest a total of $500 million to construct 3 large factories with an annual production capacity of 3 million cans in Central, South, and North China. The more Director Liao read, the more alarmed he became. The market report from Yunda Group was exceedingly professional and comprehensive, encompassing market research in Central China, assessments of consumer purchasing power, taste surveys, brand promotion, market competition differentiation, and more. Such a report was beyond the capability of ordinary companies. Yunda Group was indeed making a grand investment. As I was perusing through the files, 2 photographs unexpectedly slipped out. Director Liao hastily picked them up. The first photograph depicted Lu Fan standing before an aircraft alongside a gentleman of approximately 50 years, characterized by a round face, slicked back hair, and a countenance exuding confidence and a warm smile. It was none other than Mao Zedong. Director Liao exclaimed in astonishment, turning his gaze to the second photograph. There, in front of the Jianggang Group building on Hong Kong Island, stood a man in his 60s, wearing glasses and gazing kindly at Lu Fan. Upon a mere glance, Director Liao's expression transformed into one of sheer shock. It was Jia Cheng. Director Liao sprang from his chair, clutching his head in disbelief, exclaiming, My heavens! One is the richest man on the mainland, and the other is the wealthiest in Hong Kong. What have I missed? Grasping the documents and photographs, Director Liao dashed out of the office, determined to retrieve Lu Fan at all costs. Chapter 0011. Let us not speak of conscience. Lu Fan strolled leisurely to the factory's entrance when he suddenly heard the hurried footsteps behind him. A smile crept onto his lips, realizing that his efforts had not been in vain, and he would no longer need to persuade other glass manufacturers. Manager Lu, please wait. Wait, came Director Liao's breathless voice. Lu Fan composed himself, quickly shifting his demeanor to a serious one as he turned to face Director Liao. Manager Lu, You left your documents with me, Director Liao said, panting as he handed the papers to Lu Fan. I believe we can discuss this further? Lu Fan felt a surge of joy within, but maintained a calm facade, shaking his head. Director Liao, I believe it is unnecessary. My initial order is not substantial, and the disparity in our pricing is simply too great. These are minor issues. We can negotiate, Director Liao insisted, gripping Lu Fan's arm as if fearing he might flee. Manager Lu, what is your price? Lu Fan raised a finger. For the initial phase, it is 0. 12, and for the latter phase, it is 0. 1, no more. However, our volume in the later stages will be significant, exceedingly so. Not a problem. I shall take it upon myself to agree, Director Liao replied with enthusiasm. Lu Fan felt elated and added, moreover, our headquarters requires monthly settlements. Monthly settlements pose no issue. We trust Hong Kong enterprises, Director Liao affirmed, pulling Lu Fan back inside. Manager Lu, let us sign the contract now. I will arrange for 5,000 units to be dispatched tomorrow for your immediate use. At this, Lu Fan finally smiled. Thank you for your generous support, Director Liao. I will certainly recommend your company at next month's meeting. Thank you, Manager Lu, Director Liao said, ushering Lu Fan into the office, where he retrieved 2 copies of the contract and the official seal. Meanwhile, Chen Dazhuang anxiously waited at the corner of the glass factory for half an hour without seeing Lu Fan emerge. Could it be that Xiao Fan's identity has been exposed, leading to his apprehension? He pondered, unable to remain still. He picked up 2 bricks, intent on rescuing Lu Fan. Just as he took a few steps, he spotted Lu Fan approaching with a broad smile. Xiao Fan, why did you take so long? I thought, what did you think? That I had been discovered and apprehended? Lu Fan interjected with a grin. Lu Fan gazed at the brick in Chen Dazhuang's hand, feeling a surge of emotion. He chuckled and patted his shoulder, reassuring him. Fear not. Everything has been accomplished. Ha. Chen Dazhuang leaped with joy, hurriedly tossing the brick into a corner. That's wonderful, Brother Xiao Fan. Where shall we go now? To recruit workers and seek sales agents, Lu Fan replied succinctly, then pulled Chen Dazhuang along at a brisk pace. Determined to avoid being seen by factory director Liao and his associates. Otherwise, their ruse would be exposed. As he resolved one challenge after another, a sense of pride welled within Lu Fan. The efforts of the past few days had not been in vain. Once they secured workers, production could commence the following day, and profits would soon follow. Lu Fan was acutely aware that his meticulously crafted scheme capitalized on the era's inadequate information flow, allowing him to exploit a time differential. In the age of the internet, a mere phone call could unravel his facade as a false journalist. A quick search on the Industrial and Commercial Bureau's website would reveal that the Hong Kong Yuan Group was a fabrication and his plan would collapse. Lu Fan felt as though he were dancing on the edge of a blade. One misstep could lead to irreparable ruin. After a brisk walk of several minutes, they arrived in the city and hailed a taxi, directing it toward the Jiangbei County Talent Market. Despite its name, the talent market was merely a dilapidated yard of an abandoned machinery factory, bustling with people and rife with noise. The vast majority were rural laborers seeking work in the city. There were hardly any university students, as the state had already secured placements for them before graduation, with various organizations eagerly vying for their talents. Noticing Lu Fan, dressed in high-end attire, the individuals squatting in the corners sprang to their feet, clamoring, "Boss, are you hiring? I'm strong. Boss, I can carry bricks and lay walls." Lu Fan and Chen Dazhuang meandered through the crowd, eventually stopping near a canned food factory's hiring manager. Quickly discerning the market conditions, workers on the assembly line earned approximately 70 yuan a month, which paled in comparison to the over 100 yuan that state-owned enterprises offered their formal employees. Yet, it was sufficient to sustain oneself. Fengyuan Canned Food Factory is hiring. Monthly salary of 73 yuan, seeking 5 men and 3 women, no one over 50. The factory owner, Zhou Feng, a portly man in his 40s clad in a blue suit, sported a beer belly adorned with a flashy watch, unmistakably a wealthy individual. Soon, over 20 young men and women gathered around, and the rotund owner selected 8 who appeared agile, leading them away. Lu Fan was well aware of Fengyuan Canned Food Factory, a long-standing rival of Jiangbei Canned Food Factory that had employed unscrupulous tactics to gain an unfair advantage. The eventual bankruptcy of Jiangbei Canned Food Factory was, in part, attributable to the covert machinations of Fengyuan. Following Jiangbei Canned Food Factory's closure, Fengyuan rapidly expanded, seizing the market in Jiangbei County. now, as they sought to recruit. It seemed they aimed to further enlarge their operations. With a cold snort, Lu Fan waved his hand and declared, Jiangbeikan Food Factory is hiring. Monthly salary of 75 yuan, seeking both men and women, provided they are young and strong. As Lu Fan's words resonated, dozens of young men and women flocked around him. For 75 yuan represented a substantial wage. Boss, I am 23, in excellent health. Pick me. One exclaimed. Boss, I have experience at the canning factory, handling goods, cooking, and sealing, another added. My home is near your factory. Please choose me, boss. Lu Fan called for silence, and alongside Chen Dazhuang, he meticulously examined their identification cards, selecting 10 individuals with care. Those not chosen were left dejected, their faces reflecting disappointment. Boss, when do we start working? A young woman inquired. Starting tomorrow, wages will commence. I expect everyone to arrive promptly at 8, Lu Fan replied, recording their information before departing with Chen Dazhuang. Xiao Fan. The canning factory typically offers a wage of 73 yuan. Is 75 too generous? Chen Dazhuang remarked, a hint of concern in his voice. A higher wage demands higher expectations. We shall not suffer losses. Besides, wages are not due until next month. Whether it be 75 or even 100, we can promise them now, Lu Fan responded nonchalantly. Chen Dazhuang paused, momentarily taken aback, then muttered, Xiao Fan, isn't that misleading? What if the wages can't be paid later? Won't your conscience be troubled? Lu Fan chuckled, patting Chen Dazhuang's shoulder. No, this is not deception, it is strategy. Remember, merchants do not speak of conscience, they speak of profit. Though Chen Dazhuang nodded. He felt uneasy, questioning his faith in Lu Fan. Passing by the supply and marketing cooperative, Lu Fan called the village committee of Ho Weidong, inquiring about their preparations. Everything is set. My father has already notified everyone. We can receive the goods at any time, Ho Weidong replied cheerfully. Lu Fan was elated, instructing him to deliver a truckload of strawberries to the factory by 8 the next morning. After hanging up, Lu Fan sighed inwardly. The absence of mobile phones in this era was indeed inconvenient. It seemed imperative to earn money swiftly to acquire a mobile phone, at the very least a basic model. Just as he was about to leave, a middle-aged man greeted him. Brother, do you run the canning factory? Lu Fan turned to look and nodded. Yes. May I ask who you are? Wonderful. The man exclaimed, introducing himself as Han Fugui. I used to transport and sell canned goods. Ever since Zhou Feng, the owner of Fengyuan Canning Factory, monopolized the supply, we had to pay a 30% markup to procure goods from him, leaving us with little profit. So we had to cease operations. Lu Fan was pleased to shake hands with Han Fugui. Hello, are you the only one transporting goods? Han Fugui replied. I have 5 or 6 brothers. What price do you offer for your goods? Rest assured, we will ensure you make a profit. Inform your brothers to come to Jiangbei Canning Factory tomorrow. We can discuss this further. Lu Fan's heart surged with joy. He had been fretting over where to find distributors, only to have them come to him. Everything was in place. Work would commence tomorrow. After bidding farewell to Han Fugui, Lu Fan called for a taxi to take Chen Dazhuang to the inn. On the way, he stopped by the vegetable market to buy a few items, including a pound of pork, before returning home. Gazing at the clock on the wall, it was already 6:30, yet Gu Xiaoro and her daughter, Xiao Xiao, had yet to return, causing Lu Fan to feel a twinge of worry. He contemplated going out to fetch them, but suddenly realized he did not even know where Gu Xiaoro worked. Shaking his head with a sigh, he silently chastised this incarnation of Lu Fan before changing his attire and heading to the kitchen to prepare dinner. 7:15, a weary Gu Xiaoro finally returned, cradling Xiao Xiao in her arms. As she entered the house and prepared to cook, she was taken aback by the sight of a table laden with dishes. Wiping his hands on an apron, Lu Fan beamed as he took Xiao Xiao into his arms and said to Gu Xiaoro, It's been a while since I cooked. How about sampling my culinary skills? Lu Fan, did you borrow money again? Gu Xiaoro questioned, her expression tense, contrary to Lu Fan's expectation that she would be pleased. I didn't borrow any money. It's all from my own earnings. He placed Xiao Xiao on a chair, offering her a piece of pork belly. Come on, Xiao Xiao. Eat some meat. Having not tasted meat in a long time, Xiao Xiao could not resist the tantalizing aroma and eagerly devoured the morsel. Is it delicious? Lu Fan inquired. Delicious, she replied. Then give daddy a kiss. With her greasy little lips, Xiao Xiao pecked Lu Fan's cheek and clamored for more meat. Lu Fan handed her the chopsticks. encouraging her to eat independently, while he urged Gu Xiaoro to sit down. Hurry and eat, or the food will get cold. Looking at the 4 dishes and soup on the table, Gu Xiaoro was secretly astonished. When had this frivolous young master, who had never lifted a finger in the kitchen, learned to cook? Lu Fan, tell me the truth, did you go gambling today? How much did you win? Gu Xiaoro asked, worry etched on her face. I did not gamble, this really is my hard-earned money. Seeing her still skeptical, Lu Fan explained, today, I made some moves to get the canning factory back in operation. We'll officially start production tomorrow, and our lives will soon improve. You operated the canning factory? Gu Xiaoro's heart brimmed with doubt. Lu Fan had previously only known how to squander money made from the factory. How could he possibly understand how to run one? Gu Xiaoro felt convinced that Lu Fan was deceiving her. With a sigh, she said, Lu Fan, I just found a part-time job to help with expenses. This way, the wages from the food factory can mostly cover our debts. I do not expect you to work 2 jobs, but I hope you will stop your reckless ways, all right? Lu Fan felt a headache coming on. Why did this woman always doubt him? I understand, he replied, wrapping his arm around Gu Xiaoro and gently patting her shoulder. I swear, I will no longer indulge in foolishness. Trust me, Xiaoro. Lu Fan had never been so tender or affectionate towards her before. Feeling the solidness of his chest and inhaling his masculine scent, Gu Xiaoro's cheeks suddenly flushed a deep crimson. Little Xiao Xiao covered her round, big eyes with her chubby hands, exclaiming, Daddy, shy face. Daddy, hug mama. Gu Xiaoro trembled slightly, hurriedly breaking free from Lu Fan's embrace, playfully swatting his arm. What are you doing? The child is still here. Observing Gu Xiaoro's bashful demeanor, Lu Fan couldn't help but chuckle, pondering how women of this era were excessively modest. In 2 or 3 decades, men and women would be unabashedly embracing each other in public, as well as at home, lost in their affections. All right, let's eat, Lu Fan said with a smile, serving a generous portion of meat to Gu Xiaoro. The family began to enjoy their meal cheerfully. Gu Xiaoro was astonished to discover that Lu Fan's cooking was remarkably delicious. The stir-fried pork with dried tofu and mapo tofu surpassed even the fare of state-run restaurants, leaving her both surprised and delighted. As she savored the meal in happiness, she discreetly observed Lu Fan, her heart awash with indescribable feelings. He had changed. No longer did he yell at her or xiao xiao, nor did he resort to violence. Gu Xiaoro felt immense joy, yet Lu Fan seemed somewhat unfamiliar. After washing up post-meal, Lu Fan lay on the single bed, contemplating his next steps. He realized he must secure his first fortune before his lies were unveiled. If Zhou Jianjun and Hou Weidong discovered the truth, his schemes would collapse. In recent days, Lu Fan had grasped that while competition in the canned goods market was fierce in urban areas, it remained scarce in the vast countryside, where canned goods were still a sought-after commodity for gifts. In the early 1990s, urbanization had yet to commence, with over 1 billion people nationwide and nearly 800 million residing in rural areas, a colossal market indeed. However, due to low farmer incomes, many enterprises overlooked this sector. Yet farmers possessed grain. The current market price for a jar of canned goods was around 30 to 35 cents, while corn fetched 7 to 8 cents per pound, with grain stations offering a slight premium for larger quantities. The production of canned goods required fruit, saccharin, water, jars, labor, and electricity, summing up to a cost of about 10 cents per jar. If he could tap into the rural market and exchange canned goods for grain. Considering the price differentials at grain stations, the profit margin for canned goods could soar to an astounding 300 to 350%. This was indeed a staggering profit, leaving Lu Fan in awe. He suddenly understood why, after the global economic crisis in 2008 severely impacted the national economy, the government vigorously promoted home appliances and automobiles in rural areas, ultimately salvaging the domestic economy. The rural market was vast and brimming with potential, merely awaiting stimulation. Keep it up, Lu Fan. Tomorrow heralds a new day, he silently encouraged himself. Reflecting on the past few days during which he had deceived his way into acquiring a plethora of branded clothing, secured a work resumption guarantee, and managed to persuade Zhou Jianjun and others to help him purchase fruit on credit. The absurdity of it all amused him. While other protagonists in reincarnation stories wielded extraordinary powers, either becoming affluent sons-in-law or carrying a wise old man in a ring, he was merely playing tricks, which he found quite humorous. The thought of opening for business the next day filled Lu Fan with excitement. surpassing even the exhilaration he felt when promoted to head of the news department in his previous life. Gu Xiaoro cradled Xiao Xiao in her arms, illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window, gazing at the man lying on the opposite bed, her heart a tangled mess. She had been married to Lu Fan for over a year, yet they had yet to consummate their union. At times, Gu Xiaoro pondered whether Lu Fan's frequent escapades were partly due to her own stubbornness. If she had not insisted on him quitting drinking and gambling before surrendering herself to him, perhaps he would not have sought solace elsewhere. In that moment, a pang of guilt washed over her as she contemplated that if Lu Fan refrained from gambling, she might finally grant him her affection in the coming days. After all, what harm was there in a man enjoying a few drinks outside? The mere thought of consummating their marriage sent her heart racing, and a delicate blush adorned her cheeks in the dim light. Stealing a glance at Lu Fan, she noticed he lay there, staring at the ceiling, never casting a glance her way, which filled her with a mix of irritation and a sense of grievance. She silently lamented. Had she lost her former allure? Did she no longer hold any attraction for Lu Fan? Chapter 0013. Good days ahead. The following day, as dawn broke, Lu Fan rose early, purchasing a portion of soup dumplings and several glutinous rice chickens, sparing Gu Xiaoro the trouble of waking up to prepare breakfast. As Gu Xiaoro dressed Xiao Xiao, she beheld the breakfast spread before her, just as she was about to chide Lu Fan for his extravagant spending. She noticed he had already finished his meal and was impeccably dressed, clutching his leather bag as he made his way out. "Xiaoro, I'm off to the factory. Make sure to eat while it's still warm," he called over his shoulder. Gu Xiaoro, filled with anxiety, shouted after him, "Lu Fan, you promised me you wouldn't go gallivanting." Lu Fan could only manage a wry smile, wondering when this little woman would ever trust him. By around 7 o'clock, Lu Fan arrived at the canning factory located on the outskirts of the southern part of the city. The 10 workers he had hired the previous day were already present, greeting him with smiles and bows. "Good morning, everyone," Lu Fan acknowledged with a nod. "I'll keep it brief. The fruit delivery truck will be here shortly. Let us use this time to tidy up. Starting today, we will calculate wages, with 2 days off each month, and salaries will be dispersed on the same day next month. Is that clear to everyone?" "Understood, Mr. Lu," the crowd replied in unison. "All right then, let us get to work," Lu Fan commanded, directing everyone to clean the machines, organize the warehouse, and light the stove, creating a bustling atmosphere. Shortly after 8, Ho Weidong arrived in a tractor, personally delivering a load of strawberries alongside 2 fellow villagers. "Thank you for your hard work, brother," Lu Fan praised, giving Ho Weidong a pat on the shoulder and tossing him a box of Huangala cigarettes to share with the villagers. Chen Dazhuang, now clad in work attire, coordinated the unloading with the team, the men responsible for washing the fruit and cooking the cans, while the women handled the packaging, all working in harmonious order. Jiangcheng, with its subtropical climate, saw strawberries and cherries ripening first in April, followed by nectarines and loquats later in the month. From May through August, pears, yellow peaches, and honey peaches would ripen in succession, marking the busiest season for canning. In September and October, kiwis, oranges, and persimmons emerge as the final fruits of the season, after which fresh produce becomes scarce. Over the course of the next half-month, Lu Fan intends to prepare a batch of strawberry and cherry preserves to gauge market reactions. Should the response prove favorable, he plans to commence large-scale production of the most sought-after canned fruits, such as oil peaches, loquats, yellow peaches, and honey peaches. Beginning in late April, after more than 2 hours, the first batch of preserves was completed, and the female workers busied themselves with bottling. Lu Fan sampled a spoonful of the strawberry preserve, finding it quite delectable. He had made slight adjustments to the flavor based on experiences from the future. At that moment, Han Fugue arrived at the workshop entrance, accompanied by 5 men. "Mr. Lu, are you busy?" Lu Fan quickly grabbed a few jars and stepped outside. "Boss Han, I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Let us discuss matters in my office." Once in the office, Lu Fan invited everyone to sit and instructed Chen Dezhuang to serve tea while offering them a taste of the freshly made preserves. "Boss Han, what do you think of the flavor?" Lu Fan inquired, his face brimming with anticipation. The taste is pleasantly sweet and tangy, superior to Feng Yuan's preserves, quite good indeed." After tasting, the other 5 men nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was indeed more palatable than other canned products available in the market, ensuring a promising sales potential. Lu Fan smiled, finding no surprise in their reactions, for the canned brands of the future had carved out a niche amid fierce market competition. leading to a far superior taste compared to the current offerings. Moreover, his preserves also possess the effect of invigorating the spleen and stimulating appetite, making them particularly suitable for children and the elderly. He pointed to the text on the jar's packaging as he elaborated, eliciting further nods of approval from the group. Turning to Han Fugui, Lu Fan posed the question, "How do you believe we should approach the initial market penetration?" Han Fugui responded, "Naturally. We should distribute to supply and marketing cooperatives and small retailers for quicker returns." Lu Fan shook his head with a smile. "No? We will primarily target the rural market with Shuangxi preserves." Targeting the countryside? Han Fugui's brow furrowed in disagreement. Farmers have little disposable income, making it challenging to establish a sales channel. The other 5 men echoed his skepticism, attempting to dissuade Lu Fan. However, Lu Fan remained resolute. "If they lack cash, let them trade with grain. We can consolidate the grain for sale to grain stations." Upon hearing Lu Fan's proposal, Han Fugui and the others brightened with realization. Indeed, it was a commendable strategy. Although farmers currently had scant funds, the recent years had yielded bountiful harvests, leaving their granaries overflowing. By exchanging preserves for grain and subsequently selling it to grain stations, they could reap a profit from the price difference, a win-win situation. Seeing that he had swayed them, Lu Fan continued, "Moreover, you will only need to pay a deposit of 30% of the total goods value, without requiring you to front the entire payment. Once you have exchanged for grain, simply deliver it to me for processing. For each jar, I will allocate between 2 and 2.5 cents based on your sales volume. What do you think?" Han Fugui and the 6 others were convinced by Lu Fan's proposal. The minimal risk of not having to advance the full payment made it an almost guaranteed profitable venture. "All right, Mr. Lu, let us proceed." They agreed with enthusiastic nods. Lu Fan clapped his hands with a smile and said, "However, I have a condition. If you agree to it, I will sign the contract with you." "What condition?" "Please, Mr. Lu, do tell," they inquired. "You 6 must sign a 6-month agency contract with me, and during this period, you are prohibited from representing any other canned goods manufacturers. Otherwise, you shall compensate me 50% of my initial income." After a brief discussion, Han Fugui and the others nodded in agreement. "All right, we accept." Lu Fan raised his teacup and clinked it with theirs, declaring, "Here's to a fruitful collaboration." Setting down his cup, Han Fugui remarked, "Mr. Lu, I still believe we shouldn't abandon the urban market. After all, city dwellers possess wealth and strong purchasing power." Lu Fan nodded in acknowledgement. "Rest assured, I am currently devising a strategy to penetrate the town market. I will design 2 or 3 new packaging options, and we can launch them within half a month. By then, it will be time for us to retaliate against Feng Yuan canned goods and reclaim our lost ground. The days of prosperity are still ahead of us. Let's strive for it." Upon hearing this, everyone rejoiced, brimming with anticipation. As evening fell, the first shipment of canned goods was finally produced, over 2,300 bottles in total. Qinlang, referencing Feng Yuan's pricing, set the price at 3 yuan 50 cents per bottle and collected a deposit of 240 yuan from Han Fugui, as per their agreement. Lu Fan tucked the money away and instructed Chun Dazhuang to keep the accounts in order. Watching Han Fugui and the others drive away, Lu Fan clenched his fists, silently cheering himself on. "Come on, Lu Fan, good days are just around the corner." Chapter 0014. The Deceiver, the Talent in Jiangxing City, at the Hanjiang Grand Hotel. In a luxurious private room on the 10th floor, several exquisite dishes adorned the table, alongside a birthday cake. He Shuang sat there, sullen and visibly displeased. A man in his 40s gazed at her with affectionate eyes and asked, "What is the matter, my dear daughter? Who has upset you?" He Shuang huffed, her anger palpable. "Yesterday, I encountered a con man, and it was infuriating." The middle-aged man found it amusing that anyone could deceive his clever daughter. "Shuang, how much did you lose to this scammer?" Meanwhile, a graceful and dignified woman, exuding charm, inquired with concern. "Oh, Mom, that fraud didn't steal my money. He deceived me into believing he was a reporter from the Jiangxing Daily. We arranged to collaborate on a program. But when I went to the newspaper office to find him, he was nowhere to be found. What a fraud." He Shuang recounted her encounter with Lu Fan in detail, her frustration evident. The middle-aged couple were her parents. The man was He Jinhua, deputy director of the Jiangxing Bureau of Industry and Commerce, and the woman was Sun Qian, an associate professor of economics at Jiangxing University. Sun Qian, perplexed, asked, "So, what was the purpose of this imposter posing as a reporter?" Isn't it obvious? He was using the pretense of exposing fraud to swindle money and clothing. He Shuang let out a soft snort and continued. Initially, I couldn't grasp the situation. But after conducting a discreet investigation at Hanyang Mall, I discovered he deceived at least 2 brand stores out of 3 to 4,000 yuan. Even Zhongnan Commercial Building and Jiangxing Mall had 5 or 6 victims. How audacious! Can one truly operate in such a manner? Sun Qian's expression was one of disbelief. Haha. Upon hearing this, He Jinhua laughed heartily, exclaiming, "So, that young man surnamed Liu is indeed quite the talent." He Shuang shot an exasperated glance at the middle-aged man. "Oh, Dad. Why are you praising a fraud?" "Really?" He Jinhua replied. "Shuang, think about it carefully. A young man, armed with nothing but a forged document and a camera, managed to deceive the managers of several high-end stores across 3 major malls, absconding with a substantial amount of goods and cash. If that's not talent, then what is? I believe this individual must have conducted meticulous and precise research beforehand to ascertain that these stores were peddling counterfeit goods before daring to act. Moreover, he possesses an understanding of psychology, economics, and exhibits exceptional acting skills." Seeing He Jinhua extol Liu Fan as if he were a flower, He Shuang's displeasure deepened, her cheeks puffing in irritation. "Old He, as a leader of the Industry and Commerce Bureau, how can you allow the major malls to sell counterfeit goods? It's outrageous that you still find this amusing." Sun Qian sighed. "I had previously heard rumors that Jiangxing had large malls selling counterfeit goods, but I was somewhat skeptical. I never imagined that among the 3 most upscale malls, at least 7 or 8 prominent brands were involved in such deceit. This is truly exaggerated." He Jinhua's expression turned grave as he took a sip of his drink and coldly remarked, "Last year, I received reports claiming that brand stores in Jiangxing were selling fakes. Consequently, I established an investigative team, but after 2 weeks of inquiry, we found no evidence, and the matter was left unresolved. I never expected the situation to be this severe. This is a dereliction of my duty." He Shuang teased, "Old He, as a high-ranking official, do you not realize which major mall owners have powerful backers? I suspect that before your investigative team even left the doors of the Industry and Commerce Bureau, those big bosses had already received word and concealed all evidence. How could you possibly uncover anything?" He Jinhua nodded in agreement. "Shuang, you are indeed correct. This was a lapse on my part. However, merely discovering that the malls are selling counterfeit products is insufficient. They could easily claim to have been deceived themselves and, at most, face a fine. We must obtain evidence of their collusion with suppliers at the source, which requires cooperation from the relevant departments in the supplier cities. Yet, we don't even know where the malls are sourcing their counterfeit goods from, making it exceedingly difficult to gather evidence." Alas! Suddenly, He Shuang burst into laughter, saying, "Dad, I believe if you can locate that fraud surnamed Liu, perhaps you could acquire the evidence you seek from him. This way, you could thoroughly rectify the commercial environment of Jiangxing, and as the deputy director, you would undoubtedly make a remarkable impression, smoothly ascending to the position of director." Upon hearing this, He Jinhua chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "What utter nonsense! As a dignified deputy director of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, do I really need to rely on a notorious swindler for my advancement? Such a notion is simply laughable." Sun Qian, holding He Shuang's small hand, interjected, "All right. Today is your birthday. Let us refrain from discussing irrelevant matters. Quickly blow out the candles and make a wish." Glancing at the cake, He Shuang's spirits lifted considerably. She took a deep breath and extinguished the candles, then clasped her hands together to make a wish. "I hope to soon uncover that swindler and give him a good thrashing." The family joyfully cut and savored the cake together. Sun Qian turned to He Shuang and inquired, "By the way, Shuang, how is your thesis preparation coming along?" He Shuang, a student at the School of Economics at Jiangxing University, was set to graduate in July. Currently, she was an intern reporter for the economic segment at Jiangxing Television. If all went well, she would defend her thesis by the end of June and, upon successfully obtaining her diploma and degree, would officially commence her career at the television station. "Mom, my thesis focuses on the current state and future development of the private economy, which is quite challenging to write." The thought of her thesis dimmed He Shuang's mood once more. As a deputy professor at the School of Economics, Sun Qian understood her daughter's concerns well. The private economy in Hua country was still relatively inactive, particularly in Jiangxing, where few private enterprises held research value. After pondering for a moment, Sun Qian suggested, "Shuang, I believe you could concentrate on the private economy within the food industry. The barriers to entry in this sector are relatively low, and the number of private enterprises is comparatively large. Notably, there are at least a dozen canning factories and food manufacturers in Jiangxing. Some have thrived, while others, once successful, have recently gone bankrupt. For instance, the Fengyuan Canning Factory and Jiangbei Canning Factory in Jiangbei County are quite representative. Upon hearing Sun Qian's suggestion, He Shuang felt a sense of clarity wash over her, as if she had discovered a new direction. She excitedly embraced Sun Qian and planted a fervent kiss on her cheek. "Thank you, Mom. I will take a leave of absence soon to visit Jiangbei County and thoroughly investigate the local canning and food factories." Turning to He Jinhua, she added, "Dad, as a leader of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, you should give a heads up to Jiangbei County. Otherwise, I might arrive and find no one to receive me." After a busy day, Lu Fan finally left the canning factory with Chun Dazhuang at 7 o'clock, just as the last group of workers clocked out. Upon returning home, he found Gu Xiaoro had prepared dinner, eagerly waiting for him to share a meal. After dining, Lu Fan lay in bed, deep in contemplation about the canning factory's affairs. Everything was progressing smoothly. The only uncertainty was how well Han Fuguei and the sales team would perform the following day. Achoo! Achoo! Lu Fan sneezed multiple times, perplexed. Was someone speaking ill of him behind his back? Chapter 0015. A fortune awaits in the northwest of Jiangbei County, Chongling Town. As dawn broke, Han Fuguei and his 5 companions drove a tractor into town. Subsequently, each pair selected a village, using tricycles to peddle hundreds of jars of canned goods. Upon hearing the calls of vendors in the streets, the villagers emerged from their homes, gathering around only to discover that canned goods were being sold, which piqued little interest as most had scant funds. Our Double Happiness brand canned goods not only boast delightful flavors, but also possess the remarkable ability to invigorate the spleen and stimulate appetite, greatly benefiting both children and the elderly, enhancing their health and well-being. The enthusiastic shouts of Han Fuguei stirred many villagers, who felt compelled to purchase a jar for their children to sample. "Our canned goods are not for sale in the traditional sense. We accept grain in exchange," he proclaimed. "Millet, corn, rice, any of these will suffice, even aged grain." "Really? You accept aged grain as well? How about 3-year-old millet?" Han Fuguei replied with enthusiasm. "As long as it is not moldy or spoiled, we will take it." "That's splendid. I shall return home to fetch some millet. I also have last year's early rice." In no time, the news spread amongst the 100 or so households in the village that grain could be exchanged for canned goods, creating quite a stir as villagers rushed to gather half bags of corn, millet, and rice to trade for these delectable treats. In recent years, every household enjoyed a bountiful harvest, with granaries overflowing. Some of the aged millet had been stored for 2 years, and if left any longer, would turn to dust. It was far more prudent to trade it for canned goods to whet the appetites of their children. "Please form a line, one at a time, and do not crowd," Han Fuguei observed with exhilaration as villagers encircled the cart, feeling a rush of fortune at the prospect of wealth. Each can, even at a mere 2 cents profit, promised substantial earnings. By the end of the month, he could amass hundreds of dollars. Furthermore, the Jiangbei Canning Factory had yet to reach full production capacity. If they supplied 5,000 jars daily, the monthly profit would soar into the thousands. True prosperity awaited. In less than 2 hours, over 700 jars had been snatched up by eager villagers. Han Fuguei and his partner busily inspected the grain, weighing, calculating, and exchanging it for canned goods. Other teams swiftly followed suit, establishing a thriving market within the village, and 2 hours later, they laden tricycles with bountiful grain, making their way to the town. As Lu Fan and Chun Dazhuang finished their noodles in the cafeteria, the roar of a tractor caught their attention. Upon seeing Han Fuguei at the wheel, his face alight with excitement, he waved vigorously, "General Lu! General Lu, we are back!" Seeing the tractor's bed overflowing with grain filled Lu Fan with immense joy. He had initially thought that selling 2,300 jars of canned goods in a day would be commendable, yet they had accomplished this feat by midday. He understood the vast consumption potential of rural markets, but this exceeded all expectations. "I am destined for prosperity." Lu Fan's heart surged with elation as he eagerly grasped Han Fuguei's hand. "Brother, you have worked diligently. General Lu, our products are immensely popular in the countryside." Within less than 2 hours, the locals snapped them all up. Han Fuguei laughed heartily. "General Lu, is there any stock left?" We are completely sold out. Another young man named Wang inquired excitedly. Everyone, please take a moment to rest. I will arrange for the bills to be settled, and then we will increase production today, aiming to provide you with 3,000 bottles. Tomorrow, I shall recruit more workers to ensure full capacity production during the day, which could yield approximately 6,000 to 7,000 bottles daily. Lu Fan busily organized the increased production in the workshop and instructed Chun Dezhuang to accompany Han Fugui to deliver the grain to the grain station in exchange for money. An hour later, Chun Dezhuang returned, reporting that a truckload of grain had sold for $635.80. Lu Fan swiftly calculated on paper, determining that the gross profit from this truckload was approximately 455 yuan. If all proceeds were allocated as a rebate of 2 cents and 5 mil, it would amount to 57.5 yuan for 2,300 bottles, leading to a net profit of 397.5 yuan. If production were maximized to 3 truckloads a day, the daily profit would approach 1,200 yuan. Furthermore, by hiring additional workers and implementing a day and night double shift, production could potentially double, resulting in profits exceeding 2,000 yuan a day, allowing one to effortlessly join the ranks of 10,000 yuan households within 5 days. The sheer profitability was astonishing. The thrill of earning was immensely gratifying. I revel in it. After basking in excitement for a while, Lu Fan happily settled accounts with Han Fugui and the others. He instructed Chun Dezhuang to oversee operations at the factory while he personally visited the glass factory, urging Director Liao to expedite production and deliver 20,000 bottles by tomorrow. Observing the booming business at the canning factory, Director Liao was equally pleased, sensing the emergence of a valuable potential client. If he could enhance the glass factory's efficiency, his prospects of securing the position of deputy director at the Jiangbei County Industrial and Commercial Bureau would be assured. Director Liao, you must be able to produce water cups, correct? Lu Fan inquired after completing the order form. Certainly, we have a series of water cups with over a dozen varieties, all quite popular in Jiang City. Director Liao replied, leading Lu Fan to the product display area and proudly showcasing the various styles. Lu Fan meticulously examined each type of water cup, personally holding them to gauge their feel, ultimately selecting a fashionable design. Director Liao, I would like to place an order for 10,000 of this model, but I need you to assist me with adding a rope handle and a heat-resistant mesh sleeve. Additionally, could the body of the cup be slightly thinned for easier grip? Director Liao appeared puzzled. Mr. Lu, while we can certainly thin the cup body, what precisely are the rope handle and heat-resistant mesh sleeve? After pondering briefly, Lu Fan summoned the technical lead at the glass factory, who brought a sheet of paper for demonstration while Lu Fan explained the concept. After some time, they finally comprehended his requirements. Director Liao's eyes lit up, and he praised Lu Fan. Mr. Lu, this design is superb. It is slip-resistant, shock-proof, heat-proof, and convenient to carry. Lu Fan chuckled to himself, realizing that this design was not his own innovation. Many contemporary water cups featured such designs, and he merely adapted it. Mr. Lu, we can produce this, and I will arrange it for tomorrow, but the price will be significantly higher, Director Liao stated. What is the lowest possible price? Director Liao? I anticipate a substantial order in the future, Lu Fan replied. After a brief consultation with the technician, Director Liao responded. Each water cup will cost approximately 5 cents and 3 mil. I hope that Mr. Lu can accept this rate. Lu Fan readily agreed, stating that 5 fun and 3 li is acceptable, provided that the rope handles and heat-resistant nets are securely crafted, ensuring quality is upheld. Furthermore, a crucial stipulation is that within the next 6 months, they are to exclusively supply the Jiangbei Can Food Factory and refrain from providing any other clients in Jiangbei County. Director Liao nodded affirmatively, assuring him that a guarantee agreement could be signed. Lu Fan was preparing to launch a water cup combined with canned goods. Having observed that individuals in this era, particularly those in the working class, favored carrying water cups with them, he envisioned fashionable water cups being sold alongside cans, complemented by convenient rope handles and heat-resistant nets. If priced appropriately, such a product would undoubtedly capture the market's interest. Consumers are often tempted by bargains. Purchasing a can of fruit would also yield a stylish water cup, and the overall cost would be more economical than buying them separately, making it an enticing offer. After departing from the glass factory, Lu Fan contacted Zhou Jianjun and Ho Weidong, urging them to increase the supply of fruits. Starting tomorrow, he planned to kick production into high gear. Chapter 0016. Do not touch me. Filthy. As evening fell, Lu Fan returned to the talent market, where he hired 20 capable young men and women at a monthly salary of 45 yuan, instructing them to report to the canned food factory by 8 the following morning. Subsequently, he visited the supply and marketing cooperative, purchasing several large bags of saccharin and flavoring agents, requesting that they be delivered to the factory first thing in the morning. Exiting the cooperative, the night had enveloped the sky, and Lu Fan trudged homeward, contemplating the purchase of a motorcycle once he accumulated sufficient funds, as traversing on foot was quite exhausting. As Lu Fan approached the entrance of the tenement building, he noticed a flamboyantly dressed woman leaning against the doorframe. Casting a sorrowful gaze his way, he found her somewhat familiar but could not immediately place her. He nodded slightly and began to walk past her. Lu Gu, why have you hidden away in this shabby place? I've searched high and low for you, sob sob. The woman's voice was sultry as she rushed towards Lu Fan, wrapping her arms around his neck. Lu Gu, have you missed me? Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback, startled by the openness of women in this era and their unabashed manner of speaking. Please release me. What are you doing embracing me in the street? He stammered, attempting to push away her warm, alluring figure, only to have her cling tighter. Lu Gu, you heartless man. Just a few days ago, you were in bed with me, promising to take care of me for life, and now you won't even let me have a little hug. Humph. Caught off guard by this unexpected romantic encounter, Lu Fan scrambled to recall any instance of having shared a bed with this striking woman. Could it be that the Lu Fan of this lifetime possessed such a low taste? Ransacking his memories yielded no recognition, prompting him to darken his expression and admonish. Stop spouting nonsense here, or I shall not be polite. Oh, and how would you be impolite to me? Would it be like last time? Stripping me bare and spanking me? The enchanting woman was completely unfazed by Lu Fan's presence, snuggling up to him and speaking in a sultry tone. Lu Fan found himself utterly helpless against her, having pushed her away several times without success. Just as he struggled, Gu Xiaoro emerged from the corridor. Her gaze towards Lu Fan filled with resentment, her delicate face shadowed by displeasure. With a swift motion, Gu Xiaoro approached and struck the alluring woman across the face, coldly declaring, "Release my man, or I shall call the police." The alluring woman, momentarily stunned by the slap, took a moment to react before shouting and lunging towards Gu Xiaoro, only to be restrained by Lu Fan. "I warn you to cease your harassment, or I will indeed report you." Lu Fan growled in a low, furious tone. In response, the alluring woman stepped back, pointing at Gu Xiaoro. "You vile creature. How dare you strike me? I will make you pay." Turning her ire towards Lu Fan, she seethed, "Lu Fan, you toyed with my affections, and now you wish to cast me aside so easily? It shall not be so. I will ensure your reputation is ruined." After delivering her threat, she swayed away, her figure reminiscent of a serpent. The commotion had already drawn the attention of several households in the building, who gathered around to witness the unfolding drama among the three, their faces alight with schadenfreude. Li Xiaoyan chuckled at Lu Fan, saying, "Look at you, reduced to this state, yet still, a woman fights for your affection. Do not speak such nonsense. I do not know her at all," Lu Fan retorted, attempting to pull Gu Xiaoro upstairs, only to have her slap his hand away. "Do not touch me, you are filthy." With that, Gu Xiaoro, her beautiful eyes shimmering with tears, turned away and ascended the stairs, weeping. Lu Fan, feeling the weight of embarrassment under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, made his way to the second floor. Gu Xiaoro lay on the table, sobbing heartbrokenly, her shoulders quivering with each cry, stirring a deep pang of sorrow within Lu Fan. Little Xiao Xiao, confused by the situation, clung to Gu Xiaoro's leg, whimpering as well. "Xiaoro, please let me explain. I truly do not know that woman. If you do not know her, why were you embracing her downstairs?" she cried. "It was she who held me. I did not embrace her," Lu Fan exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed and powerless to clarify. "Lu Fan, do not think I am unaware. You often cavorted with other women behind my back. If you have no connection to her, how did she find you here? Do not deceive me further," Gu Xiaoro lamented, still sobbing. Despite Lu Fan's attempts to console her, she remained inconsolable, and in frustration, he finally said, "Xiaoro, I am not lying to you. If you choose not to believe me, so be it." With that, he turned away and retreated into the inner room. Lying down on the single bed, he pulled from beneath. After some time, Gu Xiaoro's cries gradually subsided, and Xiao Xiao stopped weeping as well. Exhausted from the day's turmoil, Lu Fan soon drifted into slumber. "Daddy, wake up. In his dazed state, Lu Fan heard Xiao Xiao calling him. As he opened his eyes, he saw her pushing against his arm with all her might, a bowl of egg-fried rice in her tiny hands. "Daddy, this is made by Mommy. Hurry and eat," Xiao Xiao said in a tender, childish voice. Lu Fan, who was already famished, quickly scrambled up and took the bowl, devouring the contents voraciously. "Thank you, Xiao Xiao. You are truly obedient," Lu Fan remarked as he ate. Within just a few minutes, he had polished off an entire bowl of fried rice and then turned to Gu Xiaoro, who was lying on the opposite bed, saying, "Xiaoro, thank you." Gu Xiaoro, with her back to Lu Fan, shivered slightly upon hearing his words. Her voice was laced with a languid tone as she replied, "Please do not speak to me." Lu Fan sighed. Although he could not recall if he had shared any intimate moments with that alluring woman, he was acutely aware that in this lifetime, he had certainly indulged in the company of numerous women, leaving Gu Xiaoro pitifully alone. At merely 20 years old, she toiled relentlessly, managing 2 jobs from dawn until well past 7 in the evening, only to return home to cook, clean, and care for Xiao Xiao. The thought alone exhausted him on her behalf. "Xiaoro, I have found a job. From now on, all my earnings will be handed over to you. Please resign from that part-time job. Do not overburden yourself," he urged. Upon hearing his words, Gu Xiaoro's body trembled, and she began to sob softly. You still care about me?" she lamented, her voice thick with grievance. In recent days, Gu Xiaoro felt that Lu Fan had indeed changed for the better, filling her heart with hope. Yet, witnessing him embrace that seductive woman had reopened a wound that had just begun to heal, causing her heart to ache anew. Lu Fan rose and walked to Gu Xiaoro's bedside, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on her rosy lips, whispering tenderly, "My dear, I promise you, I shall never again associate with those unseemly women. Please forgive me this once." Gu Xiaoro's body stiffened as if struck by lightning. She was momentarily dumbfounded, her mind blank, staring wide-eyed at Lu Fan. "Daddy kissed Mommy, how embarrassing." Xiao Xiao clapped her tiny hands, chiming in innocently. You shameless one. How can you behave like this in front of the child?" Gu Xiaoro, overwhelmed with shyness, pulled the blanket over her head with a soft whimper. Yet, deep within her heart, a sweet sensation blossomed, soothing her wounded spirit. Chapter 0017. A promising prospect at 7:30. Upon arriving at the factory, Lu Fan noticed that the 20 young workers hired the previous evening were already gathered in the courtyard. Chen Dazhuang was diligently explaining the production process and precautions to the group. Spotting Lu Fan, he announced, "Mr. Lu has arrived. Everyone, please greet him." The crowd bowed in unison, saying, "Good morning, Mr. Lu." "Good morning to you all," Lu Fan replied with a warm smile and a nod. "Once you enter this factory, we become comrades in the same trench. I hope you will charge into battle alongside me and triumph in the upcoming endeavors. I offer you a generous salary, yet my expectations are even higher. Should anyone falter at a critical moment, do not blame me for my ruthless demeanor. I will not hesitate to dismiss you immediately. Have you understood clearly?" "Understood, Mr. Lu." Although young, Lu Fan possesses a gravitas that transcends his years, instilling a sense of awe in those around him. At that moment, Ho Weidong and Zhou Jianjun arrived with 2 large trucks of strawberries, prompting Chen Dazhuang to lead 20 workers in unloading the cargo. Lu Fan retrieved 2 boxes of Huangala cigarettes from his bag and tossed them to Ho Weidong and Zhou Jianjun. "Thank you, Brother Lu." The 2 eagerly tore open the packaging, lit a cigarette, and savored a puff. "Brother Lu, are you hiring new employees? Business seems to be thriving." Lu Fan did not respond directly, but inquired, "If we require 2 large trucks daily, can your villages supply enough strawberries and cherries?" After some contemplation, Ho Weidong nodded. "For about 10 days, we should manage, but beyond that, we may struggle due to the limited yield of our 2 villages, as strawberries and cherries have their maturation cycles." Lu Fan furrowed his brow, realizing the urgency of addressing the impending fruit supply shortage. Otherwise, productivity would stagnate. "Gentlemen, upon your return, please negotiate with the neighboring villages to supply our canning factory with fruit," Lu Fan instructed Ho Weidong and Zhou Jianjun. They nodded in agreement and departed. Once Chen Dazhuang completed his tasks, Lu Fan called him aside, patting him on the shoulder. "Dazhuang, you have performed exceptionally well these past few days. Your efforts are commendable." Chen Dazhuang straightened his stout posture, his belly protruding proudly. "Brother Xiaofan, I welcome hard work. It's invigorating to work alongside you." "Dazhuang, amidst the busyness, I have yet to assign you a formal position. I apologize for that. Lu Fan smiled and continued, I envision you as the workshop supervisor. With a monthly salary of 200 yuan, plus an additional month's salary as a bonus every 6 months for your commendable service. What do you think? I'm willing to follow Brother Xiaofan's lead. My only fear is not meeting expectations, Chun Dazhuang replied, scratching his head. Lu Fan encouraged him, do not worry, Dazhuang. I will draft a job description for the workshop supervisor and explain it thoroughly to you. I am confident you will excel. Reassured by Lu Fan's words, Chun Dazhuang added, by the way, Brother Xiaofan, I believe it would be best for me to move into the factory. Staying in a hotel is quite wasteful, and being here would allow me to oversee operations. Lu Fan nodded in agreement. That works. Procure some daily necessities and bring me the receipts for reimbursement. Soon after, the initial 10 workers arrived, and Lu Fan gathered all 30 new and existing workers to announce, from today onwards, we shall expand production. You 30 will be divided into 2 groups, working in shifts. Chen Dazhuang will serve as our workshop supervisor. Let us applaud him. A round of applause erupted. Returning to his office, Lu Fan pinned a job description for the workshop supervisor. The main responsibilities included formulating the production plan for the workshop, assisting the general manager in implementing relevant policies and regulations, and overseeing daily management, employee guidance, training, and evaluation within the department. Responsible for the implementation of production plans and material preparation, as well as fulfilling the daily and monthly production tasks of the workshop while compiling production reports and various statistics. Conduct daily and monthly assessments of workshop employees, ensuring the standardized use of equipment and effective on-site management. Chen Dazhuang arranged for 10 seasoned employees within the workshop, each mentoring 2 new recruits to expedite their acclimatization to the workflow. After Chen Dazhuang concluded his tasks, Lu Fan dedicated half the morning to elucidating the responsibilities of the workshop director. Although Chen Dazhuang had only completed middle school, he possessed a keen intellect. With Lu Fan's guidance, he swiftly comprehended his duties by midday and collaborated with Lu Fan to create several relevant forms. After lunch, Chen Dazhuang divided the 30 workers into 2 groups. One group would rest at home before returning for the night shift, with a half-day wage supplement, while the other group would work the day shift, alternating every 3 days. With ample raw materials and sufficient personnel, and with everyone proficient in their tasks, the canning factory operated at full capacity, doubling its output. Over the course of a single day, they produced over 6,000 bottles, much to Lu Fan's astonishment. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Han Fugue returned driving a tractor laden with a substantial amount of grain. Today, Han Fugue's business remained thriving. Within half a day, his team had exchanged over 3,200 bottles of canned goods for various grains. Chen Dazhuang accompanied Han Fugue to deliver the grain to the granary, and after an hour, they received 895 yuan and 75 fun in return. Lu Fan calculated that the gross profit from this load was approximately 640 yuan. After deducting an 80 yuan rebate for Han Fugue for the over 3,000 bottles, the factory's net profit amounted to 560 yuan. With the increase in production, they could supply over 6,000 bottles daily, effectively doubling their profits. Adding to that the 6,000 to 7,000 bottles produced during the night, the daily profit could reach between 2,004 to 500 yuan. Wealth was indeed on the horizon. Lu Fan was elated and graciously provided an 80 yuan rebate at a maximum price of 2 fun and 5 li per bottle. Han Fugue and his team expressed their gratitude profusely for Lu Fan's generosity. Lu Fan personally poured them a cup of tea and remarked, today, I have recruited 20 additional workers, initiating a 2-shift system for full-scale production. This way, you can collect over 6,000 bottles daily, effectively doubling your income. I will continue to offer you a rebate at this price as a token of my appreciation for signing a 6-month exclusive agency contract with me. However, you must communicate that the rebate is merely 1 fun and 5 li per bottle to outsiders. Otherwise, I will revoke this privilege. Han Fugue and his team assured him that they would not disclose a word to anyone. Lu Fan continued, additionally, I have one more condition. Han Fugue, taking a sip of tea and placing the cup down, replied, please go ahead, Mr. Lu. Lu Fan explained, with the expansion of production, the supply of fruit will become insufficient, which will hinder our factory's output. Therefore, I hope that while you are selling fruit in the countryside, you can assist me in connecting with local fruit farmers to procure fruit at market prices. I will provide you with 10 yuan for each load. Seeing the opportunity for profit, Han Fugue readily agreed, stating, no problem, Mr. Lu. Since we will be returning with the time machine, which would waste diesel anyway, we might as well assist you in bringing back some fruit and earn some money in the process. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Lu Fan, delighted, shook hands with Han Fugue, affirming, "You are absolutely right, Boss Han. Our collaboration shall be advantageous for both parties." Lu Fan had done his research. Jiangbei County, located in the northern suburbs of Jiangcheng, was surrounded by mountains, and local farmers cultivated fruit. By enlisting Han Fugue and his associates to assist in procuring the fruit, he could effectively resolve the issue of insufficient raw material supply. The prospects looked exceedingly promising. The days of counting money until his fingers cramped were not far off. Chapter 0018. Market explosion. The fervor of the rural market exceeded Lu Fan's wildest expectations. The next day, before he even reached the factory entrance, he noticed a long line of vehicles queuing outside. Tractors, three-wheeled carts, bicycles, and even handcarts filled the area, startling Lu Fan immensely. Chen Dazhuang, surrounded by a dozen individuals, was sweating profusely as he reassured them, "Please remain calm. Mr. Lu will arrive shortly to address your concerns." Anxiety gripped Lu Fan as he wondered if the debt collectors had returned to stir up trouble. "Dazhuang, we've all heard that your factory's canned goods can be exchanged for grain, which is quite popular in the countryside. Just let me take one load, please," one man pleaded. "Here, have a cigarette, Dazhuang. I'll only take a small cart today. Let us make this convenient." "Dazhuang, I share your surname. We must be related from 500 years ago. Could you spare me 1,000 bottles?" Caught off guard, Chen Dazhuang's spirits lifted as he spotted Lu Fan, exclaiming, "Xiao Fan, you have finally arrived." Puzzled, Lu Fan inquired, "What is happening?" Chen Dazhuang explained, "Everyone has heard that the goods Boss Han took from us sold out in less than 3 hours, yielding substantial profits, and now they are all eager to collect goods." Upon hearing this, Lu Fan couldn't help but smile. The demand for their products far outstripped supply, a phenomenon reminiscent of the early 1990s. As a master's student in economics, Lu Fan had previously studied companies like Waha. Founded in 1987, this private enterprise, under the leadership of its founder Zhong Qingho and general manager Gao Yuanhui, achieved a staggering turnover of over 100 million within just 2 years, effortlessly reaching a modest goal. Especially notable was the early 1990s when Waha's advertisements on television catapulted the brand into national prominence, leading to a line of distributors stretching from the factory to several miles beyond, all clamoring for products. The intensity and pace of this growth left Lu Fan, as a reborn individual, in awe. However, at present, Waha was still based in Hangzhou, rapidly developing in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions without yet achieving nationwide reach. Lu Fan was confident that, given 2 years, he could create a developmental miracle surpassing that of Waha. "Mr. Lu, we'll take a 5% cut. I'll settle for just 1%. Please, grant me a load of goods." "Mr. Lu, I'll take 8%. I'll take 5%. A dozen individuals surrounded Lu Fan, clamoring for his attention. "Everyone, please quiet down and listen to me first." Lu Fan waved his hand, and the crowd fell silent. He proclaimed loudly, "I will treat everyone equally. Each bottle can earn you a commission of 5 cents. However, you must first pay a deposit of 50%. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, the crowd erupted in joy, nodding in agreement. "No problem. Thank you, Mr. Lu." A dozen individuals followed Lu Fan into the factory, eagerly pulling out money to thrust into his hands. "Mr. Lu, I'm a big buyer. I want 2,000 bottles. "Mr. Lu, I'll take 1,000 bottles. Here is my deposit." Soon, chaos ensued once more. Lu Fan instructed Chen Dazhuang to maintain order, registering each order one by one, and then distributing the over 7,000 bottles produced the previous night according to the sizes of the vehicles. After 2 hours of relentless work, all the goods were finally taken away. Lu Fan's head throbbed from the calculations. It seemed imperative to recruit a dedicated accountant, for otherwise, he would exhaust himself daily with mere arithmetic. With 200 bottles priced at 35 cents each, the 50% deposit alone netted Lu Fan 260 yuan. Including the nearly 7,000 bottles taken by Han Fugue and his group, the profits for the day could reach 500 yuan, which seemed quite promising. Gazing at the pile of colorful banknotes, Chen Dazhuang was so delighted that he danced with excitement, grabbing a handful of bills and kissing them fervently. "Brother Xiao Fan, we've struck it rich, haha." Lu Fan watched Chen Dazhuang, whose glee made him appear somewhat foolish, and shook his head, saying, It's still too early to celebrate. Don't forget that everything we have is on credit. In 27 days, we must pay the wages of 30 workers, settle accounts with the glass factory, prepare funds for the fruits, print packaging paper, purchase sweeteners and fragrances, and cover our utility bills. Lu Fan counted on his fingers for Chun Dezhuang, who immediately felt a headache coming on, realizing that being a workshop manager was far simpler. As general manager, he had to worry about everything, which was quite burdensome. Dezhuang, have you sorted out your living expenses? Yes, brother Xiaofan. Here's the expense list. Lu Fan glanced over it. The total was just over 5 yuan and 80 cents. He handed Chun Dezhuang 20 yuan. Take this for now. The extra is your bonus. Buy something nice for your parents when you go home. Chun Dezhuang hurriedly declined. Brother Xiaofan, that's too much. Just give me 5 yuan and 80 cents. Your monthly salary is already generous enough. Take it, work hard, and I won't shortchange you, Lu Fan insisted, stuffing the money into Chun Dezhuang's pocket. Chun Dezhuang's face flushed with excitement. Thank you, brother Xiaofan. I'll get back to work in the workshop. Throughout the day, the machines roared incessantly, and the workers were full of vigor, producing batch after batch of canned goods, neatly stacked in the warehouse. In the evening, Han Fugui and his party of 6 returned on a tractor, followed by a Shifeng tricycle loaded with grain. After spending most of the day, they had successfully sold nearly 7,000 bottles, trading them for 2 loads of grain. Just as Chun Dezhuang was about to go to the grain bureau, he noticed the dozen people who had taken goods earlier returning to the factory, each vehicle brimming with grain. Gazing at the towering mound of grain, Lu Fan could not help but feel a pang of anxiety. Relying on Han Fugui and his companions to transport the grain to the grain bureau was not a sustainable solution. It seemed necessary to negotiate with the bureau, proposing that they come by every evening to collect the goods. He would not mind compensating them for their efforts. Lu Fan produced 2 5-yuan notes, handing one each to Han Fugui and another tractor driver, beseeching them to assist in delivering the grain. After a little over an hour, the grain was entirely converted into cash. After deducting the rebates for the agents, the profit astonishingly reached over 580 yuan. Chun Dezhuang was taken aback by this figure, his eyes nearly bulging out in disbelief. However, Lu Fan remained unsatisfied. He was acutely aware that his sales strategy would soon reach the ears of the Fengyuan canning factory. Although Fengyuan primarily targeted urban markets, they could swiftly ramp up production to encroach upon the rural market. The factory had yet to find a viable approach to penetrate this market, which had temporarily deterred them from pursuing it. With Zhou Feng's wealth exceeding millions, investing a mere 10,000 to acquire a production line would pose no challenge. Within no more than 15 days, the machinery could be operational, heralding the end of Lu Fan's prosperous days. Lu Fan understood that it was far from the time to relax and celebrate victory. He needed to devise a strategy to rapidly expand production. Rubbing his temples and deep in thought for quite some time, he finally conceived the quickest solution. Chapter 0019. The versatile uncle. As a new day dawned, business at the Jiangbei canning factory remained booming. Just past 7, over 20 vehicles were lined up outside. An even more astonishing scene than the previous day. Chun Dezhuang found himself overwhelmed, enlisting the help of a literate female worker to assist with calculations and record-keeping. Immersed in a whirlwind of activity, the recent success of the Jiangbei canning factory had finally reached Zhou Feng's ears. Initially skeptical, he doubted the existence of purchasing power in rural areas, attributing the reports to exaggeration and hearsay. After some contemplation, he instructed his secretary, Wu Li, to investigate the situation at the Jiangbei canning factory. Wu Li hurriedly made her way there, and upon witnessing the long queue of vehicles, she was left astounded. Quickly returning to report to Zhou Feng. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhou Feng personally drove his newly acquired Santana 2000 to the entrance of the Jiangbei canning factory, accompanied by Wu Li. In 6 years of business, this was the first time Zhou Feng had encountered such a bustling scene, his pupils dilating in amazement. How had Lu Fan achieved this? No, I cannot allow Lu Fan the opportunity to rise again. I will not permit any competition in Jiangbei. After a moment's reflection, Zhou Feng instructed Wu Li to arrange for 2 astute individuals to gather intelligence from within. If necessary, they should comply with the Jiangbei canning factory's request to transport a load of goods, ensuring that Lu Fan's strategy was thoroughly uncovered. Though Zhou Feng's education was modest, he understood the wisdom of knowing both oneself and the adversary to ensure victory in battle. coupled with his shrewdness and extensive connections in the political realm. He had adeptly navigated various relationships and employed unscrupulous tactics. Consequently, his business had flourished over the past 6 years, amassing a fortune, making him one of the wealthiest individuals in Jiangbei County. Wu Li nodded hurriedly, affirming, "Yes, boss." Zhou Feng drove away, and Wu Li swiftly identified 2 distributors from Fengyuan canned goods factory, instructing them to covertly investigate the Jiangbei canned goods factory. Early in the morning, Lu Fan departed from Jiangbei County, enduring a bumpy hour's journey to the neighboring Huang'an County. Huang'an, located to the east of Jiangbei County and adjacent to the Qingshan district near Jiangcheng, is a revolutionary old district, often referred to as the General's County. The region is characterized by its mountainous terrain and abundant valleys, rich in fruit resources. Despite having 2 canned goods factories, the poor condition of the mountain roads and low income of the locals have rendered these factories nearly idle, operating at a mere fraction of capacity. At a breakfast shop, Lu Fan ordered a bowl of noodle soup and a fried dough stick, engaging in casual conversation with the proprietor, thus gaining a general understanding of the 2 canned goods factories. After his meal, he summoned a taxi and headed straight for the largest factory, the Victory Canned Goods Factory. In the general manager's office, factory director Shen Weiman scrutinized the sales report presented by the sales department manager, his brow furrowed in concern as he scratched his balding head. "Xiao Lu, why have sales declined again last month? The fruit harvest season is upon us, a time for large-scale production of canned goods. We still have over 20,000 bottles left in last autumn's inventory. This is unacceptable." Sales department manager Luan, with his head bowed, replied, "Director, we have explored numerous promotional strategies and even advertised on television, yet there has been no improvement. The reality is, Huang'an is too impoverished. People simply cannot afford canned goods." Shen Weiman, dissatisfied, retorted, "If sales were so easy, what would we need a sales department for? Our factory employs over 100 people, relying on your department's revenue for survival. If you fail, we will all be left to fend for ourselves." Seated nearby, Shun Bijuan poured tea for Shen Weiman, interjecting, "Dad, we cannot place all the blame on Luan. Most canned goods factories across the province are struggling. Luan has done his utmost." Shen Weiman huffed quietly, thinking that his daughter, having recently started dating Luan, was being overly protective of him. Too inappropriate. Just then, Secretary Huang knocked and entered. "Director, there is a young man named Lu at the door requesting to see you." Shen Weiman inquired, "What does he want?" Secretary Huang replied, "He claims to be here to discuss a partnership." Impatiently, Shen Weiman waved dismissively, "I don't wish to see him. Tell him to leave." After a moment's hesitation, Secretary Huang added, "But director, he asserts he has a solution for our inventory problem." Shen Weiman pondered, "Let him in. I wish to see who this bold individual is." Shen Bijuan frowned, commenting, "Dad, he is undoubtedly just another con artist, much like the last one. Why entertain such people?" Shen Weiman scoffed at her concern, "I have consumed more salt than you have rice. A mere youth cannot deceive me. Besides, there are 3 of us here. What is there to fear from a single individual?" As he spoke, a young man clad in an exquisite suit entered, his polished leather shoes gleaming, clearly of high quality. Lu Fan strode confidently towards Shen Weiman, exuding an air of self-assurance and composure. "Greetings, Director Shun. I am Lu Fan, the general manager of the Jiangbei Canning Factory." As he spoke, Lu Fan produced a freshly printed business card from his briefcase and handed it to Shen Weiman with both hands. Shen Weiman scrutinized Lu Fan for a moment before accepting the card, which bore the inscription, "General Manager of Jiangbei Food Company, Limited. Mainland Agent of Hongdao Yuanda Group, Lu Fan." Upon seeing the name of Hongdao Yuanda Group, Shen Weiman raised an eyebrow, a detail that Lu Fan keenly observed. "Manager Lu, please take a seat." "Xiao Huang, pour some tea," Shen Weiman instructed, then turned his attention to Lu Fan and inquired, "What brings you to our factory today, Manager Lu?" Lu Fan replied straightforwardly, "To discuss collaboration for mutual benefit." "Oh, how do you propose this collaboration will lead to mutual benefit? Pray tell," Shen Weiman prompted. "Our Jiangbei Canning Factory has a strong sales network, yet we face production limitations. Your factory, on the other hand, is large in scale but struggles with profitability. If we were to collaborate, I assure you that within 3 months, we could turn your factory's losses into profits, significantly improving your results by the year's end." As soon as Lu Fan finished speaking, Shen Baijun let out a derisive laugh. "My, Manager Lu, you have quite the audacity. As if you were the CEO of a Fortune 500 company, able to revive a factory with a mere phrase, huh? Luan joined in the mockery, his gaze filled with hostility towards Lu Fan. If Lu Fan was indeed boasting, it would imply ill intentions towards their factory. And Luan was not inclined to treat him kindly. If Lu Fan could truly turn losses into profits in 3 months, then what would become of Lu An's reputation as the sales department manager? Lu Fan maintained his serene smile, undeterred by their scornful jests. Shen Weiman observed Lu Fan's composed demeanor and could not help but feel a sense of quiet admiration. Turning towards Shen Baijun, Lu Fan remarked coolly, "Miss, you are partially correct. While I may not be the head of a Fortune 500 company, my uncle is the CEO of the esteemed Hongdao Yuanda Group, which ranks among the top of the Fortune 500. As the mainland agent for the group, reviving a factory is not an insurmountable task for me." Lu Fan spoke without a flicker of hesitation, invoking his non-existent and all-powerful uncle. Shen Baijun was momentarily taken aback by Lu Fan's assertion. After a brief pause, her eyes narrowed as she sensed a potential inconsistency in his words. "Manager Lu, if your uncle is indeed a wealthy magnate, why does the Jiangbei canning factory face production limitations? Why not simply have your uncle invest in expanding production rather than going to such lengths to seek collaboration in this humble locale?" Shen Weiman and Luan nodded in agreement, waiting to see how Lu Fan would respond. With a slight smile, Lu Fan replied calmly, "Firstly, the partnership between Hongdao Yuanda Group and myself is a commercial venture, not merely a favor granted due to familial ties. In business, all decisions are driven by interests, with the paramount focus on the return on investment. The acquisition of 2 new production lines would require an investment of nearly 300,000, along with at least half a month to become operational, which entails significant economic and time costs. Additionally, it would necessitate the hiring and training of new workers. However, if I were to seek collaboration with other manufacturers, not only could I save hundreds of thousands in funds, but I could also initiate production immediately, utilizing a pool of readily available skilled labor, thus significantly reducing both economic and time costs. Why should I choose a distant path when a nearby solution exists?" Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Shen Weiman nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his analysis. Noticing that Shen Baijun did not immediately refute his point, Lu Fan understood that she harbored an implicit approval of his reasoning. Lu Fan continued, "Furthermore, the reason I have not approached my uncle for funding to establish a new production line is that I am aware he has been discreetly evaluating my capabilities as the general agent. If I can meet my uncle's expectations with minimal investment and swift execution, I will have successfully passed his scrutiny." With that, Lu Fan retrieved a substantial document from his briefcase and handed it to Shen Weiman. "Director Shen, please take a look at this. The investment evaluation report of the Hong Kong Group concerning the mainland food industry." Shen Weiman glanced at the document, and his expression shifted noticeably. Observing this, Shen Baijun curiously leaned in closer to read. Initially, the Hong Kong Group had invested in a pilot production at the Jiangbei canning factory in Jiang City to assess market risks and integrate the local supply chain, with plans to gradually expand coverage to central, southern, and northern China over the next 5 years. The group intends to invest 500 million in establishing 3 large-scale factories, each with an annual production capacity of 3 million canned goods. As they delved deeper into the report, both Shen Weiman and Shen Baijun grew increasingly astounded by the magnitude of the Hong Kong Group's investment. Such a comprehensive and professionally crafted market report is not something an ordinary company could produce. It appears that Lu Fan is quite an influential figure. Noting their reactions, Lu Fan felt a surge of confidence, sensing that his efforts were largely successful. "Director Shen, if your factory is willing to undertake contract manufacturing for us at the Jiangbei canning factory, I can resolve all your inventory within 3 months. And I can also authorize you as the Jiangbei canning factory's agent in Huang'an." Upon hearing Lu Fan's proposal, Shen Weiman's brow furrowed slightly as he replied, "We are a state-owned enterprise. We cannot engage in contract manufacturing for a private company. That is out of the question." Lu Fan was taken aback, unable to comprehend Shen Weiman's abrupt shift in stance and his outright rejection of the proposal. Reflecting on Shen Weiman's words, Lu Fan's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization, and he quickly responded with a smile, "I apologize for the misunderstanding. It was an error in phrasing. I meant to suggest a joint production venture, where we can develop together." Upon hearing this, Shen Weiman's demeanor softened considerably. Although Lu Fan was young, He displayed remarkable acumen, grasping the essence immediately. Impressive indeed. Internally, Lu Fan scoffed, thinking it amusing that a factory on the brink of closure still clung to the pretentious airs of a state-owned enterprise. If the Victory Canning Factory were to collaborate with the Jiangbei Canning Factory under the guise of contract manufacturing, the reputation would suffer, and Shen Weiman, as the head of a state enterprise, would naturally feel embarrassed. However, presenting it as a joint production initiative would create an impression of equality between the parties. And Shen Weiman could publicly boast about supporting a small private enterprise like Jiangbei Canning Factory, thus earning social praise. Soon, Lu Fan and Shen Weiman finalized the joint production agreement. Lu Fan pledged to assist the Shengli Canning Factory in liquidating a stock of 23,000 bottles within 3 months. The Shengli Canning Factory would produce no fewer than 10,000 bottles of Shuangxi brand canned goods daily, as per the requirements of the Jiangbei Canning Factory. Lu Fan would offer a rebate of 5 cents for each bottle to the Shengli Canning Factory, should the Shengli Canning Factory supply fewer than 10,000 bottles daily, or fall short of 300,000 bottles monthly. They would be liable to pay a compensation of 100,000 yuan to the Jiangbei Canning Factory. The contract was set for a duration of 6 months. The compensation clause was insisted upon by Lu Fan to deter the Shengli Canning Factory from reneging after discerning his sales strategy. The 6-month term was meticulously calculated, as it would culminate in October, the off-peak season for canned goods processing and sales. Even if the Shengli Canning Factory chose not to renew the contract, Lu Fan would have accrued sufficient funds by then, rendering him independent of their partnership. Upon signing the contract, Shen Weiman was overjoyed. A daily output of 10,000 bottles was hardly a challenge for their factory. However, the prospect of receiving 500 yuan daily, totaling 15,000 yuan monthly, represented a significant income, alleviating the financial strain on the Shengli Canning Factory. If he could lead the persistently loss-making Shengli Canning Factory out of its predicament and into profitability, his career prospects would undoubtedly flourish, enhancing his chances of attaining a deputy department-level leadership position. Shen Baijun also felt a swell of happiness for her father, who had endured immense pressure over the past 6 months, nearly losing all his hair. Among them, the most discontented was Luan, the sales manager, whose spotlight had been entirely eclipsed by the newcomer, Lu Fan, leaving him in a state of vexation. By the time the contract was signed, it was already noon, and Shen Weiman insisted on hosting a banquet for Lu Fan. Unable to decline, Lu Fan acquiesced and accompanied Shen Weiman, Shen Baijun, Luan, and vice factory director Hu to a private room in a state-run restaurant. During the meal, Shen Weiman heartily urged toasts, while Luan continuously sought opportunities to undermine Lu Fan, hoping to embarrass him and regain some esteem. As the mainland representative of a Fortune 500 company, surely Mr. Lu possesses unique insights into the economic development of Huagua and the world. We humbly seek your guidance, he said. Vice factory director Hu cast a cold glance at Lu Fan, feeling uncomfortable with Shen Weiman's evident favor towards this young man. Lu Fan, acutely aware of their sentiments, stood up to adjust his suit and began, "Since Manager Lu wishes to hear my thoughts on the economies of Huagua and the world, I shall share briefly, hoping you can comprehend my points." Luan and Vice Factory Director Hu exchanged disdainful smirks, thinking to themselves how pretentious Lu Fan appeared, curious to see what wisdom he would impart. Presently, Huagua is navigating the arduous transition from a planned economy to a market economy. While the Western world has already established a mature market economy, dominating the upstream of the entire industrial chain, and is integrating global resources through technology and finance. Currently, the private economy in Huagua primarily revolves around the domains of clothing and food within the broader aspects of life. However, in the long term, these sectors are characterized by low barriers to entry, minimal technological sophistication, and slim profit margins, leading to increasingly fierce competition. It is imperative for Huagua's industries to undergo a transformation. The disgrace of exchanging 800 million shirts for a single aircraft must become a relic of the past. We find ourselves in an era of rapid transformation, and if one can ride the wave of industrial upgrading, even the most unassuming entities can soar to new heights. As Lu Fan eloquently expounded for nearly an hour, traversing topics from domestic affairs to international dynamics, from industrial enhancement to the new technological revolution, and from Western economic hegemony to Huagua's inevitable rise to conclude Western dominance, those at the table appeared bewildered. Luan and Deputy Director Hu, as employees of a state-owned enterprise, were largely oblivious to the concept of the market. In their perception, their secure jobs were far superior to Lu Fan's position as a private entrepreneur, fostering a sense of superiority within them. Lu Fan's discourse, while comprehensible in individual terms, left them utterly confounded when pieced together. Their attempts to counter his assertions were rendered mute, leaving them with a profound sense of frustration. In stark contrast, the university-educated Shun Weiman and Shun Bijuan were completely captivated, experiencing an epiphany. To them, Lu Fan embodied a visionary grounded in Jiangqing, with a perspective that spanned the entirety of Huagua and beyond. Such grand ambition was beyond their reach. Chapter 0021. You are no match. Lu Fan spent an entire day in Huang'an and managed to finalize a contract with Fengshui Canning Factory, committing to supply a minimum of 5,000 cans daily to the Jiangbei Canning Factory. It was not until after 8 in the evening that he returned to Jiangbei County. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng, after extensive investigation, finally unraveled Lu Fan's sales strategy. This young man was no ordinary competitor. He had ingeniously devised a method to penetrate the rural market. Embracing his secretary, Wu Li, Zhou Feng planted a kiss on her cheek. Darling, thanks to you, I've obtained this valuable information, and you shall be duly rewarded. Wu Li, playfully writhing in his embrace, responded, Then, you must stay with me tonight as a reward. One to you? Her charm stirred something within Zhou Feng, who, despite fearing the wrath of his formidable wife, eventually relented. Very well, I shall indulge you tonight, my little enchantress. After a brief interlude of affection, Zhou Feng instructed the financial manager to transfer funds to the machinery factory in Guangdong. He intended to reinstate a production line specifically to compete with Lu Fan for dominance in the rural market. Lu Fan, enjoy your fleeting triumph for another 10 days or so. Once my production line is operational, I will offer distributors double the commissions you provide, luring them all to my side, thereby ousting you from the rural market and ultimately absorbing your Jiangbei Canning Factory. Zhou Feng, with his ample resources, naturally regarded Lu Fan, the impoverished entrepreneur, with disdain. However, he was unprepared for the rapidly shifting market landscape. One misstep could lead to a cascade of failures. In just these 10 days, Lu Fan was granted a moment to breathe, allowing him to rise like a dragon from its slumber, astonishing all. In this endeavor, Lu Fan reaped significant rewards, securing 2 production lines with a mere deposit of 3,000 yuan. The Victory Canning Factory and the Harvest Canning Factory can each provide a minimum of 15,000 jars of canned goods daily, effectively doubling the production capacity of the Jiangbei Canning Factory. During the peak sales season from May to September, Lu Fan could request these 2 factories to further increase their output, potentially supplying as many as 25 to 30,000 jars per day, equating to twice the current capacity of the Jiangbei Canning Factory. Currently, the entirety of the Jiangbei Canning Factory's production can yield a daily profit of 2,005 to 600 yuan. With the capacity more than doubled, the daily profit could reach 6,000 yuan. Even after accounting for a 5-cent rebate per jar, Lu Fan would still profit over 5,000 yuan. Over the course of a month, this could translate to a profit of around 150 to 60,000 yuan. During the peak sales season, with all 3 factories operating at full throttle, Lu Fan's daily profits could soar to 7 or 8,000 yuan, culminating in a monthly profit of approximately 220 to 30,000 yuan. However, Lu Fan was acutely aware that this scenario represented the most ideal conditions. His sales strategies would inevitably be emulated by the Victory and Harvest Canning factories. Faced with substantial profits, they would not operate at full capacity solely for his benefit. Rather, they would provide him with the minimum quantities stipulated in the contract, selling the remainder in rural areas for profit. As long as they adhered to the contract, they could avoid hefty compensatory penalties. Lu Fan remained unfazed. As long as he could endure for 20 days, he would amass over 100,000 yuan in funds. Even if Zhou Feng were to retaliate, he would possess sufficient capital to engage in a contest of wits. He was only concerned that Zhou Feng might not prove to be his equal. With a sense of pride swelling within him, Lu Fan approached the entrance of the apartment building, where he spotted Gu Xiaoro eagerly waiting with their child, Xiao Xiao. Lu Fan, where have you been all day? Hurry home for dinner, Gu Xiaoro exclaimed, initially fearing Lu Fan had succumbed to his old habits of drinking and gambling. Upon seeing him, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Lu Fan took Xiao Xiao from Gu Xiaoro's arms, and the family ascended the stairs together. Upon returning home, Lu Fan placed the roast chicken he had brought from Huang'an restaurant onto the table. Today, let's indulge a little, he declared. The tantalizing aroma of the roast chicken made Xiao Zhao's mouth water, and she excitedly clapped her hands. Daddy, I want to eat meat, she exclaimed. Gu Xiaoro, surprised, remarked. Lu Fan, where did you get the money for this? Why are you spending extravagantly again? Lu Fan chuckled as he tore off a chicken leg and placed it in Xiao Zhao's eager hands. She took a big bite, her face lighting up with joy. Daddy, can we eat meat every day? She asked. Gu Xiaoro looked at Xiao Xiao incredulously. Child, a roast chicken costs 2 to 3 yuan. How can we afford to eat like this every day? With a playful smile, Lu Fan lifted Xiao Xiao onto his lap, his gaze filled with affection. All right. As long as you enjoy it, Daddy will buy meat every day. He then tore off another chicken leg and placed it in Gu Xiaoro's bowl. Xiaoro, you are too thin. Eat more meat to bolster your health. Gu Xiaoro felt a wave of warmth and happiness envelop her. What woman does not desire a man who understands her, who cherishes her deeply? Originally, she intended to inquire about the source of Lu Fan's money, but she reconsidered, deeming it too disheartening. Instead, she resolved to enjoy her meal first, and then persuade Lu Fan to adopt a more upright path. Steering clear of the reckless ways of his past, Lu Fan consumed a piece of chicken and a few bites of vegetables before retrieving 500 yuan from his bag and handing it to Gu Xiaoro. Xiaoro, why don't you quit that part-time job? There's no need for you to toil so hard. From now on, I will provide for our family. Startled by the sight of the 500 yuan notes, Gu Xiaoro nearly dropped her chicken leg. Lu Fan, where did you get so much money? I mentioned before, I've reopened the canned goods factory. This is my earnings. Really? You're not deceiving me, are you? Absolutely, if you don't believe me. Come to the factory with me tomorrow. Seeing the sincerity in Lu Fan's expression eased Gu Xiaoro's worries. She kept 2 of the bills and returned the remaining 3 to him. The factory has just reopened. We need funds for everything. Don't spend so extravagantly. Listening to Gu Xiaoro's gentle admonitions, Lu Fan chuckled to himself, thinking how remarkable it was that women of this era were so family-oriented, even deeming money excessive. Unlike the materialistic women of later times, Lu Fan took her hand in his, saying, Promise me you will resign from that part-time job. Feeling the warmth of Lu Fan's palm, Gu Xiaoro shivered slightly, nodding sweetly in agreement. All right, I will do as you say. Lu Fan beamed with joy, lifting Gu Xiaoro's delicate hand to his lips for a gentle kiss. Now that is more like it. Gu Xiaoro exclaimed shyly, her pure and stunning face flushing crimson. Her long, graceful neck also turning a shade of pink. Embarrassed, she shot a glance at Lu Fan. What are you doing, you rascal? Gu Xiaoro was quite traditional, too shy to hold Lu Fan's hand in public, and even a mere glance made her blush. Observing her adorable bashfulness, Lu Fan couldn't help but laugh. He was aware of her modesty but had not anticipated it to be so pronounced. Even a simple kiss on the hand made her face turn beet red. His woman was simply too endearing. After their meal, Lu Fan bid farewell to Gu Xiaoro and hurried to the factory. Having been away all day, he felt uneasy, concerned that Chun Dazhuang might struggle alone. The factory could not afford any mishaps at this critical time. As the clock struck 9 in the evening, Lu Fan found Chun Dazhuang still diligently working in the office. Upon seeing Lu Fan, Chun Dazhuang sprang to his feet, visibly thrilled. Xiao Fan, you finally arrived. That is wonderful. Lu Fan handed him a box of fried rice he had purchased on the way. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Eat it while it's hot. Thank you, Xiao Fan. Chun Dazhuang had been exceedingly hungry, but had been too preoccupied with the accounts to consider eating. As he devoured the meal, he began to report to Lu Fan. Today, we shipped a total of 13,920 bottles, delivering 6,200 bottles to Boss Han and distributing the remainder among over 20 salesmen. However, our production remains insufficient. Boss Han and over 20 others complain about the limited supply we provide. What should we do, Xiao Fan? After Chun Dazhuang spoke, he opened the drawer and handed the bill along with the 600 yuan collected today to Lu Fan. Lu Fan nodded, placed the money into his wallet, and then patted Chun Dazhuang's shoulder, saying, Starting tomorrow, we will supply 29,000 bottles daily. We can provide Boss Han with 10,000 bottles, while the remaining 19,000 will be distributed among the other distributors. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Chun Dazhuang was overjoyed, looking at Lu Fan with admiration. Xiao Fan, you are truly remarkable. You resolved everything in just one day. Lu Fan briefly recounted his achievements in Huang'an to Chun Dazhuang, who was utterly in awe of him. With Lu Fan's intervention, all obstacles seemed to vanish. He was indeed a remarkable figure. Noticing Chun Dazhuang's worshipful gaze, Lu Fan smiled and patted his shoulder. "Brother, our time to accumulate wealth has arrived." Chun Dazhuang nodded enthusiastically and added, "By the way, Xiao Fan, today Zhou Feng sent 2 of his distributors to our factory to gather information, but I spotted them and chased them away." Lu Fan remained calm, nodding in acknowledgement. He was not surprised that Zhou Feng had set his sights on him. He simply hadn't anticipated that after only 4 or 5 days of stable earnings, Zhou Feng would be so eager to take action against him. Nevertheless, Lu Fan felt no fear towards Zhou Feng, no matter what tricks he employed in the future. Lu Fan was ready to counteract, aiming to knock Zhou Feng down decisively. After a long day, Chun Dazhuang took a shower and went to sleep in the storage room next to the warehouse, while Lu Fan stayed in the office, contemplating how to launch a counterattack against Zhou Feng. Currently, Zhou Feng's Fengyuan canned goods held a near monopoly in Jiangbei County, while Lu Fan's Shuangshi canned goods had only just begun to penetrate the rural market, still struggling to establish a firm foothold. However, Lu Fan believed that, given another 10 days, he could solidify his position in the vast rural areas of Jiangbei County. He decided to first introduce a canned cup, employing advertising and offering high rebates to distributors as a strategy to aggressively enter the market in Jiangbei County, marking the initial strike against Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng would undoubtedly retaliate swiftly, launching similar products to maintain his monopoly in the county. However, Lu Fan had already secured an exclusive supply contract with the glass factory in Jiangbei County for the glass cups of the canned cups. Zhou Feng would be forced to source glass from other counties or Jiang City, granting Lu Fan an additional 4 to 5 days to seize market share. By the time Zhou Feng's canned cups hit the market, it would be close to the May Day holiday. Lu Fan planned to launch an upscale gift canned product a week before the holiday, catching Zhou Feng off guard. By the time Zhou Feng realized what was happening and sought to customize gift packaging, begin production, and advertise, it would be too late to complete everything before the holiday. Lu Fan meticulously calculated the launch timeline for each type of canned product, intending to lead Zhou Feng by the nose and dictate the rhythm of their competition. Lu Fan meticulously planned innovative products and their launch timing. The next step was to devise a marketing strategy. Although the price of the canned water bottle was significantly higher than that of ordinary cans, it remained acceptable for the working class. However, the price of gift cans was not within the reach of the average wage earner. Lu Fan did not intend for these individuals to consume them personally. High-end gifts have always been purchased for gifting rather than personal enjoyment. Thus, the elevated price was inconsequential, provided the packaging was sophisticated and the advertising was effective. The higher the price, the greater the prestige perceived by consumers. Yet, how could he incite people to part with their money? This required careful planning. Lu Fan racked his brain, recalling numerous successful marketing cases from later periods. However, many classic examples were not feasible under his current conditions. It was not until the early hours of the morning that he conceived 2 practical ideas: celebrity endorsements and television shopping. The advantages of celebrity endorsements were manifold. They could cultivate a lofty corporate image, capture consumer attention, enhance brand reputation, and ultimately drive product sales. Lu Fan also envisioned utilizing a health seminar format to create a television shopping program, lasting approximately 15 to 20 minutes, to bombard all television viewers with information. Whether engaging celebrities for endorsements or advertising on television, significant expenses were inevitable, which Lu Fan currently could not afford. However, this posed no challenge for him, as he had devised a strategy to achieve similar effects with minimal or no expenditure. Reflecting on the early 1980s and 1990s, he recognized that the most renowned and influential figures were undoubtedly the stars from Hong Kong and Taiwan, particularly the 4 heavenly kings: Andy Lau, Jackie Chung, Aaron Kwok, and Leon Lai, alongside the Little Tigers, comprising Wu Qilong, Chun Jiping, and Su Yupeng, as well as luminaries like Tony Leung, Jonathan Li, and Chow Yun-fat. Ultimately, Lu Fan opted for the youthful and vibrant Little Tigers to endorse the mid-range cans of the Jiangbei Canning Factory's Shuangshi brand. Naturally, Lu Fan lacked the funds to formalize a contract with them. This was merely a public relations strategy. He aimed to create a significant impact. The priority was to establish the can's renown, even if it meant facing daily lawsuits. As for the television shopping program in the format of a health seminar, he needed to ascertain the appropriate time slots, estimated costs, and feasibility by consulting the television station regarding relevant policies. If the policies were akin to those from his previous life, he could advertise the health seminars on provincial, municipal, and county-level television stations at remarkably low costs, ensuring that people would indelibly associate the Jiangbei Canning Factory and Shuangxi brand with their products. In the future, advertisements for health products, breast enhancement, weight loss, and medicinal wines, among others, all utilized aggressive bombardment tactics, with single ads lasting over 10 minutes, eliciting disdain from many viewers. Nonetheless, after a period of such intense promotion, the advertising effectiveness proved remarkably successful. Lu Fan vividly remembered the advertisement for shapewear featuring Zhu Wushuang from The Legend of the Condor Heroes to be a woman, graceful and beautiful, with a splendid figure and ample bosom. With unwavering determination, Lu Fan meticulously planned the framework for a health seminar, including the QA and promotional segments. Throughout the night, after enduring a sleepless evening, he felt the weight of fatigue in his reddened eyes. Stepping into the courtyard and gazing at the rising sun in the east, he was instantly invigorated. Today marks a new beginning. Onward, Lu Fan. Chapter 0023. Money is not an issue. After refreshing himself in the washroom, Lu Fan jogged outside the factory, purchasing 2 servings of fried sauce noodles and a steamer of buns from a breakfast shop a kilometer away, before leisurely jogging back. Chen Dazhuang, having just risen, eagerly accepted the breakfast from Lu Fan and began to eat. Lu Fan informed him of his plans to visit Jiangsheng the following day to consult with a designer about new product packaging and to inquire about advertising placements at the television station. Chen Dazhuang, though unfamiliar with Lu Fan's intentions, nodded in agreement, assuring him that the factory would be in his capable hands, allowing Lu Fan to focus on his tasks. Soon, the day shift workers arrived, and a long line of vehicles from over 20 distributors formed outside the factory. Upon seeing Lu Fan, they eagerly approached him. "Mr. Lu, could you possibly provide more goods today? Yesterday's supply was inadequate and sold out within half a day. Mr. Lu, I am willing to pay in full if you can double my order. Mr. Lu, I implore you to let me take more today." With both hands raised, Lu Fan gradually pressed them down, and the crowd fell silent. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your support of our Jiangbei Canning Factory. Today, I shall meet your requests by allowing each of you to take 50% more than yesterday, provided payment is made in full." The crowd erupted in joy. Today promised substantial profits. Lu Fan's innovative sales strategy of exchanging grain for canned goods was astutely effective, and the rural market was vast. With 700 or 800 bottles of canned goods dispatched, they would sell out within 3 hours, earning over 11 yuan for every vehicle of goods. Over the course of a month, this could amount to over 300 yuan. If 1,000 bottles were sold daily, profits would soar to 400 or 500 yuan monthly, an extraordinary gain. Word spread rapidly, and anyone with a vehicle, be it a tractor, tricycle, cart, hand truck, or even a bicycle, rushed to collect goods. The over 7,000 bottles produced the previous night were snatched up in less than an hour, with many waiting outside the workshop, ready to pounce on any freshly produced cans. Some even volunteered to lower their prices to just a penny per bottle, pleading with Chen Dazhuang for early access to supplies. Witnessing the bustling scene, Lu Fan felt a sense of reassurance. He placed the over 2,000 yuan he had just collected into his wallet and then set out. At the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, he called Shen Weiman, the director of Huang'an Victory Canning Factory, instructing him to directly hand over the goods to Han Fuguei, ensuring a minimum delivery of 10,000 bottles daily. He then contacted manager Han of the Harvest Canning Factory, requesting that 5,000 bottles be sent to Jiangbei Canning Factory that afternoon for the distributors still awaiting their shipments. Having meticulously arranged all matters, Lu Fan made yet another trip to the talent market, spending half a day to find a woman with a middle school education to temporarily assume the role of accountant. He instructed her to report immediately to Chen Dazhuang at the Jiangbei Can Food Factory. Subsequently, Lu Fan numbly arrived at the glass factory in the eastern part of the city, where he met Director Liao in his office and was presented with a sample of a water cup equipped with a rope handle and a heat-resistant mesh cover. Lu Fan filled the cup with boiling water to test its efficacy. Indeed, it was convenient to carry, resistant to drops, heat-proof, stylish, and practical. Highly satisfied, Lu Fan expressed to Director Liao, "This is precisely the effect I desire. Please proceed to manufacture according to this standard, starting with an order of 50,000. Director Liao, thrilled by Lu Fan's sudden increase from 10,000 to 50,000, promptly arranged for production. After departing the glass factory with the sample cup in hand, Lu Fan waited for over half an hour at the bus station before boarding a coach to Jiangqing. After a bumpy hour-and-a-half ride, he felt as though his bones might dislocate, finally arriving at the Jindun Street bus station. Across the street, the Hankow railway station square was bustling with travelers coming and going. A group of older ladies, noticing Lu Fan's designer attire, approached him, brandishing signs and inquiring about lodging options, suggesting that inside there were beautiful young women with whom one could chat for amusement. Ignoring their advances, Lu Fan made his way to a nearby taxi driver. He approached one driver, asking, "Master, will you take me to the place for permits on Sanyang Street for 1 yuan?" The driver replied, "Boss, that's too far. It will cost 2 yuan." Pretending to walk away, the driver quickly grabbed Lu Fan, opening the door and inviting him in. After a brief journey of about 10 minutes, they wound through a narrow alley, navigating several turns before arriving at an inconspicuous 2-story building on Sanyang Street. Familiar with the protocol, Lu Fan knocked twice at the back door, waited a second, then knocked 3 more times. The same curly-haired man opened the door, recognizing Lu Fan and ushering him inside. "Boss, we're going to make a fortune." The curly-haired man assessed Lu Fan's suit and inquired, "What kind of documentation do you need this time?" "This time, I'm not here for permits. I need your help designing a label for canned goods. Is that something you can do?" Lu Fan stated directly. The man nodded affirmatively. "As long as the price is right, I can manage anything." Lu Fan appreciated dealing with someone so straightforward. "Money is not an issue. Let us commence immediately." The man fetched a chair for Lu Fan and took a seat beside him, asking, "How shall we proceed?" Lu Fan inquired, "Do you have any group photos of the little tigers?" "Yes, I have plenty stored on my computer. Choose whichever you prefer." "Excellent. Please help me merge an image of the little tigers with this can design," Lu Fan requested, retrieving the water cup featuring the rope handle and heat-resistant mesh from his bag. As per the usual arrangement, the cost for photo merging was 10 yuan, with an additional charge of 2 yuan for photography and 1 yuan for typesetting, totaling 13 yuan. Lu Fan nodded. "Brother, I'll give you 20 yuan. Make it as lifelike as possible, and then help me find an ID card to create a contract under the name of the little tigers." Endorsing the Jiangbei canned food factory, the curly-haired man did not engage in idle chatter, instead directing Lu Fan to select a group photo of the little tigers. He then proceeded to photograph the Double Happiness brand water cup and can, amalgamating the images, typing, and laying out the design. After 2 or 3 hours of diligent work, they finally achieved an outcome that satisfied Lu Fan. The image showcased Wu Qilong, Chen Jiping, and Su Yupeng, adorned in vibrant red attire, their faces radiating youthful smiles as they executed elegant dance moves. Before them was the image of the Double Happiness brand water cup and can, accompanied by a prominent line of text, "Double Happiness brand healthy canned goods, the favorite of the little tigers." Lu Fan printed several copies of the meticulously designed image and saved the base image onto a CD. After settling the payment, he departed from Sanyang Street and hastened towards Jiangqing University. His destination was the Design Institute of Jiangqing University, where he sought the assistance of a renowned professor from the future to craft a set of exquisite 6-piece teacups intended to hold high-end canned gifts. Lu Fan envisioned that once the canned goods were consumed, the delicate teacup set could still serve the purpose of enjoying tea, thereby merging elegance with practicality. In his previous life, Lu Fan had been a master's student at the School of Economics of Jiangqing University, thus he was immensely familiar with the campus. Upon alighting from his vehicle, he made a beeline for the Design Institute building. Ascending the steps, he had just arrived at the entrance when he encountered 2 vibrant young ladies exuding an aura of youthful vitality. One was He Shuaing, an intern reporter from Jiangqing Television, while the other was a girl with voluminous, brown curly hair. Upon seeing them, Lu Fan stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance on the steps, and was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 0024, A Narrow Path for Rivals. What on earth? How could He Shuaing and the girl with the curly hair be here? It was indeed a case of rivals crossing paths. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan admonished himself to remain composed. He had to stay calm. Otherwise, if these 2 girls recognized him as the imposter reporter, everything would come crashing down, and he might find himself imprisoned. However, recalling that he and Chun Dezhuang had worn oversized sunglasses during their last encounter, obscuring half of his face, and considering that his outfit today was different, he felt that they might not easily identify him. When He Shuang and Lin Mafei first laid eyes on Lu Fan, they momentarily froze. A sense of familiarity washing over them as if they had met him before. Isn't that the self-proclaimed reporter from Jiangxing Daily? Lin Mafei pointed at Lu Fan and whispered to He Shuang. Suddenly, He Shuang recalled the scene from a few days prior when she encountered the fraudulent reporter. What a deceitful scoundrel. As Lu Fan lowered his head and proceeded into the hall, he silently prayed that He Shuang would not notice him. Stealing a glance, he saw He Shuang pulling Lin Mafei towards him, both seemingly furious, causing his heart to leap into his throat. Could it be that his true identity had been discovered so swiftly? Lu Fan internally lamented, regretting his ill fortune. Had he known his luck would be so dire, he would have refrained from coming to Jiangxing. It seemed that the adage of good begetting good and evil begetting evil truly held merit. No, he needed to devise a plan to extricate himself from this predicament and make a hasty exit from Jiangxing, never to return. With this thought in mind, as He Shuang and her companion drew closer, Lu Fan's quick wit prompted him to blurt out in English, "Hello, may I ask if this is the Design Institute?" With a perfectly authentic American accent, one could easily mistake the speaker for a true American if not for Lu Fan's distinctly Chinese features. He Shuang and Lin Mafei rushed towards Lu Fan, with He Shuang exclaiming, "Big liar, I finally found you." However, upon hearing Lu Fan's impeccable English, their mouths fell agape in astonishment. In that fleeting moment, both He Shuang and Lin Mafei began to question their own perceptions. Had they mistaken him for someone else? Lu Fan swiftly detected the confusion in the eyes of the two young girls, realizing that his strategy had momentarily succeeded, bringing him a sense of covert delight. Lin Mafei soon regained her composure and replied, "Yes, this is indeed the place. How may I assist you?" "Thank you. Beautiful." Lu Fan nodded in appreciation, stating, "I've heard that this building is quite distinctive, and I wish to pay a visit." He Shuang remained a silent observer, initially convinced that this man was the fraudulent reporter surnamed Lu, yet questioning how a con artist could possess such flawless English. As a top student at Jiangxing University, she felt her own English proficiency, having passed the CET-6, was commendable, yet it paled in comparison to the man before her. If his English was indeed so exceptional, why would he resort to a life of deception that could lead to his capture at any moment? Lin Mafei beamed, responding in English, "I'm delighted you appreciate the architecture here. I am a student at this college, and you are welcome to explore." Lu Fan shrugged in the Western manner, then opened his arms and warmly embraced Lin Mafei, graciously saying, "You are truly a kind-hearted Chinese beauty. Thank you." Lin Mafei found herself momentarily flustered, her body stiffening as her cheeks flushed crimson. Although she had seen foreign customs of hugging and kissing in films, it was her first experience being embraced by a man, leaving her somewhat disconcerted. After a gentle squeeze, Lu Fan released Lin Mafei, smiling and waving, "Goodbye, beautiful. Wishing you the best." Wait a moment." He Shuang called out to Lu Fan. Seeing he did not respond, she quickly added in English, "Excuse me, sir, please hold on." Unable to pretend he hadn't heard, Lu Fan halted, turning to face the approaching He Shuang, his face illuminating with a radiant smile that revealed a row of pristine white teeth, creating a most pleasant impression. "How may I assist you, lovely lady?" he inquired. He Shuang, her bright eyes locking onto Lu Fan's, asked, "Sir, what is your name, and where are you from?" "I am Lu Isi, from America." Lu Fan casually fabricated a foreign name, maintaining the surname Lu. "So, you're an American?" He Shuang probed. No, miss. You have misunderstood." Lu Fan shrugged and waved his hands, explaining, "In truth, I am a Chinese expatriate, merely raised in America. My heart will forever belong to my homeland." He spoke with an air of nonchalance, almost finding amusement in his own words. He Shuang inquired, "Mr. Lewis, do you speak Chinese?" Lu Fan spread his hands, smirked slightly, and stammered, "Of course, I am a son of China. My Chinese is a bit limited, but I can manage." He Shuang was largely convinced, yet still reluctant, responding, "Mr. Lewis, have we met before?" Lu Fan shrugged once more, smiling as he opened his arms to give He Shuang a warm embrace, softly murmuring near her ear, perhaps in a sweet dream. He Shuang, akin to Lin Mafei, found herself at a loss, her body stiffening as her cheeks flushed like blossoms. Seemingly aware of the warm breath that brushed against her ear, causing her to tremble slightly, she sensed that Lu Fan was teasing her, yet felt it was merely his cultural way of expressing friendliness, and thus hesitated to push him away. Seeing He Shuang's fair and elegant neck turn crimson, Lu Fan nearly burst into laughter. The girls of this era were so reserved and innocent, utterly charming. "Goodbye, beautiful. May you have a sweet dream tonight," he said, teasing her just a little before releasing her and waving as he departed. For a long moment, He Shuang stood in stunned silence, finally muttering in frustration, "That rogue. He is not a good person." Lin Mafei objected. "Shuang, why do you say that? He was quite polite." He Shuang huffed. "Polite? Embracing upon first meeting is rather frivolous." Lin Mafei defended Lu Fan. "He grew up in America. Hugging is a normal greeting there, hardly frivolous." Amused, He Shuang looked at Lin Mafei and teased, "Aha, Miss Lin. Did you not claim to have a fear of men?" Lin Mafei showed no embarrassment. "Indeed, I do fear men, but exceptions are made for handsome ones, hee." Then, with a starry-eyed expression, she added, "Shuang, do you not think Mr. Lewis is quite handsome?" He Shuang was left speechless, rolling her eyes at Lin Mafei as she walked away. Meanwhile, Lu Fan, hidden in a corner on the second floor, wiped the sweat from his forehead, relieved that he had successfully navigated the encounter. It had been quite the harrowing experience. Chapter 25. Securing the television station. Having successfully deceived He Shuang and Lin Mafei with his expatriate identity, Lu Fan felt no rush to leave. It was not easy to come to Jiangcheng, and he aimed to further advance the design of high-end gift canned goods and the advertising on the television station. The thought that He Shuang was an intern reporter at Jiangcheng's television station filled him with dread. It seemed he would inevitably have to deal with her in the future. What a twist of fate. Lu Fan sought out Associate Professor Liang Wenda from the Design Academy. In his previous life, while pursuing his undergraduate studies at Jiangcheng University, his girlfriend was a student at the same academy, and Lu Fan had attended several of Liang Wenda's courses on craft design. At that time, Liang Wenda was already 70 years old, having been re-employed by the academy after retirement. Now, however, Liang Wenda was only around 40, lacking the white hair he had in his past life, and had recently been promoted to associate professor. Upon hearing Lu Fan's intentions, Liang Wenda's eyes sparkled with interest, and he praised, "Young man, your idea is quite innovative, both elegant and practical. Well done." Grateful for the compliment, Lu Fan replied, "Thank you, Professor. I have heard that you are a renowned design expert in our academy, and I have come to seek your guidance. I wish for you to design a set of tea cups that can also serve as containers for canned goods, allowing them to be used for tea collection after consumption." Lu Fan retrieved 300 yuan from his pocket and presented it to Liang Wenda, saying, "Professor, this is your remuneration. Please do not consider it too little." Liang Wenda hastily declined, exclaiming, "Mr. Lu, this is far too much. I cannot accept such generosity." 300 yuan represented nearly 2 months of his salary, and he had previously designed a few products for a glass factory, typically receiving around 100 yuan for each design. Lu Fan insisted that Associate Professor Liang accept the payment and continued, "I kindly ask you to take great care in incorporating our company's brand onto the design, ensuring it does not detract from the aesthetic while still capturing consumer attention." Liang Wenda nodded in agreement, saying, "Rest assured, Mr. Lu, I will personally handle the design. When do you require it?" Lu Fan replied, "The sooner, the better. I plan to launch an advertisement for this gift canister about 10 days before the May Day holiday." After considering for a moment, Liang Wenda responded, "Very well, come by 3 days later at 9 in the morning, and I will take you to my friend's glass factory to view the samples." Lu Fan was delighted to learn that Liang Wenda had connections with manufacturers and promptly agreed. He then inquired, "Professor, I would also like to invite an expert in food science or health studies from our university to conduct a health seminar on canned fruits, which we intend to use for our television advertisement. Would you be able to recommend someone?" With a smile, Liang Wenda replied, "What a coincidence. My wife is an expert in food science at Jiangcheng University. I will take care of this matter." Lu Fan was overjoyed and quickly retrieved 500 yuan from his wallet, stating, "Professor, this is our factory's compensation. Please pass it on to your esteemed wife. I will return to consult with you in 3 days." After leaving Jiangcheng University, Lu Fan hailed a taxi to a more specialized advertising agency. The agency's manager, Fan Chunlai, warmly invited Lu Fan into his office and inquired, "Mr. Lu, do you have specific ideas for your canned goods advertisement?" Lu Fan responded, "Manager Fan, as a professional in advertising, how familiar are you with the television stations?" Fan Chunlai confidently replied, "Mr. Lu, you have come to the right person. We have long-standing collaborations with provincial and municipal television stations, and we are well acquainted with their leaders. Reassured, Lu Fan proceeded to inquire. I would like to consult about the advertising fees charged by the provincial and municipal television stations, so that I can better convey our factory's advertising concept to you. The provincial television stations' charging standards are as follows. During the prime time of 8 o'clock, a 10-second advertisement costs approximately 6 to 7,000, while the municipal station charges around 5,000. During other evening hours, the provincial station charges around 4,500 for 10 seconds, while the midday viewing audience is larger, resulting in a cost of about 1,000 for the same duration. Fan Shunlai took a few minutes to summarize the advertising charges of the provincial and municipal television stations to Lu Fan. After calculating, Lu Fan realized that airing a 10-second advertisement once in the evening and once during the day would amount to over 10,000 a day, an expense he could scarcely afford. With just 20 days until the holiday, primetime advertising slots on both the provincial and municipal stations had long been sold out. Even if he had the money, he could not secure a spot during that time. He would have to wait until after the holidays to broadcast. After pondering for a moment, Lu Fan inquired, General Fan, would the costs be significantly lower if my advertisements were aired during the early morning, in the morning, and after 3:30 in the afternoon? Fan Shunlai stared at Lu Fan, seemingly incredulous. Mr. Lu, those are considered off-peak times, hence the costs are naturally low. But the effectiveness of the advertisement is undeniably poor. Moreover, after midnight and 3:30 in the afternoon, the television station closes, airing nothing but static. Lu Fan thought to himself, if those time slots were exclusively reserved for my advertisements, they would no longer be deemed off-peak. Anyone watching television would see and remember my product. With a smile, Lu Fan remarked, if I pay the television station, they will certainly remain open. After all, wouldn't they want to earn money? Seeing Lu Fan's determination, Fan Shunlai ceased his persuasion and stated, advertisements during off-peak times are exceedingly cheap, often going unpurchased year-round, prompting the television station to compel clients to purchase them alongside prime-time slots. Since Mr. Lu is willing to air during these 3 time frames, I will assist you in negotiating with the provincial and municipal stations to secure the most favorable price. Please share your specific advertising concept. Lu Fan retrieved the health seminar materials he had conceived the previous night from his bag and handed them to Fan Shunlai. After a brief glance, Fan Shunlai frowned and said, Mr. Lu, the advertisement for your canned goods seems excessively lengthy. One cycle would take at least 17 to 18 minutes. Furthermore, this script gives the impression of promoting health products. Lu Fan chuckled and reassured him, rest assured, General Fan. We are merely inviting experts from Jiangxing University to discuss the benefits of consuming more fruits for one's health. There will be no false advertising of our products. Since it is a health seminar, it naturally requires a longer duration. Otherwise, how would the audience retain the information? Fan Shunlai looked at Lu Fan with concern and cautioned. Mr. Lu, consider this carefully. Airing once in the morning, once in the early hours, and once after 3:30 in the afternoon would mean each airing would last approximately 20 minutes. Lu Fan nodded affirmatively. Please assist me in contacting the television station. Thank you. Fan Shunlai then picked up the landline on the desk and dialed the deputy director of the provincial television station. Upon receiving Fan Shunlai's call, Deputy Director Huang chuckled, thinking to himself that this advertiser must be wealthy and foolish. Before long, they reached an agreement. The provincial station would air the health seminar for the Jiangbei Can factory 3 times a day at an exceptionally low price of 1,000. Each session not exceeding 20 minutes. If Lu Fan agreed to a 1-year contract, the daily price could be reduced to 700. Lu Fan was greatly delighted. As the price exceeded his expectations, it was practically a gift. 10 minutes later, the municipal station finalized the price, 600 yuan per day. With a yearly contract at 420 yuan per day, Lu Fan was immensely satisfied with this price and promptly agreed to the 1-year contract. What further elated Lu Fan was that he would not need to negotiate in person at the television station, as the deputy director of the provincial television station would personally come to sign the contract with him, thus alleviating any concerns about encountering he shuaing at the municipal station. An hour later, Lu Fan signed 1-year advertising contracts with both the provincial and municipal stations, effective from April 21st to the following April 20th. The advertising fees would be paid monthly, with funds expected before the 21st of each month. Lu Fan paid a deposit of 5,000 yuan to the provincial station and 3,000 yuan to the municipal station, agreeing to deliver the health seminar video for review within 7 days. with an official broadcast on the 21st. After securing the television stations, Lu Fan discussed the filming details of the health seminar with Fan Chunlai, agreeing to commence shooting in 3 days. The filming and editing costs were set at 3,000 yuan, with additional expenses for venue rental, scene setup, hosts, experts, props, and extras to be calculated separately. Having settled all these matters, it was already evening. Lu Fan hurriedly took a taxi to the bus station, just managing to catch the last bus to Jiangbei County. The ride was bumpy, akin to a roller coaster, and Lu Fan soon dozed off. This day had been filled with mental and physical exertion, utterly exhausting. Chapter 0026. Balancing authority and benevolence. Lu Fan slept soundly until the conductor nudged him awake. Famished, he bought 5 meat buns from a nearby shop and devoured them hastily as he made his way to the factory. Chen Dazhuang had been eagerly awaiting his return and rushed to greet him. Dazhuang, how was the situation today? Lu Fan asked as he entered the office and gulped down a large glass of cool boiled water, feeling considerably refreshed. Chen Dazhuang pulled out the ledger and a stack of cash, exclaiming excitedly, Brother Xiaofan, we received 5,467 yuan and 50 cents today. We're on our way to prosperity, huh? Lu Fan was not surprised. This aligned closely with his expectations. Observing the ledger's neat entries, meticulously recorded in black ink to prevent tampering, he felt quite pleased with the accountant, Su Xiujuan. Dazhuang added cheerfully, thanks to Accountant Su today, I truly couldn't have managed on my own. Lu Fan nodded in agreement, saying, if she continues to perform well, I'll give her an extra 20 yuan bonus this month. Estimating quickly, Lu Fan noted that today was April 8th, and with 14 days remaining until the 21st for the remaining advertising fees, if they recorded 5,000 yuan daily, they would accumulate 70,000 yuan in cash. The Tianjiang provincial television station needed to pay 16,000 yuan in remaining advertising fees, while the Jiangxing City television station owed 6,400 yuan. The advertising company's filming fee was 3,000 yuan, with additional costs for venue rental, scene setup, props, hosts, experts, and audience expenses totaling approximately 4,000 yuan. There remains a set of 6 gift cans, for which a sum of 20,000 yuan must be reserved. An exquisite gift box's outer packaging requires a budget of 5,000 yuan. The cost for advertising billboards on the bus station and the building's facade amount to 5,000 yuan, and the expense for labeling the can jars is 2,000 yuan. After careful calculations, it is evident that after spending 70,000 yuan, only a few thousand yuan would be left. Lu Fan could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile, letting out a sigh. Should the water cup cans and gift cans fail to meet the anticipated sales targets upon entering the market, compounded by the fierce competition from Zhou, who might aggressively undercut prices in the rural market, it is quite likely that the salary due on the 4th of next month would not be disbursed, leading him toward bankruptcy once more. In the afternoon, He Shuaing lingered at the library of Jiangxing University on Luojia Mountain, diligently reviewing several economic texts required for her thesis, only proceeding home after dining in the cafeteria. As she passed by the Design Institute building, her mind wandered back to the encounter she had with Lu Fan earlier that day. This overseas Chinese individual and that deceitful man named Lu bore an uncanny resemblance in stature, hairstyle, and silhouette. Yet, one exhibited courtesy while the other thrived on trickery. The contrast in their character was stark. Lost in contemplation, He Shuaing returned home to find her parents engaged in conversation on the living room sofa. "Dad, Mom, I'm back," she announced sweetly, placing her backpack on the entrance console and settling beside Sun Qian on the sofa, picking at the fruit on her plate with a toothpick. Sun Qian gazed at her with affection and inquired, "Shuaing, did you gain any insights at the library today?" He Shuaing nodded and replied, "Following your advice. I focused on literature regarding the private economy and the food industry and have decided to visit Jiangbei County tomorrow. I aim to inspect the successful model of Fengyuan Can Factory and the failure of Jiangbei Can Factory. Then combine this with data from other food companies in Jiangxing to compose my thesis." Sun Qian, somewhat apprehensive, remarked, "Shuaing, as a girl, how can we feel at ease with you traveling so far alone? Perhaps I should ask Wu Jun to accompany you. It would also help foster your relationship." Upon hearing this, He Shuaing protested, "Oh, Mom, I'm merely going to Jiangbei County to gather material for my thesis. Why must Wu Jun tag along?" Sun Qian responded, "Wu Jun is my student and will be your colleague at the television station. His presence would not only ensure your safety, but also assist you in completing your research. Why should he not accompany you? He Jinhua concurred. Your mother makes a valid point. I find that Wu Jun is quite a decent young man. Both his parents are civil servants, making him well matched with us. You might consider exploring a relationship. Stop saying such things, or I shall truly ignore you. He Shuang's face flushed crimson, and she set the fruit plate down on the coffee table and rose to leave. Dad, remember to give me a heads up regarding Jiangbei County. I shall head there early tomorrow. With that, she retreated to her room to rest. Sun Qian sighed, shaking her head. This child, whenever we urge her to date, she retreats. She doesn't appreciate such a fine young man like Wu Jun. I wonder what kind of partner she is actually seeking? He Jinhua chuckled and remarked. Let it be. She has just graduated from university. There is no rush. Upon saying this, He Jinhua made a phone call to the director of the Jiangbei County Administration for Industry and Commerce, requesting that someone be sent to receive He Shuang the following day. Naturally, He Jinhua did not disclose that He Shuang was his daughter, as that would cast suspicion of favoritism. He merely mentioned that she was an intern reporter from the Jiangxing television station, with the higher-ups personally intervening. Director Li Qiang of the Jiangbei County Administration for Industry and Commerce immediately took notice and decided to host a grand reception for the reporter from the city station. When Lu Fan arrived at the factory after breakfast, it was still before 7:30, yet he found that more than 30 vehicles had already lined up at the factory entrance. Upon seeing Lu Fan, everyone greeted him with smiles, vying to offer him cigarettes. Mr. Lu, please try my Zhonghua cigarettes, one said. Mr. Lu, the canned goods are still not selling enough. Please think of ways to increase production, another urged. Lu Fan nodded and addressed the crowd. I am already working on it. Today, we will increase the supply by 5,000 bottles. Thank you all for your support. Hearing Lu Fan's words, the distributors were filled with joy and bowed in gratitude. The previous night, Lu Fan had called Huang in, requesting that the Shengli canned food factory increase its supply by 3,000 bottles daily, and the Fengshou canned food factory by 2,000 bottles. Although they agreed, Lu Fan was aware that it would not be long before they thoroughly understood his methods and subsequently reduced their supply to profit for themselves. One day at a time, Lu Fan thought helplessly. As the clock struck 8, the time for work, only 11 of the 15-day shift workers had arrived, and after 5 or 6 minutes, the remaining 4 hurriedly rushed into the workshop. Lu Fan turned to Qin Dazhuang and inquired, "What is going on? Why are there latecomers?" Qin Dazhuang rubbed his hands and replied, "Xiao Fan, they have been too tired these past few days. I reprimanded a few for being late yesterday, but it seems today we have more tardiness." Lu Fan nodded and observed for a while at the workshop entrance, noticing that whether washing fruits, boiling cans, or sealing on the assembly line, the workers' pace was markedly slower than in previous days. He and Qin Dazhuang entered the workshop, gestured for everyone to stop, scanned the crowd, and declared loudly, "You have all worked hard these past few days. I will arrange for the cafeteria to provide an extra meat dish for lunch as a reward. However, I am a firm believer in merit and consequences. The higher wages I offer are not an invitation for tardiness or idleness. Starting tomorrow, anyone who is late again will be fined 2 yuan. If there are 2 instances of tardiness, you will be dismissed immediately. I can easily find someone else at the talent market for 75 yuan a month. Feel free to test that if you wish. Additionally, based on your production records from the past few days, we will take an average. Anyone producing less than 7,000 bottles in a day will incur a 1 yuan fine. If you can maintain a daily output above 7,000 bottles, each of you will receive a 20 yuan bonus monthly. Is that understood?" After Lu Fan's admonition, everyone quickly responded in unison, "Understood." Lu Fan waved his hand. "All right, continue working." 15 workers, no longer daring to procrastinate, rallied their spirits and resumed their fervent efforts. Witnessing Lu Fan swiftly resolve the matter with just a few words, Qin Dazhuang was filled with admiration. As Lu Fan exited the workshop, he patted Qin Dazhuang on the shoulder and advised, "Remember, kindness does not lead an army. One must balance benevolence with authority, ensuring rewards and punishments are clear." Qin Dazhuang promptly straightened his posture, affirming, "Yes, Brother Fan, I shall remember." Chapter 0027. A scheme against oneself. Qin Dazhuang, accompanied by accountant Su Shujuan, busily allocated goods to the distributors, collected payments, and maintained the accounts. Lu Fan also assisted, and within an hour, the more than 7,200 jars of canned goods produced the previous night were snatched up by 10 distributors. Soon, Large trucks from two canning factories in Huang'an entered the premises, delivering not only the daily fixed supply of 10,000 jars for Han Fugue's group, but also an additional 10,000 jars for the remaining dozen distributors. As Lu Fan was engrossed in his tasks, the telephone in the office rang. It was the phone line that Lu Fan had asked Chen Dazhuang to renew the service for 2 days prior. Without it, communication would be exceedingly cumbersome. Lu Fan dashed into the office, picked up the phone, and inquired, "Hello, this is Jiangbei Canning Factory. Who may I ask is calling?" A man on the other end asked, "Is the person in charge of your factory available?" Lu Fan replied, "I am Lu Fan, the general manager of Jiangbei Canning Factory. May I know who is calling?" The man introduced himself, "Comrade Lu, good day. I am Chen Hui, secretary to Director Li of the County Bureau of Industry and Commerce. The director is currently inspecting Fengyuan Canning Factory with reporters from the municipal television station, and the next stop is your Jiangbei Canning Factory. Please prepare for their arrival." Lu Fan felt momentarily dazed, pondering why Director Li and the reporters were coming to disrupt his busy schedule. Wait a moment, reporters from the municipal television station? His heart raced, and he hastily asked, "Secretary Chen, did you say there are reporters coming?" "Yes, there are 2 reporters, 1 male and 1 female." Lu Fan pressed further. "Could you describe the female reporter? Approximately how old is she and what is her name?" Chen Hui, puzzled by Lu Fan's inquiry, thought for a moment before responding. "I believe her surname is He. I did not catch her first name, but she appears to be around 20 years old." Lu Fan's heart raced uncontrollably. Could it be He Shuang? A sense of dread washed over him as the surname and age matched perfectly. Aside from He Shuang, could there be any other reporters from the municipal television station? Noticing the silence on the other end, Chen Hui asked, "Is there an issue, General Lu?" "No. No problem at all, haha." Lu Fan quickly regained his composure, declaring, "I will arrange for the cleaning and warmly welcome Director Li and the reporters." After hanging up, Lu Fan's expression fluctuated as he pondered whether He Shuang had uncovered his masquerade as a reporter and the American expatriate. Was she coming to seek him out for an explanation? Yet, that did not seem plausible. Why would she first visit Fengyuan Canning Factory if she intended to confront him? It appeared to be merely a television station assignment, and his deception had not yet been exposed. Lu Fan let out a sigh of relief. Since he had successfully deceived He Shuang yesterday while posing as an American expatriate, all he needed to do today was disguise himself and respond calmly. Confident that he could navigate through this situation unscathed, Lu Fan pondered calmly for a moment. When he impersonated a reporter, he spoke in standard Mandarin due to the requirement of his role. Yesterday, while masquerading as an overseas Chinese, he spoke impeccable English. Therefore, today, he decided to converse solely in the Jiangbei dialect. After receiving a phone call, he appeared lost in thought, prompting Chen Dazhuang to curiously inquire, "Xiao Fan, is something wrong?" Noticing Chen Dazhuang, who was sweating profusely from his busy work, Lu Fan suddenly realized he had overlooked this hefty fellow. "Dazhuang, hurry and pack up your things. Don't come back today. Quickly," Lu Fan urged, taking the bag from Chen Dazhuang's hands. Chen Dazhuang looked utterly bewildered. "Xiao Fan, did I do something wrong? Please don't send me away." Lu Fan playfully slapped Chen Dazhuang on the shoulder. "I see how hard you've been working these past few days. I'm giving you a day off. What are you daydreaming about?" Upon hearing this, Chen Dazhuang broke into a grin. "But what about the unfinished work here?" Impatiently waving his hand, Lu Fan replied, "Leave the rest to me and Accountant Su. You should go." If Chen Dazhuang lingered too long, he might run into He Shuang, and his distinctive physique and accent would surely give him away, thereby exposing Lu Fan's true identity. Reluctantly, Chen Dazhuang scratched his head and began to exit. "Dazhuang, come back," Lu Fan called out. "What is it, Xiao Fan?" Chen Dazhuang hurriedly returned, his considerable belly jiggling and the flesh of his round face quivering, creating a comical sight. Lu Fan glanced at his own physique. At 21 years old and standing at 178 centimeters, he considered himself quite tall, and thankfully, he lacked the paunch characteristic of his later years. He resolved to maintain his figure throughout his life. Lu Fan counted out 5,000 yuan from the bag and handed it to Chen Dazhuang, instructing, "Take this money and see if you can buy a motorcycle, fill it up with gas, and come back tonight." Chen Dazhuang leaped with excitement. Even acquiring a sturdy bicycle would be commendable, but riding a motorcycle would undoubtedly signify success. He took the money and dashed out to select a vehicle from the supply store. After toiling until 10:30, the last batch of canned fruits was finally taken away by the vendor. Yet, 4 or 5 vehicles remained outside, awaiting today's shipment. Just as Lu Fan had time for a sip of water, he noticed Zhou Jianjun, Ho Weidong, and the two approaching from outside. Lu Gu, your business is thriving. There's a queue for pickups, Zhou Jianjun exclaimed. In recent days, Zhou Jianjun and his companions had observed Lu Fan's booming enterprise with envy and admiration. They had not encountered Lu Fan amidst his busy schedule until now, and upon learning of his return, they hurried over. Lu Fan quickly pulled out cigarettes and offered one to each of the three. I sincerely appreciate the unwavering support from my brothers. Once this busy period is over, I shall treat you all to a grand feast. Zhou Jianjun took a puff and released a smoke ring into the air. I heard Lu Gu can earn 4,000 to 5,000 in a day. That amounts to over 100,000 in a month. Lu Fan hastily waved his hand in humility, saying, do not listen to the nonsensical chatter of others. Earning such a sum in a single day would make me wake up smiling in my dreams. After deducting factory rent, worker wages, various materials, and utility costs, I barely save a few coins in a month. Ho Weidong chuckled lightly and remarked, Brother Lu, you've made quite a business for yourself. Let us not forget our brethren. Lu Fan accompanied his smile. Of course not. Who among us are not brothers? Zhou Jianjun suggested, Brother Lu, how about this? We need to deliver 2 truckloads of fruits to you every day, so on our way back, we can take 2 truckloads of canned goods, helping you exchange for grain in the countryside. What do you think? Having lived 2 lifetimes, Lu Fan possessed a keen insight. As soon as Zhou Jianjun proposed this, he understood their intention was to scheme against him. Indeed, Zhou Jianjun continued, we have been delivering fruits for a week now, and the villagers are clamoring for payment. We can settle their debts with the money from the canned goods. Lu Fan replied with a smile, Brother, we agreed in our procurement contract that payments would be settled once a month, and we are far from that time. Ho Weidong added, Brother Lu, this cannot be blamed on us. The villagers are demanding their money, and if we do not settle, they will not allow us to transport goods tomorrow. Lu Fan's expression darkened. He realized that Zhou Jianjun and Ho Weidong were merely using the villagers as an excuse to extort him. With a sigh, he recognized that these fellows had previously conspired against him and now, seeing his profitable endeavors, sought to cash in even more. If he could not meet their demands, they would likely turn against him quickly. If they did, so be it. Their value to him was nearly exhausted, and they would not create much of a storm. Chapter 28. No one's path is easy. Lu Fan snorted. Here's the thing. Brothers, I do not wish to put you in a difficult position. Please inform the villagers that according to the contract, if they cannot supply me with 2 truckloads daily, I am within my rights to refuse payment for the prior goods. Zhou Jianjun and Ho Weidong were taken aback, pondering the existence of such a clause in the contract. Zhou Jianjun's eyes darted as he said, Brother Lu, we can persuade the villagers to continue supplying goods. However, you must provide us with a truckload of canned goods daily. We are all brothers, and there's wealth for everyone to share. Lu Fan nodded. That is acceptable. However, the factory is not solely mine. My 2 friends also hold shares. For the sake of our brotherhood, I can allocate 1 truckload for you, but you must pay for the goods before taking them. Hearing Lu Fan's words, Zhou Jianjun and Ho Weidong were displeased. Zhou Jianjun exclaimed, Brother Lu, what do you mean by that? Do you not trust us? Lu Fan gestured for calm. Brothers, you misunderstand. I truly mean no offense. As the saying goes, even brothers must settle accounts clearly. The company has its own regulations, and it is not solely my decision. I hope you can understand. Zhou Jianjun grew indignant, glaring as he said, Lu Fan, do not use Chun Dazhuang as an excuse. Everyone knows you have the final say here. Today, give us a clear answer. Will you allow us to take the goods before payment? Lu Fan shook his head directly, saying, I am sorry, but I cannot violate the company's rules. Zhou Jianjun and Ho Weidong gritted their teeth, pointing at Lu Fan, threatening with indignation, Lu Fan, I never expected you to be so treacherous. We shall see how long you can maintain your arrogance. After uttering these words, Zhou Jianjun, Ho Weidong, and Chen Dazhuang spat disdainfully and departed. Su Xiujuan looked at Lu Fan, her face pale with fear, and anxiously asked, General Lu, are you all right? Lu Fan chuckled lightly. They are merely insignificant figures, unable to stir any substantial trouble, so do not worry. What about the fruit from those villages? She inquired. I have long anticipated their schemes. I have signed a purchase contract with the village committee, and Zhou Jianjun and his associates dare not prevent the villagers from selling their fruit to us. Otherwise, I could refuse to pay the previous dues to the village committee, and they would bear the consequences. If Zhou Jianjun does not deliver to us, I can always arrange for another vehicle to collect the goods. Hearing Lu Fan's reassurances, Su Xiujuan felt relieved and remarked, "People often believe that you wealthy businessmen live splendid lives, yet they do not realize the difficulties you face." Lu Fan smiled. To wear a crown is to bear its weight. To grasp a rose is to endure its thorns. Ordinary people have their joys and troubles, while the affluent have theirs. Life is not easy for anyone in this world. Su Xiujuan pondered Lu Fan's words, feeling a profound impact within her heart. As lunchtime approached and Director Li had yet to arrive, Lu Fan surmised that they would come in the afternoon. He went to the cafeteria to have a meal. After dining, Lu Fan instructed Su Xiujuan, "By the way, the leaders from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau will be here for an inspection shortly. Could you please tidy up the office? I will change into something more presentable." "Understood, General Lu," Su Xiujuan replied, then organized her ledger and got to work. Lu Fan walked to Chen Dezhuang's room, retrieved the tattered work clothes he had worn a few days prior, and used hair wax to style his hair into an awkward parting. Upon glancing at his transformed reflection in the mirror, he felt slightly uneasy. He smeared some dust across his face and slipped into a pair of Chen Dezhuang's worn shoes before stepping outside. As Su Xiujuan was halfway through her cleaning, she suddenly noticed a man covered in dust and grime entering. Startled, she quickly recognized Lu Fan and was left speechless. "General Lu, what happened to you?" "Su, if anyone asks whether I speak Mandarin, please say I do not and can only speak the Jiangbei dialect. Do you understand?" Lu Fan instructed. Su Xiujuan nodded in a daze. Lu Fan waved his hand. "All right, do not tidy up too much, otherwise it will not match my attire." Su Xiujuan took her bucket and cloth and exited. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the sound of a car echoed outside the factory. Lu Fan realized that Director Li and the journalists had arrived, and he hurriedly went out to greet them with Su Xiujuan. As they stepped out of the office, they saw 2 black Santana sedans driving into the yard. The driver opened the door, and the stout figure of Li Qiang, accompanied by his secretary Chen Hui, emerged from the vehicle. A vehicle approached, from which emerged a young couple. The man, in his early 20s, possessed a robust physique, while the girl, with her flowing long hair, delicate willow-like brows, and captivating eyes, radiated an aura of youthful vitality. She was none other than He Shuai, whom Lu Fan least wished to encounter. A sudden jolt of unease coursed through Lu Fan's heart as he pondered why this girl seemed to haunt him, questioning whether their destinies were misaligned. "Ah, Director Li, welcome," he greeted with a broad smile, feigning excitement as he extended his hands to shake with Li Qiang. His accent distinctly Jiangbei. Li Qiang smiled back, shaking Lu Fan's hand before introducing, "Mr. Lu, allow me to present these 2 journalists from our city's television station, here to conduct an interview regarding the private sector in the food industry." Wu Jun and He Shuai waved in unison. "Hello, Mr. Lu." Lu Fan appeared somewhat flustered, attempting to extend his hand for a handshake, only to retract it midway, awkwardly wiping his hands on his worn clothing. "It's quite hot today. You've worked hard. Please, come inside," he stammered. Observing Lu Fan's rustic demeanor, Wu Jun frowned slightly, while He Shuai stood puzzled, unable to comprehend his words. Noticing this, Secretary Chen Hui quickly translated, allowing He Shuai to follow Lu Fan and Li Qiang into the office. As they walked, He Shuai discreetly studied Lu Fan, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as though she had encountered him before. After some contemplation, she could not pinpoint the reason for this sensation. However, upon witnessing the bustling activity within the workshop, she was taken aback. Prior to her visit, she had regarded the Jiangbei canning factory as a prime example of failure within the food industry. Yet she was astonished to discover it had not only revived, but was thriving. Intrigued by Lu Fan, who appeared rather unrefined, she settled down and activated her recording device. Posing a question to him, "Mr. Lu, I heard that the Jiangbei canning factory had declared bankruptcy and ceased operations. Yet, just now, I observed the machinery humming, workers diligently engaged, and distributors queuing for supplies. What is the explanation for this?" Li Qiang also harbored his own questions. Just 5 days prior, he had accepted Lu Fan's deposit, which had facilitated the approval for resuming operations. To his astonishment, in merely 5 days, the Jiangbei canning factory had not only resurrected, but seemingly surpassed the business of Fengyuan canning factory. Chapter 29. A masterful performance. How shall I put this? It's quite a convoluted story. This factory belongs to my parents. They lacked the know-how and were financially strained, constantly pursued for debts. Unable to cope, they succumbed to despair, Lu Fan recounted. Recently, I was pressured by those relentless creditors, but fortunately, I managed to evade them. As I reflected on my debts, I realized I could not feign ignorance. Thus, I gathered what little money I had and reopened the factory. Little did I know that I would seize a fortuitous opportunity, leading to the factory's remarkable revival. Lu Fan spoke in a thick dialect, rambling on at length, leaving He Shuang utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend a single word. Secretary Chun translated once more. To put it simply, this matter is quite intricate. This factory belongs to my parents, who were not adept at management and ultimately faced bankruptcy, constantly pursued by creditors. In their despair, they resorted to suicide. Recently, I found myself cornered at home by those same creditors, but fortunately, I managed to escape before they could harm me. I realized that I could not shirk the debts my parents incurred, so I sought ways to gather some funds and reopen the factory. Luckily, I seized opportunities in rural areas, which allowed me to revive the factory. After translating, Secretary Chin briefly elucidated the general situation of the Lu family to He Shuang. Upon hearing Lu Fan's experiences, He Shuang was taken aback, filled with a profound respect. This scion of wealth had faced tragedy just 10 days prior, losing everything, yet rather than succumbing to despair, he had resolutely shouldered an enormous debt of 200,000 and managed to resuscitate the factory within mere days. Such resilience was truly remarkable. He Shuang then posed numerous inquiries, such as, given the current poverty in rural areas, where most factories overlook this market, how did you discover business opportunities there? She also asked, what is your perspective on the present state and future prospects of the food industry? What are the primary challenges hindering the development of the private economy? And how can these challenges be addressed? Lu Fan pondered for a moment before responding. The food industry is currently in a state of chaotic development, lacking regulation and comprehensive legal frameworks, which undermines consumer rights. Due to this disorderly expansion, there will be severe overcapacity, and within the next 3 to 5 years, 70 to 80% of canning factories may face closure. Only those companies that innovate through technology will survive. I am confident that the food industry in our country will gradually become more regulated and healthier, with various green and organic products emerging and thriving. Having previously obtained a master's degree in economics, Lu Fan possessed a profound understanding of the food industry, and with his 30 years of reincarnation experience, he answered these questions with remarkable ease. As he spoke, Chen Hui translated alongside him, and He Shuang became increasingly impressed. Many questions that had previously confounded her suddenly became clear. Wu Jun had come today upon receiving a call from his esteemed mentor, Sun Qian, to look after He Shuang in Jiangbei County. Initially, he held a slight disdain for Lu Fan, whom he regarded as a simpleton. However, as he listened to Lu Fan's discourse, he found himself captivated, increasingly astonished by the depth of Lu Fan's economic insights, which surpassed even his own knowledge as a top undergraduate from Jiangxing University. As Lu Fan continued to speak with enthusiasm, he inadvertently caught the astonished and admiring gaze of He Shuang, and a sudden realization struck him. He had perhaps said too much. Was he not attempting to portray himself as a rustic who struggled with Mandarin? How could someone with only a high school education delve into such profound economic theories? Ahem. Indeed, one must be cautious with their words. Lu Fan hastily fell silent, clearing his throat to mask his discomfort, and then expressed that his previous comments were merely hearsay, hoping that the director and the esteemed journalist would not take offense. He Shuang quickly interjected, No, Mr. Lu, please continue. Your insights were quite enlightening. Lu Fan humbly waved his hand. I was merely rambling. Please do not take it to heart. Chen Hui translated. What I said earlier was nothing but nonsense. Please excuse me. He Shuang wished for Lu Fan to elaborate further, but he insisted that he had merely retained what he had heard from others and had little more to contribute, thus falling silent. With no other option, He Shuang suggested a tour of the factory. Consequently, Lu Fan took on the role of guide, leading Li Kuyong, He Shuang, and others through the workshop, warehouse, and cafeteria. During the tour, He Shuang observed Lu Fan discreetly, increasingly struck by how his physique, height, and silhouette bore a striking resemblance to an American expatriate she had encountered the previous day, as well as to a certain swindler with the surname Lu. For a fleeting moment, she pondered whether the three were indeed the same individual. Yet, while the swindler was handsome yet unscrupulous, Lu Fan, though seemingly rustic, displayed remarkable insight and acumen. The disparity among the three was so vast that it seemed implausible they could be one and the same. The factory was quite petite, and within mere minutes, the tour concluded. He Shuing then requested Su Xiaowan to accompany her to the restroom. After attending to her needs, He Shuing pulled Su Xiaowan aside and inquired directly, "What is Mr. Lu's educational background?" Su Xiaowan replied, "I believe he graduated from high school." He Shuing pressed, "Are you certain he has not attended university?" Su Xiaowan affirmed, "I can assure you, Mr. Lu has never been to college." He Shuing continued, "Does Mr. Lu have any brothers or sisters who might resemble him?" Su Xiaowan shook her head. "Mr. Lu is an only child." He Shuing then asked, "Can Mr. Lu speak Mandarin?" Su Xiaowan quickly shook her head again. "No, Mr. Lu cannot speak Mandarin at all." He Shuing regarded the somewhat anxious Su Xiaowan before returning to the vehicle with a furrowed brow. Before departing, Li Kuyong grasped Lu Fan's hand and remarked, "Mr. Lu, your accomplishments at such a young age, turning a bankrupt factory into a profitable one in such a short span, are truly commendable. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to bring them to our attention. Our bureau will lend its full support. Keep up the excellent work." Lu Fan feigned a display of gratitude, personally opening the car door for Li Kuyong. He Shuing approached Lu Fan, gazing into his eyes, and said, "Mr. Lu, thank you for your hospitality today. I hope to have further opportunities to seek your guidance." With that, she extended her delicate hand for a handshake. Lu Fan, feeling a bit awkward, chuckled nervously, wiped his hands on his work attire, and gently shook her hand before assisting her into the car. Safe travels, esteemed journalist. After He Shuing departed, Lu Fan hastily pulled Su Xiaowan into the office and asked, "Did the journalist inquire about anything while you were in the restroom?" Su Xiaowan recounted He Shuying's questions to Lu Fan in detail. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan furrowed his brow, pondering that He Shuing seemed to harbor doubts about him. Su Xiaowan chuckled and remarked, "Mr. Lu, journalist, he is quite concerned about your family circumstances. From my personal experience as a woman, it is evident that she has taken a liking to you." A cough escaped Lu Fan's lips as he nearly choked on a sip of water. He bitterly smiled to himself, contemplating that if He Shuing were to discover his true identity one day, she might very well attempt to harm him. Nevertheless, he had managed to navigate through today as challenges, and a sigh of relief escaped him. Chapter 0030, the closest one to her as dusk settled. The thunderous roar of an engine broke the tranquility, and Chun Dezhuang, exuding an air of authority, stormed into the courtyard atop a motorcycle. "Xiao Fan go. I've chosen the motorcycle, what do you think?" he exclaimed excitedly, bringing the vehicle to a steady halt at the office entrance. The red Suzuki King 125, nearly new, was a model Lu Fan had also ridden in his past life. The motorcycle boasted ample power and remarkable fuel efficiency, making it an economical choice for daily commuting. "Where did you acquire this treasure? Are all the papers in order?" Lu Fan inquired, his satisfaction tempered by concerns over its origins. "Rest assured, Xiao Fan go. This belonged to a factory owner in Sanshui town. He urgently needed funds, and I got it for 2,800 yuan, down from the original price of 12,000. Chun Dazhuang handed over the paperwork and the remaining 200 yuan to Lu Fan. After examining the documents, Lu Fan felt reassured. He had not anticipated Chun Dazhuang's fortuitous find. In this era, bicycles served as the primary mode of transportation for the working class, while private cars remained a distant dream, making motorcycles a symbol of prestige. The iconic scene from the Hong Kong film If There Is Love, where Andy Lau rides a motorcycle with a blood-nosed Wu Qianlian, captivated many boys who longed to grow up quickly and possess such a vehicle to whisk away their crushes. Lu Fan took a spin around the courtyard, thoroughly pleased with the motorcycle's performance. At last, he had a means of transportation. He patted Chun Dazhuang on the shoulder and declared, "Once we strike it rich, we shall drive a Mercedes or a BMW." He felt compelled to share this good news with Jin Ku, hoping to bring her some joy. As soon as the words left his mouth, a flicker of surprise coursed through him. Deep down, he still regarded Chun Ku as his godmother, the closest person to him in his past life, eager to report any achievements to her in hopes of receiving her praise. Astonishingly, even in this life, his first thought upon attaining success was of Chun Ku, rather than Gu Xiaoro, who was ostensibly his closest companion now. Lu Fan hopped onto the motorcycle, making his way toward the county party committee dormitory, intent on sharing the recent good tidings with Chun Ku to lift her spirits. The county party committee dormitory, situated beside the Shui River Park in the town center, was reached by Lu Fan in about 5 or 6 minutes. After registering with the elderly doorman, he rode in. Calling out to the window at the far east of the second floor, he was greeted by the sight of Chun Ku's petite head emerging. Upon seeing Lu Fan, her exquisite face blossomed like a flower. "Xiao Fan Ge, what brings you here?" Chun Ku's voice rang out, sweet and melodious, imbued with surprise. "It has been several days since I last saw you, so I came to pay a visit," Lu Fan remarked, retrieving 2 bags of fruit and a carton of milk from the motorcycle's trunk. Chun Ku beamed with joy. "Xiao Fan Ge, please come up." Lu Fan secured his motorcycle and, carrying the items, ascended to the second floor, where Chun Ku awaited him at the staircase. "Xiao Fan Ge, why waste money when you come to visit me?" Lu Fan chuckled. "This little bit is nothing. Your brother has struck it rich now, hee. You have quite the audacity to boast." Chun Ku replied with a sweet smile, leading Lu Fan towards her dormitory. As they walked, they encountered a man in his late 20s, wearing black-rimmed glasses. He frowned slightly upon seeing Lu Fan. "Xiao Chun, what is going on? Why are you bringing an outsider to the dormitory?" Chun Ku quickly bent slightly in greeting. "Hello, Section Chief Wei. This is not an outsider. It is my fellow villager, Xiao Fan Ge." Section Chief Wei glanced at Lu Fan's work attire with disdain, his expression disapproving. "Xiao Chun, as a girl, bringing a man to the dormitory late at night is inappropriate. Quickly ask him to leave." "What do you mean by that?" Lu Fan, irritated by Wei's persistent criticism, was about to argue but was restrained by Chun Ku. "I understand, Section Chief Wei. Xiao Fan Ge and I will just drop off our things and then step outside to chat." Wei cast a malevolent glance at Lu Fan before sauntering away. Chun Ku's dormitory was a small yet tidy single room, adorned in simple elegance. A single bed was dressed in a pink floral duvet, and a butterfly orchid graced the windowsill, filling the room with a faint, familiar fragrance. As Lu Fan surveyed the space, he noted that his former godmother still favored pink orchids, and the delicate scent reminiscent of orchids. He placed the milk carton on the desk, where an economics textbook lay alongside a notebook filled with dense notes. "Chun Ku, were you studying economics just now?" he inquired, picking up the notebook to find it inscribed with the title, "On the Gains and Losses of the Soviet Economy." Chun Ku hurried over, snatched the notebook from him, and blushed as she replied, "Xiao Fan Ge, I was just writing nonsense. It's not good." Lu Fan chuckled. "If you wish to study the Soviet economy, you could ask me. I have thoroughly researched the economic conditions before and after the Soviet Union's dissolution." Uffed. Before Lu Fan could finish, he noticed Chun Ku covering her mouth, giggling, her face blooming like a peach blossom, utterly enchanting. "Xiao Fan Ge, you are boasting again." Suddenly, Lu Fan became aware that, in this lifetime, he had only completed high school. Feeling relaxed in Chun Ku's presence, he inadvertently revealed details from his past. "By the way, Xiao Fan Ge, when you mentioned the dissolution of the Soviet Union, what did you mean?" Chun Ku asked curiously, her eyes sparkling with interest. "I was just speaking off the cuff. Haha." Lu Fan quickly laughed off the comment and changed the subject. "That Section Chief Wei seemed to be deliberately causing you trouble, didn't he?" Chun Ku poured a glass of water for Lu Fan, sighing softly. "That Wei Xiang is the secretary to the county party secretary of Jiangbei. He is my immediate superior in the secretariat. I am the secretary to the county magistrate. Recently, the secretary and the magistrate have been at odds, with the latter facing considerable pressure. Wei Xiang seems to take pleasure in making my life difficult on a daily basis, and I have grown accustomed to it." Sigh. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. He suddenly stood up and declared, "This scoundrel dares to bully you. I shall confront him at once." Chun Ku was startled and quickly stepped forward to grasp Lu Fan's arm, advising, "Xiao Fan, please do not act impulsively. Violence is against the law." However, a sweet warmth blossomed in her heart. Xiao Fan was still the same as before, always protecting her and helping to teach a lesson to those who dared to torment her. Lu Fan regained his composure. Even if he were to confront Wei Xiang, it would not resolve anything, and Chun Ku's situation in the county committee office would only worsen. No, he needed to devise a plan to bring down that rascal Wei Xiang and elevate Chun Ku instead. Chapter 0031. Trouble resurfaces, observing the glum expression on Chun Ku's face. Lu Fan pondered for a moment before pulling her outside. "Xiao Ku, I wish to take you somewhere." After Chun Ku closed the dormitory door, she followed Lu Fan to the courtyard below, where she spotted a motorcycle and exclaimed, "Xiao Fan, where did you acquire this vehicle?" "I just bought it today. What do you think?" "But, Xiao Fan, where did you get the money? Rest assured, the funds for the motorcycle are from my own earnings. You earned it? Chen Ke thought skeptically. Lu Fan currently had no proper job, so how could he have made any money? Besides, a motorcycle typically costs thousands. And even if he had recently found work, there was no way he could have earned that much in such a short time. Seeing Chen Ke's disbelief, Lu Fan placed a helmet on her head, assisted her onto the back of the motorcycle, and then revved the engine as they exited the county committee dormitory compound. Hold on tight. Upon reaching a wide road, Lu Fan twisted the throttle, and the engine roared to life as the motorcycle surged forward. Ah, Chen Ke gasped, quickly wrapping her arms around Lu Fan's waist. This was her first motorcycle ride, and as the gentle early summer breeze caressed her cheeks, she experienced a thrilling rush of speed and excitement that markedly lifted her spirits. The motorcycle zipped through the main city, and Chen Ke's hair danced in the wind, her pink dress fluttering. Young people on the streets gazed enviously at Lu Fan's impressive maneuvering. After 5 or 6 minutes, they arrived at the Jiangbei canning factory in the southern part of the city, where Lu Fan brought the motorcycle to a halt. Hearing the commotion, Chen Dazhuang rushed out from the workshop, his face lighting up upon seeing Chen Ke. Sister Chen Ke, you're here. Dazhuang, what are you doing here? Chen Ke exclaimed as she jumped off the motorcycle, her eyes widening in astonishment at the brightly lit workshop. Lu Fan removed the helmet from Chen Ke's head and proudly stated, Xiao Ke, come, let me show you the fruits of my labor from the past few days. Inside the workshop, machines hummed, and 15 workers were busily engaged in their tasks, with jars of canned goods being neatly packed into boxes. Chen Ke was utterly mesmerized. Xiao Fan, did you do all of this? Xiao Ke, I haven't had the chance to visit you this past week because I've been busy with this factory. But where did you acquire so much money? Chen Dazhuang took the conversation forward, proudly stating, Sister Chen Ke, Xiao Fan has many methods. We haven't spent a single penny. Lu Fan, fearing that Chen Dazhuang might reveal their dubious activities, hurriedly kicked him from behind, prompting Chen Dazhuang to promptly close his mouth. Lu Fan led Chen Ke to his office, moved a chair for her to sit, and offered her a freshly opened can of food. Xiao Ke, I have completely gotten back on track here. It won't be long before I can repay the 200,000 owed. He continued, the factory matters cannot be explained in a few words. I will elaborate when I have more time. I'll return the 530 yuan to you first. I already have the funds. Chen Ke quickly waved her hands, saying, no need, Xiao Fan. Your factory is just starting up, and you will need the money for many things. Keep it for now. My salary will be issued soon. All right, whenever you need money, just come by, Lu Fan replied. He then opened the can and handed her a spoon. Xiao Ke, could you update me on the situation at the county committee? I can offer some advice. After taking a bite of the canned food, Chen Ke pondered for a moment and said, I graduated from college and joined the secretary department of the county committee shortly after, becoming Secretary Chen Zhenghe's assistant. County Chief Chen is young and capable, actively exploring the market economy and proposing many plans to encourage and support it, but most of them have been vetoed by Secretary Lu Zhong during the standing committee meetings. Secretary Lu is a staunch supporter of the Soviet model, believing only in the Soviet planned economy. Lu Fan was well aware of the current international and domestic situation. Thus, in the small Jiangbei County, the conservative leader was Secretary Lu Zhong, while the reformist leader was County Chief Chen Zhenghe, who was currently under suppression. However, the ordinary citizens at the grassroots level were oblivious to the power struggles above. Lu Fan distinctly remembered that in 2 or 3 months, fierce confrontations would erupt among the upper echelons of the Soviet Union, leading to the eventual collapse of this superpower. Lu Fan felt compelled to assist Chen Ke. Although the conservatives were currently dominant in Jiangbei County, he understood that reform was inevitable and that the market economy would flourish. No one could halt the tide of history. After contemplating, Lu Fan devised a general plan in his mind and decided that once he completed his current tasks, he would help Chen Ke write a couple of articles on Soviet reforms and economic development. Xiao Ke, I will frequently visit Jiangxing University during this period. I will seek opportunities to consult professors specializing in Soviet economics and share their insights with you later. Thank you, Xiao Fan. I too would love to hear those experts' opinions. Chen Ke replied as she set down the can. Standing up, she said, I'm truly happy to see your factory getting on track. It's getting late, and I have work tomorrow, so I'll take my leave now. Noticing Chen Ke's fondness for fruit cans, Lu Fan instructed Chen Dazhuang to bring a box over for her to take home. Chen Ke initially declined, but Lu Fan insisted. scolding her gently before loading the box onto his motorcycle and driving her back to her dormitory. In the ensuing 3 days, business continued to flourish. The Jiangbei canning factory maintained a stable output of approximately 14 to 15,000 bottles, while the Shengli canning factory supplied 13,000 bottles daily. And the Fengshou canning factory consistently delivered 7,000 bottles. Despite a slight increase in fruit prices over these days, the daily profit remained steadfast at over 7,000 yuan. Glancing at the account books, Lu Fan felt an indescribable joy. His cash reserves had surpassed 40,000, and with the circulating funds, the total exceeded 50,000. Everything was progressing in accordance with his plans, and Lu Fan felt profoundly satisfied. However, his contentment was soon overshadowed by concern when Chun Dazhuang rushed over, panting, "Not good. Brother Fan, I've heard that 2 new canning workshops have opened in the county, and they're competing with us for fruit procurement." A chill ran through Lu Fan as he quickly grasped the situation. No wonder fruit prices had begun to rise. Initially, he had thought it was due to the Jiangbei canning factory's excessive purchases, but he now realized that his small factory could not possibly disrupt such a vast market. It turned out that others were competing with him for fruit. Evidently, witnessing his prosperous business, they had become envious. Unable to invest heavily in machinery and production lines like Zhou Feng, they resorted to establishing small manual workshops. With sufficient manpower, they could produce over 1,000 bottles in a single day. Today, 2 workshops opened. In a few days, 3 to 5 more would likely follow, until the market reached saturation, resulting in overproduction. Consequently, prices would plummet and profits would evaporate. Such is the nature of market economics. Wherever there is a market, competition will arise. Lu Fan had not anticipated that competition would arrive so swiftly and fiercely. Chapter 0032. Chun Ku is a noble. Although this news was disheartening, Lu Fan remained relatively untroubled. It only strengthened his resolve to introduce canned beverages and premium gift cans. Those small workshops could only produce the most basic cans and lacked the capital to compete with the mid to high-end products of the Jiangbei canning factory. Moreover, the added value of mid to high-end products was significantly greater. The profit from a single bottle could equate to that of 5 to 6, or even 30 to 50 ordinary cans. However, the escalating fruit prices posed a considerable dilemma for Lu Fan, as his current profit stemmed from ordinary cans. With rising fruit costs, profits would inevitably decline. Furthermore, as the number of small workshops increased, some dealers would be siphoned away, further squeezing his market share. To retain dealers, everyone would be compelled to increase their rebates, further diminishing profits. Within a week at most, Zhou Feng's new production line would be operational, and he would undoubtedly exert pressure on Lu Fan's business. If Lu Fan could not accumulate over 100,000 yuan, the upcoming month's payments for goods, salaries, and advertising could potentially lead to his downfall. "What shall we do, Brother Fan?" Chun Dazhuang asked anxiously. Maintaining a facade of calm, Lu Fan replied softly, "Don't worry. I will devise a plan." In truth, he felt a surge of anxiety, with no clear solution in sight. Just then, Chun Ku rode into the courtyard on his bicycle, prompting Lu Fan and Chun Dazhuang to step out of the office to greet him. "Xiao Ke, what brings you here?" Lu Fan inquired. Chun Ku wiped the sweat from his forehead and, gasping for breath, said, "Xiao Fan, I attended the county agricultural meeting today. I heard several township secretaries and mayors mention that they observed the booming business at the Jiangbei can food factory, and they are also encouraging local entrepreneurs to establish canneries to tap into the rural market." Lu Fan was not particularly surprised and pulled Chun Ku into the office. "Xiao Ke, don't rush. Sit down and have some water while you explain. Brother Fan, with so many canneries springing up at once, it will undoubtedly have a significant impact on your business, and the prices of fruits will surely soar. You need to prepare in advance." Lu Fan poured a glass of water for Chun Ku, smiling as he said, "I was just discussing this matter with Dazhuang. I'm not worried about those canneries stealing my business. Rather, I'm concerned about the skyrocketing fruit prices. Furthermore, with the protective policies of various townships, which only allow local fruits to supply local canneries, even if I offer high prices, it will be exceedingly difficult to secure enough fruit. That would be the real trouble." Chun Dazhuang jumped up in distress. "Brother Fan, what should we do?" Lu Fan rubbed his temples, deep in thought, racking his brain for the best-selling products of food enterprises from his previous life. Suddenly, an idea struck him. His eyes lit up, and he stood up excitedly. Addressing Chun Ku and Chun Dazhuang, "We can diversify the varieties of canned products. We shouldn't limit ourselves to strawberries, peaches, and pears. There is a bounty of tremella and lotus seeds produced in the nearby mountains. We can process them into canned goods. Tremella canned food? Chen Dazhuang scratched his head. Is that even tasty? Chen Ku suddenly chimed in with enthusiasm. Brother Fan, my mother often makes sweet tremella and lotus seed porridge for me. It tastes wonderful. I believe your idea is feasible. Lu Fan nodded approvingly. Xiao Ku, that's a splendid notion. Bolstered by Lu Fan's affirmation, Chen Ku beamed with joy and continued. Moreover, I recall that Dream of the Red Chamber contains detailed descriptions of lotus seed and red date soup, as well as tremella and lotus seed soup. We can infuse our products with cultural significance to elevate their status. Lu Fan's eyes brightened. This was precisely what he had been striving to articulate. Chen Ku's suggestion illuminated his thoughts. Elated, Lu Fan grasped Chen Ku's small hand and shook it vigorously, exclaiming, Xiao Ku, you are truly my benefactor. Your idea is exceptional and has greatly assisted me. Feeling the warmth of Lu Fan's strong grip, Chen Ku's cheeks flushed crimson, and her heart raced momentarily. Brother Fan, you're hurting me. Realizing his grip was too tight, Lu Fan quickly released her hand and enveloped her in a warm embrace, saying, Thank you, Xiao Ku. Chen Ku shivered slightly. It was her first time being embraced by an adult man, and her legs felt weak, nearly collapsing in Lu Fan's arms. He gently assisted her into a chair, joyfully declaring, Our red date and lotus seed soup, along with the tremella and lotus seed soup, will be called the Grand View Garden Assorted Canned Goods, part of our Jiangbei Can Food Factory's premium gift series. Chen Ku nodded in agreement. Lu Fan continued, Xiao Ku, could you accompany me to Jiangxing in the next couple of days? I need your assistance. Chen Ku was somewhat taken aback and inquired, Xiao Fan, how may I assist you? Lu Fan elucidated, Tomorrow, I must travel to Jiangcheng to finalize the design scheme for the premium 6-piece can set, as well as the packaging design. Additionally, I need to arrange for an advertising company to film a health seminar. After Lu Fan elaborated, Chen Ku remained puzzled, responding, Well, Xiao Fan, it seems I cannot be of much help. Lu Fan chuckled and explained, the red date and lotus seed soup, along with the tremella and lotus seed soup cans from our Dawan Garden series, have yet to be developed. However, we must utilize these samples when filming the health seminar. Given the urgency of the situation, I require your assistance over the next couple of days to prepare the samples in Jiangxing, ensuring that we are ready for the filming the day after tomorrow. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Ku nodded, Tomorrow is Friday. I can take a day off, which combined with the weekend, gives me 3 days of rest. I can accompany you. Lu Fan was overjoyed. That is wonderful. Thank you, Xiao Ku. Chen Ku expressed her concerns. But, Xiao Fan, I fear that the tremella and lotus seed soup I make may not taste good, potentially impacting the product's sales. Lu Fan reassured her, No worries, Xiao Ku. Simply follow your mother's recipe. I have faith in your abilities. In truth, Lu Fan was indifferent. Even if the samples Chen Ku prepared were unpalatable, the experts and audience would likely offer praise in exchange for their investment. As the saying goes, one tends to soften when receiving favors from others. Lu Fan rode his bicycle to escort Chen Ku back to the county committee dormitory, advising her to pack her belongings, and promised to return at 7 the following morning to pick her up. Upon returning to the factory, he instructed Chen Dazhuang, during my absence over these 3 days, if the distributors continue to acquire goods as usual, supply them accordingly. Should those small workshops increase their rebates to the distributors, we will match them, ensuring our inventory does not stagnate. Lu Fan conveyed all conceivable contingencies and corresponding strategies to Chen Dazhuang, who diligently noted them down. Given Chen Dazhuang's current capabilities were limited to that of a workshop director, Lu Fan recognized the urgency of identifying a capable and astute manager to alleviate the burden of doing everything himself, lest he exhaust himself. Taking Chen Dazhuang's advice into account, Lu Fan promoted 2 individuals to supervisors to assist him in management, thus lightening his load, with a monthly bonus of 20 yuan. Having arranged everything to his satisfaction, Lu Fan left the factory, weary, and returned home. Chapter 33. Unique design. The following day at 6 o'clock, Lu Fan rose, washed up, and after purchasing breakfast for Gu Xiaoro and Xiao Xiao, he carried a bowl of hot dry noodles while heading out. Last night, he had informed Gu Xiaoro that he would be in Jiangxing for project inspections over the next 3 days, urging her and her daughter to take care of themselves. Gu Xiaoro was quite concerned, repeatedly cautioning Lu Fan to avoid any mischief, particularly gambling. Lu Fan had to reassure her multiple times, promising to take Gu Xiaoro and Xiao Xiao to the factory upon his return to prove that he had not been engaging in any frivolous activities. Lu Fan waited at the street corner for a while but, finding no taxi, took a numbed seat at the entrance of Chun Ku's dormitory compound. Clad in a refreshing pink athletic outfit that accentuated her vibrant and fit physique, Chun Ku was already there, a backpack slung over her shoulders. Lu Fan helped her into the seat of a minibus, and they promptly made their way to the long-distance bus station. At the station's convenience store, Lu Fan purchased 2 bottles of Hankow, second factory soda. As they settled into their seats on the bus, which jolted along towards Jiangxing City, Lu Fan gazed at the orange soda bottle in his hand, feeling a wave of nostalgia. In a year, this factory would be acquired by Coca-Cola, ceasing production after delivering its final batch in 2000. It wasn't until the end of 2017, through the efforts of a young woman named Jean Yuan, that the second factory soda made a triumphant return, reimagined and rejuvenated with a youthful branding, selling 30 million bottles within a year and reigniting its brand prestige. Lu Fan recalled his role in writing news articles for the second factory soda, the first time he tasted it at their factory still vividly etched in his memory. As Chun Ku sipped her soda, she noticed Lu Fan lost in thought, staring at the bottle. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Xiao Fan Go, what are you thinking about?" Lu Fan snapped back to reality, smiled, and replied, "I was pondering that products, much like people, have a life cycle." This notion intrigued Chun Ku, her beautiful peach-shaped eyes blinking in surprise as she looked at Lu Fan. He continued, "For instance, life can be divided into several stages: infancy, childhood, adolescence, youth, middle age, and old age. Just like human life, every product undergoes an introduction phase, growth phase, maturity phase, and decline phase." Chun Ku nodded thoughtfully before adding, "However, I believe there is one fundamental difference between people and products. When a product declines, through technological innovation or transformation, it can be reborn. But once a person ages, they cannot regain their youth, alas." Lu Fan dismissed the thought, privately contemplating, "Who says a person cannot be reborn? I once drifted through life aimlessly, yet here I am, much like the second factory soda, experiencing a revival." Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing this sentiment, fearing it might alarm Chun Ku. They chatted and laughed. But after more than an hour of bumpy travel, Chun Ku's face turned pale from motion sickness, and she felt on the verge of vomiting when they finally arrived in Hankow. Lu Fan, feeling a pang of sympathy, patted her back gently for a while before hailing a taxi to Jiangxing University. As he patted the back of Chun Ku's hand, he said, "Xiao Ku, I'm sorry for the discomfort you endured this time. I promise that next time, I will drive my own car to bring you here for a proper outing." Chun Ku nodded enthusiastically, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. "Yes, I believe you can do it, Xiao Fan Go." Chun Ku had always held unwavering confidence in Lu Fan, yet she could not have imagined that within just a month, he would fulfill his promise. At that time, under Lu Fan's adept maneuvering, Chun Ku successfully ousted Wei Xiong to ascend to the position of deputy director of the county party committee office, leaving many astonished. But that is a tale for another time, best left unspoken for now. The taxi journeyed southward, crossing the Yangtze River Bridge, before arriving at Jiangxing University by the banks of East Lake. This time, Lu Fan, wary of encountering the formidable He Shuang again, not only donned a casual outfit, but also altered his hairstyle. Upon alighting from the taxi, he retrieved a sun hat and a pair of sunglasses from his bag, enveloping himself completely. Chun Ku, perplexed by this transformation, couldn't shake the impression that Lu Fan resembled a spy on a clandestine mission. Lu Fan, sensing her confusion, explained that he was merely trying to avoid trouble with creditors, which alleviated her concerns. After picking up Associate Professor Liang from the School of Design, the trio continued their journey to the glass factory at Shuyi Gate in Jiangxing. The factory director, Su Feng, appeared to be in her 40s, though she had matured. Her allure remained intact, particularly as her physique resembled that of a woman in her 20s. Under Director Su's guidance, they entered the sample room where Associate Professor Liang began to present a 6-piece glass cup set he had designed. The glasses were twice the size of ordinary kung fu tea cups, roughly equivalent to a quarter of a water glass, featuring a unique shape with graceful curves. The base was adorned with gilded characters of double happiness inscribed in seal script. As Lu Fan examined the design, Liang brought forth a glass lid and elucidated, "Xiao Lu, my design philosophy is this. Men enjoy tea, while women cherish home life. Therefore, I specifically designed this lid. If someone, after indulging in fruit, prefers not to use the teacup for tea, they can simply cover it and repurpose it as a storage jar in the kitchen for various condiments. Upon hearing Liang's explanation, Lu Fan's eyes sparkled with delight. This design was indeed innovative and catered to the needs of homemakers, something he had not previously considered. Overjoyed, Lu Fan suggested changing the inscription at the base to Double Happiness Grandview Garden, which Liang noted down. Turning to Chen Ku, Lu Fan inquired, Xiao Ku, as a young woman, what are your thoughts on this design? Chen Ku, enamored with the translucent glass cup, replied with a smile. This set of cups is utterly charming and practical. I adore it. Lu Fan promptly declared, very well, it is settled then. Chen Ku, somewhat anxious, looked at Lu Fan and cautioned, Xiao Fan go. With such a significant decision, please don't let me lead you astray. Lu Fan chuckled heartily, patting her shoulder, rest assured. I trust your judgment. Director Su calculated the price and stated, considering Associate Professor Liang's reputation, the price for each set is 15 yuan, with a minimum order of 10,000 sets. Chen Ku was taken aback, astonished that the tea set would cost over a yuan. The cups alone were quite expensive. If one accounted for the jars, packaging, labor, and transportation fees, the cost of a gift set would likely amount to around 2 yuan, with a retail price of 3 to 4 yuan. Such a steep price would surely hinder sales. Lu Fan, with a smile, performed a courteous bow to Director Su, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Director Su, for your consideration. As you know, we are a small factory still in the nascent stages, and every endeavor is fraught with difficulty. We are eager to stretch every penny as far as it can go. Might you be able to offer a more favorable price? Director Su appeared troubled, responding, Mr. Lu, this price is already the lowest we can offer. Any further reduction would result in losses for us. Lu Fan could hardly believe it. At first glance, Director Su appeared to be a shrewd businessman, unlikely to disclose his lowest price right from the outset. With a smile, Lu Fan continued, Director Su, as we are still getting acquainted, we will have many opportunities to collaborate in the future. How about this? I assure you that all canned goods from our Jiangbei canning factory destined for outside Jiangbei County will be ordered from your esteemed factory. I kindly ask for your continued support. Only then did Director Su relent, saying, in light of your sincere intentions, I shall make an exception and reduce the price by a dime per set. Would that suffice? Lu Fan secretly rejoiced. A dime off each set amounted to a significant saving of 1,000 yuan for 10,000 sets. A considerable sum indeed. Thank you, Director Su, for your support of our Jiangbei canning factory. Lu Fan expressed his gratitude repeatedly, yet he remained unsatisfied. The price was still burdensome for the Jiangbei canning factory. After a moment's contemplation, he added, Director Su, doesn't your Ximen glass factory also invest in advertisements annually? Director Su nodded, replying, indeed. During the era of planned economy, all production schedules were dictated by the state, so we had no need for advertising. However, since the advent of a market economy, with private entrepreneurs opening several glass factories in Jiang City, our business has become increasingly challenging. We now allocate a substantial budget each year for television and newspaper advertisements. Lu Fan nodded in understanding. Indeed, business has become progressively difficult. It is truly commendable that you manage such a large factory on your own. His words greatly touched Director Su, who felt an instant kinship, grasping Lu Fan's hand and saying, You truly understand me, Lu. Come, let us retire to my office for a cup of tea. Thank you, Lu Fan replied with a smile. Please, do not call me Director Lu. I am unworthy of such a title. If you regard me favorably, simply call me Little Lu. Upon meeting you, I felt an immediate sense of familiarity, reminiscent of my sister. Given that you appear only 2 or 3 years my senior, with such splendid skin, figure, and demeanor, I shall address you as Sister Su. Lu Fan subtly flattered her, which Su Feng appreciated immensely, for her skin and figure were her proudest attributes. What delighted her even further was Lu Fan's assertion that he was merely in his 20s, much like his sister. Su Feng laughed heartily, and after inviting everyone to sit in her office, she personally poured a cup of tea, smiling as she said, Little Lu, you have misjudged my age. I am nearly 40 and could be your aunt. Oh dear, that is utterly inconceivable. If you hadn't mentioned it. Anyone seeing us together on the street would undoubtedly assume we are siblings, he chuckled. Chen Ku felt somewhat embarrassed, thinking Lu Fan's flattery was rather overt. Su Feng giggled, retrieving 2 copies of a contract and stating, "Since I feel an instant rapport with little Lu today, I shall further support private enterprises by rounding down the price to a whole number per set." Shinku was taken aback, not expecting Director Su to voluntarily reduce the price by 5 cents, making it just 1 yuan per set, which saved Lu Fan yet another sum. Lu Fan felt a surge of joy within him as he hurriedly rose to his feet, grasping Su Feng's hand. "Sister, you truly are my own sister. Thank you. Thank you." Su Feng chuckled softly, patting the back of Lu Fan's hand. "Do your best, little Lu. I have high hopes for you." Lu Fan filled Su Feng's teacup to the brim and then remarked, "Sister, as a token of my gratitude, I shall print on the outer packaging of our gift canned goods that this set of teacups is manufactured by the Jiangxing Shuyi Gate Glass Factory, thereby promoting your establishment." Su Feng quickly expressed her gratitude. "Oh, that would be splendid. Thank you, little Lu. Later, I shall treat you all to lunch. Please do not decline." Lu Fan bowed in appreciation and continued, "Sister, how much do you generally invest in advertisements at the television station each year?" Su Feng pondered for a moment before replying. "Our budget last year was 30,000 yuan. This year, we initially planned to increase it by 30%, but due to the factory's poor performance, we are maintaining it at around 30,000. Lu Fan nodded. "Sister, our Jiangbei Can factory has already signed an advertising agreement with both provincial and municipal television stations for a duration of 1 year. The advertisements will air 3 times daily, each lasting approximately 20 minutes. Furthermore, upon my return, I will also secure a similar advertising contract with the Jiangbei County television station. If you could provide us with some concessions, within the bounds of policy, I will ensure that on the day after tomorrow's advertisement shoot, the host will prominently introduce your glass factory, granting you a wave of complimentary publicity. What do you think, sister?" Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Su Feng's eyes brightened. She had been troubled by the insufficient advertisement placements this year and the continuous decline in performance. She never expected that Lu Fan would offer to promote her factory for free. This was indeed wonderful. "Little Lu, you must be joking. Has your can factory truly secured advertisements with both provincial and municipal television stations, airing 3 times a day for 20 minutes each time?" Lu Fan then produced the advertising contract from their previous agreement, extending it towards Su Feng with both hands. Su Feng glanced at the document and subsequently summoned the 2 deputy factory directors and the head of the publicity department into the room. The head of publicity examined the contract and frowned, stating, "Director Su, these 3 time slots are considered dead air. Viewership is minimal. Even if we advertise, it won't yield much effect." The 2 deputy directors nodded in agreement, casting incredulous looks at Lu Fan, as if questioning the young man's sanity. Su Feng smiled at Lu Fan, saying, "Little Lu, I see you are not one to be easily deceived, but it seems you have been misled regarding this advertising contract." Shinku also believed that Lu Fan should not have signed such an agreement, as it would merely be a waste of money. Lu Fan stood up, smiling at Su Feng, and said, "Sister, consider this. If all the dead air is filled with my advertisements, it ceases to be dead air for us." The head of publicity countered, "However, all viewers know that after 3:30 in the afternoon and during the early hours, the television station goes off the air, leaving only static. Who would watch your advertisements?" Lu Fan looked at the head of publicity and replied, "I will pay, and the television station will broadcast. As long as there are programs, viewers will watch. Moreover, for many years, there has been no programming aired at 3:30 in the afternoon or after midnight. A sudden health seminar would undoubtedly captivate the audience, as curiosity would compel the majority to watch. With 3 broadcasts a day, each lasting 20 minutes and filled entirely with my advertisements, it would be nearly impossible for the viewers not to remember my product. Isn't that a reasonable assumption?" Su Feng pondered for a moment and quickly grasped Lu Fan's strategy. This meant that the entire audience of Tianjiang province, particularly those without cable television unable to view CCTV, would be exposed to the advertisements of the Jiangbei Canning factory, regardless of whether they were watching provincial, municipal, or county channels. "Genius, young Lu. I am utterly impressed by your advertising prowess," Su Feng exclaimed sincerely. She immediately regarded Lu Fan with newfound admiration, recognizing that even his approach to bargaining and advertising was refreshingly unique. His future accomplishments were bound to be extraordinary. Lu Fan humbly thought to himself that he was no genius. These were merely tactics that had been overused in later generations. With a modest smile, he grasped Su Feng's hand and suggested, "Sister, Let us share resources and collaborate strategically. Su Feng promptly agreed, presenting the most favorable policies of the glass factory, offering Lu Fan a 70% discount on the already low price of 1 yuan per set of teacups. Lu Fan was elated and immediately signed a contract for an initial order of 50,000 sets. Witnessing this outcome, Chun Ku and Associate Professor Liang were left speechless, filled with immense admiration for Lu Fan's bargaining skills. Chapter 0035, Encountering a Remarkable Individual After Signing the Contract. Lu Fan intended to leave immediately to finalize the design of the packaging. However, Su Feng insisted on assisting him with the packaging and insisted that he stay for lunch. Eager to converse further, given Su Feng's enthusiasm, Lu Fan graciously accepted and rode in the glass factory's vehicle to the Bijiang Grand Hotel. Sitting in a riverside private room on the 10th floor, the Yangtze River flowed majestically outside, with the Yangtze River Bridge connecting the north and south, and numerous boats navigating its waters, inspiring a sense of expansiveness in Lu Fan's heart. True to her word, Su Feng shortly welcomed Director Zhu of the Hongshan Packaging Factory into the room, who approached her with great respect. Su Feng introduced Lu Fan, saying, "Little Zhu, this is my brother Lu Fan. He requires the design and production of a batch of high-end gift packaging for canned goods. You must support him." Upon hearing Su Feng refer to Lu Fan as her brother, Director Zhu instantly adopted an even more respectful demeanor, stepping forward to shake Lu Fan's hand. "Brother Lu, it is an honor to meet you. Please, feel free to express any requests. I will do my utmost to assist." Lu Fan showcased the set of glass cups to Director Zhu, articulating his requirements in detail, emphasizing the need for sophistication and elegance. Finally, Lu Fan instructed him not to forget to print. This set of teacups is manufactured by the Jiangxing Shiyimen Glass Factory. After some consideration, Director Zhu quoted, "Since Brother Lu is one of us, I will offer you the cost price. Each packaging box will only be charged at 13 cents. To round it off, let us say 10 cents each, and that will be agreeable." Before Lu Fan could bargain, Su Feng boldly interjected. Director Zhu's heart ached, yet he dared not refuse. Since Director Su had spoken, he acquiesced, declaring, "Very well, I shall treat today. Let us enjoy a sumptuous meal together." The banquet stretched nearly 2 hours, filled with mirth and conviviality. At last, Su Feng insisted that his driver convey Lu Fan and his companions to Jiangxing University, drunkenly grasping Lu Fan's hand and urging him to visit his sister often. After escorting Associate Professor Liang home, Lu Fan also finalized a speaking contract with his wife, Associate Professor Zheng, for the upcoming lecture. It was not until after 3 in the afternoon that Lu Fan and Chen Ku departed from Jiangxing University, subsequently booking 2 lakeside rooms at the Donghu Hotel. Donghu, the largest urban lake in Huaguo, is a 5-tier scenic area renowned for its breathtaking views. The Donghu Hotel, one of Jiangxing's first 5-star establishments, boasts exceptional standards. This was Chun Ku's first experience in such a luxurious hotel. Initially, she found it too pricey, advising Lu Fan against frivolous spending and suggesting a modest inn instead. However, Lu Fan insisted, leading Chun Ku to the top floor via the elevator. Using the room key, he opened her door and ushered her inside. "Wow, the view of the Donghu Greenway and Moshan is absolutely stunning," Chun Ku exclaimed, tossing her backpack onto a chair and rushing to the expansive balcony, her excitement palpable as her cheeks flushed with delight. Witnessing her joy only heightened Lu Fan's spirits, and he joined her in leaning against the railing, admiring the picturesque scenery. In the afternoon, Chun Ku donned a pink trench coat, which accentuated her already slender waist to an alluring degree. Her flawless complexion, as pale as milk, and her exquisite features were captivating. Her long, lustrous black hair was elegantly styled with 2 delicate pink hairpins, rendering her serene, graceful, and possessing an air of nobility. As Lu Fan admired Chen Ku's breathtaking beauty, his mood soared. He mused to himself about how stunning his godmother had been in her youth. Recalling the adage that beauty could be a feast for the eyes, how fitting it was for her. "How do you find it, Xiaoko? You get what you pay for, right?" Lu Fan inquired with a smile. Yes, Xiao Fan go. I absolutely adore this place," Chun Ku replied enthusiastically, nodding her head. She then spread her long arms wide, inhaling the fresh lakeside air, her eyes gently closing in bliss. After a short while, the server brought in fruits and pastries, prompting Chun Ku to remember the purpose of her visit. Embarrassed, she stuck out her little tongue at Lu Fan. "I'm so sorry, Xiao Fan go. I forgot to prepare the canning supplies." Lu Fan smiled gently. No worries, there's no rush. We still have a day and a half. Let us enjoy some fruit first, and then you can jot down the necessary tools and ingredients for me to purchase later. Let us skip the fruit for now. I'll write it down immediately. Chun Ku replied, quickly procuring a pen and paper, her handwriting both elegant and bold. Lu Fan had always admired her beautiful script, having even attempted to emulate it for a time in his past life. Lu Fan descended the stairs with a list in hand, and after an hour, he returned with a myriad of items including a clay pot, a stewing bowl, spoons, tremella, lotus seeds, red dates, snow pears, peaches, goji berries, rock sugar, and more. Consequently, Chun Ku began to experiment with cooking using the methods imparted by her mother. Meanwhile, Lu Fan retreated to the adjacent room, where he endeavored to rewrite the script for a health seminar, infusing it with a fresh cultural perspective. By the time evening approached, he had nearly completed the draft and opened the door, intending to call Chun Ku to join him for dinner. At that moment, he noticed 3 individuals approaching from the opposite end of the corridor, engaged in conversation. Manager Yang, I failed to comprehend why President Liu would send someone as capable as you to Jiangxing. It seems such a waste of talent. Another remarked. Indeed, it was you, Manager Yang, who first proposed the distribution plan, achieving remarkable success. You are a great contributor to Lenovo and ought to oversee the markets in Shanghai or Guangzhou. It appears that President Liu favors his own kin. The man in the middle, appearing to be in his mid-20s, wore a somber expression. With a sigh, he shook his head and offered a wry smile, saying, let us not dwell on this. President Liu has his own challenges, and we must strive to understand. Upon overhearing their conversation, Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback. With the keywords President Liu, Lenovo, Manager Yang, and the initial distribution plan swirling in his mind, he quickly deduced that these 3 individuals were indeed Lenovo's sales personnel. The President Liu they referred to was Liu Chuanji, the founder of Lenovo Technology, while the manager named Yang must be Yang Hongbin, the future chairman of Lenovo Technology Group. Established in 1984, Lenovo launched its first personal computer in 1990. It experienced rapid growth beginning in 1991, successfully implementing a new distribution scheme that saw annual sales soar from 30 million to 300 million yuan within 2 years. Such extraordinary speed was achieved under the leadership of an exceptional individual, Yang Hongbin. He pioneered the distribution model, garnering immense success in China and receiving the Global Best Agent Award from HP multiple times. However, Lu Fan, having studied Lenovo's history, knew that at this juncture, Yang Hongbin was merely a minor regional manager, lacking recognition within Lenovo. He was among the first batch of university graduates recruited publicly by Lenovo and joined the sales department in 1989. Over the next 3 years, Yang Hongbin started from the grassroots level, working diligently in obscurity. Nevertheless, his perseverance, tenacity, passion for research, and eagerness to learn laid a robust foundation for his eventual ascent to the position of chairman of Lenovo Group. What a remarkable talent! Lu Fan thought excitedly as he observed Yang Hongbin's retreating figure. Was this not his prime opportunity, given Yang Hongbin's current lack of recognition? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Fan swiftly resolved to recruit him for his own purposes. Chapter 0036. The actor emerges seeing Yang Hongbin enter room 1203. Lu Fan discreetly noted it down and hurriedly approached Chun Ku's door, knocking before entering. Xiao Ku, it's urgent. I need you to assist me with something, he said anxiously as he stepped inside. What is it, Xiao Fan? Chun Ku inquired. Chun Ku was witnessing Lu Fan's nervousness for the very first time. Lu Fan earnestly declared, from this moment forward, I am an overseas Chinese in America. You shall refer to me as Lu Xiao, understood? Chun Ku, slightly bewildered, nodded in response. So, brother Xiao Fan, what shall we do? Lu Fan thought to himself, of course, we are going to deceive someone, but he dared not voice such sentiments. I have just discovered a sales prodigy. However, his employer does not value him adequately. I intend to recruit him as our company's general manager and provide him with an opportunity to showcase his talents, so I need your assistance, which will also benefit him. Chun Ku grasped the situation but reluctantly replied, Brother Xiao Fan, I believe you should be forthright. If you are sincere, he will surely be moved. Lu Fan internally scoffed. If I were to tell Yang Hongbin that my factory has only 30 workers and assets below 100,000 yuan, he would likely kick me out. Xiao Ku, talent often comes with pride. If I mention that I am merely a high school graduate, and that my factory is just starting out and may collapse at any moment, Do you think anyone would be moved by that? They would probably run away. But isn't that deceitful? Chen Ku interjected. Before she could finish, Lu Fan bowed deeply to her. Xiao Ku, I implore you, just help your brother Xiao Fan this once. Chen Ku's heart softened. She understood that Lu Fan was also facing difficulties. All right, but I won't lie, she cautioned. Lu Fan rejoiced and nodded vigorously. Rest assured, all you need to say is, understood, Lu Xiao, and leave the rest to me. With that, Lu Fan changed into an elegant designer suit, handed his bag to Chen Ku, and led her to the door of room 1203, knocking gently. Chen Ku immediately felt anxious, her face displaying uncertainty. Lu Fan quietly squeezed her soft hand. Relax, I've got everything under control. Hearing his words, Chen Ku suddenly felt much calmer, taking a deep breath to steady herself. The door opened, revealing Yang Hongbin, who looked at Lu Fan with a puzzled expression and inquired, May I ask who you are looking for? Lei Ho, Mr. Yang, Lu Fan greeted in fluent Cantonese. Chen Ku was taken aback, wondering when brother Xiao Fan had learned Cantonese. It sounded quite similar to what she had heard in Hong Kong dramas. Yang Hongbin understood some basic Cantonese and scrutinized Lu Fan further. Hello, may I ask who you are and what you need? Lu Fan, speaking rapidly, declared. Let me introduce myself. I am an overseas Chinese from America. Yang Hongbin and Chen Ku were utterly confused by the fast and lengthy sentence. Yang Hongbin asked, Hello, do you speak Mandarin, or perhaps English? Lu Fan spread his hands, grimaced slightly, then stammered, I only know a little Mandarin, so I'll speak Mr. Yang. My name is Lu Yixi, and I am an overseas Chinese from America. Upon hearing Lu Fan's impeccable American English, Chen Ku was momentarily taken aback, her expression one of incredulity. She was about to speak when Lu Fan gently pinched her small hand. Lu Fan then gestured towards Chen Ku and stated, This is my personal assistant, Catherine. Chen Ku could only manage a smile and a wave of greeting. Yang Hongbin, uncertain of the purpose behind Lu Fan and Chen Ku's visit, politely invited them inside. Mr. Lu, may I inquire what brings you here? Lu Fan confirmed in English that the man before him was indeed Yang Hongbin, currently serving in the sales department, the very person he sought. He continued, Recently, I visited the headquarters of your Lenovo technology group with my father, and under the guidance of General Lu, I was thoroughly impressed by the capabilities of your sales department. You all are doing exceptionally well. With Lu Fan's flawless English, Yang Hongbin had no doubt regarding his identity as an overseas Chinese. Upon hearing of Lu Fan's familiarity with his boss, he felt a deep sense of respect. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for your kind words. It is all due to General Lu and our director's adept leadership. Yang Hongbin humbly replied, though internally he credited himself for the sales department's current success, attributing it to the introduction of the distribution system. Lu Fan waved his hand dismissively. No, I have learned that it is your distribution strategy, Manager Yang, that has exponentially increased Lenovo's sales performance in just a few months. You are truly a remarkable talent. After speaking, Lu Fan gave Yang Hongbin a thumbs up. Hearing Lu Fan's praise, Yang Hongbin felt a profound sense of kinship. Mr. Lu is aware of my distribution system. I am truly honored. Lu Fan continued naturally. In fact, I have discussed distribution systems with Bill from Microsoft. In Hong Kong, I even conducted detailed planning for Mr. Li Ka-shing's company. Mr. Li enthusiastically insisted we take a photo in front of their headquarters. He added, However, you are the first to have successfully explored a distribution system suitable for mainland China, which I greatly admire. Turning to Chen Ku, Lu Fan instructed, Catherine, please retrieve the photo of me with Mr. Li Ka-shing. Ah, yes, young Master Lu. Chen Ku was momentarily taken aback, recalling that Lu Fan had whimsically given her the English name Catherine. She hurriedly rummaged through Lu Fan's bag for a few photos. Upon seeing the prominent figures she often encountered in the media, posing with Lu Fan, she was astonished, wondering how Lu Fan had acquired such pictures. Lu Fan directly took the photos from Chen Ku, locating the one with Li Ka-shing and handing it to Yang Hongbin. Although Mr. Li is over 60, he remains vigorous, clear-minded, and exceedingly gracious. My impression of him is still vivid. Lu Fan expressed with nostalgia, as Lu Fan spoke with such conviction, showcasing his photo with the illustrious Mr. Li. Yang Hongbin's curiosity about Lu Fan's identity intensified. Anyone who could associate with Bill Gates and Mr. Li Ka-shing was certainly no ordinary individual, at the very least, not inferior to the esteemed General Lu, whom he had always admired. May I ask, Mr. Lu, what business does your family engage in back in the United States? Upon hearing Yang Hongbin's inquiry, Lu Fan chuckled inwardly, realizing that Yang Hongbin was interested in his business, which indicated promising prospects ahead. It is with a sense of humility that I confess my family's modest business endeavors pale in comparison to those of the Bill family. My father operates 2 companies on Wall Street, primarily engaged in financial investment and insurance. Lu Fan spoke with great confidence, as if those truly were trivial enterprises. Yang Hongbin was instantly taken aback. To consider financial investments and insurance as small businesses was a testament to the formidable strength of this family. Yang Hongbin's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. Chapter 0037. A small goal, 100 million. Yang Hongbin's attitude transformed into one of profound reverence. Mr. Lewis, it is an honor to meet you. May I inquire what projects you are investigating here in Jiangxing? In truth, my ancestral roots lie in Jiangxing. My father ventured to Hong Kong decades ago, striking gold with his first fortune before establishing himself on Wall Street, leading to the modest achievements we have today. While America is indeed splendid, it remains a foreign land. Our roots are anchored in Huagua. My father has always yearned for his hometown and has longed to contribute to its development. Thus, he sent me to invest in projects that would benefit our homeland. As Lu Fan spoke, he let out a sigh, imparting an air of melancholy. Yang Hongbin's respect grew even more profound. Mr. Lewis and your father are truly patriotic individuals. I hold great admiration for you. My father frequently reminds me that one must never forget their origins. After all, we are all descendants of Yan and Huang. Then, Mr. Lewis, have you completed your project assessments in Jiangxing? Yang Hongbin inquired. Before my return to the country, my father entrusted me with a sum of money, encouraging me to boldly pursue my ambitions. He advised me not to fear failure during my inaugural venture, asserting that even a loss of several tens of millions is inconsequential. Lu Fan said this nonchalantly, observing Yang Hongbin's astonished expression with a sense of delight, and continued, after several days of evaluation. I have decided to focus on the food industry. On one hand, I believe the prospects for the food sector are promising. On the other hand, I can contribute to the prosperity of the farmers in my hometown. Several tens of millions is a trifling matter. Yang Hongbin gasped in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. Is that not excessive? Several tens of millions is merely a drop in the ocean. Lu Fan exclaimed in Cantonese, feigning indifference to money, before smiling and adding in English. My father said, if we are to embark on a venture, let us aim for the greatest. He encouraged me to set a modest goal of first earning 100 million. Although Chun Ku's command of English was not as proficient as Yang Hongbin's, she grasped Lu Fan's intent. She stifled a laugh, lowering her head to her chest, too embarrassed to lift her gaze. Regret washed over her for agreeing to accompany Lu Fan. His propensity for exaggeration was astonishing. Chun Ku mused that Lu Fan had chosen the wrong career path. His unfiltered bravado and effortless storytelling made his fabrications sound remarkably genuine, without a hint of shame. 100 million, a modest goal indeed. Yang Hongbin felt his worldview shatter. The wealthy's approach was distinctly different from that of others. What was paramount in the 20th century? Talent. Emulating Guyu. Lu Fan quoted a classic line from the film No Thieves in the World and earnestly extended an invitation to Yang Hongbin. Mr. Yang, you are precisely the talent I seek. Should you find dissatisfaction in your current position at Lenovo, consider joining our company, where I assure you the salary and benefits will surpass your current arrangement, and equity can be discussed. Unexpectedly, during a hotel stay, Yang Hongbin encountered a prominent figure. His head spun with excitement. Could it be that fortune was finally smiling upon him, heralding a rise in his life? Observing Lu Fan's sincere demeanor, Yang Hongbin felt a wave of emotion wash over him, sensing that Lu Isi was indeed a kindred spirit. While he found little joy in his work at Lenovo and felt underappreciated, the company's promising future left him in a quandary. Lu Fan rose with Chun Ku, glanced at his watch, shook Yang Hongbin's hand, and remarked, in a moment, I must meet with the leaders of the provincial station to finalize an advertising contract. So I must take my leave. Should Mr. Yang come to a decision, feel free to find me in room 1206. I won't be departing for 3 days. Thank you for your consideration, Mr. Lu Isi. I will certainly reflect upon it and provide you with a response within 3 days. Yang Hongbin replied respectfully as he escorted Lu Fan and Chun Ku from the room, bidding them farewell. Upon returning to his quarters, Chun Ku's heart raced, and she couldn't help but take a deep breath. Xiao Fan, when did you become so fluent in English? Chunku had been in the same school with Lu Fan from elementary to middle school, but after Lu Fan's parents moved to the county for business, he transferred to a city school. Nevertheless, Chunku had always kept an eye on this caring older brother. Knowing that Lu Fan had struggled academically in high school and hadn't attended university, thus doubting his proficiency in English, Lu Fan had already devised an excuse, explaining that he regretted not studying diligently in high school and had enrolled in an English tutoring class for the past 2 years where he learned from a foreign teacher. Chunku accepted this explanation but playfully scolded him. "You had me worried sick just now. It was so embarrassing. I won't go out with you again." Lu Fan quickly grasped Chunku's hand, saying, "Xiaoku, I truly appreciate your help. I promise I won't involve you in my fabrications anymore." At his words, Chunku's lovely face relaxed, though concern lingered as she said, "But if Mr. Yang agrees to join your company, won't your deception be exposed?" Lu Fan shrugged nonchalantly. "By then, Yang Hongbin will have already resigned from Lenovo and will only be able to agree to assist me. I will certainly honor my commitments to him, without deceit." Chunku remained perplexed. "But how can you be so sure that Mr. Yang is talented and can assist you?" Lu Fan, of course, could not reveal that he knew from a past life that Yang Hongbin would soon be highly valued by Lu Tuanji and would eventually become the leader of Lenovo a decade later. He felt fortunate to have met Yang Hongbin now. Otherwise, he would find it difficult to recruit him once Lu Tuanji promoted him to deputy general manager. "Xiaoku, trust in your Xiao Fan's judgment. I also know that in a couple of months, you will be promoted to the position of deputy director of the office." "Can you believe it?" Lu Fan teased Chunku. She laughed lightly. "Xiao Fan, you're just trying to make me happy. Wei Xiang is the deputy director. I'm merely a lowly deputy section chief, always at risk of being replaced. Alas, don't worry, with me around, I will ensure everything is taken care of," Lu Fan assured her. Lu Fan gently patted Chunku's fragrant shoulder, offering her a word of comfort before inquiring, "By the way, how is your research on canned goods progressing?" Chunku hurried to the balcony, scooping a small bowl of snow fungus and lotus seed soup from the purple clay pot, and handed it to Lu Fan, saying, "Brother Fan, please give it a taste, and let me know if the flavor is to your liking." Lu Fan glanced at the soup's color, took a sip, and found it quite delightful, essentially meeting his expectations. Throughout the night, Yang Hongbin lay awake in the hotel bed, his mind echoing Lu Fan's words, "You are an exceptional talent. Losing a few million is mere trifles. Set a small goal and earn 100 million first. What is the most important thing in the 20th century? Talent. You are the talent I have been seeking. I assure you. Our company offers better salary and benefits than your current position, and equity is negotiable." That night, Yang Hongbin was unable to sleep, his heart stirred by the prospect. Ultimately, he resolved to seize this once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Chapter 0038. More plans in motion. The following morning, Lu Fan rose early, dining with Chunku in the restaurant. He suggested that she incorporate some fruits into her recipe for further improvement before he set off alone to the advertising company. Fan Chunlai had been waiting for some time and finalized the details and processes for the health seminar with Lu Fan, including hiring a host, renting a venue, setting up the scene, employing extras, and arranging for audience questions. In the end, Lu Fan heeded Fan Chunlai's advice and spent a considerable sum of 500 yuan to invite the renowned provincial host, Dong Sisi, to lead the event. He then made a trip to Jiangxing University, securing the rental of the Luojia Mountain Auditorium for 2 days, while Fan Chunlai coordinated a team of workers to begin setting up the scene. Additionally, Lu Fan sought out a labor intermediary company near the university town, hiring 50 extras of various ages and genders at a rate of 20 yuan per day. By mid-afternoon, Lu Fan traveled to the Hongshan packaging factory to inspect the design of the gift canned goods outer packaging. The gift box, adorned in a vibrant Chinese red with cloud patterns, radiated a festive and high-end aura, a testament to Director Zhu's diligent efforts. Lu Fan was thoroughly satisfied and presented a CD, stating, "Director Zhu, here are the images of the little tigers endorsing our product. Please incorporate them so we can commence production." Upon hearing this, Director Zhu was astounded. "You managed to secure the little tigers as spokespeople for your canned goods?" Lu Fan nodded. "We had been in negotiations for some time, but we only just finalized the endorsement contract, which is why I hadn't mentioned it earlier. I would appreciate it if you could make this adjustment." "Not a problem at all. I will have the designer modify it immediately. It will only take half an hour. Please wait a moment, Brother Lu," replied Director Zhu as he took the CD and exited. Half an hour later, the outer packaging was revised, showcasing Wu Qilong, Shin Jiping, and Su Yupeng clad in festive red attire, their smiles radiant and movements graceful. In front of them lay an image of the Guanyuan series of high-end canned goods, accompanied by a prominent line of text, Guanyuan high-end healthy assorted canned goods, sincerely recommended by the Little Tigers. Lu Fan nodded in satisfaction and finalized the contract for the first batch of 50,000 units. It was not until after 8 o'clock in the evening that Lu Fan returned to the Donghu Hotel. After Chen Ko opened the door, she took Lu Fan's bag and inquired with genuine concern, "Xiao Fan Go, have you eaten yet?" Lu Fan nodded slightly. "Xiao Ko, how is the research coming along?" Chen Ko quickly brought forth a bowl of silver fungus and lotus seed soup enriched with fruits, as well as red date and lotus seed soup, exclaiming with delight, "Xiao Fan Go, I experimented 5 or 6 times today and found that this combination and proportion tastes the best. Please have a taste." Lu Fan first examined the color of the soup, nodding in satisfaction, then took a sip and his eyes lit up immediately. This flavor is indeed much better. He couldn't help but recall a highly popular brand from his previous life that had a similar taste. Yes, this is it. Lu Fan decisively made up his mind. Giving Chen Ku a thumbs up, "Chen Ku, you are a tremendous asset to our canned food factory." Pleased by Lu Fan's praise, Chen Ku smiled shyly. "By the way, Xiao Fan Gu, Mr. Yang and his 2 colleagues checked out this evening." Chen Ku, caught up in her excitement, had forgotten to inform Lu Fan earlier. Lu Fan furrowed his brow. "They didn't knock on our door or leave any message." Chen Ku shook her head and comforted him. "Xiao Fan Gu, don't be too disheartened. It's Mr. Yang's oversight. You will surely find an even better candidate." Lu Fan chuckled. "It's all right. I won't be so fragile. Besides, I still have 2 days left in my agreement with him. Anything is possible." After a night's rest, Chen Ku rose around 5 o'clock and, following the previous day's recipe and proportions, prepared 2 clay pots of silver fungus and lotus seed soup and red date and lotus seed soup. She then accompanied Lu Fan to the auditorium of Jiangqing University. Following a day and night of hard work, the setup for the health lecture in the auditorium was complete, and the props were prepared. In accordance with Lu Fan's vision, the podium was arranged to resemble a variety show studio, with the audience seats adorned with the Double Happiness brand's health assorted canned goods design. The backdrop, dominated by shades of green and blue symbolizing health, featured images of the Little Tiger team and the Grand View Garden canned goods, with the words Health Lecture Hall prominently displayed above. Upon entering, Chen Ku immediately spotted the promotional image of the Little Tiger team, her expression shifting as she quickly surmised that Lu Fan was up to something again. "Xiao Fan Gu, how can you engage in deception?" Before she could finish, Lu Fan covered her mouth. "My dear aunt, are you trying to ruin my plans?" Struggling, Chen Ku was pulled into the back room by Lu Fan, glaring at him angrily. "Xiao Fan Gu, what you are doing will eventually lead to trouble. My dear aunt, if you keep raising your voice, I might be in trouble right now." Lu Fan bowed repeatedly, smiling as he explained, "Xiao Ku, I have no other choice. If we don't proceed this way, the factory will collapse next month, and I will owe a mountain of wages and debts. But if you get reported, those celebrities will cause you trouble," Chen Ku said, her eyes reddening, tears brimming. Lu Fan dreaded the sight of a woman's tears, especially from a stunning beauty who happened to be his godmother in his previous life. "Xiao Ku, I apologize for causing you worry. I shall never let it happen again." Just as I was speaking, Fan Chunlai knocked and entered. "President Lu, the 50 extras have arrived, and the host, Dong Cece, will be here shortly. We need to go out and greet them, as well as review the script." Lu Fan acknowledged with a nod, and then instructed Chen Ku, "Xiao Ku, shortly. Director Zhu will deliver 10 sets of premium gifts. Please classify the prepared canned goods and take them to the recording site." After giving his instructions, Lu Fan patted Chen Ku on the shoulder before exiting with Fan Chunlai. Dong Cece, a beautiful host from the entertainment channel of the Tianjiang Provincial Television Station, is 25 years old and a distinguished graduate of the broadcasting department at Jiangqing Film Academy. Tall and strikingly attractive, she is affectionately regarded as the darling of the masses by numerous male viewers. An Audi glided to a stop at the entrance of the grand auditorium, where the driver alighted to open the rear door. A young woman emerged, and the first thing that caught Lu Fan's eye was her long, flawless legs, elegantly adorned with crystal sandals. Clad in a meticulously tailored blue professional suit, her youthful curves were beautifully accentuated, exuding an alluring charm. As the young woman walked gracefully towards him, her flowing waves of hair danced in the breeze. She wore oversized sunglasses that partially concealed her face, while her skin glimmered like smooth, white silk, and her seductive lips were painted with a captivating shade of red. Although Lu Fan could not see her entire visage, the mere glimpse of her features hinted at her being an extraordinarily stunning beauty. Chapter 0039. The health lecture. Fan Chunlai hastily approached her with a beaming smile. Welcome, Miss Dong. Allow me to introduce you to President Lu, the owner of the Jiangbei canning factory. Dong Cece completely disregarded Fan Chunlai's outstretched hand, glancing at Lu Fan through her sunglasses before proceeding into the auditorium, flanked by her two bodyguards. She was slightly taken aback by Lu Fan's youth and striking good looks. A factory owner from a county with assets only in the hundreds of thousands was far beneath her lofty standards. Fan Chunlai shrugged and offered Lu Fan an awkward smile, to which Lu Fan remained unfazed. As long as Dong Cece fulfilled her duties diligently, that was all that mattered. After organizing the canned goods, Chen Ku set up several boxes in the recording hall and delivered 2 more to the backstage area. Observing the poised Dong Cece, Chen Ku, as a woman herself, was momentarily captivated. Although her own appearance was not inferior to Dong Cece's, the latter's designer attire and exquisite grooming enhanced her regal presence, making Chen Ku feel somewhat overshadowed. Backstage, Lu Fan handed Dong Cece the lecture script for her to familiarize herself with. Soon, Associate Professor Zheng arrived and briefly reviewed the script with her, marking the official commencement of the recording for the health lecture. With an elegant and composed smile, Dong Cece addressed the camera. Greetings to all our viewers. I am Dong Cece, and welcome to the health lecture. As the saying goes, food is the heaven for the people. Regardless of the time, eating remains the most vital concern. With the advancement of the economy, people's living standards have improved significantly, leading to a transformation in their consumption perspectives. In the past, individuals merely sought to satiate their hunger. However, contemporary society now emphasizes not only the taste of food, but also its health benefits. Today, we are fortunate to have Professor Zheng, a renowned wellness expert from Jiangxing University, with us. Professor Zheng, please greet our audience. Hello, host, and greetings to all the viewers. To project an air of professionalism, Lu Fan has specially adorned Professor Zheng in a white lab coat. On the coffee table before him lies an exquisitely packaged gift can of yuan and a stylish water bottle can. Applause erupts from the audience. At this moment, the director calls for a pause, instructing several audience members to enthusiastically clap for a close-up shot. Dong Cece then inquires, Professor Zheng, what do you believe constitutes a healthy diet? Adjusting his glasses, Professor Zheng replies, a healthy diet encompasses various facets, such as drinking plenty of water, consuming an abundance of vegetables and fruits, and ensuring a balanced intake of both animal and plant-based foods. One should avoid excessively hot beverages, as they may lead to oral and esophageal cancers. It is advisable to refrain from consuming overnight meals and foods that have been stored for prolonged periods. As supported by medical data, Professor Zheng shares a wealth of knowledge regarding healthy eating habits. In 2 or 3 decades, these insights may seem commonplace, yet they appear refreshingly novel today. Even Dong Cece listens attentively, while numerous elderly audience members take notes with great enthusiasm. Dong Cece poses another question, Professor Zheng, aside from a balanced 3 meals a day, what else should we pay attention to? One should consume a variety of fruits, Professor Zheng advises, as they are rich in essential vitamins, minerals, flavonoids, and dietary fiber. Regular fruit consumption can replenish the body with vitamins such as potassium, magnesium, and selenium, promoting digestion, slowing the aging process, and enhancing the immune system. Dong Cece asks, in addition to fruits, do you have any other recommendations, Professor Zheng? Today, I would like to discuss the benefits of tremella, red dates, lotus seeds, and goji berries, all of which are equally beneficial to the human body, Professor Zheng elaborates, taking a few minutes to explain the effects of these foods. But, Professor Zheng, Dong Cece interjects, fruits have a short shelf life, and ordinary people lack the means to store them in cold storage for long periods. What should they do? Professor Zheng smiles and responds, while fresh fruits do have a brief preservation period, canned fruits can be stored for extended durations, retaining their nutritional benefits. Dong Cece follows up. For those unfamiliar with cooking tremella, red dates, lotus seeds, and goji berries, could you suggest some preparation methods? Pointing to the high-end gift cans of the yuan series before him, Professor Zheng states, today, I am excited to introduce 2 scientifically sound pairings, the tremella and lotus seed soup, and the red date and lotus seed soup. both enriched with various fruits essential for human nutrition, making them extremely convenient to consume. These two soups are even documented in our nation's esteemed classic, Dream of the Red Chamber. In Jiangbei Can Food Factory of Jiang City, we have innovatively incorporated fruits, goji berries, and other ingredients, enriching and balancing the nutritional value. Professor Zheng spoke eloquently, referencing classical literature, imbuing the Da Guan Yuan series of premium health canned goods with a cultural essence that exudes sophistication and elegance. Following his discourse, under the eager gazes of the audience, Dong Cece and Professor Zheng opened a gift box to reveal 6 exquisite tea cups, prompting gasps of admiration from the crowd. Wow, these cups are truly beautiful. Professor Zheng smiled and explained, not only are these tea cups aesthetically pleasing, but their design is also remarkably ingenious and practical. After enjoying the assorted canned delicacies inside, these cups will not go to waste, as they can serve as a 6-piece tea set. If one is not accustomed to drinking tea, we can simply cover them and use them in the kitchen for storing condiments such as monosodium glutamate, salt, and chicken essence, ensuring cleanliness and hygiene. This set of cups is the masterpiece of Professor Zheng's wife, Associate Professor Liang, and he certainly presented it with great enthusiasm. Dong Cece sincerely praised. This design is truly ingenious and practical, and the outer packaging is exceptionally upscale. Furthermore, with the endorsement of the national idol group, the Little Tigers, I am tempted to purchase a set immediately to gift to my friends and elders during the holidays, both healthful and impressive. Professor Zheng agreed. Indeed, gifts should convey health. That is the best present. Their harmonious exchange delighted Lu Fan, who was thoroughly satisfied with their performance. Although Dong Cece exhibited a somewhat aloof demeanor, her professional caliber was undeniably commendable. The director responsible for filming was exceptionally dedicated, rigorously ensuring that each shot was captured from multiple angles until perfection was achieved before proceeding to the next, allowing for a careful selection during editing. Consequently, the filming schedule progressed at a considerably slower pace. During the lunch break, Lu Fan urgently ordered 60 boxes of ordinary lunch boxes, while securing a 50 yuan standard meal for Dong Cece and Professor Zheng, which was delivered to their resting area. Lu Fan personally brought the hamburgers and chicken legs he had ordered from KFC to Chen Ke's room. Finding her in a sullen mood, he cheered her up for a while and shared a joke, eventually eliciting a smile from her, and they began to enjoy their meal together. Just as they had consumed half of their food, Fan Chunlai rushed in, drenched in sweat, exclaiming, Mr. Lu, Director Dong is requesting additional payment. What? Lu Fan felt a surge of anger. Chapter 0040. A talented find. Lu Fan retorted angrily. The contract stipulated 500 yuan. Why should there be additional charges? Fan Chunlai's expression was awkward as he replied. Director Dong mentioned that there are too many lines, and the filming duration is excessive. If the payment is not increased, she will not continue recording this afternoon. Lu Fan was furious and wanted to lash out, but recognizing the need to maintain decorum with Dong Cece, he suppressed his anger and accompanied Fan Chunlai to her resting area. Miss Dong, we had agreed upon a price and signed a contract. Your actions are rather inappropriate, don't you think? Lu Fan addressed Dong Cece. She nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, Mr. Lu is correct. I should not violate the contract. How about I return the payment to you? Lu Fan gave a cold laugh. Miss Dong, are you threatening me? With a beaming smile, Dong Cece said, Mr. Lu, please do not misunderstand. Manager Fan initially informed me that the lecture would only take 20 minutes and could be recorded within half a day. However, you require nearly a whole day for the recording, and I cannot accept this price. Lu Fan understood that this matter was difficult to clarify. Suppressing his irritation, he inquired. Then, Miss Dong, how much more do you require? An additional 500. If Mr. Lu is agreeable, I can continue recording this afternoon, ensuring the same level of professionalism and diligence as this morning. You need not worry about that, she assured him. Without further ado, Lu Fan retrieved 500 yuan notes from his bag and placed them on the table before Dong Cece. Very well, I hope you honor your word, he remarked before departing with a flick of his sleeve. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, recording resumed. Dong Cece maintained her elegant and poised smile, displaying utmost professionalism. Professor Zheng and Dong Cece opened a beautifully crafted teacup from a gift can, indulging in the high-end healthy canned goods from the Grandview Garden series, nodding in appreciation as they savored the delicacies. They lifted their teacups to highlight that they were manufactured by the Shiyi Gate Glass Factory. and subsequently recommended the stylish water cup cans to the audience. The atmosphere grew lively during the audience Q&A session, culminating in a successful completion of filming around 5 o'clock. Next, the advertising company would proceed with editing before submitting it for review to the provincial and municipal stations. With broadcasting set to commence on the 21st, Lu Fan and Chun Ku escorted Professor Zhang to Jiangxing University and then returned to Donghu Hotel. With Chun Ku required to work the following day, Lu Fan decided to take her to the station and remain to await Yang Hongbin for another day. Should he not respond, he would return to Jiangbei County. As Lu Fan stepped out of the room with Chun Ku's packed luggage, he spotted Yang Hongbin approaching briskly. "Wait a moment, Mr. Lu Yixi," he called in English. Lu Fan felt a surge of joy and quickly adopted an enthusiastic demeanor. "Ah, my dear Yang. It is splendid to see you again. I am absolutely thrilled." He placed the luggage down and opened his arms to give Yang Hongbin a hearty embrace. Yang Hongbin, feeling uncomfortable with the display of affection between two men, awkwardly returned the embrace before releasing him. "Mr. Lu Yixi, I have made my decision. I will join your food company." Lu Fan was elated, promptly grasping Yang Hongbin's hand and shaking it vigorously. "Mr. Yang, I assure you will not regret your choice today." Chun Ku, observing the interaction, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking that once Yang Hongbin joined Lu Fan's financially challenged company, he would surely regret his decision. Lu Fan inquired, "Mr. Yang, how many days do you anticipate needing to finalize your resignation?" "I will call our marketing director to resign immediately. It should take about 3 days to complete the formalities, after which I will report to your esteemed company," Yang Hongbin replied. Lu Fan nodded and handed him his business card. "Excellent. This card contains the company's address and contact number. Once you have completed your procedures, please call me, and I shall arrange for a vehicle to pick you up in Jiangxing." Yang Hongbin acknowledged this, then added, "Mr. Lu Yixi, I have a brother, Gao Dawei, who is also in the marketing department at Lenovo. He is quite adept at sales. May I bring him along to your company?" Lu Fan nodded with joy, warmly welcoming the capable individuals he desired, assuring that their salaries would not be lower than before. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Yang Hongbin expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Lu Fan then turned to Chun Ku, instructing, "Catherine, please promptly arrange accommodation for Mr. Yang and his friends, ensuring it is spacious and comfortable." Witnessing Lu Fan's pretentious demeanor, Chun Ku felt a pang of resentment, yet maintained a humble smile, replying, "Yes, young Master Lu." After Yang Hongbin took his leave, Lu Fan hurriedly packed his belongings and returned to Jiangbei County with Chun Ku. He summoned a vehicle to drop Chun Ku off at the county committee dormitory, disregarding his need for rest, and swiftly proceeded to the factory. During the past 3 days in Jiang City, Lu Fan had been exceedingly occupied, hardly paying attention to the canned goods factory, unaware if any troubles had arisen. With a sense of unease, he arrived at the factory to find Chun Dazhuang seated in the office, smoking anxiously with a furrowed brow. Upon seeing Lu Fan, Chun Dazhuang abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "Little Fan, you have finally returned. I was truly worried sick." Lu Fan seized Chun Dazhuang's cup and drank the remaining water in one go, saying, "Dazhuang, there's no need to rush. Take your time. Dazhuang, during your absence, 2 nearby towns have launched canned goods workshops, causing a significant increase in the price of fruit we purchase. I just heard that another workshop in a different town has been completed and will commence production tomorrow, likely leading to further price hikes." This news was anticipated by Lu Fan, who responded with a nonchalant smile, "Let the fruit prices rise. We are not afraid." Chun Dazhuang, however, expressed his anxiety. "But, little Fan, the rising fruit prices further diminish our profits, and due to the competition from those small workshops, our rebates to distributors have already increased to 30%, with expectations of further hikes tomorrow. This afternoon, I received notifications from the Victory Canned Goods Factory and the Harvest Canned Goods Factory that they will reduce their supply to us starting tomorrow. The Victory Factory supplies 10,000 bottles daily, and the Harvest Factory 5,000. Our profits will decline yet again." Lu Fan had foreseen this situation and was not surprised, suspecting that these two factories had fully grasped their strategy, intending to exploit the rural market in Huang'an for their own profit. After all, they would not dare breach the contract and risk 100,000 yuan penalty, provided they continued to supply 15,000 bottles daily. As Lu Fan listened to Chun Dazhuang, he reviewed the accounts. Although profits had dipped slightly in the past 3 days, nearly 20,000 yuan had been recorded, bringing the total close to 80,000. "By the way, little Fan, there's another troubling matter. I heard that the machines ordered by Zhou Feng have arrived at the Feng Yuan canned goods factory and will be tested today, with production starting tomorrow, yielding over 10,000 bottles daily. Moreover, that insufferable Zhou Feng has boasted he will ensure our Jiangbei canned goods factory won't survive until next month. Chapter 0041. The competition begins, huh? Such grandiose claims. Lu Fan scoffed disdainfully. Had Zhou Feng opted for subcontracting production to several underperforming canneries instead of establishing a new production line a week ago, it is conceivable that he could have sustained himself until the debut of the beverage and gift cans. However, during this past week, I have garnered sufficient profits to cover next month's advertising expenses and the materials for the gift packaging. Even if my daily profits were to diminish by half, or even by 70 or 80% in the upcoming days, by the time the gift cans launch on the 21st, I would still manage to pay the workers' wages, the fruit purchases, and expenses for the canning bottles. As long as I can endure until the new product's release, Zhou Feng will be powerless against me. Moreover, at that juncture, I shall launch a vigorous counterattack against him, reclaiming the market he usurped from the parents of Lu Fan in this lifetime and exacting my revenge upon him. Dazhuang, starting tomorrow, let us adjust the dealer rebates to 35. Lu Fan resolved to initiate a price war against Zhou Feng, intending to deliver a stern warning. Oh, we need to increase it. Chen Dazhuang remarked with reluctance. Xiao Fan, the dealers have made a fortune recently. They bear no risks, selling goods and exchanging them for money. And whatever remains unsold can be returned to us. It's an exceedingly profitable venture. 35 seems excessive. Lu Fan chuckled as he patted Chen Dazhuang on the shoulder. Dazhuang, Zhou Feng has already penetrated the rural market. It's likely we will see rebates of 40 or 50 in the future. Brother, our days of effortless profit in the rural market are over. Henceforth, we face fierce competition, and a decline in profits is entirely normal. Prepare yourself mentally. Lu Fan tucked away 20,000 yuan into his wallet and rode his motorcycle back to the tenement. Ah, Lu Fan has bought a motorcycle. You must have struck it rich, exclaimed his landlord, Li Xiaoyan, who gestured animatedly with her hands. As Lu Fan secured his motorcycle, he replied, "What wealth? This is a borrowed bike." Noticing Li Xiaoyan inching closer, he hastily offered a brief response and hurried upstairs. This little lecher, always seeking to take advantage of me. Now feigning innocence, Li Xiaoyan cast an eye at Lu Fan's retreating figure before walking away. Lu Fan entered his home, carrying a box of canned goods and a bag of white rabbit milk candies. As he unlocked the door, he heard his little one crying inside. "Mama, why hasn't Daddy come back yet? I miss Daddy." From within, Gu Xiao's sweet voice resonated. "Xiao Xiao, be good and stop crying. Daddy has gone to Hangzhou for business and said he would return in 3 days. He will definitely be back tonight. You should go to sleep now." "No, I want tea sleep. I want to wait for Daddy." Xiao Xiao resumed crying. "When Daddy is home, he buys me meat every day. But Mama doesn't buy me meat every day. I want Daddy to come back." Hearing Xiao Xiao's words warmed Lu Fan's heart. This adorable little one had become so attached to him. This realization bestowed upon Lu Fan a profound sense of home. Gu Xiao sighed softly. Did she not miss Lu Fan as well? In the past, Lu Fan often squandered his nights away, seldom returning home. And Gu Xiao never held any hope for his return. Each time he came back, he was almost always inebriated, and the slightest inconvenience would lead him to lash out against himself. Those days felt like a nightmarish ordeal, too painful to reflect upon. During that time, Gu Xiao secretly wished that Lu Fan would never return, believing that his demise would grant her liberation. However, since Lu Fan ceased his drunken escapades and refrained from self-harm, Gu Xiao has noticed a remarkable transformation in him. He has become kind, gentle, considerate, and responsible. Her heart, once frozen and riddled with wounds, has begun to feel warmth again and has been revived. Now, after 3 days without seeing Lu Fan, she is consumed by worry, fearing he might encounter danger and never return. Perhaps, upon his safe return, she should offer herself to him and bear a child, thus binding him to her forever. As she cradles the little one, her thoughts drift in a daze. Suddenly, she hears the sound of a door closing, and she cannot contain her eagerness as she rushes outside with Xiao Xiao in her arms. "Lu Fan, you're back." Her voice resonates with surprise and excitement. Had Xiao Xiao not been by her side, she would have rushed into his embrace, confessing how much she missed him. "Daddy, I want Daddy to hold me," Xiao Xiao exclaims, extending his little arms towards Lu Fan. Lu Fan hastily places the canned goods and the white rabbit candy on the table, scooping Xiao Xiao into his embrace. My darling, have you missed Daddy? Yes, Xiao Xiao missed Daddy. Xiao Xiao wraps his arms around Lu Fan's neck and plants 2 enthusiastic kisses on his cheek, nearly melting Lu Fan's heart. Now, let us see what Daddy has brought back for you and Mommy. Lu Fan sits down with Xiao Xiao on his lap, tearing open a piece of the white rabbit candy and offering it to the little one. Children have an innate fondness for sweets, and Xiao Xiao beams with delight, knowing that there will always be treats from his father. Gu Xiaoro gazes at Lu Fan with adoration. Have you had dinner? Should I prepare something for you? Lu Fan shakes his head. I've eaten in Hangzhou. I'm not hungry. Then you must be thirsty. Shall I brew you a cup of tea? Gu Xiaoro offers, moving to fetch a cup, but Lu Fan gently grasps her hand. No need to busy yourself, Xiaoro. Come, sit with me and converse for a while. Her face flushes with a hint of shyness as she contemplates withdrawing her hand, yet she finds herself enamored by the tender caress of his touch, and ultimately, she does not pull away, allowing Lu Fan to hold her hand. Now, open your mouth, Lu Fan instructs, unwrapping a piece of candy and bringing it to her lips. A wave of sweetness envelopes Gu Xiaoro as she savors the treat, filling her heart with warmth. Lu Fan, didn't you mention you were in Hangzhou to investigate some project? Was everything smooth? Gu Xiaoro leans against Lu Fan's shoulder, her concern palpable. Lu Fan gently caressed Gu Xiaoro's lustrous hair and joyfully exclaimed, Xiaoro, I was just about to share this news with you. The developments in Hangzhou are progressing remarkably well. In just a few days, not only will our canned goods be known throughout Jiangbei County, but they will also gain recognition across the entire Jiang City and even the whole of Tianjiang province. By that time, our factory will truly thrive. The profits we earn in a single day will surpass what others accumulate in 10 years, and our monthly earnings will exceed what most people earn in a lifetime. I assure you, you'll be counting money until your hands cramp. Haha. As she listened to Lu Fan envisioning a prosperous future, Gu Xiaoro smiled radiantly, filled with happiness. She could scarcely believe, nor fully fathom, the extent of wealth Lu Fan could amass. It was entirely beyond her comprehension. All she wished for was that Lu Fan would remain steadfast, work diligently together with her, repay his debts gradually, and lead a stable life. Chapter 0042. Adding fuel to the fire early in the morning, Lu Fan rushed to the canning factory and surveyed the convoy waiting at the entrance. Apart from the 2 trucks from Han Fugui that came daily to collect goods, there were only around 15 or 16 vehicles from other distributors. Lu Fan inquired of Chen Dazhuang, what is going on? Why are there so few distributors today? Chen Dazhuang, his face etched with anxiety as he wiped away sweat, replied, Xiao Fan, I heard that 7 or 8 trucks have gone to some small workshops in nearby towns, where they are offering a rebate of 3.5 cents today. If those 3 workshops didn't have limited production, I reckon everyone except Han Fugui's crew would have gone there to haul goods. Lu Fan nodded, surprised that those small workshops had taken the initiative to increase their rebates. However, upon further reflection, he found it unsurprising. Those workshops relied solely on manual labor, thus saving on the substantial investment of hundreds of thousands to acquire production lines, significantly reducing their costs. Although their per capita output was limited, the current labor costs were exceedingly low, and by hiring more workers, they could easily boost production. Even with increased rebates, their profits remained higher than those of the formal factories like theirs. Chen Dazhuang, visibly indignant, vented, Xiao Fan, those distributors are utterly inconsiderate. Just a few days ago, they were treating me like a brother, and now, for a mere half-cent profit, they've all deserted without a word. Lu Fan chuckled and patted Chen Dazhuang on the shoulder, saying, Dazhuang, remember, in the world of business, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. There's a saying about wine and meat friends. You haven't even shared their wine and meat and dare to call them brothers. You're too easily deceived. Humph. They shouldn't be so ungrateful. If they don't come today, when they return in the future, I shall drive them away, not giving them a single can. Lu Fan shook his head with a smile. Regardless of how upset we are, we must continue to conduct business. We have no enmity with money, you know? Chen Dazhuang, always respectful of Lu Fan, nodded and said, Xiao Fan, this afternoon, the new production line from Zhou Feng will also begin shipping, which will snatch away some of our distributors. I suspect we will have quite a bit of stock left today, yet you still manage to smile. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Sorrow lasts a day, as does joy. Lu Fan chuckled heartily and instructed Chen Dazhuang. Let us also elevate our rebate to 3.5%. Encourage them to procure more goods. Ensure that someone keeps a vigilant eye on Zhou Feng's side. Before they commence shipments from their new production line, we shall leak the news that our rebate will be 4 cents per bottle this afternoon, thereby enticing some of their distributors to our side. Since Zhou Feng has openly declared that his factory may not survive until next month, we might as well engage him in a little game. The rise in fruit prices necessitated an increase in distributor rebates, which significantly diminished our profit margins, lamented Chen Dazhuang. What are we even talking about? This is merely a skirmish compared to the fierce competition among large conglomerates, where millions can be spent in a single day. Can you imagine? Daily expenditures of tens of millions. Both Chen Dazhuang and Su Xiujuan were taken aback, unable to fathom such a scenario. In a past life, the fierce battle between Kuaidi, supported by Alibaba, and Didi, backed by Tencent, erupted in 2014, as both sought to attract customers and seize market share, resulting in a cash burn that allowed customers to ride for free. Lu Fan vividly recalled how, during that period, many city dwellers forsook buses and subways in favor of Didi and Kuaidi for their daily commutes. Alibaba and Tencent were recklessly investing 40 million daily, akin to two martial arts masters vying in a duel of internal strength, where retreat could lead to dire consequences. In total, over 2 billion was expended until both companies, through the mediation of various capital entities, ultimately reached an accord to merge Didi and Kuaidi. In February 2015, following the merger, the company was rebranded as Didi, with its founder Chen Weisheng stepping down, while the capable yet overshadowed Kuaidi founder Chen Weisheng left in quiet resignation. Lu Qing, the general manager for Goldman Sachs Asia, played a significant role in this transition, having accepted an invitation from Chen Wei to become Didi's chief operating officer in July 2014, thereby shifting the scales of victory in favor of Didi. Lu Qing is the daughter of Lu Tuanji, a titan of the business world in China. The cash-burning war between Didi and Kuaidi ostensibly appeared as a contest for the taxi market, yet beneath the surface, it was a fierce battle for the mobile payment gateway between Alibaba's Alipay and Tencent's WeChat Pay. The over 2 billion spent by Didi and Kuaidi was not in vain. It familiarized the populace with mobile payments, ushering China into the mobile internet era ahead of schedule. At Jiangbei Canning Factory, the increase in rebates brought great joy to the distributors, prompting them to amplify their procurement volumes, especially since the quality and taste of Shuangshi canned goods far surpassed those of handmade workshops, making them easy to sell. Before long, the goods that had been crowded in the warehouse the previous night were entirely claimed by the distributors, allowing Lu Fan and Chen Dazhuang to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Meanwhile, in the office of Fengyuan Canning Factory, Director Zhou Feng reclined in a lavish leather executive chair, with the phrase "wealth flows in abundantly" inscribed on the wall behind him, his favorite idiom. As he embraced his secretary Wu Li affectionately, the head of the sales department knocked and entered. Zhou Feng straightened in his chair, asking, "What is it?" "Director Zhou, it's bad news. Jiangbei Canning Factory has just raised their rebate to 4 cents, and many of our distributors have been poached." "What incompetence! If Lu Fan raises his prices, we simply follow suit. Why did you not prevent those distributors from leaving?" The sales manager wore a look of grievance as he explained. "I did intervene and promised them a rebate of 4 cents. However, our goods will not be ready for over half an hour, and many distributors cannot afford to wait. In that time, they could sell hundreds of cans and maximize their profits." Zhou Feng let out an angry snort and gritted his teeth, saying, "Lu Fan, with your limited foundation, you dare to engage in a price war with me? What a joke." After pondering for a moment, Zhou Feng commanded, "Spread the word that our new production line will have goods ready this afternoon, offering a rebate of 4.5 cents per bottle." The sales manager nodded but hesitantly replied, "However, our first batch won't be ready for another half hour. By then, the goods from Jiangbei Canning Factory will nearly be sold out, and we might not secure many distributors. Whatever we can seize is worth it. We must create trouble for Lu Fan. If he offers 4.5 cents, we will offer 5. If he offers 5, we will counter with 6. I can outspend him. Let him see how it is done." Zhou Feng glared and scolded, "What are you still doing here? Hurry up and spread the news." Yes, I will do it right away," the sales manager exclaimed, startled, as he hurried out. "Lu Fan, your parents are no match for me, and you, a mere wastrel who knows nothing but indulgence, are certainly no competition either. We shall see how this unfolds." Secretary Wu Li, with a serpentine grace, perched herself on Zhou Feng's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, and said, "Boss, I heard that several partners who collaborated with Lu Fan recently have had a falling out with him. Why not exploit this situation?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Feng's eyes sparkled with delight as he caressed Wu Li's voluptuous form. "Darling, that is a splendid idea. Quickly gather those individuals. I wish to stoke the flames of their discontent." Haha. Chapter 0043. The troublemakers arrive in the evening. Zhou Jianjun, Ho Weidong, and the two entered Zhou Feng's office together. "Come, brothers, take a seat," Zhou Feng offered, pouring them each a cup of tea. He began to speak frankly. "As an outsider, upon hearing of your experiences, I find Lu Fan exceedingly treacherous and utterly shameless." Zhou Jianjun and Ho Weidong wore expressions of rage. "That scoundrel Lu Fan. When he needed us, he treated us like brothers. Once he struck it rich, he kicked us to the curb. What a despicable character." A cunning smile crept across Zhou Feng's plump face. "Therefore, we must unite to teach Lu Fan a severe lesson. Mr. Zhou, what do you propose we do to bring that scoundrel Lu Fan down?" "Here is the plan. I will focus on investing heavily to seize Lu Fan's rural market and wrest control of his distributors. You three will incite Lu's creditors, informing them that Lu Fan has amassed a fortune, urging them to block any debt collection at Jiangbei Canning Factory. If they withhold payment, he won't be able to operate. This dual approach will swiftly lead to Lu Fan's ruin." Zhou Jianjun and Ho Weidong rejoiced. With Mr. Zhou's financial might, Lu Fan will surely be bankrupted. How blind we were to consider him a brother. The two eagerly chimed in. "Indeed, Lu Fan is unworthy of competing with Mr. Zhou. Even a single hair from you is thicker than Lu Fan's waist." Laughter erupted among them. Hearing the accolades from the crowd, Zhou Feng felt an overwhelming sense of pride. "Very well, I shall grant your request. Once the deal is finalized, you may procure goods on credit from me, settling your accounts post-sale." Zhou Jianjun and Ho Weidong were elated, expressing their gratitude profusely before parting ways to take action. After a day of relentless activity, all the goods were finally transported, albeit with a significant drop in profit. Lu Fan calculated that today's earnings were slightly over 4,000. He was content with this outcome, as it covered the wages for 30 to 40 workers and the cost of glass bottles. He hoped that the profits from the next couple of days could suffice to pay the fruit farmers for their goods. In 3 days, his design for the canned fruit cups would go into production, aimed at capturing the urban market. Even if the rural market proved less profitable, he would not be concerned. Today, Lu Fan also took the opportunity to visit the county television station, securing a year-long contract for advertisements during off-peak hours at 200 yuan daily. In the afternoon, he visited the county bus company, negotiating a deal to feature Double Happiness brand health cans on the exterior and interior of buses across over a dozen routes at 500 yuan monthly. Additionally, Lu Fan invested in advertising space on the 6th floor of the Jiangbei County Department Store, a landmark with excellent promotional visibility. He calculated the necessary materials and contacted Fan Xuanlai's advertising firm, requesting that all printing be completed within 2 days, followed by immediate placement of the advertisements on the buses and in the department store. With these arrangements in place, it was already past 10 in the evening. Lu Fan, neglecting to return home, sent a message to Gu Xiaoro and settled for a night's rest on Chun Dazhuang's bed. The next morning, the factory gate saw only a sparse arrival of vehicles to collect goods. Apart from 2 trucks from Han Fugui's team, only 4 or 5 remained. Early that day, Zhou Feng boldly announced an increase in the rebate to distributors by 5 yuan per bottle. Several small workshops in the nearby towns quickly followed suit, prompting a mass exodus of distributors to their side. The pace of shipments noticeably slowed, and the warehouse began to accumulate a substantial stock once again. Chun Dazhuang sat at the entrance, his face etched with worry, when Supervisor Zhao Dong approached and suggested, "Mr. Lu, Director Chun, if this continues, perhaps we should reduce production? Holding on to so much stock could lead to complications." Chun Dazhuang looked to Lu Fan, who shook his head. "No, it's fine. Let us continue with our full production plan. We have already procured the fruits. Leaving them for even a day will result in considerable spoilage, a loss we cannot afford." Lu Fan directed Chun Dazhuang, "Let it be known that we will raise our rebate to 5 yuan as well. Furthermore, whoever brings us a distributor who orders over 1,000 bottles will receive a reward of 20 yuan. Chun Dazhuang promptly organized this initiative. By afternoon, Lu Fan's strategy began to bear fruit. as the number of distributors surged by over 10, clearing out the warehouse stock. When evening came and accounts were tallied, the profits had further dwindled to just over 3,000, with projections for tomorrow barely reaching 2,000, and the day after possibly only 1,000. Lu Fan surmised that, under Zhou Feng's relentless suppression, the profits of the canned goods factory would plummet to mere hundreds within 3 days, potentially leading to the factory's closure for good. However, Lu Fan's counterattack had secretly commenced, set to ignite the market in just 2 days. By then, even if the rural market could not sustain the factory's operations, he would not be concerned. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a cacophony erupted outside the factory door. Lu Fan, you rascal, come out. Lu Fan, you've struck it rich. Return my 5,000 yuan. If you don't repay today, we will smash your factory. Old Chun, the doorman, rushed into the office. Panic etched across his face. It's bad, Mr. Lu. A dozen people are outside, claiming you owe them money and are banging on the door. I can't hold them back. Lu Fan was taken aback, pondering how they had agreed to settle the debt in 6 months. Why were they causing a ruckus just over half a month later? Chen Dazhuang roared, seizing a shovel from outside. Let me see who dares to cause trouble. I'll take care of them. Lu Fan quickly called out to Chen Dazhuang, reminding him that fighting would not resolve the issue and would only lead to imprisonment. At that moment, the courtyard gate was smashed open, and a group of individuals stormed in, wielding sticks and steel pipes as weapons. Upon spotting Lu Fan, they clamored for him to repay the money. Chen Dazhuang positioned the shovel defensively in front of Lu Fan, determined to protect him, while Lu Fan maintained a calm demeanor, observing the crowd intently. The leader of the group, a man with a bushy beard, pointed a steel pipe at Lu Fan. Lu Fan, a son must repay his father's debts. It is only right. Hurry and return the money. Lu Fan spoke up. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, my factory is operational. Once I earn money, I will certainly repay you. Don't deceive us, Lu Fan. We have heard that you make over 10,000 yuan every day. Hand over the money. If you dare to refuse today, we will not allow your factory to operate. Just wait and see. Lu Fan raised his voice, addressing the crowd. Uncles and brothers, we have a written agreement. I will repay the debt within 6 months, with double interest. You all agreed. How can you go back on your word? It was because you had no money at the time that we felt pity and agreed. Now that you are making money, you should repay us immediately. Stop talking nonsense. Lu Fan, if you don't return our money, we will take all your canned goods and smash your machines. The crowd was not inclined to reason with Lu Fan, brandishing their weapons in a threatening manner. Chapter 0044. I want to be your brother. I dare anyone to move. I'll take them down. Chen Dazhuang roared, raising the shovel high, ready to engage the crowd. Lu Fan urgently pulled him back, fearing for his safety. Despite Chen Dazhuang's formidable strength, he could not contend with so many. Moreover, Lu Fan noticed 2 heavily tattooed individuals among the group, unmistakably thugs rather than legitimate creditors. Lu Fan sensed that the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. Perhaps someone was orchestrating this against him. Everyone, please remain calm. Fighting is against the law, and it leads to imprisonment. Lu Fan exclaimed, waving his hands. I will go home to fetch the money and will definitely repay you all, so please rest assured. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, the crowd gradually quieted down. A man adorned with a dragon tattoo on his arm shouted, Lu Fan, what if you decide to flee? Lu Fan responded, rest assured, even if I were to run, the temple remains. My factory is here. I would never abandon it. Very well. We shall grant you half an hour. Should you fail to return with the money, we will demolish your factory, threatened another man, a dark-faced figure with a wolf's head tattooed on his chest. Lu Fan cast a glance at him and replied, all right, no problem. He summoned the supervisor of the second group, Han Zhun, instructing him to escort everyone to the lounge for tea, before departing on his motorcycle with Chen Dazhuang. Lu Fan, fearing that Chen Dazhuang might provoke a confrontation, was reluctant to leave him behind, knowing full well that he would be at a disadvantage. The workers in the factory felt a sense of unease, fearing that Lu Fan might actually abandon them. After all, who would they turn to for their wages? In this era, countless businessmen had fled after failed investments, and it was common to hear of such incidents every month. Chen Dazhuang, sitting behind Lu Fan on the motorcycle, reluctantly asked, Brother Fan, are we truly going home to fetch the money? Lu Fan let out a cold laugh. Agreements are not so easily reversed. Today, I have already given money to over a dozen people, and tomorrow, even more will come to stir trouble. Even if I gather all the funds, it won't suffice to cover 200,000. If we wish to continue, we must find a way to quell this disturbance, no matter the cost. It must be settled tonight. His words carried a chilling undertone, starkly contrasting with his usual affability, sending a shiver down Chen Dazhuang's spine. Lu Fan inquired, Dazhuang, who is the most notorious thug in Jiangbei? After a moment's thought, Chen Dazhuang replied, there's a fellow known as Da Ge at the Shiqing Zalaman dance hall. He oversees the place with a group of over 10 brothers, and no one dares to provoke him in Jiangbei. Lu Fan nodded and headed straight for the Zalaman dance hall. During that time, dance halls were akin to high-end nightclubs, filled with a chaotic mix of people, each requiring a formidable figure to maintain order. As night approached, most citizens of the county had succumbed to slumber. Yet the dance hall remained ablaze with lights and pulsating neon, where numerous men and women reveled in disco dancing. The kaleidoscopic lights, exhilarating music, and graceful movements stirred excitement among the crowd, a venue that had witnessed countless lives unravel, leading to the ruin of families and relationships. Boss, welcome. Care to dance? Big brother, let me accompany you for a dance. Upon entering, Lu Fan was greeted by a throng of scantily clad dancers, eagerly beckoning him. Chen Dazhuang's eyes widened in astonishment. Tonight was truly an eye-opener for him. It was his first visit to such an upscale establishment, one he would never dare to enter ordinarily, where the cost of a dance with a girl ranged from $1 to $2, an expense beyond the reach of an average person. Lu Fan, unfazed by the alluring dancers, waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of familiarity. In his previous life, after being taken in by his foster mother, Chen Ku, who never lacked for money and indulged him immensely, Lu Fan frequently frequented nightclubs, earning the moniker Nightclub Prince. The dancers, whether standing or seated, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Lu Fan approached the bar, where a striking woman in her 40s was smoking. Noticing Lu Fan's lingering gaze, she let out a melodic laugh. Oh, handsome young man, I wonder why you disregard so many young ladies. It seems you prefer an older woman like me. She teased with a giggle. Hearing her brazen words, Chen Dazhuang lowered his head in embarrassment, while Lu Fan remained unfazed. I'm looking for Brother Go, he replied. The woman shook her head. I don't know him. Without hesitation, Lu Fan retrieved a 100 yuan note from his bag and slipped it into the woman's ample bosom. Do you recognize him now? He inquired. Instantly, the woman's demeanor brightened. Oh, I remember. Brother Go is upstairs playing cards. Let me take you there. As she led Lu Fan up the stairs, her voluptuous figure swayed enticingly, hoping to pique his interest. A young man, wealthy and handsome, who was generous with his money. Who wouldn't he be captivated by such a man? What do you need Brother Go for? She asked. I'm his brother. Looking for him to sort something out. Chen Dazhuang was taken aback. Brother Go was notorious in Jiangbei's underworld, who would dare act brazenly in his presence. Seeing Lu Fan's calm demeanor, Chen Dazhuang felt a profound admiration for him. Upon reaching the end of the corridor on the second floor, the woman instructed Lu Fan to wait outside and knocked on the door before entering. Chen Dazhuang, feeling uneasy, cautioned Lu Fan, be careful with your words. Brother Go is a ruthless man, and he doesn't associate with us. Lu Fan smiled confidently, no worries. Even if he is a wolf, he'll have to call me brother soon. Inside the smoke-filled room, 4 men were engrossed in a game of mahjong. The woman addressed a yellow-haired man with a scar on his face. Brother Go, there's someone outside looking for you. Can't you see I'm playing? Tell him to go away. He retorted. But he claims to be your brother, she replied cautiously, wary of provoking Brother Go's wrath. Haha, is someone daring enough to seek trouble here? Looks like they're tired of living. Brother Go scoffed, exhaling a smoke ring. Indeed. Who would dare to claim the title of Brother Go's elder brother? They're asking for death. Bring that kid in. Let us deal with him. Brother Go commanded. The woman opened the door, allowing Lu Fan and Chen Dazhuang to enter. Brother Go, with a cigarette hanging from his mouth, scrutinized Lu Fan and spat the cigarette but onto the floor. You think you can be my brother, you little pretty boy? Lu Fan remained composed, a slight smile gracing his lips. Brother Go's temper flared. You have 2 choices. First, bow 3 times and apologize, calling me grandfather 3 times. Second, stick your face out so I can give you a proper beating. Lu Fan replied, I choose neither. I choose to be your elder brother. As he spoke, he pulled out 300 yuan notes from his bag and slapped them onto the table. Brother Go was taken aback, glancing at the 300 yuan notes before gritting his teeth. You think 300 yuan can buy you the title of my brother? Are you trying to insult me? Do you believe I want to kill you? The other 3 men at the table rose, preparing to confront Lu Fan. Chapter 0045. Society. Meet Lu Fan Chendazhuang. Sweating profusely, felt an urge to pull Lu Fan away, but Lu Fan remained serene. Pulling out a stack of 100 yuan bills and slapping them down on the table, at least a dozen notes. The sum of over 1,000 yuan is not a trifling amount. It equates to the annual earnings of an ordinary individual. Despite Dog Ge's considerable reputation in society, he is, at heart, merely a security captain. Where could he have encountered such a fortune? Suddenly, Dog Ge stood up, his expression warm as he addressed Lu Fan. Brother, please take a seat. I apologize for any offense earlier. May I ask how you are addressed? Having navigated the complexities of society for many years, Dog Ge had established two guiding principles: never offend the wealthy and never provoke those in power. The connections of the affluent and influential are intricate. A mere misstep or a careless word can lead to one's downfall. Lu Fan, the man of the world. Lu Fan nonchalantly settled into the chair. Accepting a cigarette offered by Dog Ge, he inquired, I wish to gather some information. In Jiangbei, is there anyone with a wolf head tattoo on their chest and a dragon tattoo on their arm? Dog Ge turned to the three others present, urging, let us think. Does anyone here know of such individuals? One man in his 30s responded, the person you describe sounds like Dahei from Beijing. He recently recruited 2 underlings and has been rather arrogant. Dog Ge glanced at Lu Fan. Is Dahei causing you trouble? I can take care of him right away. Lu Fan nodded affirmatively. They incited trouble at my factory, which displeases me greatly. I have always been loyal to my brothers. If you help me resolve this, I assure you will not be at a loss in the future, understood? Dog Ge slammed his hand on the mahjong table, exclaiming, damn it. Dahei dares to obstruct Brother Fan's livelihood? That scoundrel must be seeking death. I'll gather my men and deal with him immediately. Without hesitation, Dog Ge summoned a dozen individuals and descended the stairs, heading straight for the canned goods factory in the southern suburbs. Meanwhile, Dahei checked the time. 20 minutes had passed, and Lu Fan had yet to return. Growing impatient, he began to incite the creditors, declaring, that kid Lu Fan has undoubtedly fled. We have all been deceived. One of Dahei's subordinates vociferously added, we cannot wait any longer. Let us smash his factory and seize the canned goods to settle our debts. With their fervor stoked, the creditors began to stir in anger. Following Dahei and his subordinate into the workshop, Han Jun rushed to block the entrance, shouting, do not act rashly. President Lu assured us he would return with the money in half an hour. Please be patient a while longer. Get lost. Dahei kicked Han Jun to the ground and brandished a steel pipe as he entered the factory. Enough of this. Your President Lu owes us money, and we are here to demolish this place. The workers, terrified, had never witnessed such a scene. They hastily abandoned their tasks and sought refuge. With a crash, Dahei brought down the steel pipe, shattering a large water tank. Another tattooed man raised his club and struck a machine. Encouraged by the commotion, several creditors bravely approached, smashing jars of canned goods and fruit. At that moment, a thunderous roar of motorcycles erupted from the yard as Dog Ge and his entourage arrived, armed with steel pipes. Charging into the workshop, the ensuing conflict was overwhelmingly one-sided. Within 3 minutes, Dahei and his men lay defeated on the ground, blood streaming from their heads, their cries of anguish echoing through the air. As Lu Fan surveyed the wrecked workshop, a surge of fury coursed through him. He advanced and planted his foot squarely on Dahei's face, exclaiming, dare to provoke me? I shall destroy you. Although Dahei was typically overbearing, he quickly lost his bravado in front of Brother Ge, who addressed Lu Fan as Brother Lu. Terrified, Dahei began to plead for mercy. Boss, I was wrong. Please spare me. It was a man named Zhou Jianjun who paid us 300 yuan to pose as a creditor and intentionally vandalize your canning factory. Lu Fan furrowed his brow. He had initially suspected Zhou Feng, but now realized it was Zhou Jianjun, likely accompanied by Ho Weidong and De Tu. However, it seemed unlikely that the three of them would be so generous. Zhou Feng must be the one orchestrating this mischief from the shadows. Boss, when Zhou Jianjun approached me, he was accompanied by 2 others. I overheard them mention someone named General Zhou, claiming that if you dared to compete with him, you'd be doomed, Dahei confessed, thoroughly cowed and eager to divulge all he knew. Lu Fan was not surprised. Zhou Feng was notorious for his ruthless tactics, which had rendered Lu Fan's parents utterly defenseless in this lifetime. He regarded Dahei from a position of authority, saying, excellent, you are quite cooperative and understanding. Dahei hastily responded, thank you for your praise, Boss. I recognize my errors and will repay the entire 300 yuan. From now on, regardless of the sum offered by others, I will never dare to touch your factory again. Lu Fan accepted the 300 yuan from Dahei and, with a smile, handed it to Brother Go, instructing, once the matter is resolved, take the brothers out for a nice meal. Thank you, Brother Fan. Brother Go bent low in gratitude. However, Lu Fan's expression suddenly darkened ominously. Break the legs of these two scoundrels and then throw them out. Brother Go was taken aback. He had not anticipated Lu Fan's swift transition from joviality to murderous intent. He momentarily struggled to comprehend the situation. That night, Lu Fan intended to assert his authority over Dahei and his accomplice to deter anyone else from troubling him with Zhou Feng's money. He sought to eradicate any future threats. Lu Fan was not one to act impulsively. Every decision he made was calculated for its benefit. He reached into his bag, procuring 1,000 yuan, and handed it directly to Brother Go, saying, I appreciate your assistance. Brother Fan, you are too kind. Should you ever require the help of the brothers in the future, do not hesitate to ask, Brother Go replied, his gaze towards Lu Fan filled with newfound respect. Such youth combined with cunning and decisiveness indicated that Lu Fan was destined for greatness. He must not be crossed. With a steely gaze, Brother Go signaled to several of his subordinates, who lifted steel pipes and brought them down upon Dahei and his accomplice's legs. The workshop erupted with horrific cries reminiscent of slaughtered pigs, sending shivers down the spines of those present. The wails echoed through the night. As Dahei and his companioness' legs were left mangled and bloodied, unceremoniously dragged out like lifeless dogs by Brother Go's men, the group of debt collectors, terrified, immediately fell to their knees, pleading, President Lu, we apologize. It's not our fault. We were incited by Zhou Jianjun and these two thugs. We were deceived. What good is an apology? What need is there for the police? Lu Fan let out a cold laugh and inquired, who among you followed Dahei and vandalized my factory? Under Lu Fan's piercing gaze, 5 or 6 individuals raised their hands, trembling as they confessed, we only damaged it slightly. With a frigid glare, Lu Fan responded, my machinery costs tens of thousands. Your actions have resulted in losses amounting to several thousand yuan each day. How shall we settle this account? The group, overwhelmed by shame and anxiety, lowered their heads in defeat. Do you wish for me to break your legs, or will you compensate for my losses? Lu Fan demanded. The individuals shivered with fear, their minds involuntarily recalling the gruesome sight of Dahei's shattered legs. We are willing to compensate for the damages. We implore you, Mr. Lu, do not break our legs. Lu Fan then instructed Chen Dazhuang, collect their IOUs and burn them, ensuring they leave at once. The group felt their hearts bleed. Each IOU represented thousands of yuan, now reduced to ashes, leaving them filled with regret. Lu Fan turned to the other 7 or 8 creditors and said, the Lu family has always honored its word. We will repay the debts as previously agreed. I hope you will not be swayed by others to cause further trouble. Everyone nodded in agreement, apologizing to Lu Fan before departing with a sense of shame. Chapter 0046. The enchanting first kiss. Lu Fan, accompanied by Chen Dazhuang, inspected the machinery. Aside from some damage to the conveyor belt that required minor repairs, the rest was largely intact. However, several water tanks and baskets had been smashed. Hundreds of glass bottles lay shattered, and 4 or 5 baskets of fruit were ruined. Chen Dazhuang was distraught, yet Lu Fan felt a sense of relief. As long as the most valuable machines remained unaffected, the other losses could be addressed with additional expenditure. Lu Fan instructed Chen Dazhuang and Han Zhun to gather a team of workers to clean the workshop, while he returned to his office to meticulously devise a strategy. Soon, an idea began to take shape in Lu Fan's mind. Upon returning to the workshop, Lu Fan addressed the gathered workers. The machinery has been damaged. We will resume operations only after repairs are completed. When we are ready to officially commence work, Han Zhun will inform you all. The workers nodded in understanding. And Lu Fan continued, you have all worked hard during this period. Consider these 2 days as a break on my behalf. Your salaries will remain unaffected. You may return home for now. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, smiles broke out among the workers, who expressed their gratitude before leaving the factory. Chen Dazhuang looked at Lu Fan, puzzled, and inquired, Brother Fan, the damage to the machinery is minimal. It can be repaired by tomorrow morning. And we could resume work before noon. Why grant the workers a holiday? Lu Fan gestured for Chen Dazhuang to sit, pouring tea for both of them. After sipping, he replied, Dazhuang. Zhou Feng wishes for us to halt production so that he can monopolize the rural market. I intentionally released a smokescreen to give him a false sense of victory, allowing him to lower his guard against us. Tomorrow, we shall take a day to confuse Zhou Feng. The customized water bottle and canned goods I ordered will arrive the evening after tomorrow. We shall notify everyone to commence work that night, and the day following we shall launch our counterattack against Zhou Feng. Lu Fan meticulously outlined his schedule for the release of the water bottles and premium gift cans, along with the advertising strategy, to Chen Dazhuang, ensuring that he would be well prepared to keep pace and triumph in the impending challenge. To Lu Fan's surprise, he had everything planned out, which filled Chen Dazhuang with elation, instantly dispelling his earlier gloom. With a broad smile upon his plump visage, Chen Dazhuang approached Lu Fan from behind, eager to offer a back massage while showering praise. Brother Xiao Fan, you are simply magnificent, akin to Zhuge Liang, waving a fan, causing the walls to crumble with laughter. You ignorant fool, that was Zhou Yu. Lu Fan retorted with a chuckle, rolling his eyes at Dazhuang. Waving a fan and causing walls to crumble? That speaks to a gallant figure, not merely a jest. Unfazed, Chen Dazhuang felt no embarrassment. He genuinely believed Lu Fan was akin to Zhuge Liang, brimming with clever schemes and remarkable prowess. Having not returned home for 2 days, Lu Fan glanced at the clock, realizing it was nearly 1 in the morning, and hurriedly rode his motorcycle back home. Upon ascending the stairs and opening the door to the living room, he was greeted by Gu Xiaoro, clad in pajamas, who rushed into his arms. The warmth and softness enveloped him, leaving Lu Fan momentarily speechless. Lu Fan, you have finally returned. Woo-woo. Gu Xiaoro, disregarding her modesty, tightly embraced him, tears streaming down her cheeks. Concerned, Lu Fan inquired, what happened, Xiaoro? Is everything all right? Her sobs intensified as she managed to articulate, around 10. 2 men kicked down our door, demanding that you repay your debts immediately, or they would sell us to settle the score. I was terrified, Wu-Wu. Hearing this, Lu Fan's anger surged. Zhou Feng, Zhou Jianjun, and Ho Weidong had crossed the line. Targeting Gu Xiaoro and her daughter was utterly intolerable. He vowed not to let them escape unscathed. All right, Xiaoro, stop crying. I will resolve this matter and ensure they never dare to come back, Lu Fan gently reassured her, patting her slender back comfortingly. Fortunately, our landlord, Sister Li, intervened just in time, scolding those two and threatening to call the police. Only then did they leave. Or else I fear what might have happened to us, Wu-Wu, Gu Xiaoro recounted, still shaken. Lu Fan was taken aback. He had not expected Li Xiaoyan to be so courageous, willing to confront those ruffians. I was worried when you didn't return until midnight. I couldn't sleep, holding on to Xiao Xiao while waiting for you. What have you been so busy with these past 2 days? I thought you had abandoned us, Wu-Wu. How could that be? My wife is so beautiful, and my daughter so adorable. How could I ever forsake you both? Lu Fan smiled as he comforted Gu Xiaoro, gently wiping away the tears from her exquisite face. He found himself somewhat speechless, pondering how it seemed she cried more frequently than before, despite him not having scolded her lately. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Gu Xiaoro felt a surge of sweetness within her. His large hand cradling her delicate face made her feel bashfully flustered, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, rendering her utterly adorable. Unable to resist the impulse, Lu Fan leaned down and pressed a tender kiss upon her soft, alluring lips. As they embraced each other, lost in their intimate moment, a sudden cry from the next room startled them. Wow, daddy, mommy, wah. Gu Xiaoro was instantly jolted awake, hastily separating from Lu Fan. Her flawless face turned beet red as she bowed her head, unable to meet his gaze, and hurriedly retreated into the inner room. Don't be afraid, sweetheart. Mommy is here, and daddy is also here. Don't cry. Gu Xiaoro climbed onto the bed, cradling the little one and soothing her. When she noticed Lu Fan entering, a wave of panic washed over her, her heart racing. As she recalled Lu Fan's earlier tenderness and assertiveness, she felt an inexplicable charm enveloping her, making her even more enchanting. The next morning, after accompanying Gu Xiaoro and the little one for breakfast, Lu Fan hurriedly rode his motorcycle to the canning factory. In the yard, only 2 tractors belonging to Han Fugue's group were parked. No other distributors were in sight. The workers arriving for the morning shift were oblivious to the events that had transpired the night before. Upon seeing the posted notice of temporary suspension, they wore bewildered expressions. Standing at the entrance, Lu Fan and Chen Dazhuang explained to the crowd, the machinery is malfunctioning and requires repairs. Everyone can take a break for the next few days. and wages will continue as usual. You will be informed by the supervisor when work resumes. After the confused workers departed, Han Fugue approached with several associates. President Liu, I heard the factory was vandalized yesterday. Are you all right? Liu Fan looked at Han Fugue and inquired, Boss Han, how did you learn about the vandalism? Han Fugue replied, On our way to pick up goods, a distributor warned us not to come here, saying the machinery was damaged last night and the workers were given a holiday. Liu Fan understood that this information must have been disseminated by Zhou Feng and his associates. He shook his head slightly, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your concern, Boss Han. I'm fine. Let us discuss this in the office. Once in the office, Liu Fan personally poured tea for Han Fugue and his companions. Han Fugue expressed his thanks and continued, President Liu, the news likely originated from the Fengyuan canning factory. I suspect you were set up by your competitor. Whoever it is, the truth will eventually come to light, Liu Fan replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. President Liu, we've long known that Zhou Feng is quite treacherous. You may find it difficult to contend with him. His connections are intricate and not to be underestimated, remarked one of Han Fugue's associates. Indeed, I've heard that Zhou Feng initially built his fortune through his wife, but now that he is wealthy, he has taken on several mistresses, neglecting his wife entirely. He is quite unscrupulous. A multitude of individuals rallied in support of Liu Fan, exuding an air of insider knowledge as they recounted the myriad misdeeds of Zhou Feng. Liu Fan sat quietly to the side, listening intently. Clearly, in the eyes of Han Fugue and his companions, Liu Fan appeared incapable of confronting Zhou Feng. After all, the factory had been vandalized, and Liu Fan did not dare utter a single harsh word against Zhou Feng, which rendered him utterly powerless. Liu Fan instructed Han Fugue to transport the over 3,000 jars of canned goods produced the previous night, coordinating with Huang and for the delivery. He informed Han that there would be no need to return for shipments in the following days. Before Han departed, Liu Fan requested him to visit the factory the next evening for a matter of great importance. Han did not inquire further, but cautioned Liu Fan to be wary of Zhou Feng before driving away on his tractor. Chen Dazhuang expressed a desire to repair the conveyor belt and replace the damaged tools, but Liu Fan halted him, suggesting they postpone the repairs until the following day. He then locked the factory doors and took Chen Dazhuang on a leisurely ride through Jiangbei County on his motorcycle. In the early 1990s, the urban area of Jiangbei County was still quite modest. Liu Fan circled the town in a mere 10 minutes on his motorcycle. At this time, commodity housing in Jiang City was just beginning to emerge, and Jiangbei County had none. However, beside the Shishui River Park, Liu Fan discovered a newly renovated 6-story residential complex named Water's Edge Garden. Upon inquiry, he learned that these units were not true commodity housing. They were constructed in the name of a work unit, but were available for external sale, with a nearly 90-square-meter apartment priced at just over 40,000 yuan. As Liu Fan could not afford to purchase a unit, he opted to rent one for 50 yuan per month. He planned to acquire some furniture and move out of the cramped dormitory, which was in dismal condition, rife with unsavory characters, and known to Zhou Feng and his creditors, rendering it unsafe. At this juncture, Huawei predominantly relied on welfare housing allocations. While the new wave of reform and opening up began in the southeastern coastal regions before sweeping northward, introducing the concept of commodity housing. Figures such as Pan Shi and Feng Luan, among the 6 luminaries of Wantong, had reaped their first fortunes in this tide. However, following the collapse of the real estate bubble in Hainan in 1993, countless wealthy individuals faced devastating losses, with many tragically taking their own lives. Those who could sense the impending crisis and escape were exceedingly rare. Meanwhile, on Hong Kong Island, economic development was surging, with numerous wealthy individuals amassing considerable capital, while the foundational economic growth in the inland regions solidified its status as a hub for capital investment. In the 1980s, small to medium-sized capital from Hong Kong was primarily concentrated in the southeastern coastal areas, focusing on manufacturing industries. By the 1990s, affluent figures from Hong Kong began to pour into the mainland, investing heavily in real estate, retail, and finance, sectors known for their high expenditures and substantial returns. Among these influential forces was the illustrious Li Ka-shing and his flourishing Chung Kong Group. Li, with his exceptional intuition, had ventured into Europe in the 1980s to capitalize on telecommunications and energy, yielding significant profits. In the 1990s, he partnered with major conglomerates like Sun Hung Kai, New World, and Henderson Land to make substantial investments in mainland real estate, retail, and infrastructure. Standing in his rented new apartment, Lu Fan reflected on the era of ferocious capital development in the 1990s and resolved to first secure his initial fortune in the food industry before venturing into the lucrative realms of real estate and electrical appliances. Leaving the Water's Edge residence, Lu Fan rode his bicycle to the telecommunications bureau, where he managed to obtain the phone number of Zhou Feng's household. After donning a disguise and armed with a rented camera, he arrived outside the entrance of the Fengyuan canned food factory alongside Chen Dazhuang. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng sat in his office, listening to reports from Zhou Jianjun and He Weidong. Zhou Jianjun, brimming with delight, remarked, "We personally checked, and the workers at the Jiangbei canned food factory have already been given leave. The damaged machinery and other tools remain unrepaired and unpurchased." Clearly, Lu Fan intends to abandon this endeavor. He Weidong promptly offered flattery, saying, "This is all thanks to your astute planning, General Zhou. We are in awe." Zhou Feng erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Lu Fan, do you still wish to challenge me? I have yet to unleash my full potential, and I have already bested you." Ha. However, that fellow Lu Fan is quite ruthless. He even paid to have Dahe and the other's legs broken. You must remain vigilant against him. Zhou Jianjun responded dismissively. "Rest assured, General Zhou, Lu Fan will not discover that we were behind it." Zhou Feng patted Zhou Jianjun and He Weidong on their shoulders, saying, "You have performed admirably. I keep my word. You may now take your goods and sell them. I shall not collect your deposit." Overjoyed, Zhou Jianjun and He Weidong expressed their gratitude and hurried to the warehouse to load the goods. Once Lu Fan was dealt with, it would be time to attend to those 4 or 5 small workshops. Zhou Feng smirked malevolently before dialing Director Liang of the Grain Bureau, planning to deliver another grand gesture to secure his cooperation, ensuring he would find a reason to refuse the grain brought over from those small workshops, effectively cutting off their resources. After the call, Zhou Feng turned to his secretary, Wu Li, and said, "I have just learned that Director Liang has a penchant for women with fair skin, ample bosoms, and long hair. Xiaoli, your good friend Song Yin fits that description perfectly. Arrange for her to join us at noon to entertain Director Liang." Wu Li shot Zhou Feng a disdainful glance, retorting, "You men are all the same, simply seeking to bully us women." Ha. Zhou Feng, playfully kissing Wu Li's cheek, then took her out to select gifts, picking up Song Yin along the way. Just as Zhou Feng's vehicle exited the Fengyuan canned food factory, Lu Fan spotted it and promptly revved his motorcycle. Trailing behind with Chen Dazhuang, Lu Fan was a man who held grudges, resolutely unwilling to suffer in silence. Since Zhou Feng had resorted to underhanded tactics against him, Lu Fan was determined to retaliate, and with interest. Chapter 0048. Setting fire to the backyard. Lu Fan followed Zhou Feng's vehicle for over half an hour on his motorcycle, eventually witnessing Zhou Feng purchase cigarettes and alcohol before picking up a long-haired woman from a nearby community, ultimately arriving at the Sihai Hotel. Lu Fan and Chen Dazhuang stealthily ascended to the 3rd floor, where Zhou Feng, accompanied by Wu Li and the long-haired woman, entered room 308. Shortly thereafter, Director Liang, with his prominent belly, swaggered in as well. Concealed around the corner, Lu Fan discreetly captured these moments with his camera. Before long, a waiter delivered a lavish spread of dishes into the room, and muffled laughter echoed from within. After an extended wait outside, Lu Fan and Chen Dazhuang observed Director Liang emerging, his face flushed from drink, as he staggered out, clutching the long-haired woman, before entering the adjacent room. Lu Fan took a few more photographs, knowing that Zhou Feng was about to engage in his next segment with his secretary. He instructed Chen Dazhuang to remain there while he went downstairs to call Zhou Feng's wife. A mere 10 minutes later, a red Santana pulled up outside the Sihai Hotel. An elegantly dressed, somewhat portly woman stormed up to the 3rd floor and knocked vehemently on room 308. "Zhou Feng, I know you're in there with that little vixen. Open the door this instant," she shouted. "If you don't open up, I shall call the police and report you for infidelity, and I will ensure you rot in jail." After a brief moment, Zhou Feng appeared, donning a bathrobe, his face flushed, whether from alcohol or passion remained unclear. Suddenly, the woman slapped him across the face with a resounding crack and pushed her way inside. Zhou Feng, taken aback, was bewildered as to how his wife had discovered his whereabouts and arrived so promptly. "Ah, so it is you, you little fox. You shameless harlot. I will make you pay," Zhou Feng's wife bellowed, launching herself at Wu Li in a furious confrontation. The sounds of their quarrel, accompanied by crashing and banging, echoed from room 308. Zhou Feng, you scoundrel. You even lay with your own secretary. Even a rabbit wouldn't touch grass near its burrow. Be quiet. I have important matters to attend to today. Do not disrupt me. Important matters? You only think of your affairs. This is your notion of importance. You ungrateful wretch. Were it not for my family funding your business, you would not be where you are today. How dare you seek other women behind my back? I will not let this slide. Ah, you shrew. How dare you scratch my face? Get out. Zhou Feng, you dog, dare to tell me to leave? Have you grown wings? Were it not for my family, you would be nothing. Enough of your family. I have had my fill of being oppressed by them. Either we live our separate lives, or we divorce. Ah, you dare mention divorce? I shall ensure you leave with nothing, and my family will see to your ruin. In that moment, the cacophony of weeping, fighting, shrieking, and roaring filled the air. Lu Fan and Chun Dezhuang observed with keen interest for a while before humming a tune and descending the stairs. To outsiders, Zhou Feng appeared affluent, glamorous, and blissful. Yet at home, he was persistently subdued by his domineering wife, which drove him to seek excitement elsewhere. The essence of happiness is subjective. Akin to the warmth of water, one knows its temperature best. Although Zhou Feng and his wife had a fierce altercation and were threatening divorce, he had achieved quite a bit today. The grain bureau had ceased purchasing from small workshops, leading several to announce their closure that very night. Upon hearing this news, Lu Fan mused that Zhou Feng indeed possessed some cunning. He had managed to ingratiate himself with the head of the grain bureau and subtly severed the lifelines of several small workshops. However, this development was a significant boon for Lu Fan, as it meant fewer competitors when he ventured into the rural market in 2 days, allowing him to focus solely on Zhou Feng. With the cessation of operations at the Jiangbei can factory and several small workshops halting shipments, only Feng Yuan remained in Jiangbei County. Consequently, the rebate of 5 cents per bottle that had been offered yesterday was abruptly reduced to 1 cent the following day. The distributors protested vehemently. Yet Zhou Feng obstinately declared that they could either comply or depart. Over 20 distributors lamented their predicament, cursing Zhou Feng in their hearts, but for the sake of survival, they had no choice but to continue procuring goods. Within a single day, the canned products vanished from the shelves as truckloads of grain were returned, ultimately exchanged for a substantial sum of cash at the grain bureau. In the Feng Yuan office, Zhou Feng gazed at the day's performance report, his face flushed with excitement. A single production line yielded profits of 5,000 to 6,000 yuan daily, amounting to around 160,000 to 70,000 yuan monthly. I am destined for wealth. If I were to purchase another production line, earning 10,000 a day would be effortless. Huh? The allure of such immense profits blinded Zhou Feng. Disregarding the financial advisor's warnings about insufficient cash flow, he brazenly instructed her to wire over 100,000 yuan to a machinery factory in Guangdong for the acquisition of an additional production line. After half a day of repairs, the machinery at the Jiangbei can factory was fully restored, and all the damaged production tools had been replaced by Zhuang, ready for immediate operation. While Zhou Feng busily arranged the funds for the new machinery, Fan Chunlai arrived, delivering advertising materials and commencing the placement of ads on all public buses and in department store ad spaces throughout Jiangbei County. That evening, 10,000 cans were delivered from the glass factory to the workshop of the Jiangbei can factory. Upon receiving the notification, Han Jun and 15 workers promptly began production. Shortly thereafter, Han Fuguei and 5 partners entered the yard, stunned by the bustling scene within the workshop. Han Fuguei had initially believed that Lu Fan's factory was on the verge of closing, anticipating a discussion to dissolve their partnership, only to be pleasantly surprised by Lu Fan's unexpected turnaround. Lu Fan invited Han Fuguei and his 5 associates into the office, at which point the phone rang. Picking it up, Lu Fan greeted the caller with professional courtesy in standard Mandarin. Hello, this is the Jiangbei can factory. Whom may I ask is calling? Hello, is Mr. Lu Isi available? Taken aback, Lu Fan recognized the voice of a man seeking Lu Isi, wondering if it was Yang Hongbin. Quickly regaining his composure, Lu Fan replied, Our chairman is currently in a meeting. May I take a message? How may I address you? My name is Yang Hongbin. According to my agreement with Mr. Lu Isi, I would like to report to your company today. Lu Fan's heart soared with joy. This talented individual had finally arrived, making many of his plans far more feasible. Hello, Mr. Yang. Our chairman has instructed that any call from you be relayed immediately. I shall report this at once. Please hold for a moment. He placed the receiver down, gesturing for Chun Dazhuang and Han Fugui, who looked perplexed, to remain silent. Lu Fan then theatrically exited the office, only to return within half a minute to close the door behind him. Once again, he lifted the receiver, a knowing smile gracing his face. While Chun Dazhuang felt a sense of foreboding, suspecting that Lu Fan was about to deceive them once more. "Greetings, Mr. Yang. I am Louis." Lu Fan spoke in flawless English, leaving Chun Dazhuang and Han Fugui momentarily stunned, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment and disbelief. Chapter 0049. The Collapse of Worldview. Yang Hongbin replied in English, "Hello, Mr. Louis. We have completed our resignation formalities and are currently at Hankow Railway Station." Lu Fan, overwhelmed with busyness these past few days, had nearly forgotten about Yang Hongbin's situation. Glancing at the time, he realized that the last bus to Hankow had already departed. It would be rather impolite to ask Yang Hongbin and his group to take a taxi on their own. After some contemplation, Lu Fan instructed Yang Hongbin to wait at the entrance of Hankow Railway Station, holding a piece of paper with his name written on it, while he arranged for a car to pick them up. After hanging up with Yang Hongbin, Lu Fan called Su Feng. "Sister, it's Lu Fan. I'm truly sorry to impose, but I need your assistance with something." Upon hearing Lu Fan's voice, Su Feng cheerfully responded, "Since you're calling me sister, there's no need for formalities. Just tell me what you need." After Lu Fan explained his situation, Su Feng readily agreed, assuring him that she would arrange for her driver to head to Hankow Railway Station immediately to bring Yang Hongbin and his group to Jiangbei County. Having successfully resolved a significant matter, Lu Fan felt immense joy and expressed his gratitude repeatedly, until he ended the call. Chun Dazhuang and Han Fugui continued to stare at Lu Fan, mouths agape, as if they were beholding a creature from another realm. Lu Fan chuckled, gesturing for calm, "Comrades, remain composed." Chun Dazhuang exclaimed, "By the way, how come you can speak a foreign language, little Fan?" Lu Fan proudly replied, "I possess many skills, enough to keep you learning for several years." "Dazhuang, the Mr. Yang who called me is the general manager I've appointed. From now on, during work hours, you shall address me as General Lu and him as Manager Yang. Do you understand?" Despite harboring many questions, Chun Dazhuang nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood, little Fan." Understood, General Lu." Satisfied with Chun Dazhuang's response, Lu Fan then produced a sample of the water cup canister for everyone to examine. The 6 of them, including Han Fugui, scrutinized it closely, their eyes lighting up in admiration. "This design is truly remarkable, General Lu. It's slip-resistant, shatterproof, heatproof, and conveniently portable." With a smile, Lu Fan showcased the newly delivered outer label for the water cup canister, featuring endorsements from the Little Tiger team. Han Fugui and the others were instantly astounded, jumping in excitement. "General Lu, this is fantastic. With the Little Tiger team as our endorsers, provided the price is right, our water cup canister will undoubtedly be a tremendous success." One of Han Fugui's companions chimed in joyfully. "Nowadays, it's not just the salaried workers who prefer to carry water cups. We, who are out in the market, need them even more. Previous designs were cumbersome, prone to breaking, and would scald one's hands. Your design completely eliminates those flaws." Having received the endorsement from the market-savvy Han Fugui and his companions, Lu Fan felt considerably reassured and continued, "I am considering pricing the water cup canister at 99 cents. What do you think?" Han Fugui pondered for a moment before stating, "Currently, similar cups in the market are priced around 70 cents each, yet they lack features such as a rope handle and a heat-resistant net. Moreover, our cups come with canned goods and are further enhanced by the endorsement of the Little Tigers. Thus, this pricing is indeed compelling. At 99 cents, it is just a penny shy of $1, yet it conveys to consumers the impression of being under $1. This decision was reached by Lu Fan after careful consideration. This strategy mirrors the pricing tactics frequently employed by supermarkets in later years, where products are invariably priced with a 9 at the end, never exceeding the next whole number. Lu Fan addressed Han Fugui, saying, "This fruit canning product targets the working class in urban markets. In a few days, I will also launch a gift can, primarily catering to the high-end market's demands. Henceforth, my factory, along with the 2 joint canning factories in Huang'an, will allocate a significant portion of production capacity to produce cup cans and gift cans. Therefore, I hope that you, Boss Han, and your 5 colleagues can dedicate half of your workforce to help me penetrate the urban market in Jiangbei County." After discussing among themselves, Han Fugui and his 5 partners readily agreed, clearly optimistic about the market prospects of the cup can. Yang Hongbin and Gao Dawei, seated in a Mercedes, felt a surge of ambition, believing they had finally encountered a visionary leader, allowing them to unleash their potential and strive vigorously. Yang Hongbin felt immense satisfaction knowing Lu Fan could send a tiger-head Mercedes to pick him up, further bolstering his confidence in Lu Fan's capabilities. Gazing at the nightscape of Hangzhou, Gao Dawei, brimming with assurance, remarked, "Brother Yang, this will be our battleground from now on. By the way, do you have any insight into the current scale of Mr. Lu Yix's food factory?" Yang Hongbin reflected momentarily before replying. Mr. Lu Yixi mentioned that the company has just been established, but his father provided him with a substantial sum to encourage him to take bold steps and not fear failure, as losing tens of millions is merely a trifle. Furthermore, Mr. Lu Yix's father advised him to aim for greatness, setting a modest target of earning 100 million first. Upon hearing Yang Hongbin's words, Gao Dawei was momentarily taken aback, realizing that they were dealing with a prominent family. Mr. Lu is indeed a significant player. I suspect the Jiangbei canning factory must employ over 3,000 people. Yang Hongbin shared this sentiment, and the thought of potentially managing a large factory with 3,000 employees filled him with exhilaration and a fervent motivation, his joy evident on his face. After concluding his conversation with Han Fugui, he departed with his 5 companions. Preparing to procure goods the following day, 3 would focus on rural markets while the other 3 would venture into urban markets. Lu Fan glanced at the time, anticipating Yang Hongbin and the others' arrival, and wondered if they would soon discover his deceptive nature and ignite the factory in flames. Perhaps he should place a steel plate underneath himself? While lost in thought, the sound of a car horn echoed at the entrance, and a Mercedes slowly rolled in, carrying Yang Hongbin and Gao Dawei. Before exiting the vehicle, Yang Hongbin sensed something was amiss. The Jiangbei canning factory was merely a tad larger than an ordinary family workshop. Far from being a grand factory, Lu Fan approached Chun Dezhuang with great enthusiasm, expressing himself in fluent English. "Oh, my dear Yang, you have finally arrived. A warm welcome to you." Yang Hongbin reluctantly embraced Lu Fan and then inquired, "Mr. Lu, is this the food factory you mentioned, with the modest goal of making 100 million? With a smile, Lu Fan replied, "Dear Yang, you must not underestimate my factory. Give me half a year, and I assure you it will expand into a large-scale enterprise employing thousands. Within a year, we shall achieve that modest goal of 100 million. Yang Hongbin was no fool. Having traveled extensively over the years and encountered all walks of life, he immediately realized he had fallen prey to a cunning deceiver. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, feeling an intense urge to throttle the smiling Lu Fan. Just 3 days prior, when he resigned, the marketing director at Lenovo had desperately tried to retain him, mentioning that President Lu had already decided to promote him to deputy general manager the following week. Yet, with aspirations to follow Lu Fan into grand endeavors, Yang Hongbin had resolutely declined, only to find his promising future shattered by this charlatan. Gao Dawei stood in stunned silence, gazing at the dilapidated factory with barely a dozen workers, nearly moved to tears. He had always held Yang Hongbin in high regard, as he was the one who had been deceiving others, and now he found himself outwitted by someone else. Moreover, the young man before him appeared to be a mere student, shattering Gao's worldview in an instant. Lu Fan was truly a prodigy. Yang Hongbin's eyes blazed with fury as he gritted his teeth and asked, "Mr. Lu, does this mean your identity as a Chinese expatriate in America is also a fabrication?" Lu Fan nodded and replied in Mandarin, "I apologize, Mr. Yang. It was a necessity at the time. You deceitful scoundrel." Before Lu Fan could finish, Yang Hongbin erupted in rage, storming into Lu Fan's office to seize the phone and call the marketing director at Lenovo. "Hello, Director He, this is Yang Hongbin. I was in a foul mood the other day and spoke out of turn. I hope you can forgive me. Mr. Yang, let bygones be bygones. I am quite busy. What is it you need?" "Director He, I have reconsidered and would like to return to work. Is that possible?" "Sorry, the sales department is currently at full capacity." The line went dead, leaving Yang Hongbin in a daze, realizing he had missed a promotion he had waited 3 years for in just 3 short days. Seeing Yang Hongbin's despondent expression, Lu Fan felt a pang of sympathy and approached him, saying, "Mr. Yang, I once again apologize for my dishonesty. However, my commitment to you is absolutely genuine." Yang Hongbin ignored Lu Fan's words, seething with anger as he shouted, "Lu, we have no grievances against each other. Why did you deceive me? Damn it. Yang Hongbin grasped Lu Fan's collar and shook him vigorously, unleashing a torrent of curses, his voice hoarse and tears streaming down his face. After a moment of cursing, Yang Hongbin clenched his fists, raising them to strike Lu Fan. Damn it. Are you still not done? Chen Dazhuang let out a resounding roar and lunged forward, seizing Yang Hongbin's arm. Dazhuang, release Mr. Yang. Allow him to vent his frustrations. Once he has settled, we can discuss the forthcoming projects. I'm no fool to converse with a deceiver like you. Yang Hongbin bellowed, raising his fist once more, his gaze toward Lu Fan brimming with resentment. Lu Fan regarded him with an air of tranquility, fully aware that Yang Hongbin was ensnared in his grasp. 3 days prior, at the moment of his own wavering, Yang had become as trapped as a fish in a net. Now, he was merely reluctant, attempting a futile struggle against the inevitable. As Yang Hongbin met Lu Fan's confident gaze, clarity struck him. He was in unfamiliar territory, utterly alone. In contrast, Lu Fan was a local tyrant, one he could not hope to contend with. You, Lu, are nothing but a scoundrel. Yang Hongbin spat, relinquishing Lu Fan's collar and lowering his fist slowly. Lu Fan smiled, straightening his suit. I have never claimed to be a good person, nor do I aspire to be one. Being virtuous is far too exhausting. However, I assure you that my words carry weight. You are to take the position of general manager at the Jiangbei canning factory, and your companion will serve as marketing director. The compensation will undoubtedly satisfy you. Yang Hongbin scoffed. Your meager factory is hardly worth my time. It barely employs a handful of people. In Guangzhou, Shenzhen, and Shanghai, there are countless factories 10 times your size. I'm leaving. With that, he grasped Gao Dazhong and attempted to depart. This time, Lu Fan grew anxious, quickly extending his arm to block their exit. Mr. Yang, do temper your anger. Civility fosters prosperity. Grant me 10 minutes to present my proposal, and then you may decide your course of action, if you will. I refuse to speak with a charlatan. Yang Hongbin retorted. Do not be so petty, Mr. Yang. Just sit for a moment. Without further ado, Lu Fan pulled Yang Hongbin into a chair before his desk and invited Gao Dazhong to sit as well, offering them cigarettes. May I ask for your name, sir? Gao Dazhong, he replied coldly, dismissing Lu Fan entirely, his disdain for Lu Fan palpable. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Fan, with the English name Louis Liu, hailing from Jiangbei County. Yang Hongbin snorted softly, thinking, spare me the pretense of your misleading English name. I understand that you view my factory as insignificant, but do you know the circumstances I faced just half a month ago? My company was on the brink of bankruptcy. My parents succumbed to despair, leaving me with over 200,000 in debt, and I could barely afford a meal. Yet, merely 2 weeks later, I not only revived the factory, but also turned a profit. My newly developed mid to high-end products are soon to be advertised across provincial and municipal television stations, poised to swiftly capture the market in Jiangbei County and even the entirety of Jiangxing. Lu Fan spoke with fervor, taking 10 minutes to meticulously outline his plans to Yang Hongbin and Gao Dazhong. In the end, he presented samples of canned beverages and gift cans. Although Yang Hongbin and Gao Dazhong held Lu Fan in contempt, they could not help but admire the positioning, market strategy, and advertising tactics he had devised for his products. Upon seeing the endorsement emblem of the Little Tigers, Yang Hongbin's pupils dilated, and he inquired in a hushed tone, Mr. Lu, when did you sign the endorsement agreement with the Little Tigers? Lu Fan chuckled lightly. This matter is rather lengthy. It cannot be elucidated in just a few words. Let us first discuss the salary and benefits of General Manager Yang and Deputy General Manager Gao, shall we? Yang Hongbin could hardly believe that the dilapidated Jiangbei canned food factory could secure an endorsement contract with the wildly popular Little Tigers. Yet, he was perplexed as to why such a shrewd individual as Lu Fan would engage in such a ruse. Once the advertisement airs, wouldn't Lu Fan's deception be exposed? Those celebrities would surely sue him. Noticing Yang Hongbin deep in contemplation, Lu Fan continued, Mr. Yang, Mr. Gao, you must be familiar with Waha, right? In just 2 years, they achieved sales exceeding 200 million. I, Lu Fan, assure you that I can accomplish this in a single year. Yang Hongbin lifted his head, gazing coldly at Lu Fan. Just by your efforts? Lu Fan declared with pride. If you do not believe me, how about we wager? Yang Hongbin raised an eyebrow. What shall we wager? On April 17th of next year, if my company's sales have not reached 200 million, I shall compensate you 1 million. Conversely, if I succeed, you must sign a 10-year labor contract with me. And should you depart within that decade, you shall owe me tenfold of the profits, Lu Fan proposed. Yang Hongbin slammed the table. I'm in. Delighted, Lu Fan swiftly drafted a contract in duplicate, and both parties signed and affixed their seals, with Chun Dazhuang and Gao Dawei as witnesses. After safely storing the contract, Yang Hongbin remarked, "We now possess nothing. You must uphold our agreed-upon salary, not a penny less." Lu Fan nodded affirmatively. "That is not an issue. I will increase your previous salary by 50%. Yang Hongbin replied. Our combined salary and bonuses in Beijing were 200. Thus, with a 50% increase, that amounts to 300. Let us sign the contract. At this moment, Yang Hongbin no longer trusted Lu Fan's words alone. Everything had to be documented. Chun Dazhuang exclaimed, 300 a month? You two are robbing us. Lu Fan promptly produced 2 employment contracts, inscribing the monthly salary of 300, then pushed them before Yang Hongbin and Gao Dawei. Sign here. Upon witnessing Yang Hongbin sign the employment contract, Lu Fan felt a wave of relief. He had finally secured this formidable individual. Chapter 0051. Truly extraordinary individuals. After placing the contract into his briefcase, Yang Hongbin calmed himself and swiftly transitioned into work mode, retrieving a notebook to record his inquiries of Lu Fan. Both Yang Hongbin and Gao Dawei asked detailed, professional questions covering every aspect, from sources, products, and employees to market strategies, advertising, and finances. Since they were now allies, Lu Fan did not withhold any information, sharing everything candidly with the two. Director Lu, how much capital does our company currently possess? Yang Hongbin inquired. We have $58,439.70. Lu Fan replied. Yang Hongbin quickly calculated. Deducting expenses for advertising, canned bottles, water cups, tea sets, and gift box packaging, he found that not a single cent remained. After finishing his calculations, Yang Hongbin felt on the verge of tears, as he could not shake the feeling that the factory was perilously close to bankruptcy. Mr. Lu, what shall we do about the employees' wages and the payment for the fruit? Lu Fan replied with a calm demeanor. There are still 14 or 15 days until the salary is due. Why the rush? Yang Hongbin felt a pang of anxiety. But what about the payment for the fruit? Are we really going to delay that? Before Lu Fan could respond, Chun Dazhuang chuckled, proudly stating, these are trivial matters. We can always defer payment. If necessary, I can accompany Mr. Lu to Jiangxing and effortlessly secure 30 or 40,000 yuan. Yang Hongbin felt a sharp pain in his chest, realizing that Chun Dazhuang was quite an extraordinary character, especially Lu Fan, who was a genius among geniuses. Observing Chun Dazhuang's admiring expression towards Lu Fan, Yang Hongbin thought to himself that this fellow must have been brainwashed by Lu Fan. In this regard, Yang Hongbin genuinely admired Lu Fan. This man had a knack for deceit, adeptly portraying whatever role was required, worthy of being called a master. To Yang Hongbin's eyes, Lu Fan's factory was in a dire state, unaware that the current circumstances were infinitely better than the mess Lu Fan had faced merely half a month ago. Fearing that Yang Hongbin's confidence might be further shaken, Lu Fan patted him on the shoulder and remarked, Mr. Yang, you must not only focus on our difficulties, but also recognize our current advantages. First, we have firmly established ourselves in the rural market. Once we resume operations, our market share will undoubtedly rival that of Fengyuan Canning Factory. Second, our cup cans will be launched into the market tomorrow. With such an innovative concept and the endorsement from the Little Tigers, I am confident that the market will respond enthusiastically. Third, the advertisements from the provincial, municipal, and county television stations will commence their relentless bombardment on the 21st. Our gift cans are poised for a spectacular debut, representing our most lucrative flagship product. Lu Fan spoke eloquently, his thoughts coherent and well-founded, quickly restoring Yang Hongbin and Gao Dawei's confidence. Yang Hongbin contemplated inquiring whether Lu Fan had orchestrated the Little Tiger's endorsement. But upon reflection, he recognized the immense benefits it could bring to the canned goods sales. Even if it were to be revealed later, it would be Lu Fan's issue, not his own, so he refrained from probing further. Yang Hongbin conducted a thorough analysis of the urban population in Jiangbei County and its 8 subordinate towns. Frowning as he said, Mr. Lu, based on our past experiences, once the Little Tigers endorse our products and coupled with the television advertisements, our products will undoubtedly experience a surge in demand around the festival period. My concern lies in our factory's insufficient production capacity, which may hinder our ability to supply and generate revenue. Lu Fan replied, I have also found 2 canning factories in Huang'an to act as subcontractors. They can supply 15,000 bottles daily. Combined with our 14,000 bottles, we will achieve nearly 30,000 bottles of daily production capacity. My initial plan was to allocate 8,000 bottles of regular cans for the rural market in Jiangbei, 8,000 cup cans for the urban area and 8 towns, and 2,000 boxes of gift cans. The remaining 11,000 bottles will be divided into 8,000 cup cans and 3,000 boxes of gift cans for the Jiangxing market. However, I currently have no plans to distribute to other regions in Tianjiang province. Yang Hongbin calculated and said, Mr. Liu, you may be underestimating the power of celebrity endorsements and advertising. I estimate that your production capacity of 29,000 bottles will barely suffice for the Jiangbei County market. Even with the current output, it is still far from sufficient to meet the demands of the entire Jiangxing city. Moreover, since advertisements have already been placed in the provincial media, we cannot afford to relinquish the market in the other 10 or so cities within the province. At this juncture, we must explore every possible means to expand our production capacity in preparation for unforeseen circumstances. Lu Fan had previously contemplated a swift launch of products across the entire provincial market. However, due to a severe lack of capacity and, more significantly, the limited capabilities of Chun Dazhuang and Qin Jun, he could not rely on them to navigate the provincial market. Thus, Lu Fan's initial plan was to dedicate a month to solidifying the urban and rural markets in Jiangbei County, while simultaneously testing the waters in Jiangxing. The aim was to conquer the Jiangxing market within 3 months, subsequently extending coverage throughout the entire Tianjiang province. This was his objective before the year's end. However, at that time, Lu Fan had not accounted for Yang Hongbin and Gao Dawei, which constrained his ambitions due to a lack of manpower and energy. With the addition of these 2 marketing experts, the previous plan necessitated significant alterations. Chen Dazhuang inquired, if we were to distribute products en masse to Jiangxing and other regions, how could we possibly produce that many products? Yang Hongbin and Gao Dawei frowned. This indeed posed a considerable challenge. Nonetheless, once the advertisements aired on the provincial and municipal television stations, consumer demand would undoubtedly be stimulated. Distributors in Jiangxing and other areas would soon seek us out. Driven by the inherent profit motive of capital, provincial contract manufacturing, Lu Fan decisively declared, as long as the water cup canned goods sold well in Jiangbei County, he would immediately initiate plans to seek out contract manufacturers in several key areas across the province. From my understanding, nearly every county and city in Tianjiang province has 1 or 2 canning factories, many of which are struggling. Our role would merely involve providing the canned product formulas, packaging, and gift tea cups, shipping according to each contract manufacturer's requirements while dispatching technical personnel for guidance and supervision, allowing for the local production of our Xuanxi brand cans. Upon hearing this, Yang Hongbin's eyes lit up. Lu Fan's approach was indeed the most economical in terms of both funds and time. Those canning factories facing operational difficulties would likely welcome the opportunity for contract work, as it posed no risk to them while providing a considerable income. All right, Gao Dawei and I will bring a batch of water cup canned goods to the major shopping centers in Jiangxing tomorrow for promotion. If sales go well, we will use the contract from the Huangyan canning factory as a template, modify it, and then seek out contract manufacturers in Jiangxing and a dozen other cities. Yang Hongbin decisively announced. Both Yang Hongbin and Gao Dawei were ambitious individuals. Having joined the Jiangbei canning factory, they were determined to give their utmost efforts. Lu Fan appreciated Yang Hongbin's boldness, happily shaking his hand and saying, Mr. Yang, I fully support your decision. If the company can provide any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Hongbin replied, Mr. Liu, I require 3,000 bottles of water cup canned goods, a truck, and 3,000 yuan for market expansion. Chen Dazhuang interjected with discontent. What? You haven't even helped the company earn money yet, and you're already asking for funds? Gao Dawei cast a glance at Chen Dazhuang, exclaiming, what do you know? We can forego the market development fee. We can simply approach the managers of various stores one by one and gradually establish connections. I believe we could secure a client within 3 to 5 days. However, with only a few days left until the May Day holiday, how could we possibly conquer over a dozen large shopping centers in Jiangxing without financial backing? Lu Fan handed 3,000 yuan directly to Yang Hongbin, instructing him to write a receipt and clearly indicate its purpose, advising him to report back to him. Lu Fan, unwavering in his trust, greatly moved Yang Hongbin, altering his perception of Lu Fan. He began to see him not only as a master of deception, but also as a person of considerable generosity. Chapter 0052, A Night of Transformation on April 17th. The citizens of Jiangbei County awoke to find their streets and public transport adorned with images of their beloved idol group, the Little Tigers. Wu Qilong, Chen Jiping, and Su Yuprong, three charming young men, donned festive red attire, their faces radiant with youthful smiles as they executed graceful dance moves. In front of them, a striking image of Shuangxi brand canned beverages was displayed, accompanied by bold lettering, Shuangxi brand health canned food, the favorite of the Little Tigers. As many citizens passed the department store, they noticed the prominent display of the Little Tigers alongside the Shuangxi brand canned beverages on the 6th floor. Curiosity piqued. Numerous passers-by halted to discuss the spectacle. Meanwhile, Han Fugui drove a tricycle emblazoned with a large sign of the Little Tigers, filled with 100 bottles of the canned beverages, loudly advertising them. Come and see. Shuangxi brand health canned food, the favorite of the Little Tigers. Healthy, affordable, and delicious. After enjoying the canned food, the bottle can be repurposed as a water cup, non-slip, heat-resistant, and shatterproof. Han Fugui shouted, showcasing the unique design of the water cup's handle and heat-resistant netting to the crowd. This distinctive design immediately captured the attention of those nearby. Wow, this water cup is impressively designed. The style is so trendy. One remarked, I love the handle design. I can hang it on my bicycle without worrying about it breaking. Another added, the heat-resistant net is brilliant. I once burned myself when brewing tea. A majority of the crowd exhibited a keen interest in the canned beverages and inquired, Boss, how much for the canned beverages? Han Fugui boisterously replied, 99 cents per bottle. For our new product launch, the first 50 customers who purchase 2 bottles will receive an additional bottle free. The complimentary bottle was a standard fruit can from the inventory of the Victory Canning Factory. When Lu Fan had signed a joint venture contract with them, he had promised to help them clear over 20,000 bottles within 3 months. With the launch of the new product, Lu Fan procured 5,000 bottles as promotional gifts. The crowd quickly calculated in their minds, for less than 2 yuan, they could purchase 3 cans, along with 2 stylish water cups featuring handles and heat-resistant designs. It was indeed an exceptional deal, especially considering that similar water cups on the market cost 75 cents each, without handles or heat-resistant features, and did not include any canned food. Our Shuangxi brand health canned food not only boasts delightful flavors, but also enhances appetite and digestion, making it a favorite among children and the elderly alike. The Shuangxi health canned food is adored by the Little Tigers team, and you will not regret purchasing it. The promotion is limited to the first 50 customers. So act swiftly. Hearing Han Fugui's enthusiastic sales pitch, the crowd was captivated. The Little Tigers' endorsement is indeed compelling. Boss, I'll take 2 bottles. Do I get 1 free? I also want 2 bottles. Here are my $2. Please give me 3 bottles. The crowd eagerly produced their money, clamoring to buy. Please don't push. Form an orderly line. One at a time, Han Fugui said with a beaming smile as he collected the money and filled bags with canned goods. Witnessing the bustling scene in the square, Manager Zhao of the department store was quickly intrigued. What is selling outside that is so popular? I heard it's health canned food in a cup, endorsed by the Little Tigers. What? The Little Tigers are endorsing it. I must see for myself. After a considerable struggle, Zhao finally squeezed through the crowd and was astonished by the innovative design of the cup cans. The product's immense popularity presented a significant business opportunity. Meanwhile, Han Fugui's 2 companions, each operating a Sherfeng tricycle adorned with a large Little Tigers banner, began vociferously selling in high-traffic areas such as the supply and marketing cooperative and the bus station. Their sales pitch, taught by Lu Fan, quickly drew the attention of passers-by and opened up sales avenues. Seeing the fervent scene, the owners of the supply cooperative and nearby convenience stores inquired about the manufacturer of the Little Tigers' endorsed cup cans, promptly driving off to procure stock. In the office of the general manager at Fengyuan Canned Food Factory, the previous day's revenue from the rural market reached 5,000 to 6,000 yuan, complemented by over 4,000 yuan from urban markets, yielding a daily profit exceeding 10,000 yuan, which thrilled Zhou Feng immensely. Hence, he arrived at the factory early, eager to witness the bustling scene of distributors queuing to collect goods. However, by around 9 o'clock, fewer than 10 distributors had arrived, nearly 20 less than the previous day. Zhou Feng was taken aback and summoned the sales manager for an inquiry. What is going on? Where have the other distributors gone? Zhou Yuan appeared equally perplexed, replying, Uncle, I'm not sure. It's the weekend. Perhaps they are sleeping in. Zhou Feng was exasperated, wishing he could kick Zhou Yuan out. Nonsense. Distributors aren't civil servants. Do they really sleep late on weekends? Zhou Yuan pondered. Indeed, but then why haven't they arrived yet? Zhou Feng erupted in anger. I'm asking you. Why are you asking me? Zhou Yuan stammered. Uncle, I really don't know. You fool, if you don't know, go find out. Distributors have the most up-to-date information. Go ask immediately. Yes, uncle, please calm down. I'll go ask right away. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Yuan returned. Uncle, I found out that Jiangbei Canned Food Factory has suddenly launched a new canned product that is selling exceptionally well, prompting many distributors to flock there for stock. Zhou Feng was taken aback, pondering the recent halt in production at the Jiangbei Canning Factory. When had they resumed operations? He swiftly announced a raise in the rebates for distributors, determined to reclaim the distributors of Jiangbei Canning Factory. Zhou Yuan promptly nodded in agreement. Yes, I will handle it immediately. Yet, Zhou Feng remained perplexed. Just as he contemplated driving to the Jiangbei Canning Factory to investigate personally, Zhou Lin, the vice president in charge of marketing, rushed in, drenched in sweat. General Manager, it's bad news. Today, 3 of the 5 shipments we sent to the department store, supply cooperative, and small shops have been returned. The remaining 2 only sold half of their goods. Zhou Feng, astonished, inquired, what happened? Why were our goods returned? Zhou Lin replied, I just spoke with General Zhao at the department store. He mentioned that our canned goods have not been selling well lately, and he has found a new hot product, so they will temporarily stop ordering from us. General Yuan from the supply cooperative is not available. Their vice president said General Yuan has gone to Jiangbei Canning Factory to discuss procurement. Hearing Zhou Lin's words, Zhou Feng's heart sank. Jiangbei Canning Factory again. What could be the reason? What new product had they launched to garner such popularity? Zhou Lin responded. It seems to be something called a cup can, and there's a celebrity endorsing it, but I am not entirely sure. At that moment, Zhou Yuan entered with a distributor, who said, Director Zhou, I know what is going on. On my way here, I saw the advertisements for Jiangbei Canning Factory on the bus and atop the department store. Zhou Feng was immediately flabbergasted. How had everything changed overnight? Chapter 0053, a force to be reckoned with. After hearing the report, Zhou Feng was utterly bewildered. What is a cup can? How could the Little Tiger team endorse Jiangbei Canning Factory? This is impossible. Unable to sit still, he disregarded the scratches on his face and hastily drove out of the factory. Arriving in front of the department store, he stared at the colossal billboard for an extended moment. The concept of using a cup to contain canned goods, complemented by a rope handle and mesh cover for anti-slip, anti-drop, and heat resistance, was extraordinarily innovative. Zhou Feng marveled at the design, then drove to the entrance of Jiangbei Canning Factory, observing the long line of distributors, filled with astonishment and envy. This Lu Fan truly had some remarkable skills. I had underestimated him. However, do you believe that a mere cup can could defeat me? If you can create a cup can, so can I, and I assure you my price will be significantly lower. With this thought in mind, Zhou Feng returned to Fengyuan Canning Factory and summoned the financial manager, Jiang Mengna. How much money do we have left? Jiang Mengna anxiously replied, Director Zhou, we just transferred over 130,000 to the Guangdong Machinery Factory yesterday. We only have a little over 2,000 left. Frowning, Zhou Feng instructed, give me all the money. I have a use for it. Director, our cash flow is critically low. We cannot afford to spend any more. I understand. Stop your prattling and hand it all over to me. Jiang Mengna, feeling helpless, had no choice but to hand over the last 2,300 yuan from her account to Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng drove to the glass factory in Jiangbei County, heading straight for Director Liao's office. Director Liao, I would like to place an order for a batch of water cups to be completed by tomorrow. Is there any chance you could expedite the production? Director Liao smiled, inviting Zhou Feng to sit down and poured him a cup of tea. Mr. Zhou, you must be aware of the rules. Even with an order placed today, the earliest we could produce would be the day after tomorrow. Zhou Feng conceded. Then it shall be the day after tomorrow. I require them first thing in the morning, so please ensure that you expedite the process. Director Liao nodded. No problem. May I inquire what style of water cup you wish to order? Zhou Feng replied. Director Liao, I need the water cups from the Jiangbei Canning Factory. The ones with the rope handle and net cover. Your factory produces those, doesn't it? I want them exactly the same. Upon hearing this, Director Liao's expression shifted slightly, and he shook his head. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, I can accommodate all other styles, but this particular water cup is not possible. Zhou Feng was taken aback. Why not? Director Liao explained. When Lu Fan ordered this water cup, he signed a contract with me, stipulating that he would be the sole supplier in all of Jiangbei County. Otherwise, I would have to compensate him a substantial sum. What? Zhou Feng jumped up. That Lu Fan is utterly shameless. How could he do this? Gritting his teeth, Zhou Feng insisted, Director Liao, I will cover the compensation fee from Lu Fan. Please arrange for the order to be produced immediately. Director Liao appeared troubled. Mr. Zhou, it's not merely a matter of money. Since I have signed a contract, I must honor it. If I were to breach it without cause, who would trust our glass factory in the future? Zhou Feng smiled and grasped Director Liao's hand. Shaking it vigorously, Director Liao, we have been doing business for 4 to 5 years. Can you not assist me with this small request? Director Liao, with a forced smile, apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, please don't press me. Angrily, Zhou Feng left the Jiangbei County glass factory, purchasing 2 jars of water cups from a small shop on his way, and then drove towards Jiang City. Lu Fan, do you think that by preventing the Jiangbei County glass factory from supplying me, I, Zhou Feng, am at a loss? What a joke. With so many glass factories in Jiang City, I have the funds. I need not fear a lack of production. Observing several small shops displaying jars of water cups from the Jiangbei Canning factory, Zhou Feng felt a profound sense of urgency. He knew he had to procure the water cups in the shortest time possible, even at a higher cost. To undermine the Jiangbei Canning factory and maintain the monopolistic position of Fengyuan Canning in Jiangbei County, the Jiangbei Canning factory produced over 14,000 jars of water cups, all of which were snatched up within a single day by the department store, supply cooperatives, and dozens of small shops in the county. Lu Fan had even provided numerous promotional displays featuring the Little Tiger team endorsed water cups for the department store, supply cooperatives, and those small shops, placing them prominently. Coupled with Lu Fan's promotional strategy of buy 2 jars, get 1 free, the water cups sold out within half a day, leaving the distributors with substantial profits. Consequently, the dealers began to inundate the Jiangbei Can Goods factory with calls, placing advance orders for the following day's stock. The fervent advertisements and booming sales of the cup cans in Jiangbei County soon reached the ears of merchants from the 8 surrounding townships. They hurriedly made their way to the Jiangbei Can Goods factory, cash in hand, eager to secure their advance orders for the cup cans. From noon until nightfall, Lu Fan, Chen Dezhuang, and Su Xiujuan engaged in negotiations with merchants from various locales, finalizing agency contracts, collecting payments, and issuing receipts, leaving their hands fatigued and sore. At that moment, Chen Dezhuang and Su Xiujuan finally comprehended the sensation of counting money to the point of cramping. It was only then that Lu Fan began to truly believe Yang Hongbin's assertion. He had indeed underestimated the allure of celebrity endorsements. As the clock approached 7 in the evening, several heads of supply and marketing cooperatives from townships, along with proprietors of over 20 small shops, awaited their turn in the lounge to sign agency agreements for the fruit cans with Lu Fan. He informed them that the contract signed earlier had already pushed production back to the day after tomorrow, yet they remained undeterred, promptly submitting their deposits and promising to return for their shipments. They understood that in just over 10 days, the May Day holiday would arrive, an opportune time for canned goods sales. As long as they could receive their cup cans before the holiday, substantial profits awaited them. Witnessing the overwhelming demand for cup cans, Lu Fan reluctantly instructed the Fengshou Canned Goods factory to reduce the production of ordinary cans to 5,000 bottles per day. While both the Jiangbei and Shengli Canned Goods factories focused entirely on cup can production, with a daily output of approximately 24,000 bottles. Even so, the orders received that day extended 3 days into the future. By 10 o'clock that night, Lu Fan finally bid farewell to the last dealer, utterly exhausted. Su Xiujuan wiped the sweat from her brow, gazing at the thick stack of orders and a box brimming with cash of various denominations, her heart overwhelmed with astonishment. In her lifetime, she had never laid eyes on such an amount of money. Throughout the day, Chen Dezhuang had been grinning from ear to ear, hugging the 2 boxes of cash and planting kisses on them. Xiao Fangu, we have truly struck it rich. Ha ha. Lu Fan was equally exhilarated. After days of arduous planning, they finally reaped bountiful rewards. Chapter 0054. Simply astounding. After a considerable time, Lu Fan's excitement began to subside, and he turned to Su Xiujuan, inquiring, Su accountant, could you calculate our total revenue for today? Su Xiujuan swiftly employed the calculator, and with palpable excitement, she reported, Mr. Lu, Our total sales for today amount to 42,000 yuan. This includes 72,000 bottles of cup cans at a wholesale price of 0.55 yuan each, totaling 39,600 yuan, and 12,000 bottles of ordinary cans at a wholesale price of 0.20 yuan each, amounting to 2,400 yuan. Upon hearing this figure, Chen Dazhuang was utterly astonished. The volume of orders would require all 3 canning factories to operate at full capacity for a staggering 3 days to fulfill. Lu Fan quickly calculated that the total revenue of 42,000 yuan divided by 3 equaled 14,000 yuan, the daily total of their earnings. The total cost of the cup cans is approximately 15 cents, while they are wholesaled at 55 cents, resulting in a profit margin of 85%. The profit margin for ordinary cans is similarly substantial. By this calculation, the daily net profit reaches nearly 12,000 yuan. After deducting the rebates for agents who exceed sales targets and the cost of promotional gifts for buy 2 get 1 free offers, the daily net profit still exceeds 10,000 yuan. This figure represents the earnings from just one county, Jiangbei. The entire Jiang city comprises 7 main urban districts and 4 counties, with a total population roughly 10 times that of Jiangbei County. Should the products from the Jiangbei canning factory be distributed throughout all districts and counties of Jiang City, the daily net profit could soar to 100,000 yuan, amounting to approximately 3 million yuan monthly. This data startled Lu Fan. However, he realized that this scenario represents the most optimistic outcome, as not every district and county in Jiang City would experience the same fervor as Jiangbei County. And the supply of cup cans must meet the demand across all districts and counties. The thought of severe production shortages gave Lu Fan a headache. Nothing is more distressing than agents eager to place orders while he is unable to fulfill them. Previously, with ample production capacity and insufficient sales, Lu Fan was troubled. Now, with booming sales and inadequate production, he remained in a state of unease. As it grew late into the night, Lu Fan instructed Chen Dazhuang to ride his motorcycle and escort Su Xiuzhuan home. No sooner had Chen left than Yang Hongbin's call came through. Upon answering, Lu Fan heard Yang excitedly report, "Mr. Lu, I must inform you that today, Gao Dawei and I have successfully secured 3 large shopping malls and 5 supply cooperatives in Hankou District, distributing all 3,000 bottles of cup cans. I just received a summary of sales data from these 8 agents. They have already sold around 2,000 bottles and will be ordering 20,000 more tomorrow." This news filled Lu Fan with joy. He had not anticipated such a thriving market in Hankou, especially without the buy 2 get 1 free promotion, rivaling even that of Jiangbei County. "Mr. Yang, you have worked hard, but we cannot produce the goods," Lu Fan replied with a wry smile. Yang Hongbin grew anxious and exclaimed, "Mr. Lu, what do you mean? How can we not produce?" Lu Fan briefly summarized the sales situation in Jiangbei County for Yang Hongbin. Frustration consumed Yang. He and Gao Dawei had spent the entire day in Hankou, even eating lunch and dinner in the car, and had secured 8 agents, only for Lu Fan to claim there was no production capacity. "Mr. Lu, regardless, you must provide me with goods tomorrow morning, even if it's just half of the orders. Otherwise, I cannot explain to the agents." Lu Fan furrowed his brow and replied, "All right. I will allocate half of the goods for the Jiangbei County agents and squeeze out 12,000 bottles for you. Of these, 10,000 will go to the agents, while the remaining 2,000 will be used to further develop the market in other districts and counties of Jiang City." Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Yang Hongbin felt a sense of satisfaction, yet concern crept in as he remarked, "Manager Lu, given our current distribution pace, we could potentially secure 7 or 8 more agents by tomorrow, likely receiving orders for over 20,000 bottles. What shall we do about our severely inadequate production capacity?" Lu Fan pondered for a moment before responding, "Tomorrow, I will assign Chen Dazhuang and Su Xiuzhuan to host the agents from Jiangbei County. I will make an early trip to Jiangcheng. It is imperative that I finalize arrangements with 2 canning factories to handle our production." Yang Hongbin understood that there was no alternative but to proceed in this manner, so he affirmed, "Very well, I will manage the orders, payments, and hand over with Chen Dazhuang and Su Xiuzhuan, then transport the goods. We shall act separately tomorrow." After ending the call with Yang Hongbin, Chen Dazhuang returned on his bicycle, and Lu Fan shared his plans for Jiangcheng with him. While Chen Dazhuang felt a surge of excitement, apprehension also loomed as he expressed, "Brother Xiaofan, if you leave tomorrow, I worry that Su Xiuzhuan and I may struggle to handle everything." Lu Fan patted Chun Dazhuang's shoulder and encouraged him. Brother, I have faith in your abilities. You must believe in yourself as well. Keep pushing forward. Growth is essential for everyone, and Chun Dazhuang was no exception. The greater the pressure he faced, the more swiftly he would develop, Lu Fan mused internally. Lu Fan stuffed over 40,000 yuan into his wallet and rode his motorcycle home. Upon arrival, he found Gu Xiaoro cradling their little one in slumber, and the bed had been neatly arranged for him. Although he yearned to share the good news with her, seeing Gu Xiaoro's weary face made him reluctant to wake her. The day before, he had opened an account at the Industrial and Commercial Bank, depositing over 50,000 yuan, and he planned to add the more than 40,000 yuan from today, which would bring his total close to 100,000 yuan. With ample funds at hand, he felt at ease. Clutching his wallet filled with money, Lu Fan soon drifted into a blissful slumber. The following day, as dawn broke, Lu Fan awoke early, purchased breakfast for the still sleeping Gu Xiaoro, and left a note informing her of his trip to Jiangsheng before heading out. Meanwhile, Zhou Feng, who had been busy all day in Jiangsheng, was driving towards Jiangbei County. The previous day, he had taken samples of the cup cans and visited 3 glass factories in Jiangsheng. Ultimately, he secured an order for 100,000 identical cups from the Hanyang Qintai glass factory. Due to the approaching holiday, each glass factory had orders that were several times greater than usual, making it impossible to accommodate new requests. Consequently, Zhou Feng had to pay nearly double the usual price to expedite production at the Qintai glass factory. As he drove, he calculated that today was the 18th, and by tomorrow morning, he would receive the first batch of 20,000 cup bottles, enabling him to produce cup cans by noon and seize a share of the market from Lu Fan. He was determined to implement a promotional price strategy, even if it meant incurring losses, to suppress the momentum of the Jiangbei canning factory. However, the thought of the nearly 20,000 yuan spent on custom cup designs and product labels caused him a pang of regret. In earlier times, Zhou Feng would have dismissed such trifling amounts of money, but having recently ordered 2 production lines and expanded his factory, he has depleted his savings of 300,000 entirely. Presently, he finds himself in dire financial straits. Zhou Feng initially contemplated utilizing the over 100,000 in savings held by his wife, Wu Ying. However, she has deposited the funds with her family and is adamant about divorcing him. The thought of Wu Ying and her family's domineering nature fills Zhou Feng with a profound sense of frustration. Chapter 0055. Utilizing connections around 8 o'clock, Lu Fan hurriedly arrived in Hankow, making his way directly to the nearby Industrial and Commercial Bank. The security conditions in the early 1990s were deplorable. In stark contrast to the new century, public transportation, buses, and trains were often plagued by brazen thieves. This was especially true around the Hankow railway station, where incidents of theft and robbery were rampant. Lu Fan, wary of carrying over 40,000 in cash, promptly deposited it into his account at the bank. Exiting the bank, Lu Fan exhaled in relief, grateful that he had evaded the attention of any thieves or robbers along the way. Otherwise, safeguarding that money would have been an arduous task. In front of the Hankow Station Square, Lu Fan hailed a taxi, directing the driver to the Shui Gate glass factory. The only feasible method he could conceive to swiftly connect with the owners of various canning factories in Jiangsheng was through Su Feng. As the manager of a large glass factory, she was a supplier to numerous canning factories and was naturally acquainted with the owners. Recognizing the value of such connections, Lu Fan intended to leverage them. Otherwise, approaching each canning factory individually would prove inefficient and exceedingly challenging. Upon seeing Lu Fan, Su Feng beamed with delight, eagerly inviting him to sit down. Lu Fan placed the samples of the cup can and the assorted canned goods from the Grand View Garden series on the table. Sister, I have come today to report on the progress of our new products and to ask for your assistance, Lu Fan stated. Upon seeing the cup can, Su Feng's eyes sparkled. She picked it up for a closer inspection and exclaimed, Xiao Fan, this cup can is a brilliant idea. Did you design it yourself? Lu Fan smiled and nodded. It was a haphazard design. I would appreciate your guidance. This is nothing short of perfection. I cannot offer you guidance. It is far too fashionable and practical. I assure you that once it hits the market, sales will undoubtedly soar. Lu Fan thought to himself that Su Feng, as the manager of a large factory, truly possessed remarkable insight and a keen business acumen. After examining the design for a moment, Su Feng inquired, Xiao Fan, how may I assist you? Lu Fan then conveyed his intention for the Jiangsheng canning factory to undertake processing work for him. After pondering for a moment, Su Feng responded, I am indeed well acquainted with several canning factories, but they are all state-owned enterprises. It would be quite challenging for them to set aside their pride and agree to process for a private factory from a county. Lu Fan chuckled and replied, Sister, I have already considered this issue. When I sign contracts with them, I will refrain from using the term processing and instead refer to it as joint production. Our Jiangbei canning factory will provide the canning formulas, cups, and packaging, while they will handle the raw materials and processing, taking a predetermined percentage of the proceeds. Lu Fan said as he presented the joint venture contract he had signed with the Victory Canned Food Factory to Su Feng. Su Feng nodded while examining the document, remarking, Joint production is an excellent concept. This will make it exceedingly difficult for those underperforming factory directors to decline. Afterward, she gazed at Lu Fan and expressed, Xiao Fan, I must say, your business acumen is remarkable. You seem to have an endless stream of innovative ideas. It truly baffles me how such a young mind can conceive so many ingenious thoughts. Lu Fan scratched his head and chuckled modestly. Sister, these are merely trivial skills. Nothing worth mentioning, haha. Su Feng smiled charmingly and then pointed at the little Tiger Team logo on the can's packaging, saying, Xiao Fan, joint production is indeed a brilliant idea. Perhaps this is the unorthodox method you speak of? Lu Fan nodded in agreement. You are astute, sister. Nothing escapes your keen insight, haha. However, Su Feng's expression turned serious as she cautioned, Xiao Fan, what you are doing may very well lead to significant trouble in the future. Lu Fan clasped his hands in gratitude towards Su Feng. Thank you for the warning, sister. My factory has been on the brink of bankruptcy recently, and in my desperation to escape this crisis and swiftly penetrate the market, I have overlooked many details. If, after the advertisement is released, these celebrities decide to sue me, I shall simply compensate them with additional endorsement fees. Su Feng laughed. You are quite the strategist. If your factory's canned goods become a hit, the endorsement fees for the Little Tiger Team will pale in comparison. This tactic of leveraging influence is indeed clever. Afterward, Su Feng retrieved her phone number and assisted Lu Fan in arranging meetings with the heads of several canned food factories in Jiangxing. At noon, Lu Fan hosted a banquet at the Binjiang Grand Hotel, inviting Su Feng and the directors of 4 state-owned canned food factories. With Su Feng's vigorous facilitation, Lu Fan successfully secured joint venture contracts with 3 of the factories. According to the agreements, each of the 3 factories would supply the Jiangbei Canned Food Factory with 45,000 jars of cup cans and 15,000 gift-packaged cans daily. For every jar of cup cans, Jiangbei Canned Food Factory would provide them with a rebate of 7 cents. For every box of gift-packaged cans, a rebate of 10 cents would be granted. This mutual benefit brought joy to all parties involved. In gratitude for Su Feng's assistance, Lu Fan offered her 2,000 yuan, but she resolutely declined. Xiao Fan, your agreement with those 3 factories stipulates that all glass products must be produced at our Min glass factory, which has brought significant benefits to us. I am already immensely grateful. I cannot accept this money, she insisted. Seeing Su Feng's unwavering refusal, Lu Fan relented. Sister, your help is something I will never forget. Should you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. Su Feng smiled and took Lu Fan's hand, saying, Xiao Fan, we are like siblings. Do not be so formal. If you have time in the future, come by more often to chat with me. After bidding farewell to Su Feng, Lu Fan glanced at the time and realized it was still early. He hopped into a taxi and headed to Hankow, determined to secure 1 or 2 more factories for contract manufacturing. After visiting 3 factories, Lu Fan nearly wore his voice out before finally striking a deal with a large factory of mixed ownership. The canning factory is capable of supplying Jiangbei Canning Factory with 20,000 jars of cup cans and 10,000 gift-packaged cans each day. Consequently, these 4 canning factories can provide a total of 65,000 jars of cup cans and 25,000 gift-packaged cans daily to Jiangbei Canning Factory, temporarily satisfying the demands of agents in Jiang City. By the time all was settled, it was already 6:30 in the evening. Lu Fan hastily summoned a taxi and rushed to the long-distance bus station on Jindun Street, just in time to catch the last bus to Jiangbei County. Exhausted beyond measure, Lu Fan fell asleep the moment he boarded the bus, despite its jarring motions, and finally arrived in Jiangbei County after an hour and a half. It was only upon disembarking that he discovered a large slit in his bag, and, as expected, his wallet had vanished without a trace. Lu Fan was in a state of panic, not because of the mere 300 yuan within, but due to the presence of his identification card and bankbook, which posed a significant inconvenience. Chapter 0056. The beginning of major expansion. Fortunately, aside from the wallet, he still had the joint venture contracts with the 4 canning factories, a stack of documents from the Hong Kong Island Yuanda Group, and photographs with Li Jiaqing and Mao Qizhong, which greatly alleviated his worries. Returning home in a daze, Gu Xiaoro took Lu Fan's bag and gasped upon seeing the long gash on it, exclaiming, "Oh no, you've been robbed." Lu Fan nodded, lifting the small child in his arms. "I was targeted by a thief on the bus returning from Hankow. Quick, check to see what you've lost." "Just my ID and a little over 300 yuan, Lu Fan replied nonchalantly. "Oh, 300 yuan. Gu Xiaoro's voice suddenly rose several octaves, lamenting, "That's nearly equivalent to 3 months of my salary." Gu Xiaoro, a student from Jiangxing Industrial University, had been assigned to a food factory in Jiangbei County after graduation, where she worked as a formal employee in a state-owned enterprise, earning barely over 100 yuan a month. "Why on earth did you take so much money with you? You are such a spendthrift." Just as Gu Xiaoro began to scold him, she suddenly caught herself. This was the first time she had reprimanded Lu Fan. In the past, he would have reacted with fury and struck back. However, Lu Fan merely smiled lightly, not taking her words to heart. He thought to himself, "If only you knew that I had left home this morning with over 40,000 in cash, you would surely be terrified." Lu Fan sat on a chair with the small child and began to play joyfully with her. "Lu Fan, have you eaten yet?" After wrapping up matters in Hankow, it was already past 6 o'clock, and he and T had the chance to eat. "Then let me prepare something for you." "All right, please add some shredded meat." Having made significant progress today, Lu Fan felt the need to treat himself. "Daddy, I want to eat meat too." The small child cried out in Lu Fan's embrace. "Okay, you can have some meat." Lu Fan playfully pinched the small child's pert little nose, laughing, "You're such a little glutton." "Daddy, what delicious treats did you bring me today?" The small child blinked her big, bright eyes, looking at Lu Fan with eager anticipation. "Little one, my wallet was stolen today. I promise to bring you something delicious next time, all right?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhao's face immediately fell into a deep disappointment, her rosy lips pouting. "I don't want that. I want something delicious," she wailed. The unpredictable nature of a child's emotions was evident as her tears began to flow freely. Lu Fan quickly offered apologies and comforted her, while Gu Xiaoro approached with a bowl of shredded pork noodles, gently admonishing, "Xiao Xiao, your father has been busy all day and is tired. Please don't act up. I don't care. I want Dad to buy me something tasty." Xiao Xiao continued to protest, her cries escalating. Gu Xiaoro picked her up and gave her a light smack on her backside, sternly stating, "No more fussing." "Wow." Xiao Xiao burst into tears, as though she had suffered a great injustice. Gu Xiaoro was about to scold her further, but Lu Fan quickly intervened, saying, "Enough. She's just a child. I'll run down to the convenience store and buy her something. Can you lend me a few bucks?" "Absolutely not." Gu Xiaoro shot him a disapproving glare, reproaching, "How can you spoil her like this?" Faced with her stern expression, Xiao Xiao ceased her cries, though her lips remained stubbornly pursed, glistening tears lingering in her eyes. Lu Fan couldn't help but chuckle. He offered her a piece of shredded pork, and gradually, her tears subsided. The next day, Lu Fan awoke to find Gu Xiaoro already up, having prepared 2 bowls of egg noodles. "You work so hard. Why rise so early to make breakfast? I could just go out and buy something later," he remarked. Gu Xiaoro shot him an exasperated look. "My dear sir, do you know how expensive it is to eat out? You lost over 300 yuan yesterday. Do we have that much to spare?" Only then did Lu Fan remember he needed to promptly head to the bank to report his lost card, lest someone withdraw funds from his account. And he also needed to replace his identification card. The thought of these mundane tasks filled him with frustration. It seemed such a waste of time. "Don't worry about the money, Xiaoro. Business has been quite good at the factory lately. Just sit back and let the profits roll in," he assured her while hastily devouring his noodles. "By the way, I saw our factory's advertisement on the bus the other day. My colleagues were discussing how popular that cup can product is. Was that your doing?" Lu Fan nodded. "In a couple of days, I will launch a more exquisite gift-packaged version of the canned goods, which will surely be even more appealing." With that, he set down his bowl and prepared to head to the bank. "Wait, what is the deal with that little Tiger Team endorsement?" Gu Xiaoro suddenly recalled, having intended to ask about it last night, but Xiao Zhao's antics had distracted her. "This matter is rather complex. I'll explain it to you when I have more time," Lu Fan replied dismissively as he grabbed his old bag and stepped out. As soon as the bank opened, Lu Fan rushed in to report his lost card, and then, with a sense of detachment, made his way to the police station to replace his identification. He remained busy until 9:30, finally arriving at the Jiangbei canning factory, where a queue of 20 to 30 vehicles awaited to pick up goods. Inside the office, Yang Hongbin and Gao Dawei had just returned from Jiangxing with supplies and quickly stood up upon seeing Lu Fan. "Mr. Lu, Dawei and I successfully secured orders for 23,000 cans of water cups from 2 large shopping malls and 6 supply cooperatives in Wuchang district yesterday. How are the negotiations with the processing factory progressing?" Yang Hongbin reported with palpable excitement. Lu Fan presented the joint production agreements from the 4 canning factories in Jiangxing, showcasing them with delight to the assembled group. Upon reviewing the documents, Yang Hongbin could hardly contain his joy. This production capacity of 65,000 cans of water cups and 25,000 gift-packaged cans daily will effectively meet the pre-festival demands of the distributors in Jiangxing. Following this, Yang Hongbin produced a sheet of paper to report, "Mr. Lu, we have secured another 2,000 cans of water cups today and are preparing to explore the market in Hanyang. This evening, we will return with the payment for the goods, and starting tomorrow, we plan to load 6,000 cans of water cups onto the truck and visit the 4 most developed prefecture-level cities in Tianjin province. Here are the cities we have selected. Please review them." Lu Fan took the paper, noting the names of the 4 cities along with a rough itinerary for each. These cities, Xiangfan, Yichang, Jingzhou, and Huanggang, are the most economically advanced in Tianjin province, aside from the provincial capital, Jiangxing. Tianjin province comprises 12 prefecture-level cities and 2 directly governed counties. Even if Yang Hongbin and Gao Dawei were to visit one region each day, they would not be able to cover all areas before the festival. Moreover, given the transportation conditions at the time, visiting a city every 2 days would be commendable. Consequently, Yang Hongbin and Gao Dawei decided to prioritize the 4 most economically vibrant cities, hoping to leverage their success to stimulate growth in the other more than 10 cities. Lu Fan endorsed this arrangement, nodding in approval. "Excellent. You shall put in the effort over this upcoming week. I will draft a business travel subsidy plan, which Su will incorporate into your bonuses." Yang Hongbin left a copy of the itinerary with Lu Fan before he and Gao Dawei took their leave. After observing their progress over the past 2 days, Lu Fan was immensely satisfied with Yang Hongbin's capabilities. With Yang Hongbin as his right-hand man, Lu Fan found his role as a leader considerably more manageable, while the company's growth accelerated significantly. Chapter 0057. Burning money to capture market share. Su Shoujuan presented the accounts from the past 2 days, reporting, "Mr. Lu, the orders from Yang and Gao in Jiangxing amounted to a total of 23,000 cans of water cups, with a total payment of 12,600 yuan. Yesterday, they secured an order for 25,000 cans of water cups, totaling 13,750 yuan. The total revenue from these 2 days is 26,350 yuan. Additionally, there are 23 distributors in Jiangbei County and its surrounding townships placing orders. The order for water cups totals 67,500 cans, yielding 37,125 yuan. The order for ordinary cans is 11,000, generating 200 yuan. Yesterday, the total revenue from Jiangbei County was 39,325 yuan. Together, the total revenue from Jiangxing and Jiangbei County exceeds 65,600 yuan, filling 2 boxes to the brim. Chen Dazhuang excitedly brought the boxes from the cabinet and placed them on the table. The vibrant banknotes formed a miniature mountain, delivering a staggering visual impact that even stirred the heart of Lu Fan, a reincarnated soul, causing it to race momentarily. "Xiao Fan Go, can you guess our profits over the past couple of days?" Chen Dazhuang exclaimed, extending 5 fingers with palpable excitement. "Over 53,000. Upon hearing this figure, Lu Fan felt a surge of exhilaration. It was indeed akin to striking gold daily. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he instructed Dazhuang, "Promptly procure 2 robust safes, the sturdiest you can find, understood?" Chen Dazhuang acknowledged the request, accepting the money Lu Fan offered before heading out to purchase the safes. With his passbook lost and requiring 3 days for replacement, Lu Fan dared not carry such a substantial amount of cash. Thus, he opted to secure it within the safes. Drawing inspiration from the successful enterprises of his previous life, Lu Fan selectively refined the factory's various regulations, encompassing procurement policies, financial protocols, workshop management, warehouse oversight, as well as the sales department's commission plans and travel reimbursements. As he finalized these regulations, a call from Fan Chun came through, informing Lu Fan that the advertisement for the health lecture had been approved for airing on the Tianjiang Provincial Television and Jiangxing City Television, commencing on the 21st. Overjoyed, Lu Fan expressed his gratitude and promised to treat Fan Chun to a meal soon. At that moment, Chen Dazhuang returned with the safes, each towering at half a person's height and exceptionally sturdy, requiring the strength of 6 robust individuals to lift. Lu Fan was quite pleased with the safes, directing the delivery personnel to place them in a corner of his office. Together with Chen Dazhuang, he stored 60,000 yuan in cash within them, while the remaining 675 yuan he placed in his bag before departing on his motorcycle. Once the advertisement for the health classroom aired on the 21st, the sales of the Godmother series of health mixed canned goods were bound to soar. Prior to that, he needed to procure the essential raw materials for canning, following the formula provided by Chen Ku, and begin organizing production at the Jiangbei canning factory the following evening. At noon, at the Fengyuan canning factory, Han Fugui entered the workshop and beamed with delight at the sight of the first batch of 3,000 cup cans produced. To compete for agents against the Jiangbei canning factory, Han Fugui had notified over 60 agents in Jiangbei County that morning, offering them a supply price of 0.45 yuan per bottle. This price was a dime lower than that of the Jiangbei canning factory, igniting the interest of the agents, who eagerly rushed to sign contracts and procure goods. Many who had initially intended to source from the Jiangbei canning factory, including representatives from supply cooperatives and small shop owners, redirected their efforts to Fengyuan canning factory to secure their stock. By evening, the 8,000 cup cans freshly produced were entirely sold out, and an additional 16,000 cans for tonight and tomorrow had already been reserved by agents from various regions, holding nearly 10,000 yuan in payments. The previously anxious Zhou Feng finally relaxed, breaking into a triumphant laugh. Since the 17th, when the Jiangbei Canned Food Factory launched its cup cans, making a powerful entrance into the Jiangbei County town market, the market share of the Fengyuan Canned Food Factory has significantly declined over the past 2.5 days. The Jiangbei County town market is the foundation and primary source of profit for Fengyuan Canned Food Factory. By the 30th, salaries for over 230 workers must be disbursed, amounting to approximately 17,000 yuan. On the 3rd of next month, payments for last month's fruit, glass bottles, and packaging materials must also be settled, requiring at least 25,000 yuan. Additionally, a 100,000 yuan bank loan is due on the 5th, and failure to repay would incur substantial penalties. The weight of these responsibilities has left Zhou Feng with a throbbing headache, the pressure nearly suffocating. However, he finds solace in having launched his counteroffensive against the Jiangbei Canned Food Factory today, with promising results that have begun to recoup funds. In recent days, during the battle for the rural market of Jiangbei County against Lu Fan, Zhou Feng managed to limit Lu Fan to a mere few thousand bottles shipped daily to rural areas, leading him to believe he had emerged victorious. Now, as he competes for the county's town market, Zhou Feng feels confident in his impending success. He aims to completely eliminate the Jiangbei Canned Food Factory and subsequently absorb it. Zhou Feng believes that in terms of strength, connections, and experience, he far surpasses Lu Fan. If Lu Fan wishes to contend for the town market, he has no other option but to reduce prices. However, Zhou Feng is determined to outdo him in this regard. It is merely a battle of prices, a fierce monetary struggle for market dominance, and with Lu Fan's fragile foundation, he is no match for Zhou Feng. With unwavering confidence, Zhou Feng dedicated a significant portion of his day to exploring several production bases for tremella and lotus seeds, finalizing his suppliers. Later that evening, around 7, he returned to the canned food factory on his motorcycle. "Xiao Fan, you're finally back. Something big has happened," Chen Dazhuang exclaimed anxiously. "What happened?" Lu Fan inquired as he parked his motorcycle at the office entrance, entering to gulp down a glass of water. This afternoon, Fengyuan Canned Food Factory suddenly launched their cup cans, priced 10 cents lower than ours. Lu Fan was not surprised. He had anticipated Zhou Feng's move. "You're quite agitated. Is this truly a major issue?" Lu Fan replied dismissively. "Isn't this a significant matter?" This afternoon, Many agents rushed to Zhou Feng's side to place orders. And our orders have plummeted. Chen Dazhuang lamented, handing over the account book to Lu Fan. Upon reviewing it, Lu Fan noted that they had signed with 15 agents. And the average order quantity had decreased by 20 compared to yesterday, with only 38 500-cup cans ordered in 8,000 regular cans, totaling an invoice of 22,775 yuan. Lu Fan nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the decline is substantial. We must promptly reduce our prices to 45 cents per bottle, with a minimum order of 3,000 bottles. However, the buy two get one free promotion will be temporarily suspended. Chen Dazhuang nodded, then expressed his concerns. However, Brother Xiaofan, Fengyuan Can Factory has no minimum order requirement. They will supply even 100 bottles. Our minimum order is 3,000 bottles, which is quite unfavorable for us. Lu Fan smiled and explained, Dazhuang. Even if the water cups and canned goods from Fengyuan are identical to ours, agents will still prefer our products because they are endorsed by the Little Tiger team. Moreover, I set the minimum order at 3,000 bottles to filter out quality and capable agents. Smaller agents would not make much difference to Fengyuan. They hardly sell many bottles daily. After hearing Lu Fan's explanation, Chen Dazhuang finally understood. Chapter 0058. Dragging you down as they spoke, the sound of a truck approached. Yang Hongbin and Gao Dawei had returned from Jiangqing. The truck was rented from the Jiangbei County Freight Company for 30 yuan a day, with all expenses such as fuel, tolls, fines, and maintenance covered by the Jiangbei Can Factory. Lu Fan welcomed them and instructed Chen Dazhuang to fetch dinner for the two. As Yang Hongbin and Gao Dawei devoured their meal, they reported, President Lu, today we reached Hanyang, signing contracts with 2 large department stores and 6 supply and marketing cooperatives, totaling 8 orders for 19,000 water cup cans, amounting to 10,450 yuan. Among the 3 towns in Jiangqing, Hanyang's economic strength lagged significantly behind Hankow and Wuchang. Thus, Lu Fan was quite satisfied with this order volume. After recording the accounts, Lu Fan locked the payment into the safe. Chen Dazhuang, still indignant, recounted Zhou Feng's attempts to push out the water cup cans to Yang Hongbin and Gao Dawei. Yang Hongbin frowned. President Lu, isn't this an infringement of our intellectual property by Fengyuan Can Factory? Lu Fan replied with a smile. So what? Can we really sue Zhou Feng in court? I estimate that in another 10 days or so, more can factories will launch water cup cans. We cannot engage in lawsuits with every single one. Instead of wasting time, we should focus on promoting our water cup cans and gift cans to capture a larger market share. Yang Hongbin recognized the validity of Lu Fan's words and suggested, since Zhou Feng wishes to compete with us financially, let us match him and aim to drag his factory down. Chen Dazhuang was astonished, unable to believe it. Zhou Feng's factory has 200 to 300 employees, which is 6 or 7 times larger than ours. How can we possibly bring it down? Yang Hongbin dismissively replied, although Fengyuan Can Factory is large, its expenses are equally substantial. They have recently launched 2 new production lines, so their cash flow will inevitably be strained. Even if Zhou Feng is wealthy, he is merely one person, while we have already tapped into the vast market of Jiangqing. In the coming days, funds will continuously flow back from Jiangqing. Zhou Feng's attempt to contend against the entire market of Jiangqing with just his resources is destined for failure from the outset. Yang Hongbin's analysis was astute, precisely what Lu Fan intended to convey. Ultimately, the crux of the matter lies in Zhou Feng's limited vision. His gaze remains fixated on the trifling territory of Jiangbei County. While Lu Fan has long transcended this modest locale, strategically positioning significant pieces in Jiangqing, Lu Fan has never regarded Zhou Feng as a contender. To him, a nouveau riche from a mere county holds little weight, as his true rivals are the commercial giants of the future, such as Waha, Lenovo, and Wanda. On April 19th, Yang Hongbin and Gao Dawei departed Jiangbei County with 6,000 jars of fruit preserves and 20 boxes of the Dagwan Garden series of health gift preserves, embarking on a journey to Yichang, Xiangfan, Jingzhou, and Huanggang over the following week to explore market opportunities and negotiate joint production with local canning factories. Early in the morning, Lu Fan convened a meeting in his office with workshop director Chen Dazhuang, warehouse supervisor Chen Jun, team leader Zhao Dong, team leader Han Jun, agent Han Fuguei, and accountant Su Xiujuan. Chen Jun, the younger brother of Chen Ku and a childhood companion of Lu Fan, was called in by Chen Ku to assist Lu Fan during this busy period. Standing with a grave expression, Lu Fan addressed the assembly. From this day forth, Our Jiangbei canning factory shall launch an all-out assault on the Fengyuan canning factory. This marks a decisive battle for us. Success is imperative, or we face ruin. The gravity of Lu Fan's demeanor cast a palpable tension over the room. Han Fugui interjected, President Lu, while our current momentum is promising, we still lack the strength to rival Fengyuan. Should we not consolidate our resources before confronting them? Since signing a 6-month exclusive agency agreement with Jiangbei Canning Factory, Han Fugui and his associates have profited substantially, unwittingly binding themselves to Jiangbei's cause. Han Fugui has fully embraced his role within the enterprise. Lu Fan reassured him. There is no need for concern, Mr. Han. To the outside world, the Zhou family appears formidable and unassailable, but in my eyes, they are merely a fade, lacking true substance. Even if we wish to delay our confrontation with Zhou Feng, circumstances dictate otherwise. Just now, upon learning of our wholesale price of 4.5 yuan per jar for the water cup preserves, Zhou Feng immediately undercut us to 4.1 yuan. The battle has commenced. The flames of competition are igniting, and retreat is no longer an option. From this moment forward, let each of you diligently fulfill your responsibilities without error. Your contributions are vital to our victory in this war. Should anyone falter at a critical juncture, do not expect my leniency. Now, let us all return to our duties. With the meeting adjourned, Chen Dazhuang, accompanied by Zhao Dong and Han Zhan, rushed to the workshop to galvanize the workers in a full-scale production effort. Su Xiujuan proceeded to the accounting office to compile various reports as per Lu Fan's directives, providing a solid foundation for his decision-making. Meanwhile, Han Fugui and his 5 associates ventured forth to further cultivate urban and rural markets. In a bid to seize the market and swiftly undermine Zhou Feng, Lu Fan devised a series of enticing policies. These included not only price reductions, but also quarterly rebates, group purchase discounts, and referral commissions. Han Fugui and his associates disseminated the various incentives offered by the Jiangbei Canning Factory, prompting numerous agents to promptly adjust their strategies and actively promote the factory's products and policies, effectively taking on the role of sales representatives. The Jiangbei Canning Factory honored its commitments, assuring immediate payment of commissions to referrers, without any deductions. By that afternoon, orders for the Jiangbei Canning Factory surged. Lu Fan, accompanied by Su Xiujuan and Chen Dazhuang, engaged in signing agency agreements with agents from the county and various towns, collecting payments, issuing receipts, and orchestrating shipments. All while being exceedingly busy. Batches of water cup cans were packaged and sent to the warehouse, where warehouse supervisor Chen Jun meticulously checked the inventory. Lu Fan temporarily assumed the role of business department manager for signing and shipping, with financial confirmation and signatures from the warehouse supervisor, ensuring that the entire process ran flawlessly. Observing that the Jiangbei Canning Factory had followed suit with their price reduction and that agents had been poached, Zhou Feng grew anxious and lowered the price to 0.35 yuan per bottle, offering supplies for orders of 100 bottles. The Jiangbei Canning Factory swiftly received the news and responded by lowering its prices without hesitation. Engaging in a fierce price war with the Fengyuan Canning Factory, the substantial profits delighted the agents who came to procure goods, prompting them to flock to both the Fengyuan and Jiangbei Canning Factories. As the Jiangbei Canning Factory's momentum remained unscathed, Zhou Feng, in a fit of determination that evening, declared that the wholesale price of the water cup cans would drop to 0.30 yuan per bottle, with the cost of Fengyuan Canning Factory's glass bottle cups exceeding 0.10 yuan, coupled with the expenses for the cans and packaging, 0.30 yuan was nearly their break-even point. Zhou Feng, harboring malicious intent, resolved that even if he made no profit, he would strive to drive the Jiangbei Canning Factory into bankruptcy and reclaim dominance over the Jiangbei County market. Chapter 0059. The frenzied price war. The price war between the Fengyuan and Jiangbei Canning Factories sent shockwaves throughout Jiangbei County, sparking lively discussions among the populace during their leisure moments. However, Fengyuan Canning Factory, being an established entity in Jiangbei County with formidable strength, had recently forced the Jiangbei Canning Factory into bankruptcy, leading to Lu Fan's parents being driven to suicide by debt. Consequently, the overwhelming majority believed that the Jiangbei Canning Factory would struggle to compete against Fengyuan, and that Lu Fan would likely follow in his parents' tragic footsteps, ending up destitute. To the astonishment of many, Lu Fan soon declared his response, matching the price of 0.30 yuan per bottle for agents. boldly asserting that he was unafraid of the price war initiated by Fengyuan Canning Factory, and declaring that the Jiangbei Canning Factory would ultimately triumph in capturing the entirety of Jiangbei County's market. Lu Fan's declaration infuriated Zhou Feng, who, on the morning of April 19th, announced a further 20 price reduction on all cans, threatening that Lu Fan's factory would not survive until the following month. Trucks loaded with products streamed out of Fengyuan Canning Factory, and with other series of cans alongside water cup cans, over 30,000 bottles were dispatched in just one morning, reigniting market fervor. Yet, Zhou Feng could not find joy in this resurgence, as profits had dwindled to nearly zero, rendering the endeavor unprofitable. Lu Fan has fully engaged in a fierce rivalry with Zhou Feng, subsequently announcing a 20% reduction in the prices of all canned products at the Jiangbei Can Factory. This pricing strategy brings the water cup cans perilously close to cost, while the ordinary can still retain a profit margin of approximately 40%. Zhou Feng, blinded by rage, declared an additional 10% price cut by the afternoon, determined to undermine Lu Fan even at the cost of incurring losses. Zhou Feng is wagering that Lu Fan's finances cannot endure for an entire week, should he succeed in obliterating Lu Fan within that time frame. He would seize complete control of the market in Jiangbei County, subsequently restoring prices to their former levels. Despite Zhou Feng's aggressive price slashing, Lu Fan unhesitatingly matched the reductions, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. It appears the rumors of Lu Fan having a wealthy uncle from Hong Kong may hold truth. Otherwise, how could he possess such formidable strength? Initially skeptical, I now concede that the likelihood of this is indeed substantial. Speculation abounds, and whispers of conjecture fill the air. Although Fengyuan Can Factory has been slashing prices, it has not managed to poach a significant number of clients from Jiangbei Can Factory. The pricing of Jiangbei Can Factory mirrors that of Fengyuan. Yet the former enjoys greater popularity in the market due to the endorsement of the Little Tiger team, making both its ordinary and water cup cans more desirable than those of Fengyuan. Lu Fan is acutely aware of his advantages and has maximized the impact of the Little Tiger team's endorsement. He has not only plastered advertisements in prominent positions throughout every department store and supply cooperative, but has also hired dozens of individuals to distribute thousands of posters featuring the Little Tiger team across various towns in Jiangbei County. Regardless of whether in urban or rural locales, the populace is confronted with the endorsement of the Little Tiger team for the products of Jiangbei Can Factory, leading them to choose the latter without hesitation when faced with options from Fengyuan and Shuangshu brands. Soon, the efficacy of the advertising became manifest, as products from Jiangbei Can Factory began to sweep the market throughout Jiangbei County. Given the substantial profit margins, enterprising individuals began acting as second-hand dealers, procuring goods from Jiangbei Can Factory or its agents to sell in untapped markets such as Huang'an, Shaogan, and Ezhou, reaping the rewards of price differentials. Agents, having tasted success, eagerly flocked to Jiangbei Can Factory for replenishment, while former agents of Fengyuan, struggling with unsold inventory, turned to Jiangbei for orders. Although Jiangbei Can Factory raised its minimum order to 3,000 bottles, these individuals remained undeterred. Thus, on the 20th day, Lu Fan and Chun Dazhuang signed 36 new agents, nearly saturating all 8 townships of Jiangbei County. Coupled with the restocking from previous agents, orders surged, extending 5 days into the future, leaving Lu Fan and Chun Dazhuang overwhelmed with the influx of payments. Fortunately, the 4 contract can factories Lu Fan secured the previous day commenced shipments this morning, significantly alleviating the production capacity constraints. As the number of agents dwindled and inventory began to accumulate in the warehouse, Zhou Feng felt a sense of panic. Despite the formidable strength of Fengyuan, the frenzied price cuts over the past few days have resulted in losses exceeding 30,000. A tangible financial blow that Zhou Feng finds deeply distressing. Zhou Feng gazed at the ledger, his brow furrowed in deep concern. The price war had escalated to such an extent that he found himself with no possible retreat. To withdraw now would not only mean the obliteration of his previous efforts and the extinguishment of any hope to vanquish Lu Fan, but it would also signify his expulsion from the market of Jiangbei County, leading to potential bankruptcy and a descent into destitution. This predicament was one Zhou Feng was utterly unwilling to confront. He turned to the financial manager, Jiang Mingna, and inquired, "Please call President Li of the construction bank to see if we could secure a loan of 100,000 yuan. Jiang Mingna shook her head resolutely. We still owe the construction bank 50,000 yuan. President Li is unlikely to extend further credit to us. What about the agricultural bank? Reach out to them. A loan of 50,000 would suffice. She responded, the agricultural bank did not grant us a loan last time, and it is doubtful they would do so now. Zhou Feng pondered for a moment before hastily suggesting, quickly contact the machinery factory in Guangzhou and inform them that our second production line will be temporarily halted. Request a refund for the payment. Zhou Lin stood up to report. Zhou General, the shipment from Guangzhou has already been dispatched at noon today. It is expected to arrive on the 25th, and a refund is out of the question. Jiang Mingna sighed inwardly, reflecting on the futility of past decisions. Just days earlier, Zhou Feng, captivated by the immense profits in the rural market, insisted on launching a new production line despite her earnest pleas, resulting in the company's cash flow drying up. Zhou Lin then produced a savings book from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Feng, saying, Brother, I have saved 50,000 yuan over the years. Please take it to help our factory weather this storm. Zhou Feng was profoundly moved. Thank you, dear brother. Rest assured, once I navigate through this turmoil, I will repay you with both principal and interest. Turning to Zhou Yuan, he commanded, hurry and bring out your savings as well. Zhou Yuan, with a distressed expression, replied, Uncle, I have no money on me. Zhou Feng retorted sharply, nonsense. As a shareholder and sales manager, you earn 200 yuan a month and receive year-end bonuses. How could you possibly be broke? Reluctantly, Zhou Yuan retrieved a savings book from his bag, stating, Uncle, I only have 5,000 yuan left. You can have it. Zhou Feng frowned. Zhou Yuan, do not presume I am unaware of your actions. As a sales manager, you have been exploiting company resources, demanding kickbacks of 10 to 20% from many agents. How could you only have 5,000 in savings after profiting substantially over the past 2 years? Zhou Yuan shrank back, cautiously explaining, Uncle, I invested my money in the stock market last month and lost it all. Zhou Feng was nearly apoplectic. Delivering a kick to Zhou Yuan, you reckless fool. The stock market is perilous. It is not a game for the likes of you. Zhou Yuan fell to the ground, clutching his leg and murmuring, Uncle, I was deceived. Zhou Feng, exasperated, shouted, Get out of my sight. You irritate me just by being here. Leave. He kicked Zhou Yuan again, who fled in distress, wailing in despair. Chapter 0060. Lu Fan's counterattack. Zhou Feng took a deep drag from his cigarette, his eyes darting as a cunning idea struck him. With a cold smirk, he declared, I will promptly contact Director Liang of the Grain Bureau and urge him to concoct a reason to refuse the grain collected by the Jiangbei Kin Food Factory from the countryside, thereby cutting off a portion of Lu Fan's income. Zhou Lin sighed, reflecting on how his elder brother had enjoyed an unbroken streak of success over the past 6 years. Initially, he had easily established his factory through the influence of his father-in-law, subsequently using money and seduction to corrupt numerous officials, employing despicable tactics to eliminate Lu Fan's parents. His rival. It could be said that Zhou Feng had been making money effortlessly all these years. Faced with Lu Fan, who played by unconventional rules, he found himself utterly disoriented, devoid of any fighting spirit. His reckless expansion and desire for grandeur, coupled with an unwillingness to invest in research for new products, had led him to merely imitate others, relying solely on connections to suppress his competitors, achieving only fleeting victories. Brother, I believe that if Lu Fan dares to confront us openly, he must be prepared to bear the consequences. This 50,000 yuan will hardly defeat him. The market in Jiangbei County is vast. No matter how formidable Lu Fan is, he cannot dominate it entirely. Perhaps we should temporarily retreat from the fiercely competitive mid to high-end market and instead focus on the low-end market, which may grant us a glimmer of hope. Zhou Feng resolutely dismissed the notion. Absolutely not. The mid to high-end market offers immense profits. If we abandon it, our monthly earnings might not even suffice to pay the workers. Brother, notify the agents immediately to raise their monthly rebates by 10%, encouraging them to lower prices for promoting our canned goods. With that, Zhou Feng drove off to meet Director Liang. At this late hour, Zhou Feng's belated decision to offer discounts to the terminal market proved too little, too late. The discounts were negligible, and sales of Fengyuan canned goods were increasingly challenging, as retailers dismissed the minimal profit margin. In the evening, Han Fuguei rushed into Lu Fan's office, drenched in sweat. It's bad, General Lu. The Grain Bureau has announced that they will no longer accept our factory's grain starting today. Lu Fan frowned. If grains could not be exchanged for money, the rural market would be effectively sealed off, a dire piece of news. He inquired, "What about the grain from Fengyuan canned food factory?" Han Fugui replied, "The grain bureau is still accepting it." Chen Dazhuang, furious, exclaimed, "This must be Zhou Feng's doing. I'll take my men to deal with him." Lu Fan admonished Chen Dazhuang, reminding him that violence would not resolve the issue and might only lead to further complications. After pondering briefly, Lu Fan's eyes lit up as he recalled something crucial he had overlooked. He retrieved several photographs from his drawer, tossed them to Chen Dazhuang, and instructed, "Accompany Boss Han to the Grain Bureau and show these photos to Director Liang. He will surely resume accepting our factory's grain. Go quickly." Chen Dazhuang, bewildered, accepted the photos and, upon glancing at them, broke into a wide grin. The photographs depicted Lu Fan and Chen Dazhuang from the previous week at the Sihai Hotel. The first image captured Zhou Feng entering room 308 with Wu Li and a long-haired young woman. The second showed Director Liang, red-faced from drink, embracing the same woman as they exited room 308, while the third depicted both entering the adjacent room. Lu Fan had merely snapped a few casual shots, never anticipating their significant utility today. Chen Dazhuang laughed heartily as he left with Han Fugui and several other distributors. The news that the Grain Bureau had refused to accept the produce from the Jiangbei canned food factory quickly spread through the distributor circles of Jiangbei County, leaving many distributors on edge. The distributors from Fengyuan canned food factory reveled in the misfortune, eagerly anticipating the downfall of Jiangbei canned food factory. In their view, Lu Fan's foundation in Jiangbei County was shaky, and he was too inexperienced to contend with Zhou Feng, who could easily create trouble for him given his connections in the area. However, their glee was short-lived. As the Grain Bureau announced the resumption of the purchase of goods from Jiangbei canned food factory, leaving those who were waiting for the spectacle utterly astonished. Zhou Feng, furious in his office, shattered his cup in a fit of rage. "What does this Liang mean? I send him money and women, and he can't even handle this simple matter?" In his wrath, Zhou Feng attempted to call Director Liang, only to be met with disconnection after disconnection. Fuming, Zhou Feng threw his phone to the ground, seething, "Liang, you shamelessly take everything and turn your back on me. Don't blame me for being ungracious. I will expose your corruption sooner or later. We shall see." With 50,000 yuan in hand, Zhou Feng found the resolve to continue his financial assault against Lu Fan, declaring yet another 5% price cut to seize market share at any cost. Upon hearing this news, Lu Fan merely shook his head and smiled in disdain. Rather than retaliating, he busied himself organizing the workers in the workshop to produce the Dagwan Garden series of assorted canned goods. After work, Chen Ku was invited by Lu Fan to serve temporarily as a technical advisor, personally guiding the workers in preparing the white fungus and lotus seed soup, as well as the red date and lotus seed soup. Chen Ku was already quite familiar with the recipes and methods, quickly leading the workers to produce the first batch. After tasting it, Lu Fan found the flavor identical to that made in a purple clay pot at Donghu Hotel, which put him at ease. Lu Fan rode his motorcycle to drop Chen Ku off at the entrance of the county committee dormitory. He then retrieved a document from his bag and said, "Xiao Ku, I have recently been studying economic literature on the Soviet Union and even consulted several professors at Jiangxing University who specialize in Soviet economics. This is an article I wrote inspired by their insights. I hope it proves helpful to you." Chen Ku was astonished, not expecting Lu Fan to write on economics. However, recalling Lu Fan's impressive self-taught English proficiency, she thought it wasn't too surprising that he could also master economics. The gains and losses of Soviet economic reform. Chen Ku took the document, and, upon reading the title, her eyes widened in surprise. "Xiao Fan, this article is remarkable, so profound. Many of your insights had never crossed my mind. I am greatly inspired. Did you really write this?" Lu Fan smiled and nodded, thinking to himself that this was the result of his intense efforts over the past few days, hoping it would assist her in her advancement. Lu Fan and Chen Dazhuang toiled through the night, joined by the night shift workers, producing 7,000 boxes of the Dagwan Garden series gift canned goods. At 6 in the morning, 7 vans hired by Lu Fan arrived at the canned goods factory, each loaded with 1,000 boxes of gift cans. 3 of the vans set off for Jiangcheng, distributing products to agents in Hankow, Wuchang, and Hanyang. The remaining 4 vans were escorted by Han Fugui and several other partners, delivering goods to agents in Jiangbei County and the 8 townships beneath it. The distribution of these 7,000 boxes was initially conducted free of charge, enabling local agents to sell them. The red date and lotus seed assorted canned goods were priced at 19.9 yuan per box, while the silver fungus and lotus seed assorted canned goods were priced at 21.9 yuan per box, with agents receiving a 20% commission on each sale. On April 21st, at 10 in the morning, the Health Grand Classroom program began airing on the Tianjiang Provincial Television Station, Jiangxing Television Station, and Jiangbei County Television Station. On screen, the charming host, Dong Cici, wore an elegant smile, harmonizing with expert Professor Zheng to fervently promote the Shuangxi brand of canned goods as healthy, fashionable, high-end, and tasteful under the guise of a scientific lecture. This innovative form of advertising captivated viewers, not only providing fresh insights, but also imparting valuable health knowledge. The advertisement lasted a full 20 minutes, subtly embedding the concepts of fashion, health, and sophistication associated with Shuangxi brand water cup cans and Dagwan Garden series assorted cans into the minds of the audience. Many viewers, after watching the advertisement, felt compelled to purchase a set of Dagwan Garden gift cans to present to others. Chapter 0061. Health Grand Classroom. I concur with the expert's assertion that gifts should embody health. The vibrant red packaging exudes joy and sophistication. The endorsement by the Little Tigers makes it an impressive gift. I am particularly fond of the cup design, as it can be repurposed as a teacup after consuming the canned goods. Truly exquisite. Some viewers trust the expert, others are enchanted by the lovely host Dong Cici. While many appreciate the cup's design, and a considerable number are fans of the Little Tigers, believing that their idol's recommendations are infallible and confer prestige when given as gifts. With the May Day holiday approaching, many individuals were pondering suitable gifts for elders and superiors, and upon viewing the Health Grand Classroom, their eyes lit up. At the Jiangbei County Department Store, sales clerk Lili gazed at the Dagwan Garden assorted canned goods, priced around 20 yuan, and could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Manager Zhao, will anyone buy a box of canned goods for 20 yuan? She queried Zhao, the manager of the department store. In that era, this price represented a quarter of a migrant worker's monthly salary, and for employees with stable positions earning around 120 to 130 yuan monthly, it was not considered cheap. Manager Zhao replied with a smile, "These are high-end gift cans launched by Jiangbei Canned Goods, and thus the price is naturally elevated." The Dagwan Garden series not only boasts exquisite packaging, but has also been advertised on television, with endorsements from the Little Tigers. And they have promoted the slogan that gifts should embody health, which is quite alluring. I believe sales will be robust. In truth, those who come to purchase such high-end canned goods are almost exclusively seeking them as gifts. If the pricing were set too low, they might refrain from buying, perceiving the gift as somewhat insubstantial. Just then, several customers approached the display of the Grandview Garden assorted canned goods. At last, they discovered the very product recommended in the Healthy Big Classroom. Indeed, it is produced by the Jiangbei Canned Food Factory. The expert has proclaimed it a healthful choice. I recall from the television adaptation of Dream of the Red Chamber that both Granny Jia and Jia Bayu savored this very formula, which exudes cultural sophistication. This festive season, I intend to present it as a gift to my father-in-law, elegant, grand, and of high quality. I shall also send a box to my superior. The provincial television has advertised it, lending me prestige. In no time, for out of the 10 boxes of Grandview Garden assorted healthful canned goods displayed were sold. Furthermore, as afternoon approached, an increasing number of customers expressed keen interest in the Grandview Garden series, resulting in a notable rise in sales. This morning, the Jiangbei Canned Food Factory provided 20 boxes for free distribution, and within half a day, 15 or 16 boxes had been sold. Manager Zhao was overjoyed and promptly called Lu Fan to order 5,000 boxes. With the holiday approaching, the number of gift givers would undoubtedly swell, bolstered by continuous advertising. Manager Zhao was confident that this canned product would sell increasingly well. Similar circumstances unfolded at several supply and marketing cooperatives in Jiangbei County, where managers astutely recognized the emergence of yet another blockbuster product and hurried to the Jiangbei Canned Food Factory to place orders. Today, Zhou Feng arrived early at the Fengyuan Canned Food Factory, anxiously monitoring the procurement situation of the distributors. Last night, Zhou Feng had announced a further 5% price reduction for sales, yet this time Lu Fan did not follow suit. Many distributors, lured by the lower prices, flocked to the Fengyuan Canned Food Factory to procure goods. Observing that today's distributors outnumbered those of the previous day by 20 to 30%, Zhou Feng couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. It seemed Lu Fan was nearing his breaking point, no longer daring to challenge him so brazenly or engage in a price war to attract customers. After calculating that 50,000 yuan would sustain this costly battle for approximately 2 days, Zhou Feng resolved that if Lu Fan did not capitulate within that time frame, he would need to devise further means to secure funds to continue pressuring Lu Fan until his factory ultimately shut down. However, the bank had ceased granting him loans, and after calling a few friends, he had borrowed not a single cent. Zhou Feng, filled with indignation, lamented that these so-called friends were warm and friendly in person, yet revealed their true colors when money was mentioned. What a farce! Ultimately, Zhou Feng, swallowing his pride, called his wife, Wu Ying, who had over 100,000 yuan in savings. If he could secure those funds, it would suffice to sustain his efforts for 4 or 5 days, significantly increasing his chances of defeating Lu Fan. Upon hearing Zhou Feng's voice, Wu Ying unleashed a torrent of scolding, threatening to file for divorce at the Civil Affairs Bureau, declaring that anyone who did not would be a fool. Zhou Feng, instantly infuriated, exchanged heated words with Wu Ying, and in a fit of rage, he hurled the phone away. At that moment, Zhou Lin, looking anxious, knocked and entered. "Brother, Lu Fan has made another move." Zhou Feng's heart sank as he inquired, "What? Has Lu Fan lowered his prices?" "No, brother, it's not a price reduction." Zhou Lin wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked that Lu Fan had launched a health seminar on television. He then switched on the television mounted on the office wall, where Professor Zheng was enthusiastically presenting 2 scientifically sound dietary pairings. One was a snow fungus and lotus seed soup, and the other a red date and lotus seed soup. Following this, under the eager gazes of the audience, Dong Cece and Professor Zheng opened a gift box, revealing 6 exquisite teacups, prompting gasps of admiration from the crowd. "Wow, these cups are stunning." Professor Zheng smiled as he elaborated. "These teacups are not only visually appealing, but also ingeniously designed for practicality. After enjoying the assorted canned delicacies inside, these cups can be repurposed for tea. If tea is not to one's taste, we can simply cover them and use them in the kitchen for storing condiments like monosodium glutamate, salt, and chicken essence, ensuring cleanliness and hygiene." Dong Cece genuinely marveled. This design is incredibly clever and practical, and the outer packaging exudes sophistication. Moreover, with the endorsement of the beloved idol group, Little Tiger Team, I am tempted to purchase a set immediately to gift to friends and elders during the holidays. It's both healthy and impressive. Professor Zheng concurred. Indeed, gifting should embody health. That is the finest present. Zhou Feng fixated on the television screen, murmuring, "This is hardly a health seminar. It's a blatant advertisement." Zhou Lin admired. "This is Lu Fan's brilliance. He has enlisted a beautiful host and a university professor to captivate the audience with the guise of a health seminar. He adeptly intertwines his product with notions of health and luxury, leading people to subconsciously accept the idea that gifting equates to gifting health. It is truly ingenious." Zhou Feng scoffed, and he even named it after the Grand View Garden series. Isn't he just riding the coattails of the popular TV drama Dream of the Red Chamber? What a shameless little man, how despicable. Despite his disdainful words, Zhou Feng could not help but acknowledge the shrewdness of Lu Fan's tactics. With years of business acumen, Zhou Feng foresaw that as long as this advertisement continued to air, it would undoubtedly ignite a frenzy in the high-end canned goods market throughout Jiang City and even the entire Tianjiang province. It was only at this moment that Zhou Feng despairingly recognized he had been manipulated by Lu Fan from the very start, following behind like a fool. Ironically, he had boasted to others that Lu Fan would not survive until the next month. Now it seemed that it might be he himself who would not see the next month. In that instant, Zhou Feng felt utterly drained, collapsing into his chair. Chapter 62. Indifference to him observing Zhou Feng's despondency, Zhou Lin expressed his concern, urging, "Brother, you must take care of your health. We need to devise a plan swiftly. We cannot afford to sustain further losses." Zhou Feng's eyes were vacant as he forced a bitter smile. "At this point, what can I possibly do? The Fengyuan canning factory and the Jiangbei canning factory are embroiled in a fierce financial battle, incurring daily losses of 20 to 30,000 yuan. Despite offering prices 5 percentage points lower than their competitor, they have managed to maintain only a small fraction of their market share. Should they raise prices to avert losses, a majority of their distributors would likely defect to Lu Fan. In such a scenario, although the daily financial drain would cease, the market would be lost, leading to the inevitable demise of their factory. It is indeed a dilemma of profound consequence. Zhou Feng sighed heavily. Zhou Lin pondered for a moment before suggesting, elder brother. We could invite Director Li from the County Administration for Industry and Commerce, along with President Lei from the Municipal Chamber of Commerce, to mediate. He continued. If Lu Fan agrees to cease hostilities, restore prices to their original levels, and refrain from malicious competition, our Feng Yuan canning factory could not only halt further losses, but also earn a profit before the holidays. Upon hearing Zhou Lin's proposal, Zhou Feng's eyes sparkled with realization. You have struck upon a splendid idea, second brother. I shall promptly visit Director Li and President Lei with generous gifts. With the esteemed status and reputation of Director Li and President Lei, Lu Fan would be disinclined to disregard their presence. With that, Zhou Feng left with Wu Li to select appropriate gifts. Lu Fan remained occupied until after 9 o'clock, arranging the distribution and production of canned goods before he could finally share breakfast with Chen Dazhuang. At 10 o'clock, with the provincial, municipal, and county-level television stations airing the advertisement for Healthy Classroom on schedule, he felt a sense of relief. Overcome by fatigue, he retreated to Chen Dazhuang's room for a nap. He awoke at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, had a light meal in the cafeteria, and then returned to his office to meet with agents while instructing Chen Dazhuang to rest. With the airing of Healthy Classroom, public interest in the Dagwan Garden series of assorted health cans surged, and sales figures improved significantly. As the holiday approached, many agents from department stores, supply and marketing cooperatives, and small shops sensed the impending popularity of the Dagwan Garden series and rushed to the Jiangbei canning factory with cash in hand, queuing up to become agents for the gift cans. Upon waking, Lu Fan found a dozen agents from various regions in his office, most of whom he did not recognize. As he entered, they all rose to greet him, some offering pleasantries, others requesting cigarettes, and some attempting to build rapport, all eager to leave a favorable impression on him. Lu Fan clasped his hands in greeting and invited them to take their seats, instructing Su Xiujuan to serve tea. Manager Zhao from the county's department store was the first to speak. Mr. Lu, I called this morning to reserve the Dagwan Garden series cans and have come to deliver the payment. Lu Fan smiled and shook hands with Manager Zhao, expressing gratitude for his support of the Jiangbei canning factory. I will promptly prepare the agency contract for you and arrange production. Manager Zhao placed an initial order for 500 boxes of red dates and lotus seed assorted cans at an agency price of 9 yuan per box, and 500 boxes of silver fungus and lotus seed assorted cans at an agency price of 9 yuan per box, totaling a payment of 270 yuan. Several other agents eagerly sought to sign agency contracts with Lu Fan, each committing to purchase a minimum of 1,000 boxes, quickly accumulating a total of 12,000 yuan in sales. As Lu Fan busily attended to his tasks, the phone rang. He picked it up and activated the speakerphone. Hello. This is Jiangbei Can Goods Factory. Mr. Lu, this is Li Qiong, the man on the other end stated. Li Qiong? Lu Fan furrowed his brow in confusion. Which Li Qiong? I am Director Li from the County Bureau of Industry and Commerce. I accompanied reporter He to your factory for an inspection a week ago. Suddenly, Lu Fan recalled a short, stout middle-aged man. Ah, Director Li. I apologize for my earlier rudeness, he chuckled. The onlookers were taken aback, astonished that the director of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce had personally called Lu Fan. It's nothing. I merely noticed that the water cup cans launched by Jiangbei Can Goods Factory have been well received in the market. I wanted to extend my congratulations, Li Qiong continued. Thank you, Director Li, for your attention and support for our factory. We welcome you to visit us again, Lu Fan replied with a smile. Mr. Lu, as the head of the Bureau, I sincerely hope that all canned goods factories in Jiangbei County can achieve the same success as yours. With the holidays approaching, I wish to see a stable and orderly market environment in our county, without any disturbances. Do you understand? Lu Fan then grasped the true intention behind Li Qiong's call. He was acting as a mediator for Zhou Feng. I understand, Director Li. Rest assured, I will cooperate fully. Although Lu Fan silently scoffed, he maintained a cheerful demeanor. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Qiong hung up the phone. It appeared Zhou Feng could no longer bear the pressure of losses and sought to leverage his connections to impose negotiations upon Lu Fan. Lu Fan was resolute. He would not cease his meticulous plans until Zhou Feng was thoroughly defeated, and he had no intention of accepting any truce. Dismissing the call from Li Qiong, he prepared to continue signing contracts with his agents. Moments later, the phone rang again. Is this Lu Fan? This is President Lei. The voice on the line was somewhat haughty. President Lei? Which President Lei? Lu Fan queried, perplexed. I am Lei Yiming, the vice president of the City Chamber of Commerce. Do you not recognize me? Lu Fan directly asked, President Lei, what instructions do you have? It's nothing urgent. But I've noticed the recent discord between you and President Zhou. I find this unfavorable. Is there not anything that can be resolved through discussion? In business, harmony fosters prosperity. A mutual downfall serves no purpose. My suggestion is for you to refrain from further price wars with President Zhou. What do you think? Lei Yiming stated with an air of authority. Get lost. Fool. Lu Fan frowned and abruptly hung up the phone. The people present were left dumbfounded, utterly shocked by Lu Fan's blatant disregard for Lei Yiming. Lu Fan internally scoffed again. Lei Yiming clearly favored Zhou Feng, and he wondered why this man had not urged Zhou Feng to pursue amicable dealings during the time of his parents' bankruptcy. Individuals like Lei Yiming, serving as vice president of the Municipal Chamber of Commerce, believe that their elevated positions afford them the privilege of demanding respect with a mere utterance. Little do they realize that Lu Fan has no intention of heeding his words. After all, Li Qiang, a legitimate state official, speaks with courtesy and does not resort to an imperious tone. What is Lei Yiming to presume he can render Lu Fan's efforts null with a single command? Lu Fan concedes him a modicum of respect by addressing him as president. Without that, he is nothing at all. On the other end of the line, Lei Yiming's face darkens with fury, taking a moment to compose himself before he begins cursing vehemently. Lu Fan, you are utterly audacious. I shall ensure you witness the consequences of your arrogance. Do not assume that your factory's absence from the Chamber of Commerce will shield you from my influence. We shall see. At noon, Zhou Feng approached Lei Yiming bearing significant gifts, yet Lei Yiming, brimming with arrogance, declared that he could resolve matters with a mere phone call, unaware that Lu Fan would swiftly counter his claims. Chapter 0063, The Factory Trends on Social Media. If the 1990s had social media trends and headlines, they would have been dominated by various newspapers and television stations. In an era where leisure and entertainment options were scarce, people would engage in discussions about a newspaper article or a television drama for an entire day. On April 22nd, the headlines and trending topics across the entire Tianjiang province were monopolized by the Jiangbei Canning Factory. The Water Cup canned goods and the Dagwan Garden series of assorted canned products became the focal points of casual conversation. Particularly, the Dagwan Garden series garnered widespread attention following its feature on Health Forum, captivating the populace of Tianjiang province, as well as the business community and media. This was precisely the outcome Lu Fan had envisioned. His goal was to elevate the Water Cup canned goods and the Dagwan Garden series to internet stardom. As Zhang Ailing once remarked, to become famous, one must seize the opportunity early. Lu Fan wholeheartedly embraced this sentiment. Achieving fame early on would lead to greater attention and resources, facilitating the path to greater success. Consequently, just 3 days after the airing of Health Classroom, orders for the Jiangbei Canning Factory poured in like snowflakes. Among these, the orders from Jiang City were the highest, with the Dagwan Garden series of gift canned goods reaching an astounding 50,000 boxes in a single day on April 24th, while the Water Cup canned goods set a new record with 86,500 bottles ordered. In addition to Jiang City, Yichang and Xiangfan also placed substantial orders, with over 20,000 boxes of the Dagwan Garden series of gift canned goods and more than 40,000 bottles of Water Cup canned goods each. Jingzhou and Huanggang ordered over 15,000 boxes of the Dagwan Garden series of gift canned goods and approximately 35,000 bottles of Water Cup canned goods, within the span of 5 or 6 days. Yang Hongbin and Gao Dawei traversed these 4 prefecture-level cities in a delivery truck, negotiating with 2 local canning factories in each city to produce and supply the Water Cup and gift canned goods locally, significantly reducing transportation costs. Upon receiving Yang Hongbin's report, Lu Fan was elated and generously praised the 2 men. Following Yang Hongbin's request, he dispatched 8 skilled workers from the Jiangbei Canning Factory to these 4 cities to guide and supervise the production at the local canning factories. Lu Fan made another trip to the talent market in Jiangbei County, urgently recruiting 16 young workers, comprising 10 males and 6 females. His plan entailed allocating half of these individuals to the production at the Jiangbei Canning Factory, while the remaining 8 would undergo training, with the potential of being dispatched to other cities in the future to guide and oversee the production at local cooperative canning plants. The following day, after completing their final stop in Xiangfan City, Yang Hongbin and Gao Dawei prepared to return to Jiang City. Lu Fan contacted their hotel. Mr. Yang, I fear you cannot return directly to Jiangbei County just yet. On your way back, please detour through Suizhou and Jingmen. I have just received a call from the local Chamber of Commerce, wishing to discuss cooperative production matters with us. Yang Hongbin immediately responded, That sounds splendid, Mr. Lu. With the local Chamber of Commerce leading the way, our collaboration with the local canning factories will be far more seamless and secure. We shall proceed to Suizhou first, then head south to Jingmen. Lu Fan provided Yang Hongbin with the contact details of the Chamber of Commerce representative, then added, You have worked hard these past 5 or 6 days. Once we triumph in this endeavor, I shall reward you both with bonuses and a grand feast. Agreed. It's a promise, Yang Hongbin cheerfully affirmed before hanging up the phone. Initially, the citizens of Tianjiang province found Health Masterclass quite intriguing and watched it with great interest. However, after 4 or 5 days, the business community, advertising industry, and the populace were astounded by the audacity of such advertising. Not only did it air 3 times daily, but each segment lasted a staggering 20 minutes. After hearing it dozens of times, many could recite the slogans by heart, such as gifts should promote health, and the recommendation from the Little Tiger team will never disappoint you. After viewing the program, audiences seemed almost brainwashed, their minds saturated with thoughts of fruit and mixed canned goods, and images of beautiful hosts, expert professors, and the Little Tiger team. Initially captivated, viewers soon grew impatient and attempted to switch channels, only to discover that during that time slot, every station, provincial, municipal, and county, was inundated with Health Masterclass. It became utterly vexing. Ultimately, whenever people saw Health Masterclass, they felt an impulse to drag that professor out of the television and give him a beating. Nevertheless, the primary function of advertising is to ensure that people remember. When individuals began preparing holiday gifts, they unconsciously recalled, gifts should promote health, along with the Little Tiger team's assurances that they would not be let down. Consequently, they opted to purchase the Dagwan Garden series of gift cans, sophisticated, healthful, and impressive. The giver was satisfied, the receiver delighted, and all were pleased. In an era where packaging and marketing were still in their infancy, the remarkable power of this advertisement fundamentally reshaped many people's perceptions and imaginations. On the afternoon of the 25th, Yang Hongbin and Gao Dawei arrived in Suizhou City, successfully signing cooperative agreements with 2 canning factories. Immediately, the local glass factory commenced production of water cups and a 6-piece tea set, with the manufacturing of water cup cans and Dagwan Garden series gift cans beginning the following afternoon. On the morning of the 26th, Yang Hongbin and Gao Dawei hastily arrived in Jingmen City, under the auspices of the local Chamber of Commerce. 2 state-owned canneries in Jingmen and the Jiangbei Canning Factory entered into a joint operation agreement, expediting their preparations for production. Meanwhile, in the past 2 days, they had been in contact with the Jiangbei Canning Factory regarding several nearby cities, such as Inchi, Shiyan, Xiaogan, Xiantao, and Xianing, coordinating the transfer of goods from the 6 cities of Yichang, Xiangfan, Suizhou, Jingmen, Jingzhou, and Huanggang. After more than a week of bustling activity, Yang Hongbin and Gao Dawei took a half-day respite in Jingmen City before finally returning to Jiangbei County the following evening. In the days leading up to the May Day holiday, the popularity of the water cup cans and the Dagwan Garden series reached new heights. In the upscale commercial centers of Jiangqing City, such as Jiangqing Mall, Zhongnan Commercial Building, Hanyang Mall, World Trade Plaza, and New World Department Store, long queues formed as eager customers lined up to purchase gift cans. At that moment, He Shuaing, who was shopping with Lin Mafei in New World Department Store, was taken aback by the bustling scene. She quickly retrieved her camera to capture the astonishing sight. Having never witnessed such a phenomenon of people queuing for canned goods before, it was utterly unbelievable. Lin Mafei's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, Shuaing, didn't you say the director of the Jiangbei Canning Factory is merely a high school graduate? He Shuaing nodded, affirming, indeed. He only completed high school and speaks with a thick Jiangbei accent, dressed like a migrant worker. Lin Mafei was even more incredulous, exclaiming, but how could a small canning factory in a county possibly afford to have the Little Tiger team endorse their products? Moreover, how did he conceive such a brilliant idea for the water cup cans and the 6-piece tea set cans, and master those intricate yet sophisticated advertising strategies? Lin Mafei was filled with astonishment, while He Shuaing felt an inexplicable intrigue about Lu Fan. She sensed there was something remarkably unique about him. yet she struggled to comprehend what it was. It seemed imperative for her to visit the Jiangbei canning factory once more to interview the enigmatic Lu Fan and refine her thesis. Chapter 0064. Under a spell in recent days, not only in Jiangxing City, but also in large shopping malls in Xiangfan, Yichang, Suizhou, Jingmen, and Huanggang. A noticeable trend of consumers queuing to purchase the Dagwan Garden series of health cans emerged. In recent years, the food industry had been languishing, particularly within the low-barrier canning sector, where the market had been exceedingly bleak. Most companies were merely surviving, and such a vibrant phenomenon had never before been witnessed. Consequently, local television stations and newspapers dispatched reporters to the shopping malls to interview managers and consumers. Reporter, what prompted you to choose this particular can? Consumer, when gifting, one must prioritize health. The Dagwan Garden assorted cans are premium health foods, making them an impressive gift. Reporter, so, you came here to purchase after seeing the television advertisement for the Shuangxi brand Dagwan Garden cans, correct? Consumer A. Indeed, just yesterday at 3:30 p.m. As I was about to turn off the television after my show, I caught an episode of Health Classroom playing in the background. Out of curiosity, I decided to take a look. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the advertisement was created by the Jiangbei Can Food Factory. However, I find the format of this advertisement quite commendable. I have gleaned numerous health-related insights from it. Moreover, I wholeheartedly resonate with the expert's assertion that gifts should convey health. I believe that presenting the Dagwan Garden canned goods is far superior to offering tobacco or liquor. Consumer B. My schedule has been rather hectic, and I have yet to see their advertisement. However, my wife has watched it and insisted that I purchase 4 boxes, one for my father, one for my mother-in-law, and the other 2 for my superiors. Consumer C. I am uncertain about the reasons behind it, but it appears that this year has witnessed a trend in gifting the Shuangxi brand Dagwan Garden canned goods. They are lauded for their sophistication and elegance. My colleagues and friends are all procuring them, and not presenting this gift feels rather embarrassing. Consumer D. In recent days, I have been thoroughly vexed by the incessant advertisements for this zebra product. They air repeatedly, morning, afternoon, and even at dawn, while other advertisements last a mere 30 seconds. This one drags on for 20 minutes, being both tedious and protracted. Reporter, chuckling, given your obvious annoyance with this advertisement, why do you still choose to queue for this product? Consumer D. My mother enjoys watching Dream of the Red Chamber. A few days ago, after viewing Health Classroom, she learned that the Dagwan Garden assorted canned goods were inspired by the silver fungus soup mentioned in Dream of the Red Chamber, and she insisted that I buy several boxes for her to try. Since the elder enjoys it, it is only fitting for us, as younger generations, to honor her wishes. Recently, everyone at my workplace has been discussing these Dagwan Garden canned goods, and it seems that not gifting this product to the elderly would be deemed unfilial. Reporter, Manager Wang, in your extensive experience, have you ever witnessed consumers queuing in such fervor for a product? Manager Wang, in my over 40 years of life and 3 years as the manager of the Central Mall, this is the first time I have observed such overwhelming consumer enthusiasm for a product. It is simply selling like hotcakes. Reporter, do you attribute this success to the effective advertising of Shuangxi brand canned goods? Manager Wang, that certainly plays a role. After all, no matter how splendid the advertisement, a subpar product will not suffice. Prior to representing this product, we conducted thorough screenings and careful evaluations. First and foremost, the quality of Shuangxi brand canned goods is exceptional, with a distinctive flavor, and, most importantly, they are health conscious. Additionally, the packaging is both upscale and festive. Merely gazing at the box instills confidence in the contents within. Furthermore, the Dagwan Garden canned goods not only boast attractive packaging, but the design of the glass jars is also remarkable. After consuming the contents, the 6 glass jars can serve as teacups, and with the lids on, they can be used for storing condiments, both aesthetically pleasing and practical. The mall manager eloquently extolled the virtues of the Dagwan Garden assorted health canned goods. By the conclusion of his praise, even the reporter and cameraman were tempted, joining the queue to purchase several boxes. Upon witnessing the exquisite design of the 6-piece tea set, the reporter couldn't help but express admiration. It is a case of buying the box rather than the pearls inside. The box holds greater value. I wonder what kind of mind could conceive such a brilliant idea. From the exquisite tea set to the elegant packaging, coupled with that unforgettable, albeit tedious advertisement, this impressive combination leaves few consumers able to resist. The individuals who conceived such brilliant ideas are truly extraordinary, and they undoubtedly deserve their financial success. Observing the remarkable sales of the Godmother series gift cans, it is evident that even those small shops, initially apprehensive about the high prices, have eagerly flocked to the Jiangbei canning factory to negotiate agency agreements. However, Lu Fan has since raised the minimum order quantity to 3,000 boxes, mandating cash payment up front, with deliveries scheduled 2 days later. In pursuit of profit, these small stores have resolutely placed orders for 3,000 boxes, some even collaborating discreetly with 2 other shops to share the order, dividing the goods upon receipt. Original distributors have inundated Lu Fan with calls requesting restocks, preemptively transferring payment into his account. Consequently, the Godmother series assorted cans have sold out completely, with warehouses emptied by agents, and a long queue of vehicles has formed outside canneries across the region, awaiting their turn for pickup. This fervent scene has reminded Lu Fan of the buying frenzy surrounding Waha in his previous life, which, less than a year after its inception, faced overwhelming demand that several factories struggled to meet. Although Lu Fan currently operates only a modest factory, he has established connections with over a dozen subcontractors, and the products remain in high demand. This remarkable feat has been achieved within less than a month of Lu Fan's rebirth. He mused with pride that his accomplishments might even surpass those of Waha in his former life. In stark contrast to Lu Fan's booming business, the yuan canning factory has been experiencing dismal sales. Since Lu Fan launched the cup cans on the 17th, yuan's market share has plummeted. By the 21st, with the grand introduction of the Godmother assorted cans, yuan faced total defeat. Over the past 10 days, the factory has incurred daily losses exceeding 30,000. With Zhou Feng having squandered not only Zhou Lin's 50,000, but also the entirety of his 150,000 from selling his car. Zhou Feng had initially captured a significant portion of Lu Fan's rural market, earning around 50 to 60,000, only to lose it all in less than 3 days, rendering his efforts futile. On April 25th, yuan announced the layoff of 80 workers and the suspension of 2 production lines. The following day, they further disclosed the dismissal of 60 more employees, reducing their workforce from over 230 at its peak to fewer than 90 now. In the office, Zhou Feng appears gaunt, with disheveled hair and deep-set eyes, resembling a completely different person from just a month prior. His desk is strewn with cigarette butts, and he clutches a financial statement with nicotine-stained fingers, his brow furrowed in worry. In recent days, the dismissal of 140 workers and management has cost him over 10,000, depleting the last of the company's funds. In 2 days, he must disburse salaries to the remaining 90 employees, requiring at least 6,000 to 7,000. Furthermore, in 5 days, he faces settling last month's expenses for fruit, glass bottles, and packaging materials, amounting to no less than 25,000. Additionally, a bank loan of 100,000 is due in a week. Failure to repay, which would grant the bank the right to petition the court for the seizure of his factory. Just a fortnight ago, Zhou Feng brimmed with confidence, believing that aggressive price competition and substantial cash burns would allow him to dominate the market, firmly convinced that Lu Fan was no match for him. Who would have thought that in just a matter of days, I would be utterly defeated by Lu Fan, brought to the brink of ruin? It all feels like a surreal dream. Chapter 0065. Yuan is bankrupt. Zhou Lin poured a glass of water for Zhou Feng and said gently, "Brother, do not be too disheartened. If it comes to it, we should declare bankruptcy." "No, I refuse to accept it." Zhou Feng's eyes were bloodshot, his hands cradling his head in anguish. "Brother, our products are completely unsellable. Our warehouse is overflowing, and most importantly, we have not a single penny left to keep this afloat." In the past month and a half, Zhou Feng had exhausted every borrowed penny and even sold his car, going from a millionaire to a destitute individual in the blink of an eye. How could I have lost to Lu Fan, that spoiled scion? How is this possible? Zhou Feng slammed the table in frustration, unable to comprehend his predicament. To abandon hope was unacceptable. To persist would only lead to greater losses. Zhou Feng sat in his chair, covering his face as he wept, resembling a child in his despair. At this juncture, he faced 2 choices. First, sell the factory and machinery, which could yield over 400,000 to settle bank loans, repay friends and family, and pay the workers. Second, sell the only property he owned to continue the feudal battle against Lu Fan, but that would be an unending abyss. For Lu Fan's resources far exceeded what this money could challenge. In truth, business is akin to gambling. It wagers on tomorrow, on hope, on the possibility of overcoming today's obstacles to reap substantial rewards. Jack Ma once remarked, "Today is harsh, tomorrow will be harsher, but the day after will be beautiful." Yet, most people perish by tomorrow evening. Currently, Zhou Feng had not overcome the trials of today, succumbing to its merciless grip. "Brother, we cannot continue to clash with Lu Fan. He has already expanded into Jiangcheng and over a dozen other cities. With abundant funds at his disposal, we cannot outlast him," Zhou Lin urged earnestly. "To bow to that little ruffian Lu Fan, I would rather die," Zhou Feng retorted vehemently. "Brother, I know you struggle with this internally. If you consent, I will personally negotiate with Lu Fan without requiring your presence. What he desires most is to expand production capacity and make a substantial profit before the holiday, and our factory could perfectly fulfill that requirement. I can raise the asking price." After a long silence, Zhou Feng finally nodded glumly, tacitly agreeing. On April 27th, Fengyuan Canning Factory announced a temporary halt to production, with Zhou Feng disappearing from sight, fully entrusting Zhou Lin with all matters concerning the factory. As the news spread, dozens of suppliers and over 90 workers gathered at the factory gates, brandishing banners demanding payment for goods and wages. The Jiangbei County government, alarmed by the potential for public unrest, hastily dispatched Director Li Qiang of the Industry and Commerce Bureau to personally oversee a resolution to the matter. Director Li met with Zhou Lin for over an hour before arriving at Jiangbei Canning Factory at 10 in the morning, seeking an audience with Lu Fan. Lu Fan was currently occupied in his office with Chun Dazhuang and Su Xiujuan, attending to several agents who had come to place orders. Upon seeing Li Qiang and Zhou Lin, he had no choice but to set aside his work and step out of the office. "Ah, Director Li, what a pleasure to have you here. You are most welcome." Lu Fan wore a beaming smile as he extended his hand to shake with Li Qiang. Li Qiang glanced around the office, crowded with agents, and felt a profound sense of astonishment. He had heard in recent days that the Jiangbei Canning Factory was thriving, but he had not anticipated it to be this bustling. "Mr. Lu, your business is flourishing. I am genuinely delighted for you." "Congratulations, Mr. Lu," Li Qiang said with a grin. "Thank you for your concern, Director Li. Ever since your visit last week, our factory's business has been improving significantly. You are indeed my benefactor." Lu Fan expressed gratefully. Flattery, it seems, was indeed a potent tool, as Li Qiang appeared quite pleased. "Director Li, the office is rather crowded and chaotic. Would you care to take a moment in the lounge?" Lu Fan suggested, leading Li Qiang and Zhou Lin into the adjacent small lounge. After accepting the tea poured by Lu Fan, both Li Qiang and Zhou Lin expressed their gratitude. Li Qiang then remarked, "Mr. Lu, I wonder if you've heard that the Fengyuan Canning Factory announced its closure today. Is that so?" Lu Fan feigned surprise. Such a large factory, how could it suddenly cease operations? What a pity. Zhou Lin felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself, "Isn't this entirely due to your doing? How laughable that you continue to play the part." Clearing his throat, Li Qiang continued, "The reasons are rather complex, but they primarily stem from inadequate product development, erroneous market judgments, and reckless expansion. Moving forward, all our enterprises must take heed." "Indeed, Director Li, your reminder is quite pertinent." Lu Fan nodded in agreement. "However, let us set that aside for now. Although the Fengyuan Canning Factory has numerous issues, it possesses a solid foundation, a substantial scale, and has recently launched 2 new production lines capable of exceeding 60,000 bottles daily, with skilled workers. These are its advantages." Upon seeing Lu Fan's calm demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the situation, Li Qiang cleared his throat once more and stated directly, "I have brought the vice president of Fengyuan Canning Factory today with the hope that Mr. Lu can take it over and help it flourish again." Upon hearing this, Lu Fan quickly waved his hand. "Director Li, you overestimate me. I lack the capability for such an undertaking." At that moment, Zhou Lin interjected, "Mr. Lu, I sincerely apologize for my brother's previous conduct. In business, we speak candidly. There is no need for you to be overly modest. You have already carved out the entire market in Tianjiang province, and your cash flow is remarkably robust. Although the Jiangbei Canning Factory is thriving, its production capacity has been persistently insufficient, which poses a significant impediment to its growth. If Mr. Lu were to take over the Fengyuan Canning Factory, this issue would be readily resolved." Zhou Lin had meticulously prepared these remarks prior to the meeting, convinced that Lu Fan would have no grounds for refusal. Lu Fan chuckled. Shaking his head, Vice President Zhou is correct. I am fond of straightforward business dealings. In commerce, everything hinges on profit, with the utmost emphasis on the efficiency of investment and return. Acquiring the Fengyuan canning factory would indeed alleviate our capacity issues, but it would require a substantial sum, potentially hundreds of thousands, an exorbitant economic burden. Currently, I am seeking collaboration with other manufacturers for joint production, which not only allows me to save hundreds of thousands in funds, but also enables immediate production arrangements. Additionally, I have significantly reduced transportation costs. Why should I seek distant solutions? Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Li Qiang and Zhou Lin were momentarily taken aback, finding it difficult to counter his argument. After much persuasion, Li Qiang ultimately urged Lu Fan to consider the broader picture of economic development and social stability in Jiangbei County. Yet Lu Fan remained steadfast in his refusal. With no other recourse, Li Qiang had to depart from the Jiangbei canning factory with Zhou Lin and promptly report to the county leadership. At noon, the Jiangbei County Committee convened an executive meeting. Present were Lu Zhong, the county party secretary, Chen Zhenghe, the deputy party secretary and county mayor, Dai Qinglin, the secretary of the county political and legal committee, Zheng Yulan, the county discipline inspection secretary, and Tang Yi, the executive deputy mayor, all gathered in the large conference room. Lu Zhong, with a grave expression, took a sip of tea, spat out the leaves into his cup, and scanned the room. Let's commence the meeting. Chapter 66. The debate at the county committee. As everyone is likely aware, the Fengyuan canning factory announced its suspension of operations early this morning, leading to unrest among over 30 suppliers and more than 90 workers. Additionally, over 100 workers, recently dismissed by the Fengyuan canning factory, have gathered at the county committee courtyard seeking an explanation. Although we have managed to disperse these 200 to 300 individuals for now, the unrest will persist unless the issues surrounding the Fengyuan canning factory are resolved. Hence, we have convened this urgent executive meeting to discuss how to swiftly and effectively address this dilemma. Dai Qinglin cleared his throat and remarked, for a medium-sized canning factory to cease operations without prior notification to the county committee is utterly unacceptable. This exemplifies the greatest flaw of a market economy. If we were to continue strictly adhering to a planned economy, such issues would not arise. Chen Jinghe cast a glance at Dai Qinglin and replied, Secretary Dai, today's meeting focuses on addressing the suspension of the Fengyuan canning factory and the ensuing disturbances caused by workers and suppliers. How did we veer into a discussion about market economic policies? Dai Qinglin was momentarily at a loss for words. What other solution is there for the Fengyuan canning factory? We should promptly sell the factory's land and machinery to repay the bank loans, supplier debts, and workers' wages. Tang Yi interjected with disapproval. If we simply walk away from this, we may temporarily resolve today's issues, but the central government has repeatedly instructed us to ensure the employment of laid-off workers and migrant laborers. What will become of the 200 former employees of the Fengyuan canning factory? Dai Qinglin fell silent, and Lu Zhong turned to Chen Zhenghe, saying, County Mayor Chen, the commercial affairs fall under your purview. Please take responsibility for resolving this issue. What are your thoughts? Chen Zhenghe inwardly scoffed, thinking that now, when troubles arise in commercial affairs, it suddenly falls under his responsibility, despite Lu, the secretary, having previously kept control and prevented him from intervening. Secretary Lu, I believe Vice Mayor Tang makes a valid point. We must consider the employment issues of those 200 workers, so we cannot simply resort to a drastic sale. We should seek ways to revitalize the Fengyuan canning factory. Dai Qinglin chuckled lightly, remarking that anyone can utter flattering words. However, even the astute and capable businessman Zhou Feng was compelled to flee, illustrating the formidable challenges confronting the Fengyuan canning factory. Who possesses the capability to revive this establishment? Lu Zhong, with a cheerful demeanor, interjected, asserting that Director Chen has always championed the market economy, and he firmly believes that Director Chen can adeptly resolve this issue. Today is the 27th. It is imperative that Director Chen presents a solution before the holiday to avert unrest among suppliers and workers. Otherwise, our Jiangbei County may gain notoriety throughout the province, or even the nation, a burden none of us can bear. Chen Zheng, infuriated, felt the urge to curse. With merely 3.5 days until the Labor Day holiday, he was no deity. The resolution was not as simple as mere words. Upon returning to his office, Chen Zheng rubbed his throbbing temples and instructed Chen Ku, Xiao Chen, please gather all the information on the Fengyuan canning factory and the food factories in Jiangbei County. Chen Ke nodded in acknowledgement and placed a stack of documents on Chen Zhang's desk with both hands. Chen Zhang was taken aback. Xiao Chen, have you prepared this in advance? Chen Ku affirmed, yes, director. As soon as I heard about the suspension of operations at Fengyuan canning factory and the ensuing worker unrest, I began compiling all relevant information. Upon learning that an emergency standing committee meeting was convened, I surmised it might pertain to this matter and collected data from all food factories in the county. Chen Zhang was thoroughly impressed with Chen Ku's diligence, nodding in approval. Xiao Chen, you have done exceptionally well. Delighted by Chen Zhang's praise, Chen Ke poured him a cup of tea and quietly took a seat nearby. After reviewing the information from the 8 food factories in Jiangbei County, Chen Zhang furrowed his brow and sighed. The food industry is currently struggling. Our county's primary food factory, once the most profitable state-owned enterprise, is now barely breaking even. I noticed that only Vice President Lei from the Municipal Chamber of Commerce has a thriving business at the Panlong Lake Food Company. Although his company is not situated in Jiangbei County, he originates from here, and he might possess the capacity to take over Fengyuan canning factory. Chen Ku interjected, Director. While Panlong Lake Food Company has flourished in recent years, their focus has been on Jiangqing, actively expanding throughout the province. They may not find our factory appealing. Moreover, it is crucial to note that this company primarily produces children's food and beverages, diverging significantly in production and sales models from a canning factory. Additionally, they have just established a branch in Hankow earlier this year, which may strain their financial resources. Even if Vice President Lei were to take over Fengyuan canning factory, revitalizing it would not be an easy feat. Recognizing Chen Ku's astute analysis, Chen Zhang set the documents down and gazed at her. Xiao Chen, do you have any insightful suggestions to share? Chen Ku, somewhat shy, lowered her head. Director, I'm afraid my thoughts may not be well articulated. Chen Zhang waved his hand dismissively. No worries, let us discuss casually and share ideas. Chen Ku remarked, Mayor Chen, I believe we should allow the canning factory with promising benefits and substantial development potential to take over Fengyuan. This would significantly revitalize Fengyuan. Furthermore, after resource integration, we can strengthen and expand the canning industry in Jiangbei County, thereby increasing employment and tax revenue. Upon hearing this, Chen Jinghe nodded thoughtfully. However, apart from Fengyuan, our county only has the small Jiangbei canning factory. Additionally, didn't that factory cease production half a year ago and recently resume operations with only a few dozen workers? Chen Ku smiled gently and explained, Mayor Chen, although it may seem that Jiangbei canning factory has fewer than 40 workers, its efficiency is remarkable. Moreover, it has joint venture canning factories in Jiangxing and 6 other prefecture-level cities. Recently, they launched 2 new products, both of which have garnered immense popularity. Chen Ku took 2 or 3 minutes to succinctly outline the general situation of Jiangbei canning factory over the past 20 days to Chen Jinghe. The latter, astonished, could hardly believe his ears, exclaiming, in just a matter of 20 days, Jiangbei canning factory not only resurrected, but also rapidly expanded to several cities across the province? Feeling a sense of pride, Chen Ke thought to himself that it was all thanks to his friend Lu Fan's strategic planning, in which he played a minor role. Indeed, Mayor Chen, this is today's Jiangxing Daily, which specifically reports on the miraculous development of Jiangbei canning factory, praising their product innovation, joint venture development strategy, and marketing model. Chen Jinghe took the Jiangxing Daily from Chen Ku's hands, and on the second page, a large headline read, The Miracle of Private Economic Development, with a subtitle stating, Jiangbei County Canning Factory breaks through with product innovation and marketing. This young man named Lu is truly talented. I must meet him in person. Chen Jinghe exclaimed, his curiosity about Lu Fan piqued. When did Jiangbei County produce such an extraordinary figure? Chapter 67. The rising talent. Chen Jinghe set the newspaper aside and instructed Chen Ku to summon Li Qiang before heading out. Once seated in his official vehicle, he inquired, Xiao Chen, from your earlier introduction, it seems you are quite familiar with Jiangbei Canning Factory? Chen Ku replied candidly, Report to the mayor, the factory's director, Lu Fan, is from my village, and we have known each other since childhood. My brother also works there. But I assure you that this is not the reason I recommended the factory to you. Noticing Chen Ku's anxious demeanor, Chen Jinghe chuckled, as the ancients said. One should not avoid recommending the worthy simply due to personal connections. There is nothing inappropriate about that. By the way, Xiao Chen, I have finished reading your recent article titled The Gains and Losses of Soviet Economic Reform. It is exceptionally well written and insightful. However, some of the viewpoints are rather sharp. It may not be suitable to present them at this time, so I will make slight modifications. In a few days, when I attend the provincial government meeting, I will take your article to show Governor Gu, aiming to help you get it published in the provincial newspaper. Upon hearing Chen Jinghe's words, Chen Ku felt a twinge of unease. County Chief Chen, I fear my writing is inadequate and may tarnish your reputation before the provincial governor. Perhaps it is best not to proceed. No, you have written exceptionally well. Your assertion that further deepening the market economy reform is imperative and that the market economy will flourish is truly enlightening. Moreover, your caution against the encroachment of Western capitalist ideologies, drawing lessons from the Soviet experience while developing the economy, has profoundly inspired me. County Chief Chen, you flatter me excessively. I am unworthy of such praise. Since you have kindly made revisions, let us publish this article under your name, Chen Ke humbly replied. After a moment's thought, Chen Jinghe nodded slightly. How about this? I will add my name at the end, so should any issues arise, I can shoulder some of the burden for you. Soon, their vehicle arrived at the southern part of the city, where they could see a long queue at the entrance of the Jiangbei canning factory from afar. Chen Jinghe was taken aback. He had not anticipated the success of this factory. Having just listened to Chen Ku's report, he had not fully grasped the situation, but witnessing the bustling business now left him greatly astonished. As the car approached the entrance, it was halted by the gatekeeper, Old Chen. Good sir, please open the gate. Inside is County Chief Chen, here to see General Manager Liu regarding an urgent matter, the driver said, honking the horn. Old Chen replied indifferently. Manager Liu has instructed that all visitors must register here before entering. It is the rule. After stating this, he produced a registration book, requesting the driver to record the time, number of people, and purpose of the visit, only allowing entry after a signature was provided. Li Qiong's vehicle followed closely behind, registering again before proceeding inside. This Liu Fan manages the factory with commendable strictness, Chen Jinghe thought, appreciating Old Chen's diligence rather than taking offense at his formality. Observing this, Chen Ke quietly sighed in relief. Inside, Liu Fan was signing shipment papers when he noticed Chen Ke entering, accompanied by a distinguished middle-aged man. Xiao Ke, what brings you here? Liu Fan asked, handing the shipping document to Chen Dazhuang and beckoning. Come in and sit. I'll be done shortly. Xiao Fan, Manager Liu. This is County Chief Chen. He has matters to discuss with you, Chen Ke replied, initially intending to address him as Brother Fan, but opting for a more formal title in light of the circumstances. Liu Fan was not surprised by Chen Jinghe's visit. Having refused Li Qiong, he knew the county committee and government would be informed. It is an honor to welcome County Chief Chen. Please, come in, Liu Fan said, stepping forward to warmly shake Chen Jinghe's hand. Youthful Manager Liu, achieving such success in business is indeed impressive. Chen Jinghe smiled as he shook Liu Fan's hand, appraising him. Over the years, he prided himself on having encountered countless individuals, especially young talents. Usually, a brief observation and conversation would suffice to gauge a person's character. Yet, after studying Liu Fan for some time, he found him inscrutable, a true enigma. What a curious affair. Liu Fan led Chen Jinghe, Li Qiong, and Chen Ku to the adjacent lounge, personally pouring a cup of tea for each of them. Chen Jinghe took a sip and remarked, the food industry, particularly the canned goods market, is currently facing significant challenges. Yet, General Manager Liu has risen against adversity, demonstrating remarkable innovation and carving out a new realm of possibilities. Truly impressive. Liu Fan humbly smiled. It is merely a stroke of good fortune. County Chief Chen is overly complimentary. Chen Jinghe then took out his notebook and inquired. General Manager Liu, I was inspired after reading the article about your canned goods factory in the Jiangxing Daily today. Your factory's development strategy is commendable, relying on product innovation, marketing innovation, and cooperative models, which not only fostered rapid growth for your enterprise, but also stimulated the development of canned goods factories in Jiangxing and several other cities. I came here today to seek your wisdom. Liu Fan looked puzzled. What article? Chen Ku promptly retrieved the Jiangxing Daily from her bag and flipped to the second page. Liu Fan quickly scanned it, shaking his head and laughing. This journalist is rather exaggerated, speaking of economic miracles and claiming our factory earns hundreds of thousands in profit daily. Such flattery could be detrimental. To be frank, County Chief, I still owe 200,000. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Chen Jinghe scribbled a few notes and replied, General Manager Liu, there is no need for you to lament your financial struggles here. I did not come to investigate the taxes of your canned goods factory. I merely wish to gain a comprehensive understanding of your product development, production processes, advertising strategies, and cooperative production arrangements. I hope you will generously share your insights. Oh, County Chief Chun, please do not say that. I am unworthy of such praise. Feel free to ask whatever you wish to know, and I assure you I will share everything candidly, Lu Fan said, bowing slightly. Thus, Chun Jinghe began to pose his inquiries, meticulously recording the responses. His questions were thorough, covering topics from raw material procurement and product development to production, packaging design, marketing, and specific collaborative production methods. Lu Fan provided detailed answers, leaving nothing unaddressed. After Lu Fan concluded, Chun Jinghe had filled several pages with densely packed notes. Overwhelmed by the brilliance of Lu Fan's business acumen, each proposal regarding product innovation, advertising, and cooperative production showcased unique thinking and impressive results, leaving him in awe. Closing his notebook, Chun Jinghe sincerely exclaimed, "General Manager Liu, I am truly fortunate to have come here today. This notebook is filled with invaluable knowledge, worth its weight in gold." Lu Fan modestly waved his hand in response. Chun Jinghe continued, "It is often said that greater ability entails greater responsibility. I believe that the Jiangbei canned goods factory, being relatively small, hardly provides you with the opportunity to fully demonstrate your capabilities. Fortunately, the Fengyuan canned goods factory is larger and well-established, currently facing some challenges. I wonder if you might consider taking it over. Such a substantial enterprise would allow you to truly showcase your talents." Upon hearing this, Lu Fan chuckled inwardly. County Chief Chun had finally revealed his ultimate intention. Chapter 0068. The Lion's Roar. Lu Fan pondered for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "Director Chun, Director Li has also mentioned the situation with Fengyuan Canning Factory to me. I appreciate the government's consideration of our Jiangbei Canning Factory and the trust placed in us. However, our Jiangbei Canning Factory is merely a small establishment. We lack the capability to take over Fengyuan Canning Factory. I apologize, Director Chun, for disappointing your expectations." Chun Jinghe looked at Lu Fan with a smile. "Mr. Lu, I have come with utmost sincerity today. Your evasive response is rather disappointing." Lu Fan lifted his teacup, taking a sip while remaining silent. Chun Jinghe thought to himself that Lu Fan, though still young, was quite the shrewd individual. After a moment's reflection, he directly stated, "Mr. Lu, as a native of Jiangbei County, you surely do not wish to see Fengyuan Canning Factory collapse and over 200 workers left without means to support themselves, do you?" Noticing a flicker of emotion in Lu Fan's eyes, Chun Jinghe recognized that his words had struck a chord. He continued, "How about this, Mr. Lu? If you have any difficulties, feel free to voice them. Both Director Li and I are here. Our county government and the Bureau of Industry and Commerce will do our utmost to assist you." At that moment, Chen Ku turned to Lu Fan, saying, "Mr. Lu, many workers at Fengyuan Canning Factory are former employees who are already struggling to make ends meet. If they face unemployment again, many may find it difficult to afford even basic sustenance. Please consider helping them." Hearing Chen Ku's earnest plea, Lu Fan ceased his silence and nodded slightly. "Since Director Chun and Secretary Chun have expressed such sentiments, I shall not decline. However, I do have some challenges that I hope Director Chun and Director Li can assist in resolving." Seeing Lu Fan's agreement, both Chun Jinghe and Li Qiang were elated. "Mr. Lu, please go on," they urged. Lu Fan stated, "Firstly, although our Jiangbei Canning Factory has begun to open up sales channels, it is still too soon to have accumulated sufficient capital. Thus, I require a bank loan of 500,000, and it must be interest-free. 500,000 could indeed rebuild a canning factory employing 300 to 400 people." Li Qiang was taken aback. This fellow was indeed asking for a king's ransom. Chun Jinghe contemplated for a moment before responding. "Let us consider this, Mr. Lu. Based on preliminary estimates, acquiring Fengyuan Canning Factory would necessitate between 400,000 to 450,000. I can contact the Industrial and Commercial Bank and the Agricultural Bank, each willing to assist with a 10,000 interest-free loan. Would that suffice?" Lu Fan began to negotiate. Each bank can provide a maximum of 120,000, but no less than 180,000. 15,000 from each bank, and that is my final offer. "Agreed. It is settled." Having met his expectations, Lu Fan finally shook Chun Jinghe's hand with satisfaction. Chun Ku watched in astonishment. It was the first time she had seen someone dare to negotiate with Director Chun. Secondly, upon acquiring Fengyuan Canning Factory, I intend to establish Jiangbei Food Company, providing no fewer than 300 job positions, but I require a 3-year tax exemption policy. After a brief discussion, Chun Jinghe and Li Qiang nodded in agreement. On behalf of the government, I can assure you of this. However, 3 years hence, you must provide no less than 1,000 job positions for Jiangbei County. Lu Fan contemplated for a moment. Very well, I can acquiesce. But the land of the Fengyuan Canning Factory is simply insufficient to accommodate 1,000 individuals. The government must address the expropriation issues concerning the surrounding land. Lu Fan's request was not unreasonable, and Chun Zheng readily consented. Following this, negotiations regarding the acquisition price ensued. After much haggling, Lu Fan ultimately purchased the Fengyuan Canning Factory for 390,000 that very evening. As for the factory's original workers, Lu Fan welcomed all but the managerial staff back, allowing them to re-sign employment agreements with the Jiangbei Canning Factory. The majority of the managerial personnel were relatives of Zhou Feng, and Lu Fan dared not retain them. At 7:30 in the evening, after bidding farewell to Chun Zheng, Li Qiang, Chen Ku, and Zhou Lin, Yang Hongbin and Gao Dawei, who had been busy for over a week, finally returned to Jiangbei County. Lu Fan arranged for the state-run hotel to deliver a sumptuous feast to the cafeteria, inviting Chen Dazhuang and Chun Jun to host a welcoming banquet for Yang Hongbin and Gao Dawei, celebrating their triumphant return. Lu Fan personally poured a drink for both Yang Hongbin and Gao Dawei, toasting them before reporting the acquisition of the Fengyuan Canning Factory to all present. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, the crowd erupted in joy, raising their glasses in celebration. Lu Fan set down his glass and stood, proclaiming, "I have applied to the County Administration for Industry and Commerce to establish Jiangbei Food Company, Limited. The initial registered capital of the company is 1 million, which I shall gradually deposit into the company account within 6 months. Since you all wish to follow me, Lu Fan, I shall not neglect your interests. If you are inclined to invest, I can allocate some shares to you." Hearing Lu Fan's words, the crowd's eyes brightened, yet their expressions reflected concern. "Well, President Lu, the business is thriving, and we would certainly like to invest. It is a foolproof opportunity. Thank you, President Lu. However, even if we only hold 1% of the shares, it requires 10,000 in funds, which we simply cannot muster at this time," Yang Hongbin expressed with difficulty. Chen Dazhuang, Chen Jun, and Gao Dawei nodded in agreement with Yang Hongbin's sentiment. Lu Fan nodded empathetically, saying, "I understand your predicament. None of you have substantial savings to invest. How about this? I will initially cover the costs on behalf of everyone, and you can repay the company once you earn your profits. As for the shares, Chen Dazhuang and Yang Hongbin will each hold 5%, while Gao Dawei will hold 2.5%. How does that sound?" Upon hearing Lu Fan's proposition, Chen Dazhuang, Yang Hongbin, and Gao Dawei were greatly delighted. Bowing in gratitude to Lu Fan then turned to Chen Jun, stating, "The Deguanyuan series of assorted canned goods was developed by Chen Ku. I had previously promised her a portion of the shares, but she declined. I cannot go back on my word, therefore. The 5% share that belongs to Chen Ku shall be held in trust by you, Chen Jun. I will ensure that the annual dividends are given to Chen Ku, and how you two siblings choose to divide it is entirely your affair." Chen Jun promptly rose and bowed to Lu Fan, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Xiao Fan." Lu Fan gazed at Chen Dazhuang and proposed, "Dazhuang, how about you take on the role of the company's legal representative?" Chen Dazhuang nodded affirmatively, replying, "I will follow Brother Xiao Fan's arrangements." Lu Fan patted Chen Dazhuang's shoulder and continued, "From now on, we shall all be shareholders of the company. We must unite our efforts and work together to ensure the company's prosperity." Chen Dazhuang, Yang Hongbin, Gao Dawei, and Chen Jun nodded in agreement, their spirits soaring as they prepared to embark on this ambitious endeavor alongside Lu Fan. Finally, Lu Fan declared, "As our company flourishes, we will welcome more talented individuals into our fold. To incentivize these talents, I shall allocate 20 to 30% of the shares to them as equity or dividends." This decision instantly garnered Yang Hongbin's admiration. Lu Fan's magnanimity and stature were unparalleled. Following such a leader in their entrepreneurial journey would undoubtedly yield great rewards. Chapter 0069. The company is established on April 28th. Lu Fan arose at 6 o'clock, preparing breakfast for the still sleeping Gu Xiaoro and Xiao Xiao. He rode his motorcycle to the yuan canning factory. Upon arrival, he encountered Chen Dazhuang, Yang Hongbin, Gao Dawei, and Chen Jun busily engaged at the factory entrance. Over 200 workers had also arrived early, their faces alight with joy. The four men removed the sign bearing yuan canning factory from the wall and replaced it with the sign for Jiangbei Food Company, Limited. Upon seeing Lu Fan, Chen Dazhuang, Yang Hongbin, and Gao Dawei led the assembly of over 200 workers in a rousing applause to welcome him. Lu Fan hastily dismounted, nodding in greeting to the crowd before leading them into the factory. Lu Fan assigned 5 production supervisors to oversee a thorough cleaning of the factory, preparing for the resumption of operations. He, alongside Chen Dazhuang, Yang Hongbin, Gao Dawei, and Chen Jun, entered the factory manager's office. The office comprised 2 sections, an outer lounge of over 20 square meters furnished with a set of leather sofas, and an inner office spanning over 50 square meters, featuring a substantial solid wood desk, an expansive genuine leather executive chair, and a row of solid wood filing cabinets behind it. Chen Dazhuang looked around in awe, exclaiming, "Wow, Zhou Feng really knows how to indulge himself. This office is so spacious and lavishly decorated." Lu Fan pointed to a calligraphic piece on the wall that read "Wealth and Prosperity," instructing Chen Dazhuang, "Take that down and dispose of it." Chen Dazhuang complied, tearing down the piece and crumpling it before discarding it into the trash bin. Lu Fan called upon 2 personnel from the logistics department to clean the office and remove all of Zhou Feng's personal belongings. He then settled into the executive chair and addressed the group, stating, "As of today, Jiangbei Food Company, Limited is officially established. I will serve as the chairman of the board. Yang Hongbin will be our general manager. Gao Dawei will take on the role of marketing director. Chen Dazhuang will be the production manager, and Chen Jun will oversee both the warehouse and logistics." Yang Hongbin, Gao Dawei, Chen Dazhuang, and Chen Jun nodded in agreement. Lu Fan continued, stating, "In the past, the Jiangbei canning factory was merely a small workshop, lacking in formality. However, we have now transformed into a legitimate enterprise, and thus we must adhere strictly to the company's regulations. Dazhuang, Chen Jun, from now on, in the workplace, refrain from addressing me as Xiao Fan Go, understood?" Chen Dazhuang and Chen Jun nodded, suddenly sensing a degree of estrangement from Lu Fan. "General Manager Yang, please compile the list of suppliers and all relevant documentation for archiving and backup." Yang Hongbin and Gao Dawei nodded in agreement, affirming, "Certainly, Chairman. We will organize everything promptly for you." Lu Fan then instructed Yang Hongbin and Chen Dazhuang, "You are tasked with rigorously training and evaluating all company employees. For those who do not meet the requirements, consider reassigning them. If they remain inadequate, proceed with termination." Yang Hongbin and Chen Dazhuang responded affirmatively, "Yes, Chairman." Turning to Chen Jun, Lu Fan emphasized, "As the warehouse supervisor and logistics manager, your responsibilities are considerable. You must ensure effective management of the warehouse and logistics. Particularly concerning fire and theft prevention, do not take these matters lightly." Chen Jun promptly straightened up, assuring, "Yes, Chairman, rest assured." Finally, Lu Fan summoned Jiang Mingna, the financial manager from the former yuan canning factory. Jiang Mingna had already organized the financial statements and reported, "Chairman, our company requires 12,530 yuan on the 30th for the salaries of 90 employees. On May 3rd, we need to settle last month's fruit payments, glass bottles, and other packaging materials, totaling 25,400 yuan. Additionally, on May 5th, we must repay a loan of 100,000 yuan to the Industrial and Commercial Bank." Jiang Mingna took 5 minutes to meticulously detail the company's financial situation to Lu Fan. After reviewing the financial report and Jiang Mingna's resume, Lu Fan declared, "Moving forward, you will serve as the acting financial manager of the company with a 3-month evaluation period. If you meet the criteria, you will officially assume the position of financial manager, with a 20 salary increase and an additional 3 months year-end bonus. Should you fail to meet the standards, you will need to depart." Jiang Mingna, both astonished and elated, had not anticipated Lu Fan's decision to retain her. With tears in her eyes, she expressed, "Thank you, Chairman. I will dedicate myself to my work and will not betray your trust." Having reviewed Jiang Mingna's resume, Lu Fan noted that she was a graduate of Jiangxing University of Finance, possessing no issues with her professional capabilities. Furthermore, she was not a relative of Zhou Feng, which reassured Lu Fan. The fact that such a shrewd individual as Zhou Feng had confidence in Jiang Mengna spoke volumes of her character. In any company, the finance department is crucial and must be staffed by reliable personnel. The former Jiangbei canning factory operated informally, with daily cash transactions and bookkeeping, leaving no room for embezzlement. However, in a large corporation, financial matters must be handled with the utmost precision, as any oversight could jeopardize the very foundation of the company. Lu Fan also appointed Su Xiujuan as the assistant financial manager, allowing her to learn from Jiang Mingna. This decision served both to cultivate Su Xiujuan's skills and to provide oversight for Jiang Mingna. Observing Lu Fan meticulously orchestrating the affairs of the company, Yang Hongbin felt an overwhelming sense of admiration and awe. Just over a fortnight ago, he had first encountered Lu Fan, who was masquerading as a Chinese expatriate in America. With just a few words, Lu Fan had captivated him, leading him onto a path he had never anticipated. Upon arriving in Zhongbei, Yang Hongbin uncovered Lu Fan's true identity and was initially filled with a desire to confront this deceiver. However, Lu Fan's persuasive words managed to keep him on board. Yang Hongbin quickly discerned Lu Fan's commercial strategies. This individual was engaging in high-stakes maneuvers, dancing on the edge of a razor. At that moment, Yang Hongbin felt trapped on the same ship, deciding to take a gamble alongside him. Little did he expect that in a mere few days, Lu Fan would emerge victorious in this gamble. Moreover, both Yang Hongbin and Gao Dawei also triumphed, becoming original shareholders of Jiangbei Food Company, Limited. Given the current trajectory of the company, even a modest 2 to 5% stake could yield them dividends ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions annually, something they could scarcely have imagined just 2 weeks prior. Yet, Yang Hongbin still found Lu Fan enigmatic. The more he observed him, the more he sensed an unfathomable depth to Lu Fan's character, leaving him perpetually in the dark about the man's potential actions. Yang Hongbin recognized Lu Fan as a pragmatist, willing to employ any means necessary for his advantage, often to the point where it seemed shameless. Yet, such tactics proved effective. Take, for example, the recent acquisition of the Fengyuan canning factory, an endeavor that was inherently advantageous for Lu Fan. He strategically secured a 300,000 yuan interest-free loan from the bank, investing only a mere 90,000 to acquire a medium-sized canning factory. Furthermore, he also managed to obtain a 3-year tax exemption and enlisted the government's assistance in securing the requisition of hundreds of acres of surrounding land. Lu Fan's success was nothing short of monumental. Chapter 0070, A Miracle in Jiang City. At the Donghu Meiyuan residential complex, He Jinhua was engrossed in the Jiang City Daily, particularly captivated by a report on the miraculous development of the private economy featured on the second page. The Jiangbei canning factory had carved out a remarkable niche through product and marketing innovations, leading to overwhelming demand, with consumers flocking to major shopping centers in a frenzy. Upon finishing the article, He Jinhua turned to Sun Qian with a puzzled expression. Wasn't the Jiangbei canning factory already closed? Sun Qian replied, last week. Xu Ying visited the factory in Jiangbei. She mentioned that a young man named Lu had found a way to resume operations at the beginning of the month. It was astonishing that a factory, having just reopened for less than a month, had experienced such rapid growth. Not only was its product immensely popular in Jiangbei County, but it had also successfully penetrated the high-end markets of Jiang City and other municipalities, leading to a situation of supply failing to meet demand. Truly remarkable. As they spoke, He Xu Ying and Lin Mafei returned, each carrying several boxes of Deguanyuan assorted canned goods, along with 2 canisters. Lin Mafei, a familiar guest at the He household, greeted Sun Qian and He Jinhua with a smile before joining He Xu Ying on the sofa. Spotting the newspaper in his father's hands, she chuckled, Dad, what a coincidence. You're also keeping an eye on the Jiangbei canning factory. Morpheus and I have just purchased a few boxes. Let us savor them together. He Jinhua and Sun Qian swiftly turned their attention to the cans upon the coffee table. Is this not the renowned Dagwan Garden canned food that one must queue to purchase? As reported in the newspapers, He Jinhua invited He Shuang to sit beside him and inquired, Shuang, you have interviewed this factory, have you not? Do enlighten us about its circumstances. Is their director, surnamed Lu, truly as youthful and extraordinary, as well as innovative, as the article suggests? He Shuang recounted the details of her interview from that day to both He Jinhua and Sun Qian, concluding, their factory is quite modest, scarcely larger than a workshop. However, the report was not exaggerated. Morpheus and I witnessed consumers lining up at the Yameo shopping mall to purchase their canned goods. Today, I made a point to gather information. And indeed, this canned food factory is thriving. Presently, they have joint ventures in Jiangxing and 6 other prefecture-level cities, and they have recently launched 2 new products, each experiencing tremendous success. In recent days, not only in Jiangxing but also in cities such as Xiangfan, Yichang, Suizhou, Jingmen, and Huanggang. Long queues have formed at large shopping centers for the Dagwan Garden series of assorted health cans. Upon hearing this, He Jianhua was taken aback, exclaiming, "In just over 20 days, the Jiangbei canned food factory has not only resurrected, but has also rapidly expanded throughout the province. This is nothing short of a miracle." He Shuang remarked, "Today, some colleagues at our television station are discussing why the Jiangbei canned food factory has surged to prominence and captured the provincial market in such a brief period." "Oh, how did you engage in this discussion?" He Jianhua asked with curiosity. "Firstly, we all believe that the miraculous growth of the Jiangbei canned food factory, which has won the favor of consumers across the province, is intrinsically linked to their product innovation. However, more importantly, their marketing strategy is exceptionally astute." As she spoke, He Shuang pointed to the exquisitely packaged Dagwan Garden canned food, stating, "From the perspective of external packaging, this can is remarkably elegant and festive, leaving a splendid first impression on consumers. Moreover, they have enlisted the little tigers to endorse their products, which undoubtedly instills confidence in the contents and ignites the desire to purchase." He Shuang opened a gift box and revealed 6 exquisite cups. Continuing, "This product not only boasts an attractive packaging box, but also features uniquely designed glass jars." After enjoying the canned food, the 6 glass jars can serve as tea cups, and with the lids on, they can be utilized for storing condiments, combining beauty with utility. Upon witnessing the ingenious design of the 6-piece teacup set, both He Jianhua and Sun Qian were visibly impressed, exclaiming in admiration, "The packaging design of this product is simply impeccable. No wonder it sells so well. One cannot help but wonder what kind of brilliant mind conceived such a remarkable idea." He Shuang chuckled and shook her head, then analyzed. "In truth, the prowess of the Jiangbei canned food factory lies not solely in product innovation, but rather in their exceptional marketing techniques. Today, our reporter from Jiangxing television station specifically visited various shopping malls to interview consumers queuing to purchase the Dagwan Garden series canned goods. Many of them mentioned that they were prompted to buy after watching the television advertisement for the Shuangxi brand Dagwan Garden canned goods." "A television advertisement?" He Jianhua remarked in bewilderment. "A small factory like the Jiangbei canned food factory can not only afford to hire the Little Tiger team as their spokesperson, but also manage to run advertisements. That is quite impressive." He Shuang chuckled and said, "Out of curiosity, Morphe and I decided to wait until 3:30 p.m. to watch their advertisement titled Healthy Classroom. Although it aired during off-peak hours, the format was quite innovative. They not only invited the renowned beauty host Dong Cici from the provincial station, but also featured an expert from Jiangxing University who imparted a wealth of health knowledge. Among the insights shared, the expert's viewpoint that one should gift health resonated with most viewers. Some consumers were so moved by the advertisement that they instructed their children to make a purchase. Others were compelled by their wives to buy 2 boxes to gift to both sets of parents, while some chose to present them to their superiors." Lin Morphe stifled a laugh, saying, "Some consumers have been utterly exasperated by that advertisement for the zebra, claiming they are being bombarded with it. It plays repeatedly every morning, afternoon, and even in the early hours, with each advertisement lasting half a minute, while theirs drags on for 20 minutes. How tedious." He Jianhua inquired, "If they find the advertisement so annoying, why do they still queue to buy the products?" He Shuang explained, "This is the brilliance of the advertisement's creator. They cleverly exploit the reality that most households can only receive 3 channels, provincial, municipal, and county. By airing the advertisement simultaneously on all 3, viewers are almost forced to watch it, effectively pushing the product onto them. Nowadays, people have been so influenced by this advertisement that whenever gifting is mentioned, they cannot help but think of the slogan Gifting Health. Since this May Day, the trend of gifting Shuangxi brand Dagwan Garden canned goods has emerged, with many claiming it exudes sophistication and class. Failing to gift this would be seen as lacking in face. Recently, everyone at our workplace has been discussing these Dagwan Garden canned goods, as if not gifting them to the elderly equates to being unfilial." After hearing He Shuang's words, He Jianhua and Sun Qian glanced once more at the cans on the table, exclaiming, The person who conceived these ideas is truly extraordinary. However, Shuang, based on your description, the general manager Lu of the Jiangbei canned food factory is merely a young man with a high school diploma and a rustic demeanor. How could he possibly possess such remarkable product innovation and marketing creativity? Shuang furrowed her brows and replied, I have also been pondering this question and find it perplexing. Nevertheless, our television station has assigned me a task to return to Jiangbei County tomorrow for an exclusive interview with the Jiangbei canned food factory and their general manager Lu. This time, I am determined to uncover the true nature of this Mr. Lu and ascertain whether he is human or something other. Chapter 0071. The fraud has been found. Just as she finished speaking, the telephone by the sofa rang. Jinhua answered it, and after a moment, his expression turned somber. He sighed deeply before hanging up. Sun Qian asked, What happened, old he? A few days ago, I led a surprise inspection of Jiangqing Mall and the Zhongnan commercial building, where I indeed uncovered several international brand apparel agents engaged in the sale of counterfeit goods. However, those merchants steadfastly claimed to be victims themselves, asserting that they were entirely unaware that the products supplied to them were counterfeit. I reported the findings to the director, recommending severe penalties and the closure of those businesses selling fakes. Yet, the director disagreed, believing that the merchants were also victims and expressing concern that my proposal would harm the development of Jiangqing's market economy, accusing me of making a mountain out of a molehill. Sigh. Shuang indignantly remarked, Isn't this a blatant cover-up for those unscrupulous dealers? It's utterly outrageous. Jinhua responded with a wry smile, To eradicate the pernicious issue of counterfeit sales in large malls, we must first obtain evidence of collusion between the merchants and their suppliers, which necessitates cooperation from the relevant departments in the suppliers' cities. However, we have yet to ascertain the source of the counterfeit goods entering the malls, making it impossible to gather evidence, alas. Shuang, with a smile, suggested, Dad, I believe you should seriously reconsider my previous suggestion. I assure you it will lead you swiftly to the evidence. Jinhua looked at her in confusion. What was your suggestion? Shuang replied earnestly, I am convinced that the swindler surnamed Lu must know where these malls procure their counterfeit goods. If we locate him, we can trace the evidence back to its source. Jinhua's eyes sparkled, yet he shook his head with a bittersweet smile. That may be true. But that young man managed to deceive a multitude of managers with just a fake ID and a camera, absconding with a fortune. He is quite the talent, and finding him will not be an easy task. Shuang dismissed his concerns, stating, Over the past few days, I have been analyzing the swindler surnamed Lu. I have a strong feeling that his familiarity with these malls indicates he is a local from Jiangqing. He is likely hiding somewhere in the city. As long as we do not give up searching, we will eventually find him. Jinhua nodded. Shuang, your analysis is quite astute. I will contact a friend in the Public Security Bureau to discreetly keep an eye out. Shuang cheerfully remarked. Perhaps the swindler surnamed Lu might indeed provide you with significant assistance, helping to eliminate those malicious international brand agents selling fakes. If that happens, you will be able to thoroughly rectify Jiangqing's commercial ecology, and as the deputy director, you will surely make a remarkable impression, smoothly ascending to the position of director. Jinhua dared not entertain such lofty aspirations. He merely hoped to alter the director's impression of him, dispelling any misunderstandings regarding his intentions to undermine the development of Jiangqing's commercial economy. In Jiangqing County, at Jiangbei Food Company, Lu Fan, accompanied by Chen Dazhuang, Yang Hongbin, Gao Dawei, Chen Jun, and Jiang Mengna, exited the office, standing in the courtyard and gazing at the rows of spacious factories, expansive office buildings, and bustling workers, their hearts brimming with ambition. At 9 o'clock in the morning, County Mayor Chen Zheng arrived at Jiangbei Food Company, accompanied by the director of the Industry and Commerce Bureau, Li Qiang, along with Secretary Chun Ku and 2 reporters from the county television station. Lu Fan, impeccably dressed in a suit and tie, stood at the center of the podium, his face radiating joy as he proclaimed, I hereby announce the official establishment of Jiangbei Food Company, Ltd. Standing alongside him were Chen Zhenghe, Li Qiang, and Yang Hongbin, all wearing broad smiles as they led the applause. Reporters busily captured the moment, the sound of camera flashes resonating throughout the hall. In the audience, Chen Ku, Chen Dazhuang, Gao Dawei, Chen Jun, Jiang Mingna, Su Xiujuan, and over 200 workers stood, enveloped in a wave of applause. Many female workers gazed up at Lu Fan on the podium, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Such a young, dashing, An accomplished man was indeed a rarity. At that moment, He Shuang and Wu Jun, reporters from Jiangbei Television, had just arrived at the Jiangbei food factory. Upon seeing Lu Fan, impeccably attired, He Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this be the same fraudster with the surname Lu? His designer suit, his Mandarin accent, and his parted hairstyle mirrored that of the deceitful reporter she once encountered, the only distinction being that the fraud had worn oversized sunglasses that day. After snapping a few photos, Wu Jun noticed He Shuang's peculiar demeanor and inquired, "What's the matter, Shuang?" Startled, He Shuang shook her head, her lips grazing her rosy mouth, and murmured, "It's nothing. I just thought I recognized someone." Lu Fan, Li Qiang, and Yang Hongbin then took scissors in hand to cut the ceremonial ribbon, and the sound of firecrackers erupted around them. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder. And applause surged once more. Lu Fan raised his hand to quiet the crowd, stating, "Today, the successful establishment of Jiangbei Food Company, Limited, is largely thanks to the unwavering support of County Chief Chun. On behalf of all the employees of Jiangbei Food Company, I extend our most sincere gratitude to County Chief Chun. Now, let us welcome County Chief Chun to share a few words." As Lu Fan led the applause, it thundered throughout the venue. Chen Jinghe felt immense satisfaction as Lu Fan attributed the primary credit to him. The young man's understanding and maturity promised boundless potential for the future. In Jiangbei County, County Party Secretary Lu Zhong was a conservative, staunchly supporting the Soviet model and planned economy, believing that a market economy would disrupt social order and corrupt the socialist system of Huagua. Conversely, County Chief Chen Jinghe was a reformist, advocating for a market economy and particularly valuing the development of the private sector. However, over the past 2 years, the private economy in Jiangbei County had stagnated. Consequently, Chen Jinghe, the county's second-in-command, had been persistently suppressed by Lu Zhong. Chen Jinghe understood that Lu Zhong had handed him the troublesome Fengyuan canned food factory merely as a means to undermine him. Initially lacking any sense of assurance, he was fortunately introduced to Lu Fan by Chen Ku, which allowed him to adeptly navigate this significant challenge. The establishment of Jiangbei Food Company, Limited enabled Chen Jinghe, long overshadowed by Lu Zhong, to regain influence within the Industry and Commerce Bureau, successfully turning the tide. Thus, in his speech, Chen Jinghe hailed the founding of Jiangbei Food Company, Limited as a monumental event for the development of the private economy in Jiangbei County, signifying a notable triumph for the market economy. Chen Jinghe generously extolled Lu Fan, declaring him a paragon of entrepreneurship in Jiangbei County, a pioneer of reform and innovation, and urged all enterprises in Jiangbei County to learn from Lu Fan and Jiangbei Food Company. In conclusion, Chen Jinghe boldly proclaimed that within a month, Jiangbei Food Company would create over 300 jobs, and in the coming 3 years, it would provide no fewer than 1,000 employment opportunities for Jiangbei County. Lu Fan listened to Chen Jinghe's speech with a smile, his gaze inadvertently sweeping across the audience, when suddenly he caught sight of a familiar figure. In an instant, he was taken aback. The girl, with flowing long hair, delicate willow-like brows, and captivating eyes, exuded an aura of youthful vitality. She was none other than He Shuang, the very person Lu Fan least wished to encounter. His heart raced, and he thought to himself that this girl truly haunted him. Indeed, they were not meant to be. Chapter 0072. The fangs were exposed after Chen Jinghe concluded his address. He, accompanied by Lu Fan and Yang Hongbin, took Li Qiang and Chen Ku on a tour of Jiangbei Food Company before departing. As Lu Fan was about to usher Yang Hongbin, Chen Dazhuang, and other senior executives into the conference room, he was intercepted at the door by He Shuang. "General Manager Lu, may I request a private interview with you and Manager Chen?" Lu Fan, feeling a twinge of unease, waved his hand in refusal. "I'm sorry, we have no time." He Shuang smiled subtly, gazing directly into Lu Fan's eyes. "General Manager Lu, after all, we are old friends. We had agreed at Hanyang Mall to collaborate on an episode exposing counterfeit goods. Have you forgotten so soon?" Upon hearing He Shuang mention Hanyang Mall and allude to the counterfeit issue, Lu Fan realized she had recognized him and Chen Dazhuang as the two faux reporters from that day. With a hearty laugh, Lu Fan swiftly adjusted his demeanor, grasping He Shuang's delicate hand. "I was merely jesting earlier. Now that Miss He is here, I must carve out some time, as we are all friends." He Shuang smirked inwardly, thinking she had finally caught this great deceiver. Who would have imagined he could conceal his true identity so well? The last time, He even pretended not to speak Mandarin, managing to fool her. This cunning deceiver. While He Shuang wore a sweet smile on her face, her heart seethed with resentment. Observing Lu Fan affectionately holding He Shuang's hand, Wu Jun felt a surge of discomfort, his gaze toward Lu Fan laced with hostility. Lu Fan warmly invited He Shuang, Wu Jun, and the two cameramen into the lounge, offering them seats. "Miss He, kindly grant me 5 minutes. I have some urgent matters to discuss with General Manager Yang and Director Gao." Upon entering the chairman's office, Lu Fan instructed Yang Hongbin and Gao Dawei, "Restore the prices of regular canned goods and cup cans to their original rates." Gao Jiwei hesitated. "Chairman, is this not too soon? Feng Yuan has just ceased production, and we are raising the profits so sharply. Isn't that unwise?" Lu Fan insisted. "We are the only canning factory left in Jiangbei County. Agents and customers have no alternatives. Moreover, we have already squandered several days. We are now in the peak sales period before the holidays, which is the perfect time for us to reap substantial profits." Before the vast market and potential profits, the fangs of the Lu Fan merchant were unhesitatingly revealed. "Well, Chairman, if we revert to the original price today, coupled with the current production capacity of this factory, we can preliminarily estimate that our daily sales across the province will surpass 500,000, with daily profits reaching 300,000, Gao Jiwei exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. "Over 300,000 a day." Gao Dawei and Chun Dezhuang's faces flushed with exhilaration. They were truly on the brink of striking it rich. Lu Fan chuckled, teasing the trio. "Look at you all, like you've never seen the world before. 300,000 a day is merely the beginning. Just wait until our daily profits soar into the millions. Then you'll really have something to celebrate." Gao Jiwei eagerly nodded, proposing, "Mr. Lu, why don't we seize the momentum and immediately expand to several other provinces in central China after the holidays? We could advertise on television, hire celebrities for endorsements, establish our brand image, and then capture the markets in North and South China." Lu Fan quickly waved his hand, cautioning, "We must not rush blindly. We need to first solidify our foothold in Tianjiang province, establishing a stable network of suppliers and an industrial chain before considering expansion. Otherwise, we won't sustain ourselves in the long run." Glancing at the time, Lu Fan realized 5 minutes had passed and instructed Yang Hongbin and Gao Dawei to leave first. The troublesome He Shuang was still waiting in the lounge outside. If he couldn't resolve the matter with her today, he feared he might find himself summoned to the police station the next day, causing an uproar throughout Tianjiang province. Furrowing his brows, Lu Fan pondered his strategy. Just as he was about to instruct Chun Dezhuang, He Shuang entered, her expressive peach blossom eyes fixed meaningfully upon him. "Ah, Miss He, please take a seat. Let me pour you some tea," Lu Fan said, his face instantly brightening with a smile. "Lu, my dear journalist. Chun, my dear journalist. It has indeed been quite a challenge to see you again," He Shuang remarked with an air of mockery as she confidently seated herself across from Lu Fan at his desk. Chun Dezhuang, unable to meet her gaze, lowered his head, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Lu Fan maintained his smile, pouring He Shuang a cup of tea, thinking that since she hadn't immediately reported him, things hadn't reached their worst point. He reminded himself to remain calm and composed. First and foremost, he could not directly admit that he and Chun Dezhuang were the fraudsters from that day. Who knew if she had secretly recorded their conversation? If she had evidence, he would be in serious trouble. With this in mind, Lu Fan feigned confusion and asked, Miss He, what do you mean by referring to us as journalists?" He Shuang found his act amusing, thinking, "Even now, you pretend. Let me expose your vile facade. Mr. Lu, you and Manager Chen visited Hanyang Mall on the 2nd of this month. We even met there. Has Mr. Lu forgotten so quickly?" She taunted. Lu Fan turned to Chun Dezhuang with a perplexed expression and asked, "Manager Chun, did we go to Hanyang on the 2nd of this month?" "Not that I recall. I really don't remember," Chun Dezhuang replied, shaking his head vigorously, looking genuinely honest. He Shuang let out a soft scoff, mocking, "Mr. Lu, you wouldn't dare deny your presence in Hanyang, would you? It would be quite simple to verify. I could just inquire with your acquaintances whether you were in Jiangbei on the 2nd of this month. Surely, that is not an insurmountable task." Lu Fan felt a tightening in his chest. He Shuang's reasoning was indeed sound. Although there were no surveillance cameras on the buses or in the shopping malls, she could still ascertain his whereabouts that day by asking family and friends. Moreover, Lu Fan had been quite conspicuous, having mentioned to Zhou Jianjun his intention to visit Jiangxing to see a relative from Hong Kong. Consequently, Ho Weidong Dado, and the other residents of the tenement where he rented a room were almost certainly aware of his trip to Jiangxing. Especially since he returned adorned in designer attire, there was no way to conceal that. Even the wisest may falter. Beads of cold sweat cascaded down Lu Fan's back. Should he Shuang decide to report him, both he and Chun Dazhuang could very well find themselves apprehended and rigorously interrogated by the authorities. Coughing discreetly to mask his anxiety, Lu Fan forced himself to maintain a calm demeanor. Miss He, we have been rather busy of late. As for whether we visited Jiangxing that day, I must confess, I genuinely do not recall. By the way, what brings you to Jiangbei Food Company today? Please, feel free to voice any requests. I assure you, I shall comply with anything within my capacity. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, He Shuang smiled inwardly, for this was precisely the attitude she sought from him. Chapter 0073. The terms are agreed upon in truth. He Shuang's quest to identify the false journalist was not driven by a desire to expose him, but rather to assist her father in navigating a perilous political landscape. Once she discovered that Lu Fan was the imposter, her disdain and animosity towards him diminished significantly. During a previous interview with Lu Fan, she learned of the tragic circumstances he faced, his family shattered and burdened with over 200,000 in debt. Rather than succumbing to despair, he had rallied himself and revitalized the factory within mere days. This man was truly remarkable. Perhaps Lu Fan had been left with no choices, resorting to deception merely to salvage the factory's operations. He Shuang couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for him, her thoughts drifting in that direction. As Lu Fan spoke, he discreetly observed He Shuang's responses. Noticing her lack of righteous indignation or vengeful demeanor, he felt a slight sense of relief. When he finished speaking, He Shuang looked at him with a cheerful smile and said, "If Mr. Lu agrees to one condition, I will consider our previous encounter as if it never occurred." What do you say? Lu Fan disliked the sensation of being coerced, yet he found himself with no alternative. With his vulnerabilities in He Shuang's grasp, he maintained a facade of tranquility and inquired, "What is it you wish to propose?" With a smile, He Shuang replied, "Our television station intends to produce a program aimed at exposing counterfeit merchandise, particularly targeting brand clothing agents. However, we have struggled to find a breakthrough. I kindly ask for Mr. Lu's assistance in this matter." Upon hearing He Shuang's request, Lu Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. This was not a daunting task for him at all. After the festival, I shall travel to Jiangxing to assist you in resolving this matter. Lu Fan readily agreed. "Thank you, General Manager Lu. Let us commence the interview," He Shuang said, seizing the opportunity as she called in her colleagues, including Wu Jun. Wu Jun cast a disapproving glance at Lu Fan, feeling perturbed by He Shuang's preference to converse with Lu Fan while avoiding him. Lu Fan gestured to He Shuang and remarked, "I shall only partake in a written interview. As for television appearances, it would be more appropriate for you to interview our company's general manager." With that, Lu Fan instructed Chun Dazhuang to summon Yang Hongbin, who would represent Jiangbei Food Company for the television interview. He Shuang surmised that Lu Fan's reluctance to appear publicly stemmed from a fear of being recognized by deceived individuals, and thus she did not press the matter further, opting to conduct a written interview with him. Wu Jun adjusted his glasses, activated the recording device, and inquired, "General Manager Lu, as far as I am aware, a month ago you were not only destitute, but also heavily in debt, correct?" Lu Fan nodded affirmatively. Wu Jun continued, "Your swift turnaround is quite remarkable. Some allege that your rapid rise is due to engaging in unscrupulous competition with rather unsavory tactics. Is there any truth to this?" Lu Fan frowned. Sensing Wu Jun's hostility, it appeared the young man was eager to provoke him. "This is purely slanderous. I can assure you that my canned food factory was vandalized and my family harassed. I possess evidence to substantiate my claims. I can state with full conviction that I have never engaged in such conduct, nor would I ever stoop to it," Lu Fan declared with resolute firmness. After addressing several questions posed by Wu Jun and He Shuang, he allowed Yang Hongbin to take his place for the interview. He Shuang asked, "General Manager Yang, what are your plans for the future development of Jiangbei Food Factory?" Yang Hongbin straightened his attire and responded calmly before the camera. "Our primary objective is to delve deeply into the provincial canned goods market while ensuring exemplary service for our consumers. Additionally, we plan to venture into the realms of children's health foods and health beverages." Yang Hongbin spoke eloquently, concluding with the proclamation, "Jiangbei Food, born for the health of consumers." He Shuang was puzzled as to why both Lu Fan and Yang Hongbin emphasized this statement. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Fan had previously informed Yang Hongbin of the intention to establish a green and health-oriented ethos for Jiangbei Food Company, aiming to instill this concept deeply within the consumers' minds. That evening, Jiangbei County Television broadcasted the news of the bankruptcy of Fengyuan Can Factory and the establishment of Jiangbei Food Company. On screen, Lu Fan, clad in a suit and tie, stood at the podium, beaming with delight as he announced, Jiangbei Food Company is officially established. Lu Fan, Chen Zhong, Li Qiang, and Yang Hongbin collectively cut the ribbon, amidst the celebratory sounds of firecrackers. The business community of Jiangbei County and numerous citizens were taken aback upon witnessing the news. They could scarcely fathom that the once dominant Fengyuan Can Factory had collapsed so spectacularly. Even more astonishing was the realization that Lu Fan, within the span of merely 1 month, not only turned Jiangbei Can Factory from loss to profit, but also absorbed Fengyuan Can Factory, transforming Zhou Feng from a millionaire into a beggar. This truly resembles a real-life rendition of Hamlet, captivating the audience immensely. Many young women, upon seeing Lu Fan on television, were instantly enchanted. With his youth, charm, and successful career, such an exceptional young man is indeed a rarity. In the office of the Panlong Lake Food Company in Jiangxing, General Manager Lei Yiming and Zhou Feng sat on the sofa, their eyes ablaze with fury as they watched Lu Fan on the screen. Lei Yiming's countenance darkened. This fellow Lu Fan intends to venture into the children's food and beverage market. He seeks to compete with me for market share. This despicable scoundrel is bound to stir up trouble again. Zhou Feng downed his drink in one gulp, cursing in anger. Presently, Zhou Feng had lost not only his company to Lu Fan, but also his wife, who had cast him out, leaving him utterly destitute. With a glimmer of inspiration, Lei Yiming refilled Zhou Feng's glass, saying, Brother Zhou, while Lu Fan may seem triumphant, dealing with him is not insurmountable. Zhou Feng's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he promptly inquired, President Lei, do you have any brilliant strategies? Please enlighten me. Lei Yiming glanced at Zhou Feng, savoring his Maotai liquor, and replied, Firstly, did you not mention that Lu Fan resorted to underhanded tactics to monopolize the canned food market in Jiangbei County? You could take the initiative to report him to the city for engaging in speculative practices, thereby disrupting the normal market order. Zhou Feng hesitated, offering a wry smile. President Lei, the charge of speculation had some weight 3 to 5 years ago, but the government hardly invokes it now. Will this truly be effective against Lu Fan? Lei Yiming smiled faintly. Of course, it won't be enough to take Lu Fan down, but it could certainly create some complications for him. ISNT Secretary Lu of the County Committee opposed to a market economy? We can provide him with a pretext to take action against Lu Fan. Moreover, didn't you mention that Director Liang of the County Grain Bureau greenlit Lu Fan's can factory for grain procurement? You could report that Lu Fan bribed Director Liang, and that would spell significant trouble for him. Zhou Feng nodded. That old rascal Liang Hongda promised me he wouldn't accept grain from the Jiangbei Can Factory, but he ultimately reneged. He must have received considerable benefits from Lu Fan to be so partial to him. Finally, Lei Yiming stated, also, didn't we conclude that the Jiangbei Can Factory lacks the means to hire the Little Tiger team as spokespeople? We could report Lu Fan for false advertising. After finishing his drink, Zhou Feng huffed angrily. I've long suspected that Lu Fan was up to no good regarding the Little Tiger team endorsement. But I've been unable to contact those celebrities. Otherwise, I would have already tipped them off. Lei Yiming chuckled. It matters not that we cannot reach the Little Tiger team. Once the Jiangbei Can Factory's advertisement airs on television, it won't be long before their company becomes aware, and they will take it upon themselves to sue Lu Fan. Zhou Feng slammed his hand on the table. Excellent. We shall proceed as President Lei advises. Given your solid connections in the city, I must ask you to put in a good word for us. Lei Yiming nodded with a smile, having long wished to settle the score with Lu Fan, who had dared to insult him over the phone, displaying such arrogance and disdain. Chapter 0074. Truly delightful. After the acquisition of the Fengyuan Can Food Factory, the Jiangbei Food Factory monopolized the entire market of Jiangbei County, and the market dividends began to manifest. From the 28th onward, the business of Jiangbei Food Company was beyond description, so vibrant was its success. Although Lu Fan had restored the canning rebates to their original levels, much to the discontent of the distributors, who grumbled vocally, their actions betrayed their true sentiments. Each day before dawn, trucks of varying sizes queued outside the factory to procure goods. Truly delightful. The distributors flocked here not merely because it was the sole factory in the county, but more importantly, because the products of Jiangbei Food Company sold exceptionally well, ensuring their profits, especially after the advertisements aired on television. The populace of the county had firmly embraced the Jiangbei and Shuangxi brands. With the establishment of Jiangbei Food Company, new production lines were added, thereby quadrupling the production capacity of Jiangbei County. The previously dire shortage of canned goods in the local market was instantly reversed, and the surplus production could also cater to the equally thriving market of Jiangxing. At 7 o'clock on the evening of April 28th, the financial manager, Jiang Mingna, delivered the day's consolidated data to Lu Fan's office. On this day, all canned goods produced by the two factories of Jiangbei Food Company were snatched up by nearly 60 distributors. Among these, orders for ordinary canned goods reached 29,500 bottles, while orders for mug cans soared to 36,000 bottles, and the Dugwan Yuan gift cans totaled 20,000 boxes. The revenue from ordinary cans amounted to 5,900 yuan, from mug cans to 19,800 yuan, and from gift cans to 206,000 yuan, culminating in a total revenue of 231,700 yuan. Lu Fan calculated succinctly that the daily profit from the Jiangbei County market was approximately 160,000 yuan. To his astonishment, as he continued to read, he discovered that the 4 joint venture canneries in Jiangcheng had produced 65,000 mug cans and 25,000 boxes of gift cans, all of which had been ordered by over 30 distributors. Additionally, in cities such as Xiangfan, Yichang, Suizhou, Jingmen, and Huanggang, 12 joint venture canneries had manufactured 105,000 mug cans and 56,000 boxes of gift cans, all of which were rapidly purchased by distributors from these cities and surrounding counties. The total revenue from Jiangxing's orders reached 293,250 yuan, while the total from the 6 aforementioned cities amounted to 634,550 yuan. Together, the total revenue soared to 927,800 yuan. For each mug can, Jiangbei Food Company provided a rebate of 7 cents to the processing factories, and for each box of gift cans, a rebate of 10 cents was given. After deducting the rebates, the total revenue from Jiangxing and the other 6 cities still reached an astounding 900,000 yuan, with an estimated profit of around 630,000 yuan. Across the entirety of Tianjiang province, the total profit for the day was approximately 800,000 yuan. Observing the data in Lu Fan's hands, Yang Hongbin, Chen Dezhuang, and Gao Dawei were flushed with excitement, for they were truly on the brink of great fortune. Gao Dawei, filled with excitement, addressed Lu Fan. Chairman, based on feedback from various markets, even if the 17 or 18 joint canning factories produce at full capacity, they still cannot meet the demand of the entire Tianjiang province market. Perhaps we should seek out a few more subcontractors to expand production? Chen Dezhuang hastily added, Indeed, Chairman, if we continue to scale up production, our daily profits could reach at least 1 million. Noticing the eager glint in everyone's eyes, Lu Fan chuckled and shook his head. No, we must not expand production further. With the holiday approaching, the market is certainly bustling. However, after the festivities, demand will wane. We should not only refrain from increasing production, but also gradually decrease it to avoid overcapacity. Yang Hongbin nodded in agreement. The chairman's reasoning is sound. In these days leading up to the holiday, we will produce at full throttle, but starting May 3rd, we must inform all joint canning factories to gradually reduce output to prevent product backlog. Lu Fan instructed Yang Hongbin and Chen Dezhuang, I leave this matter in your capable hands. Even if there is a temporary supply shortage, we must avoid accumulating unsold products. Otherwise, our profits will be tied up in inventory, which is unwise. Understood, Chairman, Yang Hongbin and Chen Dezhuang replied in unison. Lu Fan estimated that, like today, daily profits would hover around 800,000, potentially lasting until May 2nd, a total of 5 days. May 3rd marks the last day of the holiday, and orders from various regions would undoubtedly plummet, making it fortunate if profits reached 300,000 by then. Moreover, in the days surrounding the holiday, many canning factories would likely catch on and emulate Jiangbei Food Factory, producing cup cans and gift cans at lower prices. Consequently, Jiangbei Food Factory's orders would further decline, and Lu Fan would consider himself lucky if daily profits were merely in the tens of thousands. Nevertheless, even so, Lu Fan calculated that by then, He would have approximately 5 million in cash, enabling him to venture into the more lucrative realm of children's food and beverages, allowing him to continue thriving. I heard a new private restaurant has opened in the county town. Today marks the company's inauguration. Let us go celebrate. I shall treat you all, Lu Fan announced as he prepared to lock away over 200,000 in cash in the safe. Wonderful. Thank you, Chairman. Yang Hongbin and Gao Dawei exclaimed joyfully. Lu Fan instructed Chen Dazhuang to summon Chen Jun, who was busy in the warehouse, and then called out to Jiang Mengna and Su Xiujuan, who were about to clock out, before hailing two vehicles at the factory entrance to head towards the town center. Chen Dazhuang rode his motorcycle, bringing Chen Jun to the Yulai restaurant across from the station. Yulai Restaurant is the first private establishment in Jiangbei County. Though the dinner hour had passed, the two-story establishment was still bustling with patrons, demonstrating a thriving business. After a brief wait, the group of 7 finally secured a table. Lu Fan directed everyone to order a dish each, and he added a plate of braised pork and wuchang fish. Once the meal arrived, Lu Fan requested 2 bottles of Huanggalu liquor and 2 bottles of soda, and they all joyfully began their feast together. Jiang Mingna and Su Xiujuan, who are not accustomed to alcohol, were not pressured by Lu Fan to drink. Instead, they were offered soda. The group raised their glasses in a toast to Lu Fan. Jiang Mingna took a few bites of food before separately toasting Lu Fan, saying, "Chairman, I am grateful for your decision to retain me today, which has spared me from unemployment. I toast to you." Lu Fan clinked his glass with Jiang Mingna's, responding, "Work diligently and manage the finances well. I shall not treat you unfairly." "Yes, Chairman," Jiang Mingna replied appreciatively, nodding before sharing a drink with him. Yang Hongbin personally poured a full glass for Lu Fan and, along with Gao Dawei, raised their glasses, saying, "Chairman, when we first arrived, we misunderstood you. We sincerely apologize and ask for your forgiveness." With that, Yang Hongbin and Gao Dawei downed their glasses in one go. Lu Fan smiled, raising his glass to accompany them halfway, then placed it down, saying, "Mr. Yang, Mr. Gao, let bygones be bygones. From now on, we are brothers in the same trench, sharing both fortune and adversity." Indeed, sharing both fortune and adversity. Yang Hongbin and Gao Dawei nodded vigorously, offering another toast to Lu Fan. Su Xiujuan, holding a glass of juice, stood up and addressed Lu Fan, "Chairman, I don't drink alcohol, so I offer this soda in your honor. Thank you for the opportunity you have given me." Lu Fan chuckled and waved his hand. "No need to stand. Please sit. You have worked hard lately. I toast to you." Finally, Chen Dazhuang and Chen Jun raised their glasses, proclaiming, "Brother Xiaofan, we are with you for life. Cheers." Lu Fan smiled at the pair. "Let us all prosper together henceforth." With that, the 3 clinked their glasses and downed their drinks in unison. In the end, Lu Fan became quite intoxicated, aided by Chen Dazhuang and Chen Jun as they escorted him home, where he collapsed into bed and fell asleep. Chapter 0075. My wife is beautiful. It was only at 8 in the morning that Lu Fan awoke, feeling parched and suffering from a splitting headache. Rising from bed, he discovered that Gu Xiaoro and Xiao Xiao had already left, leaving him a note stating that she had taken Xiao Xiao to work and that breakfast had been prepared for him. A warm feeling spread through Lu Fan, mingled with a twinge of guilt, as he realized he had been preoccupied with company matters for days, returning home late and hardly engaging with Gu Xiaoro. Resolving to make amends, Lu Fan planned to take Gu Xiaoro and Xiao Xiao out for shopping or a trip once the company settled down in a few days. After refreshing himself, he retrieved a bowl of soy milk and a plate of soup dumplings from the stove, devouring them ravenously. After his meal, Lu Fan rode the motorcycle that Chen Dazhuang had left for him the previous night and returned to Jiangbei Food Company, embarking on another day of diligent work. Over the next 4 days, from April 29th to May 2nd, the company recorded daily revenues of approximately 1.2 million. On April 30th, Lu Fan instructed the finance department to distribute wages for April to the factory employees, amounting to over 16,000 yuan. By May 2nd, the finance team had settled accounts with various fruit suppliers and a glass bottle factory, totaling over 75,000 yuan. When it came time to close the books at 6 o'clock on May 2nd, Lu Fan calculated that the company's account held nearly 5.3 million yuan. On May 3rd, Lu Fan had not yet awakened. In a state of drowsiness, he felt Xiao Xiao perched atop him, her sweet voice chiming, "Daddy, it's time to get up." Instantly, Lu Fan sprang awake, embracing Xiao Xiao as they frolicked on the bed. Just as he planted a couple of kisses on her cherubic face, Gu Xiaoro entered with breakfast, cheerfully urging Lu Fan to rise and eat. Today, the company shouldn't be too busy. I'll take you both out for some fun. While holding Xiao Xiao, Lu Fan remarked as they ate. Oh, wonderful. Daddy finally has time to take me out. Xiao Xiao exclaimed joyfully, clapping her chubby little hands. Gu Xiaoro's heart swelled with happiness as well. During the hectic days leading up to the holiday, she and Lu Fan had scarcely exchanged a word. In the days preceding Labor Day, she had volunteered for extra shifts to earn a double salary to help with household expenses. Now, with the holiday lasting 3 days, their family finally had the opportunity to be together. After breakfast, Gu Xiaoro changed into a lovely lavender dress and applied a subtle touch of makeup. This stylish outfit was chosen by Lu Fan during a shopping trip in Jiangqing, and Gu Xiaoro had reserved it for special occasions. As she stepped out of the bedroom, taking dainty steps while adjusting the ruffled hem, she twirled before Lu Fan, her eyes sparkling with joy. Lu Fan, do I look nice? With her naturally exquisite features, rosy lips, and fair complexion enhanced by a hint of makeup, Gu Xiaoro appeared even more enchanting. The chic design of the Chanel dress accentuated her graceful figure, while the ruffled skirt gracefully highlighted her slender legs, leaving Lu Fan momentarily spellbound. Wife, you are stunning, Lu Fan exclaimed sincerely. Gu Xiaoro's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. It was the first time someone had lavished such unabashed praise upon her. She playfully shot Lu Fan a mock glare, then, blushing, lightly punched his chest with her fist. You, with your smooth talk, what if others hear and laugh? Laugh at what? My wife is beautiful. I would say it even in public, haha. You are so shameless. Gu Xiaoro lowered her head, her heart brimming with sweetness. Observing her bashfulness, Lu Fan chuckled. He knew she was shy, but had not anticipated her cheeks would redden so fiercely from a simple compliment at home. This woman was simply delightful, unable to resist. Lu Fan pulled Gu Xiaoro into an embrace, whispering near her delicate ear, Darling, you've worked hard lately. Today, I will treat you well. Gu Xiaoro trembled at the warmth and strength of his embrace, her face glowing like a ripe apple, radiant and inviting. Xiao Xiao, wide-eyed, chimed in from the side, Daddy. You're being shy. Daddy, hug Mommy. Gu Xiaoro hurriedly pushed Lu Fan away, stammering, what are you doing? The child is here. Laughter erupted in the room. Lu Fan couldn't help but burst into laughter, cradling Gu Xiaoro's delicate face in his hands and planting a gentle kiss on her rosy lips. My dear, let me take you to see our company. Gu Xiaoro's mind suddenly went blank, leaving her momentarily dazed, her body stiff as if struck by lightning. Before she finally regained her senses. Fortunately, they were at home. Otherwise, it would have been utterly embarrassing if someone had seen them. As Gu Xiaoro was lost in thought, Lu Fan picked up Xiao Xiao and took Gu Xiaoro's hand, leading her outside. Ah, is that you, Lu Fan? At the staircase, the landlord, Li Xiaoyan, exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him. Lu Fan, you're quite the sensation now. I saw you on television and in the newspapers. That Jiangbei food factory is yours, isn't it? Happy holidays, sisterly. Lu Fan greeted her with a smile and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for scaring away those 2 rascals that night. Why are you being so polite with me? Sisterly replied, hands on her hips, with a sense of camaraderie. You can rest assured while staying here. If those blind fools dare to come back, I'll chase them off again. Lu Fan and Gu Xiaoro expressed their thanks once more, then hopped on the motorcycle and made their way to Jiangbei Food Company. Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Lu. The employees in the company paused their tasks upon seeing Lu Fan, bowing to greet him. Good morning, Lu Fan responded with a smile to each one. Before parking the motorcycle at the entrance of the office building, he held Xiao Xiao and assisted Gu Xiaoro as they dismounted. Is this really our company? Gu Xiaoro gazed in astonishment at the spacious factory and tall office building, her mouth agape in disbelief. Lu Fan, holding her hand, said with a hint of pride, Xiaoro, this is the fruit of your husband's hard work over the past month. What do you think? So it's all true. Gu Xiaoro looked at Lu Fan with admiration in her beautiful eyes, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Over the past few days, she had heard numerous stories about Lu Fan and Jiangbei Food Factory from her colleagues, and she had thought they were exaggerating. She never imagined that Lu Fan had truly defeated Zhou Feng, swallowed his canning factory, and established a large company within just a month. Standing before everything, Gu Xiaoro felt as though she were in a dream, so surreal. Chapter 0076. Buying a new house. As Gu Xiaoro followed Lu Fan into the office building, she was once again taken aback by the spacious and luxurious office. Xiao Xiao, already brimming with joy, wriggled out of Lu Fan's arms, climbed onto the brown leather sofa, and began to bounce with glee. Gu Xiaoro scolded Xiao Xiao gently, urging her to come down, while Lu Fan chuckled and held Gu Xiaoro's hand as they sat down. Let her play. She enjoys it. So, I heard from my colleagues that you appeared on television with the county magistrate, and that is true too? Gu Xiaoro inquired, looking at Lu Fan. At that moment, Lu Fan remembered that he had sold their television to buy some liquor, and guilt washed over him. He nodded and replied, Xiaoro, we have money now. It's time to buy a new house. Let me take you to a place. Lu Fan stood up, holding Gu Xiaoro's hand, and was about to leave when he saw Chen Dazhuang, Yang Hongbin, and Gao Dawei entering. Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Chen Dazhuang exclaimed with delight. Upon seeing Gu Xiaoro, Yang Hongbin and Gao Dawei were momentarily captivated. They had not anticipated that Lu Fan's wife would be so strikingly beautiful, even surpassing the allure of television stars. Lu Fan introduced Gu Xiaoro to the group, and they exchanged warm greetings. How did the orders go today? Lu Fan asked as he took a seat with Xiao Xiao in his lap. Gao Dawei sighed and replied, Chairman, today's orders didn't even reach half of yesterday's. Alas, Chen Dazhuang echoed, the ordinary canned goods barely met half of yesterday's figures, while the cup cans might only account for 40% of yesterday's sales. And if the gift cans reach 30%, we would consider ourselves fortunate. Lu Fan had anticipated such a situation, maintaining a calm demeanor as he responded. This is quite normal. Post-holiday, the sales of canned goods will significantly decline, and naturally, the distributors will not procure goods as they did before. Yang Hongbin added, Chairman, I notified all factories last night to reduce the production capacity of cup cans and gift cans by 40%. Lu Fan nodded approvingly, excellent. In addition to reducing production, we should also lower the wholesale prices appropriately to increase the rebates for the distributors. Yang Hongbin, Chen Dazhuang, and Gao Dawei acknowledged his directives and proceeded to carry them out. With one arm cradling Xiao Xiao and the other holding Gu Xiaoro's hand, Lu Fan stepped out of the office. Come, I will show you around the company, and then we shall go house hunting. Gu Xiaoro hastily withdrew her hand from Lu Fan's. Her cheeks flushed as she whispered, We are in public. Please refrain from such gestures, or we shall become the subject of laughter. Lu Fan chuckled and, holding Xiao Xiao, led Gu Xiaoro on a tour of the company. Wherever they went, employees greeted them respectfully, and upon seeing the stunning Gu Xiaoro, many were momentarily taken aback, reflecting on how their chairman and his wife truly embodied the notion of a perfect couple, reminiscent of celestial partners described in literature. Observing the admiration of his colleagues, Lu Fan felt a profound sense of pride. After all, having such a beautiful wife like Gu Xiaoro by his side was a source of great honor. Amidst the envious gazes, Lu Fan rode his motorcycle, taking Gu Xiaoro and Xiao Xiao away from the company to withdraw 60,000 yuan from the industrial and commercial bank. It was Gu Xiaoro's first encounter with such a large sum of money, and she couldn't help but gasp, her eyes widening in astonishment. Lu Fan, is this all money earned by our company? Lu Fan smiled, stuffing the 6 bundles of colorful notes into his bag. I have already stated that from now on, I shall take care of earning a living, while you and our daughters simply enjoy a good life. After exiting the bank, Lu Fan took Gu Xiaoro and Xiao Xiao to the Water's Edge Garden community beside Shishui River Park. Just over 10 days ago, he had visited this place with Chen Dazhuang and rented an apartment, which was temporarily used as accommodations for Yang Hongbin and Gao Dawei. Today, Lu Fan intended to purchase another apartment, planning to move out of the shabby dormitory that was rife with disorder, especially since it was known to Zhu Feng and those creditors, making it rather unsafe. Xiaoro, do you like the houses here? Lu Fan parked his motorcycle at the entrance of the sales office and inquired, gazing at the rows of pristine 6-story buildings. Gu Xiaoro's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, Lu Fan, the houses here are so beautiful. Since you like them, let us choose one, Lu Fan replied, taking Gu Xiaoro's hand and leading her into the sales office, requesting a guide to show them around. After more than an hour of touring 4 different layouts, Lu Fan and Gu Xiaoro ultimately selected a 3-bedroom apartment, facing south and situated close to the Shishui River on the 3rd floor. In the early 1990s, Zhongbei County had yet to see the advent of true commercial housing. This community was constructed under the name of the Electric Power Bureau, but was available for external sale. The apartment they chose, measuring 97 square meters, cost just over 43,000 yuan, which Lu Fan paid in full on the spot, signing the contract without hesitation. Even upon receiving the keys to their new home, Gu Xiaoro felt as if she were dreaming. The happiness had come so suddenly that she struggled to comprehend it. Xiaoro, let's make a list of what we need for the house. I will take you to shop for them, Lu Fan suggested. Gu Xiaoro counted on her fingers. We need 3 beds, 1, 8 meters, and 2, 1. 5 meters will suffice. Each bedroom should have a wardrobe, a table, and a chair. Lu Fan, can I have a vanity in our room? She looked up at him with eager anticipation. Of course, whatever you desire, I shall procure for you. Lu Fan replied with a smile, holding her hand. And for cosmetics, I can take you to choose a couple of sets shortly. Gu Xiaoro hastily responded, that's unnecessary. I'm not an actress, so why bother with makeup? It's a waste of money. Who says that only actresses can adorn themselves? Lu Fan teased. My wife is so beautiful. With just a little enhancement, she would outshine even those on television. Haha. Gu Xiaoro's cheeks flushed, her heart brimming with sweetness. The couple deliberated in their new home before heading to the furniture market, where they selected a complete set of furnishings including beds, wardrobes, vanities, sofas, and coffee tables. Finally, Lu Fan took Gu Xiaoro to the appliance market to choose a color television. In the store, several brands were on display. Northern brands primarily included Haier and Hisense, while the southern market featured brands like Konka and others, along with the well-regarded Sichuan brand, Changhong. After thorough research, Lu Fan discovered that the most popular model was the 29-inch color television, colloquially known as the big color TV. The domestic prices for this size range from 4,500 to 5,000 yuan, while imported brands from Japan and Europe were priced between 10,000 to 12,000, revealing a stark contrast. Those Westerners and Easterners are truly outrageous. Lu Fan muttered in frustration. Chapter 0077. Let us have a child in his previous life. Lu Fan had learned that during the 1990s, China's electronics industry lagged significantly behind foreign counterparts. Televisions were merely rudimentary electronic devices, and the country was unable to produce more advanced equipment, relying entirely on imports. In the present day, China finds itself in a phase of technological blockade imposed by the West. The United States, Europe, and Japan have united to prohibit the export of advanced technologies to China, refusing to sell even for exorbitant sums. Lu Fan once came across a survey indicating that in the early 1990s, the number of televisions in China exceeded 37 million, translating to roughly 1 television for every 30 individuals. However, this figure merely represents an average. In many rural areas, a village might possess only 1 or 2 televisions, with hundreds or even thousands of people sharing a single set. Consequently, during the early 1990s, there existed a market gap of over 1 million color televisions annually in China, which ballooned to 4 to 5 million units by 1993 and 1994. Throughout the entire decade, China was fervently striving to catch up with the West amidst technological isolation, predominantly resorting to imitation. This led to a prevailing perception of domestic products as low-end, with the sole exception being home appliances. Soon, China was poised for its first industrial upgrade, primarily focusing on televisions, refrigerators, and precision steel. With significant advancements in core technologies and steel production capabilities achieved in the ensuing years. From the onset of the reform and opening up policy until the early 1990s, foreign brands and smuggled products flourished in China, but in a few years, domestic appliances began to dominate the market. By 1996 and 1997, 1/5 of the world's affordable home appliances were produced in China. It was from this wave that industrial upgrades began to occur every decade, each phase resulting in the elimination of certain companies, while simultaneously giving rise to a new class of affluent individuals. Presently, it is a significant opportunity period for the home appliance industry, and venturing into the television sector seems promising, Lu Fan mused quietly. Initially, Lu Fan had intended to spend around 10,000 yuan on an imported television, but Gu Xiaoro vehemently opposed this, unwilling to part with the money. Ultimately, they purchased a 29-inch Haier television for just over 4,800 yuan. Lu Fan held a favorable view of this domestic brand, as in his previous life. Haier had successfully penetrated the European and American markets, becoming one of the world's top 3 white goods brands, thus bringing glory to the nation. After selecting the television, Lu Fan took Gu Xiaoro and Xiao Xiao to buy a washing machine and a refrigerator. As noon approached, they hurried to the Yulai restaurant for a lavish meal. Xiao Xiao, brimming with excitement, clamored for meat. Lu Fan ordered a plate of hand-pulled chicken, a plate of braised pork, a plate of wuchang fish, and a serving of vegetables. He was about to order a portion of beef and potatoes when Gu Xiaoro intervened. Lu Fan, have you lost your mind? These dishes are already over 10 yuan each, and you still want to order beef? How will we finish it all? Xiao Xiao began to whine, crying out for beef. You little rascal, stop making a fuss. Gu Xiaoro reprimanded Xiao Xiao. If the child desires it, let us order it. It's a rare occasion for our family to dine out together. Lu Fan lifted Xiao Xiao onto his lap, and with a smile, he ordered the beef, which made Xiao Xiao beam with joy. Gu Xiaoro shot Lu Fan a glance, saying, You just spoil the child, there's no one like you. Despite her words, seeing Lu Fan dote on Xiao Xiao filled her heart with happiness, and the family enjoyed their meal together, reveling in the moment. After finishing their meal and settling the bill of nearly $20, Gu Xiaoro felt a pang of regret, as this dinner consumed a significant portion of their family's living expenses for half a month. Reluctantly, they ventured to the department store, where Lu Fan selected several sets of bedding. In the end, he also purchased a set of cosmetics for Gu Xiaoro, leaving her with a mix of joy and financial concern. Upon returning to Shuyanji Yuan, they waited briefly for the delivery of furniture and appliances. After over an hour of diligent work, the delivery men completed the installation. The spacious and bright new abode filled them both with happiness. Sitting on the soft sofa, Gu Xiaoro felt as though she were in a dream. Everything seemed so surreal. Just a month ago, she and Lu Fan were burdened with a debt of 200,000, residing in a modest tenement, struggling for their next meal amid dire living conditions. Now, Lu Fan had not only revitalized the canned goods factory, but had also made a substantial profit, enabling them to purchase a home outright and ushering them into a life of modest comfort. What felt most dreamlike to Gu Xiaoro was the transformation of Lu Fan, who, a month prior, was a man consumed by vices, drinking, gambling, and abusing his wife. Now, he was tender, family-oriented, and prosperous. With adoring eyes, Gu Xiaoro gazed at Lu Fan, feeling an unfamiliar yet magnetic allure emanating from him. Suddenly, she realized that she had fallen deeply in love with Lu Fan, the man who cared for her so attentively. As Lu Fan adjusted the television and brought a plate of grapes for her and little Xiao, Gu Xiaoro shyly spoke up, Lu Fan, now that little Xiao has grown, what if we consider having another child? Lu Fan paused, his heart racing. Gu Xiaoro's hint was unmistakable. Was she suggesting they consummate their marriage? However, he was in no rush to have another child. At just 21, he was in the prime of his career and thought it best to wait until his career was more stable. Well, Xiaoro, we have little Xiao for now. Let us wait a couple of years before having another child, he replied, taking her hand. Tears welled in Gu Xiaoro's beautiful eyes as she looked at him. Lu Fan, are you upset with me for refusing to consummate our marriage? Lu Fan quickly embraced her. Silly girl, how could I be angry? You did nothing wrong. It's my fault. Confused, Gu Xiaoro asked, but why do you refuse to have another child? I feel like you're upset with me and unwilling to consummate our marriage. With that, she began to cry, feeling unjustly wronged. Lu Fan, who dreaded seeing a woman in tears, felt a surge of panic. After a moment's thought, he lifted Gu Xiaoro into his arms. You silly woman. I said we should wait for a child, not that we shouldn't be intimate. Why are you crying? He carried her delicate form toward the bedroom. Oh, what are you doing? Gu Xiaoro gasped, struggling in his embrace. You little temptress, weren't you just asking to consummate our marriage? Your husband is here to fulfill your wishes. Lu Fan replied with a playful grin, his heart racing as he kissed her fragrant, delicate face. Are you out of your mind? It's broad daylight. Let me down, please. Gu Xiaoro protested, her face flushed with embarrassment. Bad daddy, don't bully mama. I'll kick you. Little Xiao, who had been watching television, rushed over and began to kick Lu Fan's leg. Lu Fan, the child is still here. Please refrain from such behavior. I promise to make it up to you tonight. Gu Xiaoro's face was as red as a ripe apple, radiating an adorable charm. Lu Fan couldn't help but chuckle. He had completely forgotten about little Xiao, who was indeed quite the burden. Reluctantly, Lu Fan set Gu Xiaoro down and planted a kiss on her jade-like forehead. I need to stop by the company to check on today's orders. I'll be back tonight to see how to handle you. Gu Xiaoro trembled slightly at his unabashed words, her heart fluttering with anticipation. Chapter 0078. Lu Fan's grand plan. I'll head to the rented apartment to tidy up and bring some things over, Gu Xiaoro said, arranging her disheveled hair. Her cheeks still flushed. Lu Fan nodded. All right, but only bring over the essentials. We can discard the rest and buy new. How can we do that? Buying everything new would cost a fortune. Gu Xiaoro lamented, recalling the nearly 60,000 yuan spent that day, which pained her heart. Lu Fan pulled out 1,000 yuan from his wallet and pressed it into Gu Xiaoro's hands. Xiaoro, our family is doing well now. Feel free to spend. Do not hold back. With that, Lu Fan rode his motorcycle toward the Jiangbei food factory. As expected, the sight of distributor trucks queuing to load goods had vanished. By 6 in the evening, as the accounts were settled, the orders for ordinary canned goods, cup cans, and gift cans had decreased by more than half compared to previous days, totaling 105,300 yuan. The orders from Jiang City and 8 other cities, including Huang'an, Xiangfan, Yichang, Suizhou, Jingmen, and Huanggang, had also diminished significantly. On May 3rd alone, the total revenue for the entire Tianjiang province reached 634,550 yuan. Combined with the earlier figures, the total revenue amounted to 436,200 yuan. Lu Fan calculated that, after deducting the rebates to the joint factories, the profit for the day across the province was approximately 300,000 yuan. He was satisfied with this figure, as it aligned closely with his expectations. After reconciling the accounts with Jiang Mengna, Lu Fan locked the cash in the safe, preparing to deposit it into the company account the following day. Yang Hongbin Gao Dawei, Chen Dazhuang, and Chen Jun entered Lu Fan's office one after another, greeting him. Chairman, I received reports from the distributors in Jiang City, Yichang, and Xiangfan. They discovered yesterday that several varieties of cup cans and gift cans appeared in the market, almost identical to ours, but priced nearly 30% lower. Yang Hongbin hurriedly reported upon entering. Hearing this, Chen Dazhuang became agitated, exclaiming, "These scoundrels are utterly shameless. Isn't this just piracy of our products?" Chen Jun added indignantly, Chairman, we can take legal action against them. Lu Fan nonchalantly remarked, let them pirate if they wish. It is an inevitability. Even if we win a lawsuit, the monetary compensation will be minimal, hardly justifying the time wasted. Having experienced the market of Huagua in the 1990s, Lu Fan was acutely aware of the rampant counterfeit and pirated goods. At that time, the protection of intellectual property rights in Huagua was not yet legislated, and market regulation was far from adequate. He vividly recalled how, after Waha launched its nutritious beverage, the market exploded, prompting local drink manufacturers to swiftly produce similar products. These imitations bore striking resemblances to the authentic product, often differing by only a single character in the name. Some were labeled as Nutritious Express, while others bore titles like Nutritious Rapid Line. Consumers, lacking discernment, were easily deceived. Ironically, in some regions, these counterfeit goods were sold at prices exceeding those of the genuine article. For instance, a bottle of authentic Nutritious Express retailed for 3 yuan, while its imitation fetched 3 yuan and 50 cents. Certain local governments, in a bid to bolster the local economy, turned a blind eye to these counterfeit products, allowing them to circulate freely in small counties and rural areas. Consequently, Waha faced a barrage of complaints from consumers, tallying nearly 10,000 annually. Disturbed by this, Waha collaborated multiple times with the Hangzhou Municipal Bureau of Industry and Commerce to combat counterfeiting, spending over 10 million annually on these efforts, yet with little effect. After the holidays, the influx of imitations would only increase, causing a temporary lull in the market. However, with the arrival of summer, canned goods and beverages would once again experience a surge in demand. During this period of market stagnation, we shall focus on deeply cultivating the provincial market while simultaneously innovating our products, particularly in the realm of children's food and beverages. Ideally launching them by the end of the month, Lu Fan proposed. Yang Hongbin pondered for a moment before responding, Chairman, I support the company's venture into children's food and beverages, but isn't the timeline a bit too ambitious? Gao Dawei added, Indeed, Chairman. Developing a mature food and beverage product typically requires several months. We cannot rush this process. Lu Fan shook his head, asserting, it is not too fast at all. I have already planned several children's food and beverage products that are destined to be immensely popular upon their market release. You must all keep pace with me. No one is permitted to lag behind. Understood, Chairman. Faced with Lu Fan's unwavering resolve, Yang Hongbin and Gao Dawei reluctantly acquiesced. They were puzzled by Lu Fan's formidable confidence in the potential success of the children's food and beverages he envisioned, akin to the explosive popularity of canned goods. Yet, Lu Fan possessed an unshakable belief in his strategy. For him, Months of product development were unnecessary, as he could simply reintroduce products that had already been market-tested and proven successful in his previous life. Chen Dazhuang and Qin Jun held an unwavering trust in Lu Fan, boldly proclaiming, "Chairman, whatever you decide, we will follow your lead." Lu Fan nodded and addressed the group. "Now that our finances are robust, there are two matters that require urgent attention. First, we must reach out to the relevant departments such as land and commerce to acquire our factory and the surrounding 100 acres of land, thereby expanding the canning facility to increase production capacity. This task will be overseen by General Manager Yang. Second, we should investigate the major food and beverage factories in Jiangqing, especially those with equipment and technology, but lacking in market sales, and negotiate acquisition deals with them. This responsibility will fall to Director Gao." Yang Hongbin and Gao Dawei nodded in agreement, but then expressed their concerns. "However, Chairman, purchasing land and constructing a factory will require at least 2 to 3 million in funds, and acquiring even a medium-sized food factory will necessitate at least 7 to 8 million. We simply do not have that much capital." Lu Fan contemplated the situation. "In that case, we shall first acquire the land and then use it as collateral to secure a bank loan, which should yield approximately 1 million. Yang Hongbin calculated briefly and remarked, "Even if we earn 200,000 daily this month, by the end of the month, we will still face a funding shortfall of over 1 million, making the launch of new products quite challenging." Gao Dawei, Chen Dazhuang, and Qin Jun frowned. Over 1 million was no trivial amount. Nonetheless, Lu Fan dismissed their concerns. "Just follow my arrangements. I will handle the financial matters." Seeing Lu Fan's confidence, Yang Hongbin and Chen Dazhuang felt reassured, knowing Lu Fan's resourcefulness. For him, a shortfall of over 1 million was not a significant issue. As Lu Fan and his team were filled with ambition, ready to forge ahead, an unexpected storm quietly approached, disrupting Lu Fan's progress entirely. Chapter 0079. The anonymous whistleblower letter. On the morning of May 4th, an urgent meeting was convened by the Jiangbei County Committee. The Deputy Secretary of the County Committee and County Mayor Chen Zheng, along with the Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee Dai Qinglin, the Secretary of the County Discipline Inspection Commission Zheng Yulan, and Executive Vice Mayor Tang Yi, arrived successively in the large conference room. The County Secretary Lu Zhong was the last to enter, his expression grave as he took his seat and heavily placed his teacup on the table. Scanning the room, let us commence the meeting. The purpose of today's gathering is to address an urgent matter. Secretary Zhong, please provide an introduction. Zheng Yulan took a sip of tea, setting down her cup as she explained. Upon commencing work today, I received a whistleblower letter forwarded by the petition department from Zhou Feng, the general manager of Yuan Feng Canning Factory. The letter outlines 3 main allegations. First, it accuses Jiangbei Food Company, Limited of engaging in speculative practices, employing unfair competition methods that disrupt the normal market order in Jiangbei County. Second, it alleges that Jiangbei Food Company, Limited has bribed leaders in the Jiangbei County Grain Bureau, thereby receiving preferential treatment in grain procurement. Third, it claims that Jiangbei Food Company, Limited has engaged the Little Tigers team for false advertising. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhong's face darkened as he queried, "How should we handle this matter? I invite everyone to share their thoughts." Chen Zheng cleared his throat and inquired of Zheng Yulan, Secretary Zheng, "Did Zhou Feng provide any evidence to support his claims against Jiangbei Food Company, Limited?" Zheng Yulan shook her head. Zhou Feng did not provide any evidence. Chen Jinghe smiled nonchalantly, stating, "Without any evidence, I believe this matter is not worth discussing. We should simply follow the standard investigation procedures." Lu Zhong countered, "I believe we should conduct a thorough investigation. If Jiangbei Food Company is innocent, we can restore their reputation. If they are guilty, we must impose severe penalties. We cannot allow anyone to engage in opportunistic behavior or bribe corrupt officials." Dai Qinglin cleared his throat and remarked, "I believe Secretary Lu makes a valid point. Zhou Feng's whistleblowing is in his real name. We cannot turn a blind eye to it. I suggest we detain the legal representative of Jiangbei Food Company for a serious investigation and order them to cease production for rectification." Tang Yi disagreed, saying, "We cannot arbitrarily detain a company's legal representative based solely on an anonymous complaint without evidence, nor can we hastily suspend their operations. The higher authorities have repeatedly emphasized ensuring employment for laid-off workers and migrant laborers. If Jiangbei Food Company halts production, what will happen to their 300 employees?" Lu Zhong sipped his tea, his expression grave, and said, Everyone has a point. Since Zhou Feng's report isn't his real name, we must investigate and provide a reasonable explanation to the whistleblower. At the same time, we must enforce policies to guarantee employment for the citizens. Therefore, Jiangbei Food Company can continue its normal operations, while we detain their legal representative to cooperate with the relevant departments in the investigation. Ultimately, Lu Zhong proposed a show of hands to vote. Lu Zhong, Dai Qinglin, and Zheng Yulan were in favor, while Chun Jinghe and Lu Fan reluctantly acquiesced. Sensing his dominance over Chun Jinghe, Lu Zhong felt a surge of triumph. He tossed a newspaper onto the table, pointing to the article titled "The Gains and Losses of Soviet Economic Reform" with a look of indignation. Everyone has seen this article published by Chun Ku in the provincial newspaper. It's sheer nonsense. Upon hearing Lu Zhong's words, those present quickly understood that while he appeared to be criticizing Chun Ku, his true target was Chun Jinghe. His intentions were far from innocent. Prior to the holiday, Lu Zhong had intended to exploit Zhou Feng's flight and the unrest at Fengyuan canning factory to undermine Chun Jinghe, who was a staunch supporter of the market economy. However, to his surprise, Chun Jinghe managed to persuade Lu Fan to take over Fengyuan canning factory within a day, effectively resolving the crisis and gaining significant media exposure. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Jinghe also appointed a deputy director to the previously Lu Zhong-controlled Bureau of Industry and Commerce, greatly boosting the morale of his reformist allies. Later, Lu Zhong learned that it was indeed Chun Jinghe's secretary, Chun Ku, who facilitated the collaboration between Chun Jinghe and Lu Fan. Lu Zhong had always aimed to remove Chun Jinghe's supporters one by one and had been exerting pressure on him. Today, having finally caught an opportunity, he would not let it slip away. Chun Jinghe, undeterred, gazed at Lu Zhong and replied, "Secretary Lu, the article The Gains and Losses of Soviet Economic Reform was co-authored by Chun Ku and myself. As we all know, our country has been reforming and opening up for 13 years. Yet the development of the market economy remains exceedingly sluggish. It is utterly laughable that some still indiscriminately label others with the crime of opportunism. Therefore, I firmly believe that it is imperative to further deepen the reform of the market economy. Only through such reforms can the market economy flourish. However, while we learn from the Western model of market economy, we must constantly remind ourselves to remain vigilant against the insidious encroachment of Western capitalist ideologies. The Soviet Union indeed offers valuable lessons in many respects, yet in this particular aspect, their performance was lacking." Chun Jinghe spoke eloquently, engaging in discourse for half an hour before finally addressing the audience. "If anyone finds any shortcomings in the article written by Chun Ku and myself, I welcome rebuttals or debates." Observing Chun Jinghe shouldering all the responsibility to protect Chun Ku, Lu Zhong refrained from challenging Chun Ku further. A single article was insufficient to suppress Chun Jinghe entirely. Clearing his throat, Lu Zhong stated, "As for the veracity of your article, I trust that the provincial authorities will render a judgment. Let us conclude today's meeting." With that, Lu Zhong rose, cup in hand, and departed. In the office of Jiangbei Food Company, Limited, Chairman Lu Fan devoted half the morning to drafting the month's plans. He assigned responsibilities for land acquisition, production expansion, and bank loans to Yang Hongbin, while Gao Dawei was tasked with investigating potential food factories and negotiating acquisitions. Chen Dazhuang and Chen Jun were primarily responsible for the production and shipment of Jiangbei Food Company and its 18 affiliated canning factories. Lu Fan had numerous responsibilities this month, with three primary objectives. First, to assist He Shuaiying in finding a breakthrough to complete her anti-counterfeiting program. Second, to select and develop several types of children's food and beverages in preparation for market launch by the end of the month. Although Lu Fan had tasted many popular children's snacks and drinks in his previous life, he recognized that knowing what tastes good and actually developing those products are two distinct endeavors. Third, to achieve the expansion of the canning factory and the acquisition of children's food and beverage factories, as well as to bring new products to market. Lu Fan faced a funding shortfall of over 1 million. He needed to devise a solution. None of these tasks could be accomplished easily, and Lu Fan felt overwhelmed. Just as he completed his planning, there was a knock at the office door, and 2 police officers along with a member of the county disciplinary committee entered. Chapter 0080. Taken into custody upon entering, the officers inquired, "Comrade, are you Lu Fan, the chairman of Jiangbei Food Company, Limited?" Lu Fan nodded, puzzled. "I am Lu Fan. How may I assist you?" One officer replied, "We have received reports alleging that your company is engaging in speculation bribery, and false advertising. Please convene all company executives to cooperate with our investigation. Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback, wondering who could be so malicious and ignorant as to level such accusations of speculation against him. He recalled that in the 1979 criminal law, there were 3 major offenses categorized as pocket crimes: speculation, hooliganism, and dereliction of duty. Following the promulgation of the new criminal law in 1997, the crime of speculation and profiteering was abolished, leaving behind the offense of illegal business operations. Speculation and profiteering primarily referred to the illicit pursuit of excessive profits through means such as hoarding, price manipulation, and reselling, a term that emerged during the heavily planned economy of the 1970s and 1980s. It is indeed absurd that, even in the 1990s, someone would still report others using this outdated charge. Lu Fan was well aware that his actions over the past month did not align with the definition of speculation and profiteering, and he felt no concern whatsoever. As for bribery, he harbored no anxiety about being investigated, having never engaged in such conduct with any government official. While false advertising did occur, it could merely be classified as a civil dispute. Should the Little Tigers sue him, compensation would suffice, and imprisonment would not be a consequence. With his thoughts racing, Lu Fan quickly regained his composure and summoned Yang Hongbin, Chen Dazhuang, Gao Daowei, and Qin Jun. Upon seeing the police, the 4 were momentarily bewildered, taking some time to grasp the situation. Damn, it must be that bastard Zhou Feng, envious of our thriving business, who falsely accused us. How shameless! Chen Dazhuang exclaimed indignantly. A staff member from the Disciplinary Inspection Commission requested the company's accounts, subsequently sealing the finance room and the safe. Lu Fan and the others were taken into a police vehicle to cooperate with the investigation. Once the police car departed, the company employees erupted into anxious discussions, fearing the sudden collapse of their newly stabilized workplace and the loss of their jobs. Soon, news of Lu Fan's detainment and the office's sealing spread throughout Jiangbei County, igniting a wave of astonishment among the populace. Some expressed sympathy, while others reveled in the misfortune, gleefully consuming the unfolding drama. Lu Fan is nothing but a capitalist engaged in speculation and profiteering. What rubbish! Just look at how exorbitantly he prices a mere can. Such a heartless individual deserves to be caught. Upon receiving the news from Chen Ku, Gu Xiaoro was immediately struck with fear, tears streaming as she grasped Chen Ku's hand, pleading, "Chen Ku, you are with the county committee. You must find a way to save Lu Fan." Chen Ku comforted her, "Sister-in-law, please don't cry. Brother Xiao Fan is merely at the police station to assist with inquiries. If there is nothing amiss, he will be released shortly. You must have faith in Lu Fan." Gu Xiaoro was distraught, her tears flowing like a broken dam. "I certainly believe in Brother Xiao Fan and Qin Jun. They will be fine." Chen Ku, feeling equally anxious, wiped away her tears and added, "Sister-in-law, I'm here to inform you that Brother Xiao Fan and the others will be resting at the police station tonight. Please prepare a few sets of toiletries. I will take them over shortly." With tears still in her eyes, Gu Xiaoro prepared 5 sets of toiletries for Chen Ku to deliver. Chen Ku, in a state of turmoil herself, had recently faced criticism from county leaders due to an article. Whether she could retain her position in the secretariat remained uncertain. Now, with Lu Fan and Qin Jun suddenly embroiled in trouble, she felt utterly helpless. At the county police station, Chen Ku was not permitted to visit Lu Fan and Qin Jun, and could only deliver items inside. Throughout the day, Lu Fan, Yang Hongbin, and Chen Dazhuang, along with 2 others, were subjected to a series of interrogations by personnel from the County Disciplinary Committee and the police department. Lu Fan categorically denied all allegations made by Zhou Feng. In the end, he presented a prepared endorsement contract signed between Jiangbei Food Factory and the agent of the Little Tiger team, along with the corresponding payment receipts, to the investigators. That night was destined to be one of insomnia for Lu Fan and his companions. However, for Lei Yiming and Zhou Feng, it was a moment of triumph. "Wonderful! That fellow Lu Fan has finally been apprehended. Ha ha ha!" Zhou Feng and Lei Yiming laughed heartily as they raised their glasses in celebration. Regrettably, Jiangbei Food Company had not been shut down, Zhou Feng lamented. Lei Yiming chuckled and replied, "Not to worry. I'll soon have a word with the leaders of the Municipal, Industrial, and Commercial Bureau to delay the case, keeping Lu Fan behind bars for a longer period. Lu Fan is the soul of Jiangbei Food Company. Without him, the company will descend into chaos within days. We shall seize the opportunity to acquire the factory. The market that Lu Fan painstakingly developed over the past month will soon be ours. Ha ha ha. Zhou Feng was elated and quickly raised his glass, exclaiming, Brother Lei, this strategy is brilliant. It will surely lead to Lu Fan's bankruptcy once again. I toast to you. In Donghu Meiyuan Community, Jiangqing City, after dinner, He Shuang was busy preparing her luggage. As per her agreement with Lu Fan, they were to travel to Shenzhen the next evening, where Lu Fan promised to help her gather evidence against several local malls selling counterfeit products. At that moment, the phone rang, and He Jinhua set aside his newspaper to answer it. After a brief conversation, he hung up, shaking his head with a sigh. Sun Qian, putting down her teacup, inquired, Old He, what is the matter? He Jinhua replied, The Jiangbei County Industrial and Commercial Bureau has reported that Jiangbei Food Company is in trouble. What? He Shuang was startled. What has happened to Jiangbei Food Company? He Jinhua explained, There has been a formal complaint stating that Jiangbei Food Company is engaged in speculative practices, bribing officials, and false advertising. All shareholders of the company have been detained. Speculative practices? He Shuang laughed incredulously. What era are we in that such absurd charges still exist? He Jinhua continued, I've learned that the primary issue facing Jiangbei Food Company involves allegations of bribery and false celebrity endorsements. If the evidence of bribery is substantial, the legal representative of the company could face imprisonment. He Shuang felt bewildered, just as she was about to travel to Shenzhen with Lu Fan. This unforeseen circumstance had completely disrupted her plans. Dad, it's impossible that Jiangbei Food Company is involved in false endorsements. When I interviewed Lu Fan a few days ago, I raised this very concern, and he showed me the endorsement contract signed with the Little Tiger Team's agent. He Shuang said anxiously. He Jinhua nodded. Then it depends on whether Lu Fan has engaged in bribery. If he hasn't, he should be released soon. If he has, then he is in serious trouble. Chapter 81. The unfathomable thoughts. Upon hearing the words, He Shuang tossed her clothes aside and sank onto the sofa, pouting in frustration. Shuang, why aren't you tidying up? Aren't you supposed to go on a business trip to Shenzhen tomorrow? Sun Qian inquired, puzzled. Tidying up is pointless. Whether I can even leave tomorrow remains uncertain. Alas. He Shuang furrowed her brows and sighed deeply. What is the matter? What happened? Sun Qian asked. By the way, who are you going to Shenzhen with tomorrow? Is it Wu Jun? Oh, just stop asking. I'm already troubled. I'm going to rest in my room, He Shuang replied, turning away and closing the door behind her. What is wrong with your daughter, Lao He? Sun Qian turned to He Jinhua, who shook his head in confusion, equally perplexed by He Shuang's state. The next morning, Gu Xiaoro, cradling her child, Xiao Xiao, arrived at the county police station eager to visit Lu Fan, only to be denied entry. Reluctant to return home, she sat in the lobby, her anxiety over Lu Fan's serious predicament overwhelming her, prompting her to weep quietly. Xiao Xiao, bewildered by the situation, clung to Gu Xiaoro's neck, crying along with her. After more than an hour, Chun Ko hurriedly entered. Spotting him, Gu Xiaoro sprang to her feet, her beautiful eyes swollen from crying. Chun Ko, you must find a way to help Lu Fan, she implored, sobbing. Chun Ko quickly reassured her sister-in-law. I just finished a meeting at the county committee. I'm here to bring Xiao Fan and Chen Jun out. According to the laws of Huagua, Lu Fan and Chen Jun are merely cooperating with the investigation. If there is no evidence of illegal activity, they must be released within 24 hours. Overjoyed, Gu Xiaoro followed Chun Ku inside to complete the necessary paperwork as a family member. Shortly thereafter, Lu Fan, Chen Jun, Yang Hongbin, and Gao Dawei emerged, escorted by the police, each carrying their belongings. Upon seeing Lu Fan, Gu Xiaoro burst into tears and rushed into his embrace. Lu Fan, you scare me to death, she exclaimed. Lu Fan held Gu Xiaoro and her daughter close, gently patting her shoulder, smiling reassuringly. It's all right. I was merely cooperating with the investigation. See, everything is fine now, so stop crying. As they exited the police station, Gu Xiaoro noticed Chun Dazhuang was missing. Where's Dazhuang? Why didn't he come out with you? Lu Fan replied. Dazhuang is the legal representative of the company. He cannot leave until the investigation concludes. Rest assured, everything will be clarified soon, and Dazhuang will be fine. Yang Hongbin observed Lu Fan with a complex expression. Throughout the day and night, Lu Fan had remained remarkably composed. Yang Hongbin couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Fan had somehow anticipated today's events. Could it be that Lu Fan had appointed Chun Dazhuang as the legal representative precisely to avert such troubles? Yang Hongbin pondered in shock. If this was indeed part of Lu Fan's foresight, then the depths of Lu Fan's mind were indeed unfathomable and rather daunting. However, Lu Fan had no intention of harming Chen Dazhuang. He merely understood that in the course of a company's development, challenges would inevitably arise. If one were to assume the role of the legal representative, an incident akin to today's could easily lead to chaos within the company should one find themselves restrained. Therefore, Lu Fan appointed Chen Dazhuang as the company's legal representative, allowing him to steer the company from the outside, while also seeking ways to facilitate Chen Dazhuang's early release. After conversing with Chen Ku for a while, Lu Fan informed her of his impending business trip to Shenzhen and requested her assistance in monitoring Chen Dazhuang's situation. Concerned, Chen Ku replied, "Xiao Fan go. The company's accounts have been temporarily frozen. How will you manage in Shenzhen without funds? Shall I assist you by withdrawing some from the bank?" Lu Fan furrowed his brow. This indeed posed a dilemma. His journey to Shenzhen was not solely to assist He Shuang, but rather to thoroughly investigate and identify potential business opportunities at the forefront of China's reform and opening up. However, with the company suddenly under scrutiny and its funds inaccessible, even if he were to uncover opportunities in Shenzhen, they would be rendered futile. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Fan shook his head. "No need. I still have some money here. It will suffice. By the way, Xiao Ku, your dormitory is quite close to my new home. If you have time, do visit. It would be nice for you to keep your sister-in-law company. I will find a way to assist you with the troubles Wei Xiang has been causing at work." "Understood. Thank you, Xiao Fan go," Chen Ku replied sweetly. Upon returning to Jiangbei Food Company, Lu Fan addressed Yang Hongbin, Gao Dawai, and Shin Jun, saying, "You need not worry about Director Chen. Our company operates entirely within legal boundaries, without any speculation or bribery. Thus, he will be released shortly. Additionally, I will be heading to Shenzhen for about a week. You three must bear the burden during my absence, adhering to our prior arrangements and managing your respective responsibilities without allowing this incident to disrupt our momentum." "Yes, Chairman." Yang Hongbin, Shin Jun, and Gao Dawai nodded in agreement. Lu Fan left his motorcycle at the company and called for a taxi to take Gu Xiaoro and her daughter home. Upon arriving, Gu Xiaoro rushed into Lu Fan's embrace, reluctant to part, and said, "Lu Fan, can you not go to Shenzhen? I feel a bit scared." Lu Fan gently stroked Gu Xiaoro's lustrous hair and replied, "I have already made promises to others. There are important matters I cannot renege on. You need not worry. I spoke with Chen Ku, and she will come to keep you company in the evenings while I am away." Although Gu Xiaoro was hesitant about Lu Fan's departure, she obediently nodded and retrieved her wallet, handing it to him. "The 1,000 yuan you gave me remains untouched. You should keep it. As the saying goes, a poor family has many expenses. There will be plenty of opportunities to spend money once you venture out." Lu Fan retained only 200 yuan, as he believed that in this era, opportunities to acquire funds were plentiful, and he need not fret about lacking money while out. Before leaving, Lu Fan embraced Gu Xiaoro's delicate form and whispered in her ear, "Darling, when I return, let us consider starting a family." The warmth of his breath against her ear caused Gu Xiaoro to shudder, her heart racing, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. This time, Gu Xiaoro did not shyly push Lu Fan away. Instead, she suppressed her bashfulness, slightly raised her toes, and drew closer to Lu Fan, planting a gentle kiss on his lips. A refreshing, maidenly fragrance enveloped Lu Fan, causing his heart to race. Just as he was about to embrace his beloved for a tender moment, Gu Xiaoro playfully jumped aside, her beautiful eyes crescent-shaped as she said, "Darling, take care of yourself on the road. I will wait for your return." It was the first time Gu Xiaoro had called him darling, and Lu Fan couldn't help but beam with joy, while Gu Xiaoro felt an overwhelming sense of shyness, relieved that no one had overheard them. Lu Fan boarded the bus to Jiangqing, arriving at Hankow railway station around noon. As soon as he disembarked, he called He Shuang to inform her of his arrival, urging her to head to Wuchang railway station so they could travel to Shenzhen together. Upon receiving Lu Fan's call, He Shuang's anxious heart finally settled. "That big liar. He hasn't deceived me this time," she murmured with delight, before grabbing her wheeled suitcase and heading downstairs. Chapter 0082. I prefer men in the 1990s. Jiangcheng was indeed a sprawling county town. The journey from Hankow railway station to Wuchang railway station lacked a subway, and the nearly 15 to 16 kilometers took almost an hour and a half by bus, making Lu Fan feel quite nauseous. As soon as they arrived, Lu Fan eagerly jumped off, taking several deep breaths of fresh air to feel somewhat better. In the square in front of the train station, Lu Fan searched for a while before spotting the CAF where he had agreed to meet He Shuang. Approaching the entrance, he saw her in a fashionable, goose-yellow dress, leisurely sipping coffee by the glass window while reading a magazine, exuding an air of sophistication. Lu Fan waved from outside, signaling her to come out. He Shuang donned sunglasses and a ruffled sun hat, emerging with her wheeled suitcase and a backpack. Seeing Lu Fan empty-handed, she was taken aback. "You're going on a trip, yet you're not bringing anything?" Lu Fan replied nonchalantly. "It's just a short outing, not a move. Why bring so much?" He Shuang nodded in agreement. "True. You're a wealthy upstart. If you need anything, you can just buy it when you get there." Unbeknownst to her, Lu Fan's company account had been frozen, leading her to believe he had ample funds. "Since you're not bringing any luggage, you can help me with my suitcase." She tossed her wheeled suitcase in front of Lu Fan and walked gracefully ahead. Lu Fan felt a wave of frustration. This girl truly didn't regard him as an outsider. He had avoided the burden of carrying luggage, only to find himself unable to escape that fate. At that moment, Wuchang Station had yet to be transformed into a palace reminiscent of the Chu Kingdom, with its surroundings appearing quite dilapidated. The square was bustling with crowds, featuring accents from all directions. "Is your workplace really that stingy? Why didn't they buy you plane tickets?" Lu Fan hurried to catch up with He Shuang, dragging the suitcase behind him. "You country bumpkin, there's no airport in Shenzhen, you know?" He Shuang retorted mockingly. Lu Fan suddenly recalled that the only option was to fly from Jiangxing to Guangzhou. Even if he took a train to Shenzhen, he would still need to transfer in Guangzhou, which was rather troublesome. "The train is also a viable choice. I can catch some sleep and arrive by tomorrow," Lu Fan remarked. "However, there are no sleeper berths, only 2 hard seats." He Shuang turned to Lu Fan. "What?" Lu Fan exclaimed, his irritation evident as he looked at He Shuang. "How can you, being from a television station, be so stingy? Can't you afford a sleeper berth? I heard you were detained yesterday, so I canceled my soft sleeper ticket. I managed to secure these 2 hard seats through connections, albeit at a premium," He Shuang explained. Lu Fan felt a bit awkward. "Hard seats will suffice. They are better than standing." "How long will it take?" "About 24 to 25 hours. We will arrive by tomorrow afternoon," He Shuang replied. Lu Fan could only nod in resignation and then curiously asked, "What about your colleagues? Did your station send only you?" "This program is primarily my responsibility, and it is not a public interview. Having too many people would be inconvenient," He Shuang answered, leading Lu Fan toward the boarding gate. Lu Fan realized he had not traveled on a green train in a long time. His memories of it were somewhat hazy, reminiscent of a trip to Yunnan shortly after graduating from university. However, he did not expect that more than 20 years later, the green train he was about to board would be a completely different experience. The green train of his youth was undoubtedly a luxurious upgrade compared to the current one. As he walked forward, he heard someone calling him from behind. Turning around, he saw a gaunt man surreptitiously opening his leather jacket, revealing an array of electronic gadgets. "Brother, do you want a phone? It's cheap." "No." Lu Fan shook his head decisively. "These are all smuggled goods, but they work perfectly, trust me." Lu Fan waved his hand dismissively and continued walking, only to be approached by a plump lady who, with a mischievous glint in her eye, asked, "Boss, looking for a girl?" Lu Fan ignored her, but the lady persisted, "Boss, we have college students too, just 50 for the night." Frustrated by her persistence, Lu Fan turned to the lady, a smirk forming on his lips. "Auntie, I prefer men. Do you have anyone with your physique? Are you sick?" The lady was taken aback, staring at Lu Fan as if he were a monster, then turned and walked away, her ample hips swaying. He Shuang, who was walking ahead, couldn't help but laugh, her demeanor lively and charming. "You are quite the rascal. Look at how you frightened her," she giggled. With her radiant smile, He Shuang was a sight to behold, and Lu Fan, hands in his pockets, took a moment to appreciate her. Lu Fan felt that his suit was too conspicuous, making him appear like a wealthy businessman or a privileged heir, which explained why people were constantly approaching him. Observing the crowd around him, most wore haggard expressions, with disheveled hair and tattered clothes, contrasting sharply with his polished appearance, fair complexion, and bright eyes. In that moment, Lu Fan felt he was undeniably the most dashing figure at Wuchang Station. As he and He Shuang queued to enter, they noticed a man in a cap ahead, using a blade to slice open a bag. "Hey you." He Shuang had barely uttered a word when Lu Fan swiftly grasped her, covering her mouth with his hand. In the early 1990s, the social order in Huagua was notoriously precarious. Pickpockets roamed freely in stations, malls, and trains, often resorting to brazen acts of theft. These criminals operated in cohorts, armed with knives, and would converge on anyone who dared to intervene, meting out punishment ranging from a few kicks to lethal stabbings. Witnessing a man in a duckbill cap absconding with a wallet ignited He Shuai's fury. She shoved Lu Fan aside, indignantly exclaiming, "How can you be so cowardly and indifferent, devoid of any sense of justice?" Lu Fan merely smiled, uninterested in a rebuttal, as he pulled He Shuai's arm, guiding her into the station. The train station was a chaotic mlang of people, where theft and robbery were commonplace. In such tumultuous times, self-preservation was paramount. Thus, when Lu Fan ventured out, he tucked 200 yuan into his sock and armed himself with a sharp fruit knife for protection. If anyone dared to rob him, he would confront them if alone, but retreat in the face of a crowd. Lu Fan recalled the dire state of social security in the 1980s, when a well-connected man, seeking retribution for his wife's humiliation at the hands of thugs, was ultimately tortured to death by those very ruffians. The outrage triggered a nationwide crackdown in 1983, effectively dismantling the entrenched criminal elements. However, like weeds, they resurfaced after 7 or 8 years, and the societal malaise had reached an unbearable level. Consequently, 2 years later, the central government would initiate yet another campaign of stringent measures, a practice that continued annually until the dawn of the new century, when the order was finally restored. Chapter 0083, Truly Shameless, Pa. To Guangzhou. We're about to depart. Please have your tickets ready. After a brief wait, a ticket inspector, brandishing a loudspeaker, announced vigorously. Lu Fan, dragging his wheeled suitcase, maneuvered through the throngs alongside He Shuai, perspiring profusely by the time they boarded the train. This green train lacked air conditioning and hot water, leaving Lu Fan momentarily dumbfounded upon entering. Once they located their seats, Lu Fan hoisted He Shuai's suitcase onto the overhead rack, then removed his suit and sat down, breathless. Jiangcheng, known as one of the 4 major furnaces, was already sweltering in early May. Under the relentless sun, the unventilated train carriage felt akin to an oven, and Lu Fan mused that he was but a step away from becoming barbecued meat. He Shuai, equally drenched in sweat, hastily opened the window, only to be met with a wave of heated air, compounded by the pervasive odor of sweat from the crowded passengers, a sensation that defied description. The train had yet to move, but He Shuai was already regretting her dismissal of her parents' advice to wait for a sleeper ticket before embarking. Having insisted on this journey to Guangzhou under the pretense of seeking life experiences. Now, tears brimmed in her eyes. "Excuse me, steward, are there any sleeper tickets available? I wish to exchange for 2. As the attendant approached, He Shuai grasped at her like a lifeline and urgently inquired. "The sleeper tickets are sold out. I will inform you if there are any updates," the attendant replied as she walked away, calling out, "Everyone, keep an eye on your belongings. The train is crowded, so please be vigilant." He Shuai was torn between the decision to disembark and secure a sleeper before continuing on her journey, but at that moment, the train had already commenced its departure. It was too late for regrets. Lu Fan and He Shuai occupied a 2-person seat, with He Shuai leaning against the window and Lu Fan positioned by the aisle. Opposite He Shuai sat a young lady, around 18 or 19 years of age, adorned in a floral-patterned shirt and loose blue trousers, her hair styled in 2 braids, embodying the innocence and freshness of a rural girl. Beside her sat a middle-aged man, dressed in a suit, sporting a protruding beer belly. Upon boarding, he had deliberately revealed the large gold chain hidden within his collar, its gleaming brilliance unmistakably proclaiming his affluence. The middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, retrieving 3 business cards from his pocket and presenting them to Lu Fan, He Shuai, and the braided young woman. "My surname is Niu. I am the general manager of Jiangxing Sihai Trading Company. I look forward to your support," he announced, his gaze lingering on He Shuai's strikingly beautiful face before shifting to admire the young lady's developing figure. "I am Lu," Lu Fan replied, accepting the business card with a slight nod, then dismissing the man from his attention. In this day and age, factory managers and business executives were a dime a dozen. The allure of titles often concealed the reality of hollow, shell companies. "Lu, you possess quite the charm and intellect. What brings you to Shenzhen?" Mr. Niu inquired, his familiarity uninvited. "I am nearing graduation and wish to explore opportunities in Shenzhen," Lu Fan fabricated nonchalantly. He Shuai cast a surprised glance at Lu Fan, questioning why he would concoct such a tale. I am well acquainted with Shenzhen. I know many prominent business figures. If you require assistance, I can introduce you, Mr. Niu boasted, his arrogance apparent. I am also familiar with Jiangcheng. During my tenure as a department head at the Trade Bureau, I encountered numerous tycoons. Surely you have heard of the mainland's wealthiest man, Mao Qizhong, the one who bartered canned goods for an aircraft? I have dined with him. He is currently embarking on a monumental project, intending to blast through the Himalayas to channel the humid winds of the Indian Ocean to transform our arid northwest. I am preparing to invest 1 million. Impressive, Lu Fan remarked, giving Mr. Niu a thumbs up, while internally mourning for the man, a fool easily led astray by Mao Qizhong. As a master's student in economics at Jiangxing University, Lu Fan was well aware of the legendary figure's dubious reputation. Mao Qizhong, a quintessential self-made man, had started with a mere 300 yuan, amassing wealth through the resale of electrical appliances. He then ventured into aircraft trade, satellite launches, and the development of Manzili, boldly claiming to blast through the Himalayas. Despite having served time in prison thrice and facing a death sentence, his myriad experiences had not subdued his audacity. The most notorious of his exploits remained the barter of canned goods for an aircraft. In 1989, during a conversation on a train, he learned that the Soviet Union was preparing to sell large commercial aircraft. He approached the head of Sichuan Airlines, persuading them to accept his aircraft sales proposal, subsequently securing the initial payment. At that time, the Soviet Union boasted a robust heavy industry, but suffered from an exceedingly underdeveloped light industry, leading to a scarcity of daily necessities. Seizing the opportunity, he negotiated a barter deal with the Soviets, organizing 500 train carloads of canned goods and clothing from 7 provinces, including Shandong and Hebei, which he transported to the Soviet Union in exchange for 4 aircraft. This single transaction netted him a staggering fortune of 100 million yuan. His remarkable success catapulted him to fame, with the media portraying him as a business legend, elevating his reputation and confidence to the pinnacle of his life. In the 1990s, he founded the thriving Nanda Group, from which prominent entrepreneurs and celebrities such as Pan Shi, Wang Gongquan, and Feng Luan emerged. However, in 1999, due to financial issues, he was convicted and began a lengthy 16-year imprisonment in Jiangxing's Hongshan prison, only to be released in 2016 at the age of 75, a time when he was considered past his prime. Brother, you don't necessarily have to head to Shenzhen for opportunities. There are plenty of chances to prosper right here in Jiangxing. Have you heard of the influential figure in the Jiangxing business community, Lu Fan, the owner of Jiangbei Food Company? He is my little brother. Haha. He couldn't help but burst into laughter, quickly covering her mouth and glancing out the window. Cough, cough. Lu Fan nearly laughed out loud, his face displaying astonishment. Mr. Niu, you are incredible. Even my idol Lu Fan turns out to be your little brother. The girl with the braided hair curiously inquired, who is Lu Fan? Is he famous? Mr. Niu began to boast again. Little girl, let me tell you. This Lu Fan is something else. Just a month ago, his parents went bankrupt in business, and he tragically attempted suicide after consuming poison, burdened with over 200,000 yuan in debt. Yet, within a month, not only did he turn his family's canned goods factory around, but he also acquired a rival factory, leading to his products becoming bestsellers across the province, raking in over 1 million yuan in profit daily. Wow! The surrounding crowd, including the girl with braids, was captivated by Mr. Niu's words, gathering around to listen, occasionally gasping in astonishment. Earning 1 million a day, my goodness, that's more than I could earn in several lifetimes. How remarkable! Mr. Niu, feeling proud, addressed the crowd. Do you know who Lu Fan's mentor is? Everyone shook their heads. That would be me, Mr. Niu declared, thumping his chest. The concept for Lu Fan's water cup canned goods was taught to him by me. Do you know the famous boy band Little Tiger Team? I introduced them to Lu Fan as his endorsers. Otherwise, how could his products have become so popular? Upon hearing this, the crowd gazed at Mr. Niu with immense admiration. The girl with the braids tugged at Mr. Niu's arm, pleading, Mr. Niu, could you introduce me to Lu Fan? I would love to work at his company and meet such an exceptional person. Of course, Mr. Niu replied, his gaze lingering on the girl's ample chest as he placed his hand on her delicate hand, giving it a gentle rub. The girl blushed, hastily withdrawing her hand. Mr. Niu, I heard Lu Fan is only 20 years old. Is he married? Someone curiously asked. With a cough, Mr. Niu continued. My disciple has quite the discerning eye. He hardly finds interest in the daughters of ordinary families. At that moment, Lu Fan seized the opportunity to chime in, grinning at the crowd. I've heard it said that not only is Lu Fan a prodigy in business, young and affluent, but he is also strikingly handsome and remarkably considerate. Hearing Lu Fan's self-praise, He Shuang could no longer contain herself. She turned her head sharply and shot him a fierce glance, while her small hand below clutched Lu Fan's thigh and twisted it with force. How shameless, she exclaimed, spitting out her disdain. Chapter 0084. Discovering a major business opportunity. Lu Fan winced in pain, baring his teeth as he nearly leaped up, swiftly grasping the small hand that had unexpectedly attacked him. Instantly, a warm and soothing sensation coursed through him, making the pain in his thigh diminish significantly. This girl's touch is surprisingly delightful, Lu Fan mused, somewhat entranced. He Shuang struggled momentarily, but could not free herself from Lu Fan's grasp, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Let go of me, she whispered through clenched teeth. Pretending not to hear, Lu Fan continued to caress a bit longer before finally releasing her. He Shuang was overwhelmed with embarrassment and indignation. Lifting her foot to step on the back of Lu Fan's foot, seeing him grimace again brought her a sense of satisfaction, and she turned her head to the window. Stifling a laugh, Mr. Niu continued to boast to the others, elevating Lu Fan to the status of an omnipotent business genius. While ultimately attributing all of Lu Fan's successes to himself, Lu Fan, like everyone else, listened with great interest, finding amusement in hearing others discuss him. At the very least, it helped pass the tedious time in the sweltering train carriage. After listening to Mr. Niu's grandiose claims for a while, the girl with braided hair couldn't help but express her admiration. Mr. Niu, what significant business are you undertaking in Shenzhen? Mr. Niu boasted. A few friends from Hong Kong have brought several truckloads of electronic components. I plan to procure 2 trucks for Jiangcheng, assemble a few hundred color televisions, and supply them to government departments, a mere few million in business. Seeing the girl's look of admiration, Mr. Niu patted her hand reassuringly, saying, Aren't you heading to Shenzhen for a job? Why not come work with me? I assure you, you won't be disappointed. Upon hearing this, the girl beamed with delight. Thank you, Mr. Niu. Thank you. Lu Fan sighed inwardly, thinking how naive this beautiful girl was, utterly devoid of any wariness. She was being deceived by a lecherous man. Alas, once in Shenzhen, she might be sold off and could even end up assisting others in counting their gains. Feeling a twinge of compassion, Lu Fan resolved to find an opportunity to offer her some guidance, lest she fall into a den of wolves and be mistreated. As the train rumbled forward, the vendor began to call out, beer, beverages, plain water, peanuts, sunflower seeds, instant noodles. Come, comrades, please stow your legs. This call instantly transported Lu Fan back to scenes from his previous life on the train. Back then, the vendor's most common refrain was, beer, beverages, mineral water, peanuts, sunflower seeds, 8 treasure porridge, or cigarettes, beer, dried tofu, sunflower seeds, peanuts, and ham sausage. Wait a moment. Lu Fan felt a stir of inspiration and quickly called over the shop assistant. Excuse me, do you have any bottled water? The attendant looked bewildered. What kind of water? Lu Fan suddenly recalled that, at this time, those popular bottled waters from the future had yet to be developed and marketed. How about 8 treasure porridge? What porridge? Do you have any hot dog sausages? What sausages? The shop assistant, growing impatient, regarded Lu Fan as if he were a madman. Are you going to buy something or not? At this moment, bottled water, 8 treasure porridge, and hot dog sausages had not yet hit the market. How amusing. Lu Fan couldn't suppress his joy, realizing the vast business opportunities that lay before him. Is he out of his mind? The shop assistant shot Lu Fan a disapproving glance and began to push her cart away. Wait, I'll take a pack of instant noodles, a bottle of beer, and a pack of dried tofu. Lu Fan ordered several items, placing them all on the table before him, then looked at He Shuang. He Shuang, puzzled by his gaze, replied, I'm not eating. Who asked if you were eating? Just pay, Lu Fan urged. He Shuang, feeling dissatisfied, retorted, Why don't you pay? Lu Fan chuckled. You're the boss, so of course, you should pay. Upon hearing his words, the onlookers began to speculate, realizing that this fellow was likely a kept man. He Shuang, feeling exasperated by Lu Fan's shamelessness, paid the 350 yuan with a glare, thinking to herself, the richer they are, the stingier they become. Humph. Unfazed by the gazes and thoughts of those around him, Lu Fan requested the shop assistant to fill his instant noodles with hot water and add the dried tofu. He then opened the beer bottle with his teeth and began to drink happily. Reflecting on his thoughts, Lu Fan recalled that Waha originated in Hangzhou, Zhejiang, and Lebeishi was founded in Zhongshan, Guangdong, both established in the late 1980s, initially focusing on children's beverages. Later, they ventured into the bottled water market during the chaotic 1990s, alongside the Taiwan-funded brand Master Kong, becoming known as the Three Kings of bottled water. At that time, most of their products were purified water, treated and refined tap water. It seemed that in 2000, the journalist Zhong Zhangzhang began to create Nongfu spring bottled water, deliberately stirring up industry disputes and rising to fame. By 2021, he successfully became the richest man in China, with a fortune of several hundred billion. Purified water, natural water, and mineral water represent a significant market. In 1992, a canned food factory in Xiamen, Fujian, began producing silver egrets 8 treasure porridge, quickly rising to fame in the rural markets beyond the Fifth Ring Road, soon becoming a beloved national treasure. As for hot dog sausages, Lu Fan vaguely remembered that they were invented by the Japanese, and China only began introducing production lines in the late 1980s. After the mid-1990s, brands such as Shuanghui and Jinluo emerged and developed rapidly. Who would have thought that a simple meal could reveal such immense business opportunities? Lu Fan was overjoyed, slurping his instant noodles and sipping on his beer. The girl with braided hair and some people nearby occasionally glanced at him, seemingly envious of the delicious noodles. Having indulged in a hearty meal, Lu Fan contentedly rubbed his belly, contemplating the pure water, 8 treasure porridge, and ham sausage he would prepare upon his return. Observing Lu Fan's delightful feast, the others began to feel hunger pangs, rummaging through their bags for sustenance. Some produced boiled eggs, others revealed buns accompanied by a packet of pickled vegetables, while a few enjoyed pancakes. A girl with braided hair pulled out a pancake, slathered it with chili sauce, and took a hearty bite, offering another pancake to He Shuang. "Sister, would you like some?" "No, thank you. I plan to eat at the dining car shortly," He Shuang replied, feeling quite uncomfortable consuming food in this setting, particularly disapproving of the offerings from the cart, which she deemed rather unhealthy. As her words left her lips, several individuals nearby turned their gazes toward her, with one whispering, "Boss, don't flaunt your wealth." In this era, train compartments were rife with opportunists, and displaying affluence could attract unwanted attention. Lu Fan glanced around, sensing nothing amiss, though an unsettling feeling suggested that everyone had their secrets. This pervasive atmosphere of paranoia left him somewhat uneasy. Chapter 0085. The robbery approaches. The train traversed the undulating countryside, the night beginning to envelop the landscape. He Shuang felt a twinge of hunger and suggested they dine at the restaurant, inquiring if Lu Fan would join her. He shook his head, having spent the previous night detained at the police station with little rest. All he desired was a good sleep. She shouldered her bag and departed. Before long, the food cart reappeared, and Mr. Niu, who prided himself on being a successful individual, deemed it fitting to order a meal box to uphold his status. As he dined, he boasted about his extensive connections and fame, incessantly attempting to charm the girl with braids while refusing to treat her to a meal. Lu Fan, disinterested in this lecherous and miserly fellow, closed his eyes and began to doze off. Less than an hour into his slumber, he was stirred by a commotion. Why is there a tear in my bag?" Lu Fan awoke, instinctively reaching into his pocket to grasp the handle of a fruit knife, his gaze drawn to the source of the outcry. Across the aisle, a couple appeared panicked, inspecting a woven bag now marred by a significant gash. The woman extracted a cloth pouch, revealing a handkerchief containing only a few coins, while another handkerchief, which had housed 200 yuan bills, was now empty. "Where's the money? How could it be gone?" the woman exclaimed. "Search again. It must be in another place," the man urged anxiously. Many began discreetly checking their wallets, and upon confirming their funds were intact, they released a collective sigh of relief. At that moment, He Shuang hurried over, her eyes slightly reddened. Lu Fan, concerned, asked, "What happened?" "My wallet was stolen." He Shuang sat beside Lu Fan, tears welling in her beautiful eyes. She had only traversed 3 carriages to dine, taking less than an hour, and upon settling her bill, she discovered her bag had been slashed, with her money vanished. "How much did you lose? Have you reported it?" Lu Fan observed the 5 or 6-inch tear in her bag, resembling a cut made by a sharp fruit knife. Over 2,000 yuan was lost. and upon reporting it to the police, the train officer informed her that such cases are notoriously difficult to resolve, advising her to brace herself for the worst. As she spoke, He Shuang began to cry in frustration. The thief had left her with not a single coin, rendering her utterly destitute. The onlookers gaped in astonishment, carrying over 2,000 in cash. This woman must be exceedingly wealthy and audacious. Lu Fan inquired, "Surely, you did not keep all your money in one place?" He Shuang nodded, wiping away her tears, lamenting, "How could I have known I would encounter a thief? If I had, I would have heeded my mother's advice to distribute the money." Lu Fan, unable to bear the sight of a woman's tears, particularly one as stunning as He Shuang, quickly attempted to console her. "Do not despair. Perhaps the money will be found before we disembark." Mr. Niu scoffed, shaking his head. "I doubt it. We are nearing Yiyang Station, and those thieves will undoubtedly exit the train after their heist." Upon hearing this, He Shuang wept anew. Lu Fan offered further words of comfort, discreetly extracting 200 yuan from his sock and stealthily placing it into He Shuang's hand. She was momentarily taken aback. "You have money?" Lu Fan smiled wryly, whispering, "This is a loan for you. Don't forget to return it." Lu Fan was a man of integrity, and his trip to Shenzhen was on behalf of He Shuang. Thus it was only natural for her to cover the expenses incurred along the way. He Shuang shot him an exasperated glance, internally chastising him for his stinginess. Checking the time, it was already 9:30 in the evening, and both He Shuang and Lu Fan felt fatigue setting in, leaning back in their seats to rest their eyes. After over an hour of slumber, Lu Fan was jolted awake by a shove, and upon opening his eyes, he noticed Mr. Niu's ashen face, beaded with sweat. "What's wrong?" Lu Fan asked, gripping the fruit knife concealed in his pocket. Mr. Niu, trembling, replied, "I just overheard someone in the restroom saying that a group of criminals is robbing the front carriages." Panic ensued among the passengers as they realized the gang would soon reach their carriage. "Everyone, remain calm and listen to me," an elderly gentleman standing nearby commanded. "Take some of your money and place it in your outer pockets for the criminals to find, while keeping the rest hidden close to your person." The crowd sprang into action, producing small change to place in their outer garments while concealing larger bills deep within their clothing. Some tucked them into their underwear, others into the soles of their shoes. "Once you've hidden your money, pretend to sleep. Let them search without protest," the elder advised sagely. Lu Fan suggested, "We should alert the train officer." The elder shook his head. "The officers are of little use. The criminals are numerous, and they will continue to rob even in their presence. Trust me, I have experience. They will take the money and leave without causing harm." Mr. Niu mimicked the others, placing 50 or 60 yuan in his suit pocket while shoving a stack of bills into his underwear, then leaned back to feign slumber, though his body trembled with fear. It was He Shuang's first encounter with such a robbery, and her face turned pale with fright. She hurriedly pulled the 200 yuan from her pocket and thrust it towards Lu Fan. "You must hide it," she urged. "Where should I put it?" He Shuang stammered, her voice quivering. Lu Fan felt at a loss, thinking to himself, "Surely you can't be unsure about hiding it in your underwear?" He Shuang was taken aback. Her delicate face instantly flushed a deep crimson. Amidst the commotion, two train conductors strode over, one with a square jaw commanding attention. "Everyone, please remain calm. We have received reports of a criminal gang aboard this train, numbering approximately 12 to 13 individuals. Now, I am calling for your cooperation to subdue these wrongdoers. The time for our resolve has arrived." Silence fell over the once boisterous carriage. As no one responded, many pretended to be asleep. He Shuang nudged Lu Fan with her elbow. "Why aren't you standing up?" "Huh." Lu Fan could no longer feign slumber. With a wry smile, he replied, "Sister, I am neither a party member, nor a soldier, nor a police officer." "All right." "You coward," He Shuang exclaimed, her brows furrowing in indignation as she trembled slightly and stood up, raising her fair hand. "Officer, I am a party member." The square-jawed conductor paused momentarily, impressed. "Comrade, your awareness is commendable. However, it would be best for you to sit down. You cannot contend with them." Surrounding onlookers wore expressions of astonishment, not expecting this fragile young woman to rise. Many cast scornful glances at Lu Fan. Lu Fan, bemused, reluctantly stood up. "Officer, I am merely a league member. Can I count myself in?" The conductor, visibly excited, grasped Lu Fan's hand and shook it vigorously. "Welcome, young comrade." Lu Fan then drew a fruit knife from his pocket, raised it high, and declared loudly, "Comrades, these ruffians are not to be feared. Once, we drove away the ruthless invaders from the east. Do you think we would fear a mere dozen scoundrels?" His impassioned speech, filled with fervor, ignited the spirits of those around him, prompting 5 men to rise within the carriage. "Indeed, let us confront them." The conductor beamed with delight at Lu Fan's ability to rally support, his admiration for Lu Fan growing immensely. Observing that their side numbered only 8, Lu Fan knew they were still at a disadvantage. He would need to rally more allies from the next carriage. As Lu Fan and his 6 companions followed the 2 conductors forward, Shuang tugged at his arm. "Please be careful." Lu Fan thought to himself, "If it weren't for you, would I be in this predicament?" This woman indeed seemed to be his nemesis, as trouble always seemed to accompany her presence. Armed with a dagger in one hand and a beer bottle in the other, Lu Fan deliberately nudged Niuzong as he passed. "Niuzong, please make way." Niuzong shifted his legs without a word, continuing to feign sleep. Upon reaching the adjoining carriage, Lu Fan delivered another impassioned address, successfully rallying 7 or 8 men to follow the conductors. Among them were soldiers, police officers, civil servants, and civilians like Lu Fan who joined spontaneously. Beside Lu Fan walked a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, portly with a jovial face that resembled the Buddha from the journey to the West. The man appeared to embody the essence of a corrupt bureaucrat, yet at this moment, he radiated a spirit of generosity and righteousness, clutching a glass of water as if it were a weapon. Lu Fan extended a beer bottle to the portly fellow, who gratefully accepted it, introducing himself. "Greetings, my name is Hu Weijun, hailing from Yeyang, Hunan." "Lu Fan, from Jiangcheng," Lu Fan replied succinctly. At that moment, a band of ruffians had already invaded the neighboring carriage. The train police cast a glance over the crowd and cautioned, "Everyone, follow my lead and do not rush forward recklessly." Having not been in a brawl for many years, Lu Fan felt a mix of tension and excitement. The officer stripped off his uniform, concealed himself by the door, and peered into the adjacent carriage, devising a tactical plan. "I have observed that there are approximately 12 or 13 robbers, led by a black-faced man wielding a firearm. We, as law enforcement, will handle him. You shall confront the others. Let us first masquerade as ordinary passengers. 3 will head to the restroom, and 3 will position themselves at each door, while the rest take their seats, feigning normalcy. Follow my commands, and we shall act together. If it becomes unmanageable, prioritize your safety and abandon resistance. Is that clear?" "Understood." The crowd responded with fervor. The spirit of the 1990s lingered in the hearts of the people, filled with passion and a sense of justice. The fervor of self-defense still alive within them. Observing the police's numerical advantage, several passengers in the carriage joined the fray, one even seizing a rolling pin as a makeshift weapon. Lu Fan sat in the middle of the carriage, contemplating that a fitting song would be most appropriate at that moment. After 5 or 6 minutes, the group of robbers finally approached, led by a rugged, one-eyed man in his 40s, brandishing a firearm. "Everyone, don't move. This is a robbery." The henchman, with fierce expressions, grasped steel pipes in one hand while swiftly rifling through passengers' pockets and belongings with the other. An eerie silence enveloped the carriage. The robbers remained silent while the victims feigned sleep, an unspoken understanding hanging in the air. Lu Fan concealed a fruit knife in his sleeve, half closing his eyes as one of the robbers rummaged through his pockets, extracting a 100 yuan note. Action! As the robber prepared to search Lu Fan's pants pocket, an undercover officer shouted with authority. No sooner had the words left his lips than 2 officers leapt from their seats, tackling the one-eyed leader to the ground, seizing his firearm, and subjecting him to a brutal beating. The crowd could no longer contain themselves. They erupted in a frenzy, armed with makeshift weapons, raining blows upon the robbers. Lu Fan delivered a swift kick, sending one robber sprawling to the ground, just as he was about to lunge at him with the fruit knife. Another robber, wielding a steel pipe, swung at him. Lu Fan hastily dodged, while Hu Weijun swung the beer bottle with great force, shattering it against the robber's skull, shards of glass flying in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fan lunged at the downed robber, pressing the fruit knife against his neck. "Move again, and I will end you." Lu Fan's eyes widened with intensity as he threatened. The robber, however, displayed an astonishing audacity, thrashing about in defiance. Hu Weijun let out a fierce shout, delivering a decisive kick to the robber's face, rendering him unconscious. Lu Fan couldn't help but feel a profound admiration. Despite Hu Weijun's rotund physique, his actions were surprisingly swift, perhaps even more so than his own. Brother Lu, follow my lead and watch as I demonstrate a skill. Hu Weijun, seemingly adept in martial arts, swiftly evaded a robber's incoming steel pipe strike. With a powerful blow to the assailant's chest, he sent the man crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fan snatched the steel pipe from the fallen robber and struck fiercely at his legs. The carriage erupted into chaos. The previously subdued passengers rallied together, rising to confront the robbers. Sensing their impending defeat, the two criminals attempted to escape, prompting Hu Weijun and Lu Fan to pursue them wielding the steel pipes. Catch the villains, do not let them flee, they shouted as they chased after the thieves. Some passengers, contemplating an interception, hesitated at the sight of the robbers' weapons and retreated to their seats. After pursuing through two carriages, Hu Weijun tackled one robber to the ground, while Lu Fan raced after the last one. He Shuaing, along with her companions sporting braided hair, anxiously awaited news when a panicked robber clad in black rushed past, with Lu Fan in a white shirt hot on his heels. With remarkable speed, Lu Fan closed the distance and struck the robber's shoulder with the steel pipe. Ah! The robber cried out in pain, dropping the pipe. Lu Fan seized the moment to leap onto the criminal, pinning him down. Beat the villain, quickly! He Shuaing shouted in concern for Lu Fan's safety. The other passengers surged forward, overpowering the struggling robber and holding him firmly to the ground. Several passengers who had been robbed wasted no time in delivering resounding slaps to the assailant. I won't let you steal my hard-earned money. I'll make you pay. The robber soon found himself dazed and battered, with a bruised face and blood trickling from his mouth. Before long, the railway police arrived, handcuffing the robber. Standing tall, the officer saluted Lu Fan with gratitude. Comrade, thank you. Lu Fan promptly returned the salute, declaring, serving the people. The officer grasped Lu Fan's hand tightly, expressing his heartfelt appreciation. With a click, He Shuaing captured this poignant moment on camera. The crowd erupted in applause, cheering loudly. After releasing Lu Fan, the officer turned to Hu Weijun, offering a salute in gratitude as well. I am a party member. This is my duty. Hu Weijun replied with a smile reminiscent of the Buddha. As the officer escorted the robber away, he informed the passengers who had lost belongings to register in the dining car to reclaim their items. Within the carriage, Lu Fan was hailed as a hero, with passengers rising to applaud him incessantly. Many began to offer various snacks and fruits to him. Brother Lu, well done. Mr. Niu gave Lu Fan a thumbs up. The girl with braided hair looked at Lu Fan with admiration, exclaiming, Brother Lu, you are truly remarkable. He Shuaing gazed at Lu Fan with a complex expression. She had always perceived him as timid and fearful, yet she was astonished by his valiant display in the confrontation. The image of Lu Fan leaping onto the robber replayed in her mind, indelibly etched in her heart.